Welcome, Shadowverse fans from around the world, to the English broadcast of the 2018 Shadowverse World Grand Prix. My name's Exodium, and I'll be joined today by the wonderful Ignidius, the multi-talented, as well as last year's runner-up to the World Grand Prix, Panda Global's own Akamara Red. So hang on with us, guys. Today we will be covering the pre-show, which will be about a 30-minute little intro into the tournament where we'll be seeing the players enter the stage. We'll be seeing the format, the prizing, and all that kind of good stuff. So for now, just sit back, grab your snacks, enjoy the show, and we will be back with you soon.
世界各地での戦いを勝ち上がってきた24名の中からシャドーバースの世界王者を決定する戦いの聖地へようこそ。シャドーバースワールドグランプリ2018いざ開幕。
All right, guys, here we are. The main event is going to get started here, like I said, in about 30 minutes. Right now, we have the opening ceremony going on. We'll be explaining to the people in the audience, in the Japanese audience, what's been going on here, as well as we'll be covering all of the format stuff, the prizing, as well as the players coming out pretty soon here. Guys, are you excited? This is the day!
You know it. I mean, I've been waiting for this the entire competitive year, man. This is it.
I mean, I played the whole year. I wanted to be there, but now I get the opportunity to share this moment with you guys, and I can't wait for this viewing party to start. And I just cannot wait to see how my beautiful Take-Two format goes, how Unlimited goes, how rotation goes. I am super excited. It's the first time ever we have in Shadowverse a full-fledged tournament like this.
Huge prize pool. Players from all around the world, representing every format, as you can see here.
That's right. So let's talk about the format real quick. There's going to be 24 players. We're going to be going into 2 matches of Unlimited, and then into 2 matches of Take-Two, and then 4 matches of Rotation. And day 1's going to be Conquest format, so 2 deck, no ban, no 3 deck, 1 ban this time. And then day 2 will be the top 8, best of 5 with the 3 deck, no ban that we're used to, with the top 8 competitors in all rotation.
That's right. And day 1 is a Swiss system, and day 2 is single elimination. So it's pretty intense.
Also important to note that players have to register their decks at the same time. So day 1, they will have to register all the Unlimited and Rotation decks. Day 2, they already register them. We obviously don't have them yet because we don't know what the top 8 will be, but it's already set in stone.
And here we go, guys. The top prize, they kind of glanced over it real quick there, but $1 million for first place.
That's a lot of moolah.
That is a lot of moolah. It's incredible.
僕にとってデッキとはパズルのように組み立てるものです。40枚という枠でどれだけ完成度を高められるか。相手の行動や自分の引きを見て臨機応変に勝負を見極めるタイミングに自信があります。大会は一発勝負のところもあるので、必ずしも一番強い人が勝つわけではないと思います。自分の力を出し切る。絶対に勝ちたいと思います。
There you have it, Kasa Go, the first competitor coming out here, our champion in the Rage Dawnbreak Night Edge tournament, and a finalist for Starforge Legends as well.
Strikes me as a very focused player. He's ready to go.
Yeah, I love the restraint on 40 cards on my list. It's hard to cut or tech or play your package, but very prepared player, very cool, very calm and collected. He's ready to go.
That's right.
プレイスタイルは直感的で、かつ強気。最初にいいと思った手を選ぶっていう。序盤中盤から積極的にこう盤面を有利に進めていく。今までの僕の集大成となるようなプレイを見せれたらいいなと思います。最高に楽しい大会にするんで楽しみにしていてください。
Karage-san. Look at, I mean, first of all, I love the culture in all these videos that we're going to see.
Right.
We get to see a nice, good background of all these players as they come out to the stage. These are all masters in their own right. These are all champions. They're all very much ready to be here.
I love the vibe in that video too. So intense and traditional.
Yeah, and a very interesting approach to the game. I want to be proactive, I want to dominate the board, and react to the top of my deck.
Intuitive but assertive.
그동안 쏟아오는 지금 우리나라 대회에서도 마지막 월드 그랑프리 출전권이었는데 우승하게 돼서 좀 굉장히 기분이 좋습니다. 제 플레이 스타일은 과감하게 패배해야 될 때는 무조건 패배해야 이 게임을 이길 수 있기 위해 세계대회는 역시 전 세계에서 가장 잘하는 사람들이 모이는 곳인데 제 결승을 보셨다시피 저도 굉장히 들어올 실력이 출중하고 각오를 하셔야 될 것 같습니다. 세계대회에 이제 24명의 선수가 출전하게 되는데 결승은 당연히 2명밖에 가지 않겠습니까? 그 결승 2명, 한국인 2명에서 가겠습니다.
Mingi God of Team ESG, the champion of Masters of Shadowverse Korea Season 3, which was actually his first ever appearance in a large-scale tournament. And you know, that's a pretty good first appearance if you can score a slot to the World Grand Prix.
Absolutely, and his brethren, you know, he says the winner will be Korean.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it was his last chance to qualify for the World Grand Prix. I mean, we know we have wildcard format in our tournaments too, so I can't wait to see what he does.
对于这次比赛的目标的话，既然我作为一个代表台湾出赛的选手，那就不用多说了，我的目标只有一个，那就是冠军。对我来说的话，牌组其实是一个个人风格的体现。我认为要赢得比赛，最重要的是要有一颗坚定自己想法的一颗心，因为其实很多时候选择一定是自己来做的。那也要坚信自己的选择，我们才能达到自己所想要的结果。那这一次我要对 Shadowverse 的粉丝说一句话，那就是我不会辜负你们对我的期待，等着看我在世界赛上的表现。
Nine Voice, you know, a name that a lot of players are familiar with, had a very consistent showing throughout multiple tourneys and qualified into the World Grand Prix through the 2018 Shadowverse Taiwan Open Championship as a runner-up. So, interested to see how he'll carry that performance through on this world stage.
Absolutely, and you've got to give credit to a person who says, believe in what you do. I mean, he's all for it.
Yeah, heart and dedication, and he sent us a message. Can't wait to show you guys what I can do at the World Grand Prix.
世界大会に出ることは多分人生で一度あるかないかだと思うので、自分の全力を全てぶつけていきたいなって思います。プレイスタイルは耐久です。長時間戦うということで、自分より先に相手がミスしてくれることを祈って、自分はミスしないで相手のミスを誘うというプレイスタイルです。自分はひたすらやり続けて体に染み込ませて覚えるというタイプなので、今回進出できたのはやっぱり日頃の練習量だと自分では思っています。
自分に負けた方々の無念など全部背負って世界大会勝ち抜いてみせるので応援よろしくお願いします。
From the team Yokohama F Marinos, Mizusei here, our Rage Chrono Genesis champion, but also Star Forge Legends finalist.
What an incredible player. I know if you guys have been following Rages, you've seen Mizusei's name before, and he's a powerful player.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of cast some of these players at Rage, and I can't tell you, I can't compliment them enough sometimes. They're fantastic players.
Actually, the first player to be finalist in back-to-back Rages.
シャドーバースは生きがいです。当然優勝以外狙っていません。進化置きとか相手が嫌がるような強気に攻めるプレイスタイルです。デッキとは武器ですかね。まず1番にもちろん強いデッキ、2番目に環境に合うデッキで、3番目としては自分が使ってて合うデッキです。苦しい場面でもなんとかなるっていう気持ちでいれば冷静でいられるので、なんとかなる、それを座右の銘としてます。シャドーバースは本当に夢があります。皆さんもぜひ楽しんでプレイしてください。
There he is. Interesting name to pick as a competitor.
Yeah, I want to hear their announcement. I mean, what else needs to be said, folks?
Yeah,
we have a competitor here.
Yeah, and I love the way he expressed himself. My deck is my sword. It has to be strong and decisive, so I really like that.
I think the most important thing in order to win this game is to have more information than your opponents and to have a deeper understanding of the game. I've grown a lot as a player over the past 2 to 3 months. I was selected to be a player in one of the most prestigious teams in card games, so now I have to make the same impact, and that has motivated me to be more confident in myself and put forth results for my team. I'm really looking forward to going to the World Grand Prix.
Potwasher, one of our boys. Come on, chat, give it up. Potwasher from Tempo Storm, one of our competitors that made it through in the Contenders Cup. What an amazing competitor.
There he is. I mean, we're not supposed to give favoritism.
Oh, I'm giving favoritism all day today.
Hell yeah, Potwasher, we're with you. Take our energy. We want you to do good as well as all the other boys. And I love the pose. I love the confidence.
Yeah.
My playstyle in Shadowverse is definitely always changing and evolving. I would say I'm comfortable with all type of playstyles, but I would say for preference, I definitely enjoy a more aggressive archetype, and I definitely like to end the game quickly and extend my lead so it doesn't get too long. Of course, the thing I'm looking forward to the most in Japan is going to be the World Grand Prix, playing against all these strong international players, especially the Japanese, and prove the most I can. So even if I don't come home with $1 million, I come home with a ton of experience to prepare myself for the 2019 season. If I win the World Grand Prix, that would be amazing.
And you heard it from Crumsy. It would be amazing. $1 million or at least a lot of experience. Of course, Potwasher's teammate on Tempo Storm, Crumsy, and the winningest player in the Pan America region of earlier this year.
The winningest.
The winningest.
It's true. He does have a lot of titles under his belt for this competitive year. Quite humble in his video.
It's interesting to see how he reacts. The last time we saw him compete in the Contenders Cup, it was actually where he was a bit frail because he dropped to the losers, but I can't wait to see how he does.
Shadowverse でやり残していたことが優勝だけなので、今度こそ優勝を勝ち取りに行きます。 プレイスタイルは押し切って勝つ方が好きなので攻撃的な方かなと思っています。デッキは自分の相方で自分の魂がこもったものなので何回も使ってこそそのデッキは自分に応えてくれると思っています。見せて恥ずかしくないプレーをしつつ優勝するというのが今回の目標です。今まで僕と戦ってくれた皆さんは世界王者に負けたんだって言えるように僕が世界王者になってきます。
Salt, very accomplished player, 3 times Rage finalist, and as you can see here, second place in the Dawnbreaker Edge tournament, as well as Star Force Legends finalist. Very strong player.
And by his pose, he's ready to, he's like, bring it on.
Yeah, he's
Let's
ready
go.
to go. Like, Aka, you got your finger guns. He's got this, you know, coming here. I'm ready.
I love a good pose. I love personality, and I love the way he said, if I win, you'll at least lose to the champion.
カードゲームが好きで、カードゲームの中で一番好きなのがシャドーバース。手札をいかに少なくして盤面を処理していくか。過去にやってきたカードゲームの経験で今の僕があります。世界大会に進出した要因は信じたデッキを使ったことだと思ってます。対戦相手は全く気にしないです。本当に自分の動きを決めるだけで。出るからにはやっぱり優勝したいです。感動するプレイをするので見に来てください。
Heard. He enjoys all kinds of card games, bringing the experience here. Wonder how that works out.
I mean, honestly, from experience, I mean, Aka, you know this from us talking a bunch. I mean, other card games bring it into, you know, another world, you know what I mean? It gives you that experience you need, even if it is just on the big stage or decision-making or long endurance runs. It's a huge asset.
I think this is one of the players to watch. He was one of the most dominant players we ever saw on Rage, so I can't wait to see what he shows.
If I had to choose a motto when it comes from playing Shadowverse, sometimes you have to take risks. My goal for the World Grand Prix, as it should be for every single player who qualifies, is to get first place. If I can't get first place, at the very least, I want to feel like I played well, and that's the second most important thing. Since I just qualified, I certainly feel extremely motivated, extremely happy right now, and I'm definitely looking forward to playing with that. To the other players that I'll be playing against, definitely look out for Pan America, and we're definitely gonna take you down.
Our boy Sprayquaza from Space Station Gaming. You know what? If he doesn't walk home with $1 million, he at least walks home with first place prize in the pose.
Yeah,
that was
no
an
kidding.
Excellent segue.
That was some Master of the Puppets pose. I love it. Like right? A lot of characters from anime and card games in particular. So.
He's ready to go.
Very comfortable. Very. Actually, I have to say, I love the jackets. Very good,
really nice.
Stylish.
我会带着他们对于胜利的渴望去参加这样一次的 WHP， 并向冠军去做一个争取。我打牌的风格其实很简单，就是我特别喜欢赌牌，就特别喜欢赌博，不管就单纯是手牌上的赌呢，或者抽牌的赌呢，或者是机制的赌。首先的话，这是上海的 SNC 大赛，确实就让我获得知名度。虽然我本人来说的话，并不是特别喜欢这种知名度，但是的话呢，如果这样的话可以让我交到更多喜欢玩这个影知识的朋友的话，那我觉得这样也是一个很好的宣传。
I think we know who the winner of most dapper intro video.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Xenex, I mean, he strikes me as a person who, again, very focused, ready to play, again, not concerned about the fame, probably not even the money. Everybody's a little concerned about $1 million, but I mean, he's ready to game on today.
Yeah, and very appreciate the fact that he wants to make friends, not only compete during the games, but also become friendly with all these strong players.
圧倒します。徐々に有名になってきて気持ちいいです。プレイスタイルは、攻めです。もう自分の動きを押し通して相手を圧倒するような動きをする敵構築を目標にしています。今まで戦ってきたプレイヤーたちの分も背負って完全勝利を目標に頑張りたいと思います。誰もが認めるようなチャンピオンになりたいと思ってます。
Forrest, also known as the Dark Green Ruler to his friends, founder of his own team, sending lots of really strong players to Rage and proving himself by getting to the World Grand Prix.
And I mean, how can you say it better? I will dominate.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, lead by example, show tight composure, show how all your teammates how to do it.
$24分の1このリオが王者はいただく。ワールドグランプリに出場できて今の気持ちは最高ですね。ただここで終わりではない。世界大会絶対取ります。デッキの理解度では他の誰にも負けていません。状況によって最適な判断を下せる、決断を下せる、それが僕の持ち味ですね。戦略、判断力、決断力、それから全てが最高峰のこのワールドグランプリ2018、全てのシャドーバースプレイヤーが楽しめるこの戦いを見逃すな。
Rio! No one understands decks better than me. Strong words.
Strong words from a very strong player, and definitely the award for this person most likely has plot armor going into this event.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Judgment, decisiveness, luck, it's all on the table. All in for Mr. Rio and everyone else.
He was described on the website as a wonderkind.
I wish to grasp the $1 million. Basically, I'll try my best to match up with my competitors to provide them a challenge. Playing Shadowverse has me a more patient and less impulsive person. I don't rush to do things right now, and such a trick can really help me even outside the game. What motivates me would be the support of my friends, family, and maybe I'll even be able to meet Kimura in person and maybe shake his hand. I'm also excited to see what the competitors have in store for me. Keep trying as long as the percentage of succeeding is not zero. But even if it's zero, try at least once.
It's my boy Shaldia, man, the dark horse out of nowhere wildcard winner, making it all the way to World Grand Prix. Eyes on the prize too.
That's right, I believe one of our youngest competitors as well.
Yeah, it's such a nice smile, and I gotta tell you, Chaldia, if you wanna shake hands with Kimura-san, winning the World Grand Prix will definitely get you there.
No kidding.
"对我来说，影之师既是一款游戏，它同时也是一种陪伴。我觉得卡组就相当于伙伴一样，我们在一起的战斗过程中，一起提升自己，加深羁绊。和我一起征战 SNC 的战友们，我会带上你们的份，在日本东京取得胜利的。我也是非常期待能够与其他各个国家的选手进行对战，我一定要拿到100万美金。
The champion of the Shadowverse NetEase Championship. Let's see if he can add another awesome trophy to his shelf.
Absolutely, another player who is ready to tell everybody, bring it on.
Yeah, love the Tai Chi poses that he did. Yeah, he's collecting his energy, getting focused, getting ready, and looking good.
我要感谢过去一直陪我练习以及支持我的朋友们。那我想说，我终于做到了，我终于迈向世界。因为我比赛基本上都不会为自己预设目标，因为预设目标就有得失心，那就不能够平常心的发挥，所以其实应该是没有。因为你不能够因为比赛的氛围或是对手的关系而影响心情。那我有做到这一点，才能够稳健的发挥平常练习的实力。就是把很多杂念就是拿掉，然后专心在比赛上。我想让世界看看台湾选手的实力。
1-2, 1-2, bring that calm, collectedness, level-headedness. Going to prove really useful when you're on a World Grand Prix stage like this.
Shadowverse Taiwan
Yeah, I had the chance of following his journey actually on Twitch, and I gotta say he's a very, very good player, very focused. And he mentioned there, I just want to be sure I don't make any mistakes. I think he's getting there.
この大会に参加した理由はもっと大きな舞台でシャドーバースをプレイしたかったからです。ここまで来れると思ってなかったのでとても嬉しいです。勝因は最後まで諦めない気持ちだったと思います。序盤中盤しのぎきって最後大逆転するようなプレーが好きです。シャドーバースは僕にとって人生です。最後まで絶対に諦めない心で頑張ります。コーチさん、幕張で待っていてください。
I like how Karakuri just called out the defending champion Kocha right there in his video.
That's the confidence to have. I mean, Kocha took it home last year. Of course, Aka remembers this. And he's the one to beat.
Yeah, and one of the most impressive players out of the latest wage we saw, I gotta say, he impressed me, but he struggled in the finals. And I can't wait to see how he overcomes that obstacle.
저라는 유저가 어떻게 게임하고 제가 정말 어떻게 이렇게 오랫동안 했었고 제가 왜 우승했는지를 보여주고 싶어요. 우승력도 있고 뭐 이런저런 것도 다 있으면서 특히 카드 게임 쪽에서 정말 자신이 있는 사람입니다. 덱은 이제 카드 게임에서 선수에게 주어진 운이 아니라 이제 정말로 실력적인 부분 중 하나여서 자신의 개성이고 끝없이 연구할 수 있는 컨텐츠입니다. 월드 그랑프리가 제가 이제 종영을 하기 전에 하는 마지막 대회로서 유종의 미를 거두고 싶습니다.
Caster from the same team ESG as his fellow Mingi God, both at the World Grand Prix.
Absolutely. He's there to show us how casters do. You know what I mean? We're just casters, but he's the caster.
And love how his crowning glory is to be the World Grand Prix. What a way to end your career or postpone it.
Try to do my best, and I get it. My objective for the World Grand Prix is very easy: get the win. My playstyle is very complex because I can adapt my playstyles to get the victory. It was the two best moments in my career. The first one when I joined the Team Revelation. The second one, it was when I won the DreamHack Tour in France. Two best moments with a lot of fun. I want to say thank you to everybody who support me. Follow your dream, follow your hobbies, stay strong for the future.
Mensu from Team Revelation, again, one of our own. Can't wait to see him perform. I mean, we've only seen him on the big stage a few times. This will be, I mean, he's already taken down a big World Circuit event.
And I want to say, it reminds me of my own journey. This man has participated in 2 tournaments this season actually, and he has won them both.
人生をかけているので負けません、絶対に。前回より会場が大きくなってより燃えます。勝った時の自分を想像してます。気持ちいいです。世界大会レベルになるとプレイングでは差をつけれないと思うのでデッキ選択で勝ちます。今回はスピック、ローテーション、アンリミテッドと3つのフォーマットがあって、それをこなせるのはやり込んだプレイヤーしかできないと思うので全力を尽くして立ち向かおうと思います。負ける気がしないですね。幕張で待ってるよ。
You know who he is, Kocha, the man to beat. He's done it once before. Can he do it again?
Can we just talk about that trophy from last year? Forget $1 million. Give me that thing.
I had the chance of hold that trophy in the backstage when we were getting ready for the World Grand Finals, and I have to say, Kocha, you better be ready, because this time the competition is tougher, but you gave me the best series in my life. I can't wait to see how you perform this year.
一番負けたくないプレイヤーは去年の世界大会のベスト8で負けてしまった紅茶選手です。今年こそは絶対に優勝したいと思ってます。世界大会に進めた一番の要因は練習だと思ってます。自分で時間を積み重ねて努力をしまくるしかないと自分は思っているので、1日何十時間もやってますね。練習量は世界大会行くメンバーの中でも負けないと思ってます。世界大会につながる最後のチャンスをものにできて2年連続世界大会に進んだのが僕と紅茶選手だけなんで、最も緊張にも慣れてると思うので優勝したいです。紅茶さん、決勝で待ってます。
Feg. You know, he's only gunning for Kocha ever since last year. The only other returning player from last year's World Grand Prix. He wants that rematch.
The amount of practice and dedication you have to make it all the way back from the gauntlet. Once again, a new season, a new way to qualify. And it was his last chance, and I gotta say, you did what I failed to do, so I can't wait to see.
I'm very excited to go to Japan soon, and I will try my best preparing for this event. 素晴らしいですね。I love Shadowverse. Evolution mechanic is very interesting, makes it so that every game is different. I look for lists on Twitter from Team Evolution that we share all together, and I start to include my own text and to see if I can improve the list to my playstyle. My goal for World Grand Prix is to reach at least top 4. I will be playing against the best player in the world, so it will be quite hard for me to reach the top, but I will try my best.
Ishiro, again, another one of our own team revelations. Hishiro, what an amazing player. We've seen him dominate near the end of this season, and he's on a huge run. Can't wait to see more.
That was a deep dab, too, on camera that he just did.
I'm reaching to the top.
He's ready. He's excited.
Ready to go. I love it. This is a moment of your life that you'll never repeat. Just taking it in.
I'm going to the World Grand Prix to win, nothing less. I will do my best, so I just don't want to lose to anyone. Shadowverse is really great game, and the way I met an entire community and made a lot of friends. Everyone was very friendly, willing to teach me a lot about the game, and I think that's part of the reason why I improved very quickly. Of course, we all want to win, but regardless, we're all very good friends. We will be happy for whoever wins. I hope everyone watches the World Grand Prix, and just hope everyone has a good time.
Essia, another member, the final member of Team Tempo Storm, another crowd favorite, guys. Give it up in chat. All of our players, you guys should be giving it up in chat right now. Essia, one of the longest standing competitors from the European scene. Excellent competitor.
Yeah, and I have to say, one of the nicest people in the entire community, always willing to help. And all he's missing is actually one win in his career.
さあこの24名の中から世界一の称号を手にするのは一体誰なのか。
This is an
世界
intense
一の
moment
男
for
を決
all
める
of them.
戦い、シャドーバースワールドグランプリ
Actually, it's an
2018。
intense moment
この
even
後
for me.
いよい
I'm
よ
shaking on my seat looking at how much talent is in that line, how much dedication, practice, tons and tons of hours of repetitive actions, and it's just incredible to see all of them there.
Absolutely.
本日はシャドーバースワールドグランプリ2018 Day1 の模様をここ幕張メッセよりお届けいたします。本大会のですね、実況解説を務めさせていただきます。
Welcome back to the viewing party, everybody. I hope you guys very much enjoyed that intro sequence and the first look at all of our competitors for the week. Again, I am joined here by Akamara Red and Ignitius. Guys, this is shaping up to be probably the biggest, if not the most amazing tournament Shadowverse has ever had.
Oh yeah, seeing all those players in a line right there, like cemented that fact in my brain. I'm like, this is gonna be an insane competition.
Yeah, and so much to talk about. I mean, it's gonna be a full day of matches, a full day of formats, and I can't wait to get started. I'm already here at the edge of my seat. I want to see the best plays of the entire year being pulled at the stage at the World Grand Prix.
So let's talk about the biggest thing about the format that we didn't cover yet. The simple fact that Unlimited and Take-Two, 4 rounds of it, 2 of each, before the rotation rounds. What does that mean for a player, Aka?
So what that means is if you don't have the knowledge or control over rotation, Take-Two and Unlimited, that means you can start with an 0-4 and your tournament could essentially be over. You don't make it to day 2 if you start as an 0-4. Also, your tiebreakers will not be too good, which means your dream can end there.
It's a really great thing that in this World Grand Prix tournament, you have to be a master at every facet of Shadowverse to make it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the world stage. Again, this is the biggest competition that Shadowverse has ever had. That's why they're giving out $1 million for first place. I can't state that enough. We've been talking about it all year. It will finally happen at the end of this weekend, where one of these young competitors will walk home with probably the biggest payday of their lives.
We can see here the players on the screen that we've just seen, all of them looking very intense and very ready to go.
Yeah, look at this lineup, the amount of talent. I mean, winners of DreamHack events, winners of World Circuit events, winners of Rage, thousands and thousands of players that they beat to get here, and they're all reunited in the same room, and they cannot wait to start playing.
That's right. And again, talking about the formats, they will have submitted different decks for day 1 and day 2. Not necessarily different, but at least different lineups. 2 deck no ban for first day, 3 deck no ban for the second day. So they're going to have to be prepared against the biggest competitors of their lives so far.
Plus, it's from different regions as well, different play styles, different communities. It's going to be interesting to see how they all collide.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and how do you choose who's going to win, right? We have that choice, and it's very difficult.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do we go for our favorite player? Do we go for the strongest player? Do we go for the one with the most amount of merit on their career? I mean, it is so difficult. Feg, obviously, Kocha, returning players. I had the opportunity to see them play. Not necessarily played against Feg, but I know Jay-Z played against Feg. I remember an iconic moment of him getting to us and saying, oh, Feg is so good. He's such a good player. I've never had that taste of playing against someone so good.
That's right. And again, the format here that we have covered with you guys. And again, like Aka said earlier, all of these players had to submit both days of worth of their decks all at the beginning. So they're all locked in. All they have left to do is play.
Yeah, so that means you have to have your homework done, right? You can't adapt mid-tournament. If the meta, you witness it day 1, you can't change for day 2. So that means our players have to have a very big knowledge of all the formats and all the deck lists that could be possibly played.
Oh yeah, this tournament definitely rewards the prepared.
Absolutely, and one of your favorite decks is going to take the main stage in rotation, at least in day 1. Igni, talk about it.
Yeah, Ramp Dragoncraft, extremely powerful deck right now, and lots of players are bringing it, so I'm excited to see how that works out in the tournament itself. And really excited to see some great games and improve my own Ramp Dragoncraft gameplay by watching all these competitors play.
Yeah, and my horse is Essia. I actually voted for Tempo Storm's Essia, and he's the only player that brought Forest in rotation.
He said he wasn't going to show any favoritism.
And I'm sorry I wasn't going to show favoritism, but Essia bringing Forest is one of the models that I follow once Forest is in debate, and I can't wait to see him showing everyone how Forest is good, or perhaps
he's
even
the only player. He's the only player. I thought it was actually going to be as big, if not bigger, than Shadow come, just because I've seen so many people bringing Forest, at least in our region, for the last couple of tournaments before the World Grand Prix. But yeah, the only player to bring Forest Craft, and who better to champion it than Essia?
The Forest main himself, you know, and bringing that in to this tournament, I'm excited to see how it works out. There goes the prize again. $1 million US first place prize.
That's right. So players will at least be leaving with $1,000 and their free trip over to Japan, as well as the experience. Top prize, $1 million. Once you get to top 8, every match is worth a year's worth of pay on top of itself until you get to that million, which is more than a couple of years worth of pay, I think.
Yeah, more than a couple.
Just to put it in perspective, third place is actually the same amount of prize that Kocha last year won. So essentially, if you get third place, you get as much as the last year's champion. From that on, it's just you just win more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't wait to see how Shadowverse has been or is going to grow over the course of the next few years. I mean, it's been bigger and bigger every single year in the West. I can't imagine it's going to slow down. We're going to have more and more live events. So if you guys want to get out there and play, make sure you guys are checking out the ShadowverseOpen.com. Make sure you guys are getting involved with the game. We'll be back next year early so that you guys can start registering for the online events as well as the World Circuit events to get your chance to win possibly more than $1 million or possibly $1 million like this year.
Yeah, $1 million. I can't even imagine what I'd do with that.
I mean, buy more Shadowverse cards, right? Yeah. Keep playing. Keep winning.
Packs.
And the journey, we have to remind ourselves that you're flying all over the world, right? Playing Shadowverse, playing your favorite card game. And the amount of friends that you meet, all of these players are saying, I want to get friends, I want to meet the community, I want to play against the best. And it's just such a fun and joy to just play the game and meet so many new people.
Definitely. I mean, the community of Shadowverse is one of my favorite things about the game itself, just being able to meet all these friendly faces.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the biggest experiences that we've all been talking about throughout the entire year, right? Is the fact that all these live events have started bringing the communities together. The teammates finally get to meet each other. Me as a caster, I get to meet everybody, and it's super fun. You know what I mean? We have, I mean, the Contenders Cup. We partied for 2 days after the tournaments, and even though there's a rivalry with everybody playing and competing against each other, they all still come together. They all still share information. It's one of the nicest, most open communities I've ever seen in any game.
We have our pairings here, looks like, for the unlimited rounds. What are you thinking about these so far?
I like that there's not necessarily a mirror yet between the Western players, so that means that we can start with the right foot on, and I would hate to see Menso versus Ishiro or something like teammates starting the tournament, such an important start. As I mentioned before, tiebreakers are extremely important. I qualified only because of tiebreakers. Just to have a perspective, 5-3 could perhaps make it to day 2. It depends on how the other tiebreakers go. But essentially, you're safe at 6-2. So all our players want to start with a 1-off, with a 1-0 lead, and just from there on, just focus. And what a way to start Unlimited. The widest format we have in Shadowverse, and it's all over the place. I mean, we have so many archetypes, so many different decks, almost all classes being represented in this tournament. So I really like this meta, and I think Omen of the 10 is a good way to end the year.
Absolutely. I mean, you see the deck list, they were posted online already. We got Seraph, we got Tenko, we got Dragon, we got Blood, Forest, Roach, obviously.
We've got Daria, we've got D-Shift. What's interesting to me is the most popular deck isn't mid-range Shadowcraft in Unlimited. It's actually Seraph Haven for this tournament, which kind of blew me away. I didn't even know it was on people's radars, but apparently it's the biggest one on the radar. So much so that even in the Haven decks that people are playing, they're bringing Fall from Grace to counter Seraph decks, so they were predicting this to happen.
Oh yeah, it is very good, especially with City of Gold and the 1 countdown amulets, being able to counter mid-range Shadowcraft and the aggressive decks in Unlimited, and then essentially having a solid win con you can really rely on come turn 8-9.
That's honestly the most interesting thing about this tournament, is that the last time we saw Unlimited being this competitive was a long time ago. It wasn't even Omen of the 10. So now we have this new format, this new approach that players can take, and it's interesting to see that Japan, Europe, PAM, all of them have come together and understood what the meta looks like and what I should be playing, and I can't wait to reminisce and go back to Mid Shadow to see some Red Dragon once again, to see Roach Forest, Essia also bringing Roach Forest. So I'm excited to see, and I can't wait to talk about it.
And I'm really a big fan of these pairings so far. Most of the pairings are people from different regions playing against each other, which is, I think, what the world stage should be all about.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what it would be like. You finally get out to Japan, you've been playing with your teammate for months and months and months and months and months, and then all of a sudden, you play against your teammate. The first round, it's one of the most important rounds in the tournament, as we talked about, because of the setup, right? Unlimited into Take 2. Your first rounds just mean so much, and they are the hardest formats, so to speak, because these players haven't practiced all year round for Take 2 and for Unlimited. They had to prep for this day alone. So yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see what breaks through here. I'm excited to see that none of the players had to team kill essentially at the very beginning of the tournament. So I'm excited.
Yeah, it's a very open field, very recent field as well. The mini expansion obviously hitting recently. So Take-Two got changed a bit, Unlimited got changed a lot, Rotation got changed too.
Oh, yeah.
But at least for Rotation, we got to see Rage, we got to see a couple of tournaments. The Crucible obviously giving that important experience. And out of the Crucible that I got to watch, I think Essia came out very strong. That's one of the reasons why I voted for him. And interestingly enough, Grumjan, on the other hand, struggled a bit with Shadows, so much that I think he's not even bringing it for Rotation. So it's interesting to see how our players are adapting to that, and I want to see how they fare in the field.
Let's see if you can overcome that pressure in this tournament. This is probably the most important tournament of the year. If you're going to overcome your weaknesses, this is the place to do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tournament, and I really feel like, again, the stage that we've set, the precedent that we've set, you have to be good at everything. I can't even express how much it's going to challenge these players. We even saw in the Contenders Cup and the Crucible leading up to this, how much sweat, how much it looked like these players were breaking down in these long, hard formats against just competitors that they're somewhat used to playing against. Now they have to fly across the world. They have to play against the toughest competition. They have to do it. It's an endurance run. It's going to be 10-hour days, 2 days in a row if you make it to day 2. And you're playing the hardest matches, with maybe not even being fully prepared against the style of play that they're playing against. Aka, you can speak to that last year. Players playing differently based on their archetypes than you would see in your region, and it gave you an edge.
Absolutely. One of the fun things about this tournament is you get to play across your opponent. You can see their reaction. And if you play an aggressive deck or an aggressive archetype and you trade a bit more, they get confused, or sometimes they are not even prepared to deal with that playstyle. And it's very crucial to see how our players adapt to that. For the first time ever this year, we got the LAN events and we got that experience that's so important for a world tournament, I feel. And I think our players are ready, and I think they're prepared for that. So I can't wait to see how they fare in their first round. Again, very important. I saw some difficult matchups there, some Rage champions playing against our own players, but let's be honest, they have to. Eventually, they'll play against their own players from their own community or the strongest players in the world.
I think every region was really grinding this competitive year. I saw lots of cross-region small tournaments trying to ramp up their training for the World Grand Prix. Everyone tried their hardest from every region to prepare for this tournament, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like you said, Aka, people are going to have to be playing against other players that they know, especially everybody's so afraid to play against Kocher. I mean, for good reason. But to be honest, they will have to face against tough competition, regardless if it's from the West, the East, wherever. Teammates will eventually have to clash, friends will have to clash, and ultimately there can only be one winner at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's important to feel the environment, feel the room. It's important to be with your friends. I'm glad that our players are very close together, because in those difficult moments, I started with an 0-2 score. It's very difficult. I remember Jay-Z as well started 0-2, so we were both very down, but we had the support of our friends. And then Take-Two kicked in, and Jay-Z 3-0'd it, and I 2-1 it. And that gave us the confidence to make it to day 2. After that, we didn't lost a single round in rotation, and we make it all the way across for day 2. So I think that this change in format could be a fresh air, and our players should take advantage of that. Even if you're 0-2 in Unlimited, it's fine. You're never going to have to deal with Unlimited again. Just think about Take-Two, focus. And that's honestly what I love about this Swiss round format, is that you have a clean slate every 2 rounds.
And that shows like the importance of these different formats as well, and being good at them, because it can also change your entire attitude, as you said, if you do poorly in one and do well in the other.
That's right, guys. All right, so we are going to be loading up for our first game very shortly here. Caster versus Potwasher. So we get to see Potwasher on the first round of the day. We get to see if he can move on through Caster on the Unlimited format. Again, Potwasher, one of the strongest players we have in the West. Don't know his Unlimited playstyle too much, though. We've only seen mostly rotation from him all year round. So again, this is the stage. We get to see what these players are made of.
He's up against Caster from ESG, also an extremely strong player from Korea, Team ESG. Both players from Korea from the same team, both teammates. So they probably shared some pretty spicy techs. Let's see how they go into the round.
That's right. So coming up soon, guys, as well, like we said. So just waiting for the players to get seated. Of course, they've got to get their soundproof headsets on. They've got to make sure that everything is good. All of their options are set. as we know. Aka, talk a little bit about that. Kind of set the stage for our players that aren't used to these big events. What's it like getting into the booth and playing live against another Shadowverse player?
Yeah, so it's actually very interesting. They call you one by one. They say your name and who your opponent is, so you go to your own table. And then once you put those headphones on, white noise, very loud white noise, and it helps you focus, helps you keep calm and collected, helps you get into the mindset of playing the game. And you see your opponent on the other side also uncomfortable because the first experience of white noise is a bit hard. But then from then on, the staff is like, what deck do you want to pick? What's your choice? And then from then on, it's just like you just hoping your deck gives you the cards you want, and you just want to make sure you do a good job because you know everyone in the world will be looking at your play.
Good old-fashioned Shadowverse after that point, hey? You get over the tournament nerves, and you just want to play the best game you can.
Yeah, I had to play Chichin on round 1 in the Japanese stream. So I was like, oh, maybe if I screw up, right? If I mess up, the Japanese players and the Japanese audience will be like, why is he at the World Grand Prix? Why is he here making all these mistakes? So it was very nerve-wracking, but I think that over the year, we gained a lot more experience. We're used to this sort of exposure. I mean, I was at my home playing Shadowverse, and then all of a sudden I'm in Japan, millions of people watching. I remember side game staff telling me, oh, there were 2 million Japanese audience call. They were like, Aka, Aka, go Aka. And I was like, oh, wow, that's intense. I didn't even realize that.
That must feel pretty good.
Yep. It's what we play for, right? We want that intense moment, that intense feeling. And being a viewer or being in the audience is actually more nerve-wracking. I'm a bit more uncomfortable than actually playing because it's not in my control. If I lose or I win, I know I did a good job. But being a viewer, you're here and being very emotional, seeing the top of your deck and seeing, oh, I hope he draws this. I hope he draws this. Meanwhile, I'm in the game and like assessing the board state, not even realizing much of what's going on. But it's definitely going to be a fun experience for all of us.
That's true, and like we saw earlier in the videos of just all of the players, these players, some of them, they're used to the competition, they're used to the hot seat, they're used to the intensity, and that can give them an edge in a tournament like this. I know if you guys have followed the Shadowverse Open, we talk about this a lot when you go to the live events for the first time. We just heard a little bit from Akamara Red as well. When you sit down the first time, you're just like, what's going on? Where am I? These lights, the heat. What's going on right now? What can I do? What can't I do? What can I say? What can I, that kind of a feeling. And then some of these players are used to the lights. They're used to the intensity. They expect that intensity to force their opponents to make mistakes, and they just try to outlive those mistakes and not make any of their own. So, yeah, like I said, very intense day that we have. The competitors, some of them ready. Some of them might get a little bit more ready as the tournament proceeds, but we should have fierce competition nonetheless.
Yeah, and we have an opportunity here to see the unlimited lists for caster as well as pot washer. So we see here mid-range Shadow. It's been a while since we last saw this format. And Cerberus and Aisha there, as well as Osiris, inclusions to the old school style of mid-range Shadow.
Interestingly enough as well, 3 of Disciple of Silence. I was not really expecting that. Like, what do you think of that card in this kind of list?
Yeah, it's just showing us that decks are getting more and more flexible, hoping that the field is so wide and open that I have to be prepared for everything, as well as Usher of Sticks, which is a very value-oriented card. Right. So I'm ready to play against control, I'm ready to play against aggression, and I'm ready to play against mid-range. It's a wide field, so players want to be ready for it.
And here we have his Seraph Havencraft as well. 3 Seraphs. Now, interestingly, this runs also 3 Holy Sentinels in Unlimited. That's what I love about Unlimited. You can see all these cards that we haven't seen in a long time or haven't really even seen play when they were meta in rotation. Now in Unlimited, they have a chance to shine with all the cards they get to interact with.
Can we just say spicy? Holy Sentinel? I haven't seen that card in a deck in so long. And I love the new benefit in Unlimited, especially Unlimited, because of all the 1 countdown amulets that City of Gold can add to your deck. The Forbidden Ritual being a card that basically Haven never had access to fight against the Shadow Menace when it was in rotation back in the day. Now it has a 3-drop, essentially Themis' Decree against Shadow and the other aggro decks.
And not just that, but in this deck in particular, the deck now has mana ramp with Marwyn being able to get to Statute Seraph much faster.
Yeah, and that's one of the things why Marwyn in rotation doesn't shine too much. It's that you're not ramping play points into your important cards. But here, you're not only ramping into Seraph, but also Alexia. Let's remind ourselves it's 7 play points. So now it curves so well into Seraph, and Seraph will always stay there for you to win the game, obviously, which means that damage reduction can be what they need to establish Seraph safely. We've been talking about it in the backstage about how Seraph can be very hard to deploy, but with Alexiel on curve, that is a good way to go.
That's right. Now we have Pot Washer's aggro dragon list. So since we saw the adjustment to the Hippogriff Rider, It's no longer in the deck. Instead, it looks like he's replaced it with Poseidon, even heavier costed card to help him finish out the game with. It can also be a 2-drop 1/3 ward, which is very strong in its own right. But yeah, everything else from this list looks pretty much unchanged. Lots of 1-drops looking to go for the gut early.
I was going to say, on the other side of the coin here, we just saw Seraph Havencraft, and now we have this one going all face all the time.
Yep.
Here we go.
One of the interesting additions of Poseidon that helps a lot is against Mid Shadow. Mid Shadow is one of those decks that does a lot with combat, and having that 1/3 ward on the accelerate could be very important to protect your important cards like Aina. It's very hard for Shadow to deal 5 damage on a single follower. So I think Potwasher here is definitely the aggressive player. He wants to be on the board very fast. He wants to control the trades as to avoid and stop the value generation of decks like Seraph and mid-range Shadow.
It's also a bit of a safety, right? Like if it doesn't go all according to plan and it goes a bit later than you'd like, at least you have that big Poseidon void to land down on the board.
Yeah, it's very interesting choice to me. I've played Aggro Dragon in Unlimited, and I've never felt that when I got to 8, I wanted to, stall or like do something crazy like that. But you know what? I mean, it's a new choice. Again, Hippogriff Rider is out, so need to fill that hole with something else. Poseidon is his choice.
And of course, Potwasher also bringing mid-range Shadowcraft, a much different build than we saw from Caster, though.
Yeah, and we start noticing a trend in Unlimited, a lot more one-offs, a lot more two-offs, bigger lists, a lot more options, because the collection is so big now, there's so much flexibility. You want to adapt to any game plan, and depending on your opening hand, you can go aggressive or defensive. And I really like the addition of Cerberus as well as the Disciple. I think it's a very important card against most threats. Roach in particular is something that comes to mind. You need that defensive option. Death's Breath also very important. And Aisha, just to finish it off. Some players like Tyrant, others like Aisha. Some don't even play a win condition, but I think it's important. With decks like Haven and Dragon being in the field, you have to have a way to win your own game.
Can I just say I miss Phantom Howl?
Yeah.
Can I just say I miss that card? I mean, we're in Unlimited. You can play anything you want one-ofs or not. No Phantom Howls. It makes me sad. I mean, it makes sense. It's not better than, a lot of the cards you can play in Unlimited now, but I miss that card.
And interestingly enough, this list doesn't run Orthrus as well, which seems like a really staple card for mid-range Shadowcraft in rotation, but Unlimited, maybe not good enough.
Or even more interesting, no Prince Catacombs. So instead of being resilient, proposing boards every turn, is instead opting for a more mid-range approach, what we traditionally think of mid-range as efficient stats and efficient curve plays.
Yeah, more tempo early into a mid-game that doesn't necessarily need to flood the board, but can in certain scenarios with Cerberus and things like that, into just very strong finishing engines with Aisha, Ektar, stuff like that. Death's Breath, I mean, Death's Breath, Zombie Party, Ektar, all these cards can do just so much work on their own. So realistically, you don't really need Prince Catacomb, you know what I mean? You can still fill up boards without it.
There they are at the desks, ready to go. Game face is on. The intensity in that room, you can kind of feel it from here.
Yeah, I gotta say, both players look very composed, look very calm. You can definitely tell they're used to being in this situation, being recorded, being under the lights. Can also note there how he has his jacket, I believe. It seems to be Potwasher's jacket, getting comfortable, and I think both players are now thinking, what should I start with? Going through their matchups in their mind. Particular note that you cannot bring your deck lists to the table, so you have to have in mind what your opponent is running, as well as tech cards.
If you notice, even hand warmers, water, like anything that can just keep them straight, focused on the game, not worry about anything. This is going to be a match to watch. Again, this is the first match that we're going into. Aka, Igni, take us away with the action.
First up, we have Caster playing his Seraph Havencraft up against the Aggro Dragoncraft from Potwasher. Look at this new stage, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is epic. We're in the arena now. The Coliseum is open, everyone. Let's just join and enjoy the show. And I see here, the opening hand for Caster is very strong.
Yeah. Globe of Star Wars, of course, very strong. And in the deck in general, you don't even need a 2-drop because you can just pass for City of Gold. But, having these called Ardia in hand is always great to get that fuel in the mid-game.
Yep. As for Potwasher, Servant, Disciple, and Ayala, though that's a very good curve. However, it's not a lot of storm in that hand, and I think you have to be more aggressive than your opponent. So that's what he's thinking about. Do I want to curve well, or do I want to see the other options? And Ayala will ramp you into those Poseidons and Fortes.
And Disciple is not really a 1-drop you want to play on 1 as well. So you have to keep in mind that maybe he's trying to fetch an Ivory Dragon or a Goblin instead. And going second is Aggro Dragon as well. Not the ideal situation here.
This is a very curious option for Bot Washer. Does it go for the one drop as you mentioned, or does it save it for the synergy or combo? You have to keep in mind your opponent is running a very heavy control deck, so it is unlikely for your servant to survive, and you obviously don't want to expose that Ayala. So I'm very interested. This will dictate the playstyle of Pot Washer, and I expect Caster to react to that.
So he held it.
Yeah, so Pot Washer understanding that the game is going to take a bit of time. I have the Forte on my hand. I need more turns. I have a lot of damage from hand, but I need this game to last a little bit longer. He has time. I mean, Seraph takes a really long time to win games.
Although with Marwyn now ramping up your play points, it takes far less than it used to. And the City of Gold getting out there with that invocation effect, being able to be played even though it's in your deck, extremely powerful as well, and activating all the amulets that your deck runs. Firelink here on turn 2.
This puts a lot more pressure on your opponent. City of Gold is one of the new cards for the Unlimited Haven decks, and it is a very oppressive card. You have a shorter clock than normal, so you have to keep that in mind. And Pot Washer, again, as mentioned before, keeping the combo in his hand. That's why you kept that Disciple. And now going for the Vlan, a very hard follower to deal with. Usually you get that chip damage, and it's very important so that you can then finish the game. As for Caster here, just wants to set up, either has to choose between Arya or Moriai, and seeing how the strong turn for Pot Washer is 6 or 5 with Aina and Forte, he definitely wants to save that Moriai for a more important turn.
Absolutely. He also has the Heretical Inquiry in hand, which is just a nice single target removal that you can play whenever you're in trouble. And that's the power of the Seraph Havencraft nowadays with the City of Gold. You have the Forbidden Rituals, you have the Heretical Inquiries, you can deal with wide boards like this and you don't have to be too scared. So for Pot, I think it's about trying to put as much pressure as possible before all these removals come online.
Yeah, I really like how Pot Washer set up this game plan so far. He knows Marwyn is a very strong option for Caster, pops that Arya, but going wide here helps him prevent that powerful tempo play, and then helps him stay in the game so that he doesn't go too far behind and allow Seraph to stay comfortable and dictating trades.
Right, and forcing Caster to try and be more reactive and not be able to push his own game plan of playing Marwyn and the rest of it, it's going to be in Pot Washer's favor as the game progresses.
Yeah, and before ending the turn, it's just making sure that he understands what his next turn is like. This turn was very obvious, but now he drew 2 cards, which means there's a lot more options there, and I really like how Pot Washer is taking his time to understand what his next turn is going to be like, because you want to give as less information as you can to your opponent.
Hey man, you got the time, you might as well use it, right? Especially when you're on this stage, you want to make sure you have thought of every possible avenue of play so that you're not making any mistakes, and that's the big thing in this tournament, because the players are so strong, you make any mistake and they will pounce on you.
Yeah, fun experience of playing Storm Dragon is actually is counting how much damage you can do on how many turns. You just want to maximize and be as efficient as you can with it.
Going into Caster's turn now, the Seraph has been drawn, so the game plan is in sight. Would you just play Marwyn here and try and get there as fast as possible? Looks like he's considering it.
Yeah, it's difficult. As I mentioned before, Marwyn costs you the Moriai setup, but as Caster has already showed us before, he wants to save those Moriais for Dragon's turn 6, as there's no ramp yet. But Ayala can change that map really quickly.
But another Marwyn drawn. Looks like the Seraph is going to come down pretty quickly.
And very important draw, it can set up the Moriai that we mentioned before, and it can actually pop it on the same turn. So we expect Pot Washer to have to spend a turn dealing with his double 4/4s, and that could be what Caster needs to keep the board clear into the Seraph turn.
The Omen of Repose made such a difference in this deck for Seraph Havencraft, really pushing the deck over the edge to become extremely powerful. If you can get your win condition that wins you the game flat out as fast as possible, of course that becomes true.
Yeah, and one of the ways this Dragon deck struggles is it actually has very high cost cards that can end the game, as well as low cost cards. If you ramp them, it's not as effective as ramping Ramp Dragon, as the name says, because you need a lot of time to develop your board. So you rather have slower turns where you play your early game drops and then play the big drops. So if you ramp this Aggro Dragon into 8 play points, they're not playing powerful cards as traditional Ramp Dragon.
And looks like on Caster's next turn, if he ramps with the Marwyn, he'll play Seraph the turn after. An extremely fast drop of Instantiate Seraph to try and finish the game as quickly as possible. And I don't believe Pot Washer's running any answers to a Seraph dropped early.
The only answer is to try and win the game before it actually resolves. But something to keep in mind, Pot Washer kept that Whisper, very important, expecting Marwyn or Delafille is present in some decks, which Caster is actually running 2 of. So he has the Moriai option or theoretical if he wants to, but I expect him to save those cards for those Fortes, which are very hard to deal with.
And since if you're going to play Marwyn here anyway, you might as well play the Moriai to get the draw.
I think he's thinking between Bejeweled Priestess and the Moria. It's about keeping your cards, keeping your Moriais hidden can also be important, not allowing Potwasher to know when they're going to proc or stop the Forte. Most importantly for Caster, in my opinion, is to actually stop the Forte development. And if you have a Marwyn on the field, that's very important. Very good.
I actually quite like this. All Caster has to do at this point is survive, and by removing as much as possible at this point in the game, makes it a lot harder for Potwasher to assemble his chip damage, and then you can play the Seraph and win that way.
Yeah, and you know Potwasher has Whisper. However, if they're developing Whisper, they're not developing anything else outside of Forte, so that could be where you want to be, and only allowing Potwasher to play one follower every turn.
I think that's worth it, right? Do you take the evolve here? The timer's kind of running out, though.
Interesting. So one of the reasons not to evolve is because he has better targets to evolve, which is hard to think of it. I would just like to go full tempo to develop a Seraph, but I think he has a different game plan. He might not even play Seraph.
Yeah, he might go a little bit slower, but I was going to say that if he evolved here, definitely he's playing Seraph the turn after, but now with this, I'm not so sure.
And here Potwasher just wants to block the Seraph, just get a big enough board that makes Caster struggle. So playing Forte, a card like Forte, could be what he wants to go for, just to stop Caster from playing that Seraph.
Draw first. He's a competitive player after all. He knows how it's done.
There we go.
I know, coming out.
Similar style to Forte, just develop a very strong follower so that they cannot play their 8-point amulet.
Easy picket, tremble and cower. Stop!
That's a lot of damage that Caster took there, and you can see his body reaction immediately, always keeping close to his own body, thinking about, was that right choice? Was that a right choice to not evolve? I mean, it is one of the mindsets you can have. It's just holding your evos for more important turns, but now he might struggle a bit to recover from this board state.
Right, because it added 1 damage from the follower itself, plus the additional damage from Aina as well. That's a lot of pressure that he now has to deal with. I think he was hoping for maybe a Forbidden Ritual there to play into Heretical Inquiry then, but no such luck.
So let's see. Has Moria with Star Torrent. That could be what he needs.
I think he has a clear if he really wants to, but that's a lot of resources to spend on this board when Potwasher still has so much fuel in hand.
So here he has to decide, do I try to win this game by controlling my opponent's threats, or do I actually need the Seraph? Because spending your Star Torrents means that Seraph is a lot slower than normal, but it's about clearing the board or saving those resources for later.
It's tough. I think Potwasher really put the pressure on here. And now I'm really questioning Caster's decision to not evolve last turn, but maybe, like you said, he probably has a different game plan at this point.
Because sometimes it's not about playing into your opponent's cards, it's actually making them play those cards, like Whisper, and therefore stopping their play point development.
Thinking about the Holy Centennial here just to get the defensive option out.
There we go. Protecting himself from future Fortes and Ainas, and I expect him to then play Moriai before the Star Torrent. Not even just the
just double Star Torrent.
Just clearing and very good use of their evil point there. Not evolving last turn, but evolving this turn and making Marwyn survive.
What's scary here though is that even though Caster has established the ward here, we know that Potwasher still has a White Frost Whisper in hand. We can get through this pretty okay.
And also, Poseidon is a very powerful card. Potwasher has a lot of resources. Marwyn has drawn both players' cards, so Potwasher can actually change his game plan, and that's what he does. He has a very good assessment by Potwasher, so I expect the Disdainful Rending to completely dominate this board and make Haven struggle now. And Potwasher is comfortable having Caster spend those spells because he knows that Seraph cannot be popped very early.
It's a double-edged sword with Marwyn, right? You want to get to your Seraph as soon as possible, but now you've given Potwasher the ability to play Poseidon for 8 with the Evolve.
And here he's thinking about which damage distribution does he want to do with Rending. I would be very surprised to see him leaving Marwyn up and playing the Disciple instead. But I think it's about keeping a 5 health, 4 health, 2 health, 3 health. It's just going through his mind every card that Caster is playing, or all the removal spells that Caster is playing.
I do like this. Doing out Poseidon so that no followers get taken down by a potential Forbidden Ritual.
with Poseidon development, you're usually expecting to miss the Prix, which Potwasher has a beautiful hand to follow up with. It just has a lot of gas, a lot of resources, has Dragon Summoner, has a Forte that you can establish as well, and just keeping Caster off that Seraph development is where Potwasher wants to be.
Sadly, no Themis for Caster in hand right now. And with only 2 City of Golds, maybe not having the sufficient amount of Amulet reduction as well. A lot of these cards in his hand have more than 1 countdown as well, so he can't flood his board too much and get the effects immediately, which is kind of a problem here for him.
Yeah, this is where the development of Moriai is very important when you play Haven. It's one of the most important cards you need to set up, one of the hardest ones to play with as well. So here Caster might have to spend even more Amulet to count down the Prix, more reduction for the countdown of Amulets.
Diamond or black diamond.
This jewelry for you is...
We're seeing how Potwasher is being rewarded for actually playing Poseidon in this list. It's a very hard card to deal with. Perhaps he was expecting Haven, a lot of Haven in the format, and Poseidon is a fantastic card. Just spends so many resources for Caster to actually still be in this game.
I think it's still kind of a gamble though, right? Like you said, there is Themis in the deck. It's kind of unfortunate that Caster wasn't able to find it.
And that was a miss on the 50-50 of removing Poseidon. Leaving this Poseidon up could represent lethal for Potwasher.
Ooh, and it's getting close.
There we go.
Yeah, that's it. He's got the Scythers in hand as well.
Beautifully played that Potwasher, beautifully navigated, just stopped the Seraph on 8. And it's one of the reasons why in the West we're not big fans of that style of deck, because we are very used to denying their development.
It's an interesting lines of play from Caster there, ramping up to the Seraph so quickly, but then not being able to play it because Potwasher edged him out of that opportunity.
Yeah, Potwasher, beautiful punish on the double Morrowind play, and also keeping that Whisper, very important. Baited Caster into not evolving, that could have changed the game. As you mentioned before, Potwasher gained 2 damage from that non-Evo on Morrowind, and he had exact lethal, so always keep that in mind, folks. If you are playing aggro dragon, take your time, count how much damage you can do, and set up your Inas and Fortis as best as you can.
It's just math. Damage plus damage plus damage equals you winning the game. And Caster, with this kind of slow, control-y style of deck, didn't find a lot of his efficient removals, like Themis Decree, and at the end of the day, wasn't able to win it out there.
And that's why the addition of Poseidon is crucial. Poseidon is a card that can actually 1-for-1 Themis. You force your opponent to play Themis Decree, and you're not even spending as many cards as they did. So what happened there is Potwasher actually had a bigger hand than Caster, because Caster had to play multiple spells to deal with the threats on Potwasher's side. So we see now that Potwasher has mid-range Shadow, and in his shoes I'd be a bit comfortable, because mid-range Shadow Mirror or mid-range Shadow against Haven could be 2 matchups that Potwasher is very comfortable with.
It depends, I think, on whether or not Caster can draw that Forbidden Ritual on time in that mid-range Shadowcraft matchup. That's probably the most important card in that matchup against mid-range Shadowcraft, is that Forbidden Ritual. I feel like if you get that on time, the Seraph Havencraft can win that pretty easily.
Yeah, and it's about getting those important cards off the mulligan. So it's a very tricky, hard mulligan to pull off when you play Haven, because you want your amulets so you can reduce their costs as much as you can, but you also want your win conditions as well as your Morrowinds. So it's a very hard deck to navigate to pilot, and I expect players at the World Grand Prix to be ready for it. And I'm not surprised by this pick. I think Caster just wants to get off with his Haven, so he avoids the mirror.
I think this is a pretty good matchup for Havencraft as well, but trying to get the confidence back, you know, it's a lot about attitude as well in these kinds of things. You're going on for a long day. You don't want to take a bunch of L's in a row.
And we see here not a very good hand for Potwasher, as well as for Caster. No globe on turn 1.
No globe.
Very fantastic card to have. Keep your gas, and I mean, we'll see here a development by Potwasher. I think he has to adapt and go a bit slower than normal.
I like to see that hard mulligan from Caster as well, just digging for that Forbidden Ritual as much as possible. So important in this matchup.
Yep. For Potwasher side, we had a lot of 2-drops, a lot of 1-drops. Skull Beast, obviously being open in limited, definitely an important card. Outside of that, Belinus, Andrialphus, Lady Grey, a lot of options that you can still draw into. So I'm kind of curious to see which player is on the draw and which player is on the play. And I think they'll try to establish their gameplay based on that.
I'm really excited to see how this Disciple of Silence performs. That's a card I have not really seen a lot of in rotation, and Unlimited, though, looks like it might just be a powerhouse. Both players running 3 of in their lists.
Yeah, and Limited has a lot more Storm, both Sword, Forest, as well as Dragon, have a lot of storm options, it's a very important card for those matchups. Not necessarily this one, where Haven isn't going to do a lot of combat damage, but it's still a very beefy follower. It has 4 health, very hard for Haven to deal with a 4
And
health
doesn't
follower.
cost a lot for that kind of a defensive follower.
Yeah, also very flexible, can be enhanced, so presenting a more mid-range threat. So that's what I really like about Pot Washer's deck list, is that it's very flexible, has a bit of everything, has board presence with Cerberus, Death's Breath, Ektar obviously, but also has those defensive options in the Disciple, as well as Lurching Corpse. I miss that card so much.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Looks like Pot is taking quite a bit of time here to think through his turns. Again, you got the time, might as well use it. Make sure you consider every avenue of play.
Yeah, thinking about his curve, how do I want to curve, which 2-drops should I play, which 2-drops should I not play, thinking about Belinus or Lurching Corpse, and Death's Breath is a very important card for Haven, another card that can 1-for-1 Themis.
Globe of the Starways off the top on turn 1.
This is a fantastic curve. He has Arya after City of Gold, so I expect an open pass once again. Has Blackened Scripture into Inquiry if he so desires. So Pot Washer not having a lot of resiliency in his boards could actually be what Caster needs to do and remove all of it.
Only thing he's missing is the Ritual, right? Like if he draws that, this looks like pretty comfortable for Caster.
On the other hand, no Seraph yet, but he still has a lot of time. Back Glove, those Moriais will all draw multiple cards.
And no Marwyn in hand, too. How do you feel about ramping against mid-range Shadowcraft in this matchup? Do you think they can take advantage of that play point?
Not necessarily. I mean, their curve isn't very big, only topping at Ektar and Death's Breath. Also, they play a lot of 2-drops, which means they always play multiple spells on a turn. So having 8 play points or 9 play points isn't necessarily where Shadow wants to be. Perhaps against Aisha, but they're ramping in Shadows to play Aisha, not necessarily in play points.
Right. So Pot just played the Demon Eater on his Belinus to get some more fuel, not liking his whole hand a whole lot maybe.
Yeah, and I think that from the hand that Pot Washer has, he understands that this matchup will take a bit of time, and he understands that the timing for the pressure is before turn 8, so he's just relaxed and comfortable drawing, making sure he doesn't get out of resources before turn 8.
As you predicted, there's the Arya down on turn 3. Oh, and draws a Cerberus on time as well. Looking pretty good. So that Demon Eater ended up paying dividends.
Yep. Very important here to block once again, make the Marwyn as awkward as possible, because it is the best play your opponent has available. So with our experience as professional players, we are always expecting the best scenario for our opponents and how we can survive that. So I was going to say expect them to develop these 2-drops so that Marwyn isn't as effective with the odds.
Just Lurching Corpse though, trying to play around at least a little bit the Forbidden Ritual. But the Lurching Corpse is playing around the Marwyn play quite effectively.
Yeah, it's this juggling act of not exposing too much of your own cards, but as well proposing a board that it has to be dealt with. And that Lurching Corpse is very awkward with cards like Delafil, Marwyn. You have to deal with it, so I think Pot Washer is trying to bait some removal here into a Cerberus play.
So what's the play for Caster here? Moriai to draw cards. He has a lot of not of his essential game plan pieces, so you'd think that he wants to draw a little bit more through his deck.
It's about that. If you had Forbidden Ritual, it'd be more comfortable, of course, not having to play the Blackened Scripture. But here, I think he's going to go for the Blackened Scripture, open up his possibilities for future turns. And for Pot Washer side, that is exactly why you played that Lurching Corpse. You were expecting your opponent to have to spend 2 play points to deal with it, and allows you to play your Cerberus and be more comfortable into the area, for instance.
It's going to get pretty weird for Caster if he doesn't draw more efficient removal here. Once that Cerberus comes down, I wonder how this is going to turn out. What if the Moriai hits one of the Cerberus buffed followers and it pings his Falcon away?
It is awkward. On the other hand, I don't expect Pot Washer to necessarily evolve. This is a very grindy matchup. You're just trying to exhaust all the removal spells. So if you're gonna evolve, I was gonna say, if you're gonna evolve to be aggressive, you will definitely evolve damage in this matchup.
Go face. I like it. What does it hit? Oh, not bad.
Actually, that was the best follower for Caster side. The 3-4 is very awkward to deal with. This means that he can actually has a board player if he so wishes.
Let's see what line of play he takes here.
But once again, there's no Seraph yet, there's no Marwyn, so perhaps that Moria has to be played, in fact, to dig into those options. This is an awkward turn. 5 play points when you have so many even cards, so you're definitely gonna flood some play points.
So he wants to get a bit more defensive, just try and survive till he gets his pieces with that Holy Sentinel.
Yeah, definitely expect an evolve this time around. I mean, it took a lot of damage. Definitely, this is a very different matchup. If you leave a board, it becomes harder and harder to do.
And this is going to be the vertical injury. Yep. Using your removal there.
One of the most awkward cards against Shadow, so it's definitely always a good use of to deal with a 3/3.
Right.
This is why you kept Death's Breath, but he also has the option of Cerberus.
I do like the Cerberus here. I feel like Death's Breath gets so much more impactful once you can actually activate the Necromancy on it. But again, you just want to save your Necromancy for that Aisha near the top to finish. But I wonder if you can even assemble that before Seraph comes down. Maybe Aisha's just a non-factor in this matchup.
Yep. It's also the fact that the AoE removal for caster is Forbidden Ritual, so that health in particular doesn't change a lot.
Although with the 3 defense on Death's Breath, it wouldn't get removed by Forbidden
It's
Ritual.
true.
So that might actually be a factor as well.
That might be why Pot Washer is holding on this Death's Breath. That's a good point.
So let's play here. He's just going to play it? Looks like it.
Tough turn. Difficult turn. Because outside of Death's Breath, the Cerberus doesn't feel very good. It's much better next turn when you can combine it. You can either go Zombie Party or Cerberus and Alphas, which is also a very strong board. Again, I think he'll save that Cerberus for turn 8 because, once again,
trying to block
blocking that Seraph is the important thing. Cerberus into a Seraph or possibility of Ector is something that your opponent has to think about.
Now comes the Death's Breath. Does he get it? Oh, off the top as well. The first Forbidden Ritual that we've seen today. Immediately he hovers over it like, thank you for coming, I appreciate it.
And this is exactly why we see how effective Arya can be against Shadow. Because it's not always about removing board, it's making their turns awkward with your own mid-sized followers. We might even see Caster win this game without even needing Seraph, just controlling the board. Creating enough threats, can even go Holy Sentinel if he wishes again.
Holy Sentinel Forbidden Ritual, not a bad turn at all.
Going deep into the tank, this is probably the turn that might decide this particular match.
The other line of play, you want to develop your De La Fie, but I think that the Forbidden Ritual gets pretty good on this turn.
I like the composure, holding on to it. I mean, we were here reacting, being emotional, but perhaps it's not the best play. Just going through all the options and seeing how else can I remove this board, what do I do next turn, what happens if he plays an Ector, all those things.
The timer's ticking down. Gotta make a choice.
Yep.
Looks like this is the play.
No reaction by Pot Washer. I think he was thinking about that scenario, and I think he had that in his mind already.
You're trying to bait it out so that when he plays his Cerb, it's not a big issue.
This is also a good Cerberus because your opponent already has followers on the board, so that ping is actually important. On the other hand, you're not pressuring turn 8, you're pressuring turn 7.
Right.
But you still have to get back into the board, or you're just not going to be able to hold on to it.
It's hovering over it. I think this is the best play. Yep, Cerberus down on the board. Alphas, as expected.
That's why I went for the Death's Breath last turn, obviously setting up a much stronger turn 7. It's always about maximizing your play point efficiency as well as developing the strongest boards possible.
Now if Caster gets another Forbidden Ritual, that'd be pretty nice. Let's see if luck is on his side this game.
That would be fantastic, dodging all the pings. Also getting the 4 or 5 would be the exact same scenario, however, with one more play point. Still, there's no Seraph yet.
Oh, there's a Marwyn. That could fetch something. This key wants to go a bit more safe, though. I don't know if I'd gamble at all on a Marwyn trying to fetch a Forbidden Ritual or anything.
Yeah, I think here he wants to draw, see the Seraph, and probably start Torrent. Very efficient clear of the 5-1 in particular. You don't want to trade into it, so I'm definitely thinking that he's going to go for 2 Amulets and then start Torrent. Just drawing those cards is important. Yes, your board is stronger, but you take a really long time. Ector can neutralize all boards you present, so that means that the game needs to be won with Seraph most likely.
I gotta say, it's kind of refreshing to see Guardian Fox back in play. It's been a while. Star Torrent predicted. Here we go.
Ooh, those pings were not particularly good. I mean, Ekchar is not on the hand, but if he gets that option, he would be able to completely clear the board if the pings were in his favor. This is a very tough situation. Zombie Party with no evolves is a similar style of what you've been doing, which is playing low-sized followers against a 6-5 and an Arya popping. It's very threatening for Botwasher, only at 10 health.
I think Caster's pretty happy to see that 5 defense still up on that Fox, being able to block that important flashpoint of defense.
So there's two options. Fran could actually remove the board if he desires, or just the Zombie Party to develop. If he removes the board with a Fran, you're not developing too much. Just a Skull Beast is a very weak follower to go against an Arya, so it's a very tough situation for Botwasher.
The thing against going up against mid-range Shadowcraft and Unlimited is that it never really runs out of gas. What you do is you just make sure that your threats aren't answered, and Cash has been doing a great job of that so far. That Tiger's been on the board for a long time.
Yeah, that's why we see cards like Soul Squasher being very important. Imagine if Potwasher had access to it, right? It would be very crucial in this game. It's not an option for Potwasher, but obviously mid-range followers are hard to deal with. This is why this Fran is being played.
Zombie Party, and then you play the Attendant to deal with the Fox.
Potwasher here is hoping for no Seraph and then to win the game with the Aisha possibility. Because if a Seraph is developed here, it's a very difficult situation for Botwasher.
No Seraph, but De La Fie can help defensively as you try and draw into more of your important pieces.
Or Marwyn even, if he wants to draw more cards and see those options. But you're right, De La Fie seems to be the stronger follower in this hand currently.
I think it's better defensively, and it start getting that sustain up.
And this is where Haven might struggle a bit, because now it's playing one card a turn, most likely 1 to 2 cards a turn, and that's where Shadow can gain advantage by playing cards like very flexible, can either enhance or
let us conclude.
As much as possible on the De La Fie. Moving the entire board, even spending a Heretical Inquiry on a 2-drop.
He understood his game plan is to dominate the board and make Potwasher's life as difficult as possible, and that might actually guarantee his win or force Potwasher to use such an important card like Aisha.
Yeah, how is Pot getting through this De La Fie right now? Don't really see it.
Yeah, only Aisha would be the way to clear it.
And you want to save that for your finisher.
Of course. And you're still down to 8 health if you only remove the De La Fie, so this is a very tough situation for Botwasher.
Come, I'll love you down to the bone.
Oh, interesting. Aisha comes out now and is trying to answer as many threats as possible.
He has to. If he doesn't go for this play, the game is actually over. So this is Botwasher was forced into this play, or just to accept defeat. Just to rub it.
Just to rub it in, yeah. Like if he plays that second Zombie Party, there's another Forbidden Ritual right off the back, out of nowhere. So do you play the Marwyn here now? Like you know that Potwasher's out of tools, basically, out of gas.
So that's the reason why probably Marwyn is not a wise choice, giving your opponent extra cards.
That's right.
As well as De La Fie was very hard for Botwasher to kill. I mean, expending his Aisha, the only Aisha in his deck,
Just
so
play the
you
other
know
one.
he doesn't have a better answer than Aisha. Otherwise, he wouldn't go for the Aisha. Obviously. So just playing De La Fie is so strong. It's the same play as last turn, but it's just so complicated for your opponent to deal with.
Oh, he's actually going to play the Forbidden Ritual as well.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah. You think it's a better play to save that for a potential refill?
I think so, because there's the possibility of... actually, no.
Oh,
actually, no.
there it
There's
is.
no way to come back from that situation. That was a good play by Caster. I was going to say Ektar could be a possibility, but not enough shadows.
Not enough shadows, because he spent it all on that Aisha that wasn't really effective. And Caster being able to force Potwasher into that position really shows the strength of that that Havencraft deck, rather. There you
Very
had
well
it.
navigated by Caster, understanding that I don't need Seraph this game because I got Arya. Arya is such an important card against Shadow, and perhaps that's why the Oli Sentinel is there. We saw it doing a lot of work stopping. Shadow is one of those classes that has to do a lot of combat damage nowadays, and the Fox is very awkward
And it
hard
gets
to deal
better
with.
as the more that the opponent fills up their board. And with Shadowcraft, that's all they do, basically. So that Holy Sentinel becomes a huge defensive option for you.
Yeah, to play 0.45 ward against 1-2s, 2-2s,
Not
1-1s.
bad, right?
Very good. Very good synergy with City of Gold as well. Even if your opponent only has 2 followers, that's already a good payoff.
There you go. That's Seraph Havencraft winning without Seraph. It can be done. Although I am kind of disappointed. I do like seeing Seraph wins. It's like one of my favorite ways to win personally.
Yep, and now it's all up to the mirror. Shadow Mirror for Potwasher and Caster. Both of these players wanting to start the tournament on the right foot. And can't wait to see this matchup is very hard, very tricky to navigate, and their decks are very different, actually.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, in the mirrors with these kinds of archetypes, it really comes down to what decks they did and didn't include, and these decks are incredibly divergent. Like, we got the one Thane on Caster's side, as well as the one Soul Squasher. A lot more one-ofs for Caster's list.
Yeah, Caster has a lot more value than Potwasher. He's playing the one Thane, he's playing 2 Osiris.
Yeah, the Osiris.
He's playing the Soul Squasher, which is also a lot of value. So I think value is on Caster's side, but being proactive is on Potwasher's side with 3 Skull Beasts,
So, like, what list do you think you favor as a player?
So I like a bit of value, so I would be on Caster's list more than Potwasher's list. On the other hand, if Potwasher gets to be on the play, which he actually is, with a Skull Beast, it's actually very hard to come back from it.
Unfortunately, for Potwasher, no turn 1. He's going to have to pass. Thinking it through his turn first, obviously.
I think both players actually are happy with their coin. Potwasher likes to be on the play, likes to dictate being proactive, while
Right.
Caster likes to have more cards.
Because he has more value.
Yeah, yes, that means his combos activate easier than easily if he's on the draw rather than on the play. In particular, cards like Usher of Sticks, for instance, the more cards you have in your hand, the better Usher of Sticks is, because you can replace those weak followers with shadows for strong Thanes or Hector.
I was just going to say that Usher of Sticks is such a huge value option for this kind of deck. Getting a Thane back, 2 Thanes.
Yeah, when Thane used to be a 7 play point follower, I know Jay-Z and Adowame were big fans of Usher of Sticks, because they would just play multiple Thanes, 4 or 5 Thanes, or 4 or 5 Hectors every game. Osiris, very good as well. On the draw, evolving an Osiris could be better than Lady Grey if you already have a good curve to go. Obviously, Osiris, when you evolve him, if you have enough shadows, you'll get a 1-drop and a 3-drop on the reanimate.
One of those new mini expansion cards that end up being hugely impactful in both formats.
Which is very interesting, right? Usually in Limited, it's such a strong format where new cards don't necessarily impact it. But we saw Gramarye and now Osiris being put on some lists.
So it's really interesting to see how this meta shapes up. You know, the mini expansion is still pretty fresh, and all these players have adapted quite well to it.
So here, Potwasher, not necessarily the 2-drop you want. Belenas obviously puts a lot more pressure, but at least it keeps his value engine low. It's very awkward for Potwasher to curve in this game. The 3-drop is good, but his turn 4 doesn't look very strong, and I want to say that perhaps he has to go for a zombie party in a Paradise Vanguard turn 4. That's not necessarily where you want to be. Spending 2 cards, developing your board, but curving into a Cerberus on the play, that is fantastic. I love how he's just like taking his time, trying to decide which play to do. Obviously the Disciple seems very obvious, but you just gotta make sure that it is the correct play to go for.
Although this does line up nicely. Like you said, it curves out perfectly, and Real fits into the Disciple. Double 2-drop Cerberus. Just hope that he gets more gas in the tank before he gets that Hector turn. He's gonna need it.
Very good use of Lurching Corpse. In this matchup, it's very tricky to use. Oh, nice. For Potwasher got the good one.
Not a great hit there.
Yeah. Not only you're drawing more cards for Caster, you're seeing your potential evolve followers, as well as removing a 1-4 potentially. So very good use of Lurching Corpse in a matchup where it can be tricky and hard to do so.
You do sometimes miss with these random effects, don't you?
So it's curious to see if Potwasher will save the zombie party or use it this turn. There's not a good trade onto the Belenas. It's also very hard to, the longer Belenas stays on the board, the harder it is to actually allow your opponent to choose where the ping goes instead of yourself.
So do you think that double 2-drop is a possibility here instead of playing the zombie party, saving that for a little later on?
Yeah, it's about how he wants to control the damage distribution. If he allows Belenas to trade, not only is he adding damage to his own board, but also the ping, once again, very important to dictate where the ping goes. If the ping goes to the 1-4, could be more important than going to the 2-2, or the other way around, right? A 2-1 could be stronger than a 1-3 that can be removed.
On the other hand, the Zombie Party has that enhanced 7 effect where when you're playing up against Caster who has so much value in hand, maybe you need that little bit more gas.
So I think actually not playing Zombie Party could be very smart. If you expect a Lady Grey, she has 3 attack. So that could be very important. On the other hand, Osiris could be getting more value if you don't remove the follow.
That's true. Looks like he does go for double 2-drop here. I do like this, saving the Zombie Party for a little bit later.
So I think Caster here, that Osiris looks very good. It draws you an extra card, but it's not giving you the reanimate, which is so important. His curve wasn't very good. You play 3-drop or 1-drop.
So what Caster could do is trade the Balinus in. Nope, looks like Osiris is having. Here we go. It's a really good on-curve option.
Very cool animation. I love how it looks animated as well. The evolved art is so different than normal one.
All animated cards in the Grand Prix, of course.
But this is where it gets tricky because, once again, not removing that Balinus gave Caster yet another card. And Potwasher saving the Zombie Party probably wanted to enhance that card. Might be falling too much on value.
True. The Cerberus Evolve is not super great as well. This Caster's getting the Balinus back, I believe.
That's why Caster went for the 6-4 Osiris. You want to block that Cerberus on the draw. Evolving a Lady Grey is actually seems very good, but it's actually very bad against cards like Cerberus. So I really like how Caster developed this. Unfortunately, the Reanimate won't trigger because it's Reanimate 1, but the tree will trigger only for a Balinus.
Reanimate the Balinus.
Which is still good enough.
Not bad. Free Balinus? Sign me up.
Potwasher here, it's kind of forced to play the Cerberus. That's why he developed the board last turn. Try to have a wide board to stop Caster, but I think that Caster here has a very solid hand. I think that he had very good curve, and even though Potwasher is on the play, he was able to be very proactive with his play points.
Is there any other option than playing Cerberus here? Like, you could go use some more of your answers in hand instead of playing the Cerberus.
You could draw a lot of cards too if you want.
Soul Conversion.
Skull Beast, Soul Conversion, Zombie Party. But once again, I think he committed to saving Zombie Party for the enhance. So I think that's what his game plan is to. Even though I don't have as many cards, I can always draw cards with Soul Conversion and Realms.
Here comes the ping party.
That's tough. That's not where you want to be in if you're Potwasher. If you're in Potwasher shoes.
And another Osiris coming off here.
I think enough is enough, though. I mean, I think you drew already a lot of cards. Now it's about time to start to develop your own board. This Lady Grey with the Gremory feels very good to me.
Hush, little baby. Don't.
Can even preemptively play Lurching
Corpse. I was just going to say, Lurching Corpse plus Gremory. Completely fill up your board.
I think it's great. I think that's what he's going for. I would be surprised if he didn't play the Gremory. In this matchup, you have such a big hand that you don't need to save the Gremory for your turn 7. You'd much rather draw into Hector, which is the good card on turn 7.
Sorry, we're in Unlimited here. Hector is back.
No need for Gremory on 7 when you can play Hector.
Although, Hector is also back in the new expansion coming up, but that's neither here nor there.
And this is very difficult for Potwasher, unfortunately. That not being on turn 7, that Zombie Party becomes a bit worse.
Right.
The Lurching Corpse is already established, which stops your heavier followers from being safe on the board.
Really not a whole lot of great tools in hand, so yeah, the Soul Conversion I really like here, just trying to find something else. Now you can Zombie Party one of these options and then evolve the Lady Grey over the other one.
The saving grace is that he has Hector, which is a very good way to come back from behind if your opponent does not have Hector. So if I was in Caster's shoes, next turn I would just try to draw my entire deck, which he has the option to do with Soul Conversion and Demon Eater. Any board you propose, you're expecting Hector to be able to deal with it. In this particular matchup, your followers don't have a lot of health, which means that drawing cards is probably what Caster will opt for.
Hush, little baby. Don't say a word.
Hoping for the Lurching Corpse there or some sort of better Soul Conversion target.
Right. Andrielf is not too impactful. Still going to try and get some more fuel.
Possibly play his own Gremory, or actually Skull Beast seems to be strong. No, he wants to draw cards just to get the value going. Probably a smart choice. I mean, Gremory, 7 play points, very heavy once you get that amount of play points.
Plus, you already have a turn 7 that you want to play with the Hector, right? But there you go, Caster. Speaking of,
does not even need to draw now. Yeah.
Now I can be more proactive this turn instead of trying to draw through his entire deck, so...
Yep. That Belenus trade is fantastic, frees enough board space, removes your opponent's board. I would not be surprised to see an Osiris as well. Just guarantee that extra draw, get more Thanes, more Usher of Sticks. I think Caster needs to create a lot of shadows too for his Ector to be impactful. So I would really like to see Osiris and Lady Grey. Would even be surprised to see an Evo. I think he can hold the Evo in this position.
Things are looking pretty good on Caster's side, I think, so far.
Yeah, but this game is still very long to end. Now that both players have Ector, it's still going to take a while for one of the players to come out ahead and win.
It is just one card that can swing your entire board, right? Like, it changes the landscape of the board state entirely the turn it's played.
Yeah, that and Rialphus last turn coming from the Lady Grey actually changed the rhythm of this game, made Potwasher be able to have a good enough hand to fight the game for a bit longer.
Lots of options in this turn, so makes sense that Caster's really thinking it through.
I was going to say...
There it is, the Osiris on the Belenus.
If you're going to play Osiris, you probably want to trade first so you get more information and know which 2-drop to play after the Osiris.
Oh,
there we go.
And that's a Belenus off the top.
Gets rewarded for it. Still doesn't go for it. Maybe he didn't adapt in time. But obviously, Belenus...
Oh, he's actually going full wide here.
Wow.
Well, he has the Ector in hand. If most of these survive, then that's a lot of damage connecting to the dome.
Yep. On the other hand, that Evo is very interesting when you're expecting your opponent to Ector. I think he wants Potwasher to play Ector, perhaps forcing him. Usually the player that plays Ector first gets to be a bit in a disadvantage because at the end of the day, what matters is the board that survives after all those trades.
Plus, these are 2 lurching corpses that are going into this Ector as well. So a lot of those zombies and maybe even Ector himself is not going to survive this.
Let's see if this also sets up lethal. So he has 4 followers on the board. Ector would be 8 damage, and then 1, 2, 3 damage if he removes the Osiris, and 3 on the Lady Grey. So that would be 6, 8, 14 damage. That's a lot of damage that
pretty
Potwasher
close.
has to respect.
And I believe that Caster, he does have still the one of Aisha in the deck as well. So he's got a lot of options to still finish this game. Ector has to come down here. This board cannot stick. Here we go.
What a fantastic way to get back into the board, right? But when your opponent has Ector, as I mentioned before, if Caster didn't have Ector, Potwasher would perhaps even be ahead. But if Caster so desires, he can go with his own Ector, or save it for later in the game and just remove even better boards. With Soul Conversion there, Demon Eater 2, this could be a board player if he wants.
So these are definitely going to the dome piece first. Does it hit the Ector? Oof.
Forced to go into another one. I would not use that Usher of Sticks, get more Ectors obviously. However, his shadow count isn't very high. So that, in that sense, Potwasher is a bit ahead, already playing a Nectar and having shadows to play more Ectors.
Speaking of even more Ectors in the future.
Yeah, this is where the game gets a bit tricky. Both players having cards that deal so well with such small followers. Zombie Party here could remove Belenus and develop his own board if he wants to with Skull Beast. Death's Breath, annoying card to trade when you're playing Shadowcraft. Almost all your followers die to 2 attack, and dealing 3 damage is very awkward.
So he's gonna do what you said, Zombie Party, hoping this is okay.
This game is gonna take a while still, go a bit back and forth. And if I was in Caster's shoes, I would actually even try to play Ector, because the best way to answer an Ector is to play another Ector, and therefore you're still ahead on the Ector race, similar to Bahamut
It's
races.
like Bahamut Wars, I was just gonna say.
Yep, exactly.
What a better way to get back into Unlimited with discussion of Ector and Bahamut, right?
Bahamut Wars and Ector Wars. It's also a good way to use your shadows while you still have them before you get too taxed on Death's Breath, multiple Ectors. It can get to a point where Usher of Sticks is not safe to play, and by playing Ector here when you have 2, it's very safe in my opinion. So I'm curious to see what Caster goes for.
I'll trade the 1/2 into the 2/1 zombie first, and see where you go from there.
Yep, lines up very well. I mean, 12 shadows. If he wants to, can even trade both followers and get a full board out of Ector. Because some people get baited into the idea that the zombies from Ector need to trade, or you need the damage from Ector. Sometimes just presenting a board, it's like you're playing a zombie party with a 5/6 attached to it, right? You're removing your opponent's board, creating multiple zombies, as well as a 5/6, which is very hard to remove. 5/6
I totally agree.
The Shadow Mirror.
Like, a lot of the time, the zombies themselves are just the ones that do so much work. Looks like playing Disciple of Silence instead of the Ector here. I'm not sure if I agree with this, but that's actually a pretty interesting line of play.
Yeah, also interesting fact, zombies, I believe, get rush from Ector, which means the Disciple can actually reduce the attack of those
doesn't it?
zombies.
And might even block an Aisha, considering.
So here we see a trend on Japanese players actually holding on to their weapons. It reminds me of what they call Pokerverse, right? They used to give that term to their playstyle, which is holding those Bahamut, holding those Ectors. Multiple turns on Dragon versus Shadow, Shadow versus Shadow, Dragon versus Dragon that they like to play.
It's gotta be a zombie party. Back and forth on the board. These are the games that we're here for with mid-range Shadowcraft mirrors. Such powerful tempo decks that it's hard to swing the board one way or the other.
Yep. It's also very interesting to know if he goes for Lady Grey or Demon Eater. Lady Grey doesn't get a lot of value, so perhaps go for the Lady Grey instead. Keeping your board is important, but drawing cards could also be important. The fact that he has Cold Beast can be combined with Demon Eater, and you don't fall too far behind.
Surely this is an Ector now.
I mean, he surprised us before, so
I mean, this looks pretty okay.
We never know.
You can also Lady Grey Ector and get the drain off with the rush. Save your shadows as well. You're not using as much.
I'm actually a fan of using shadows, getting extra zombies instead of playing cards from the hand.
Oh yeah?
But it's obviously when you play a deck with Aisha, Usher of Sticks, that's not a consideration. If Usher of Sticks was not in his hand, definitely slam Ector and get as many zombies as you can. But here, Lady Grey is actually a very good play to go with the
I really like this. Here we go.
This head can't be taken.
Watcher has a slight reaction.
Yeah.
Does not like to see the Ector, obviously.
I think maybe he was thinking that he didn't have Ector this entire time, because we said that he might have been able to play it 1 turn, 2 turns ago.
I think in Potwasher's shoes, I might have predicted that he didn't have Ector, because last turn Ector would be devastating.
Right.
Very powerful. I think Potwasher on caster shoes would definitely play the Ector, knowing that's that board state. And as I mentioned before, look out at the 5/6 fares against Potwasher's hand. There's no clear answer to it.
Yeah.
Lurching Corpses are very awkward with all the zombies. There's no cards like Soul Squasher not active. Trotskers are not played by most players. Difficult position to be in.
And the players would have had a chance to look at each other's lists, right?
And bear in mind, these are very grindy games, and you can only have information or access to your opponent's deck list before the match. During the match, you cannot check your opponent's list.
It gets hard to keep it all in mind.
Yep, which means that Usher of Sticks could be forgotten by Potwasher perhaps, or the Aisha, the one off. I expect players to take notes of that, mental notes of the deck cards, but sometimes it's a difficult game.
So it's tough. I don't know how you deal with this 5/6 body. Ector is thick.
I think that it's about ignoring it now and trying to minimize damage and trying to establish your board and perhaps draw into your own Ectors, because in this position you need to draw cards to see your Ectors, so you might be desperate enough to even use the zombie part for just 2 minutes.
Die.
Wow, looks like it, yeah. But as we know in hand, Caster has 2 more Ectors already.
And I was going to say, if I was caster in this position, I saw my opponent struggled, and I would definitely slam another Ector, but I am almost 100% sure he's not going to play Ector, because I'm starting to notice a trend with his playstyle.
I think it'd be like absolutely devastating if he just landed it right now.
Because let's be honest, I mean, Dead Spread, Zombie Party are fantastic options, and now that I look at that hand, it's so valuable, but I might even hold the Ector, because why not, right?
But you already have so much value, right?
Yeah.
But it looks like if he's attacking with his Lady Grey, he's not going to be playing the Ector this turn.
Told you.
You got it in 1.
More value. Just draw more cards, get a bigger hand. I mean, at this point, Potwasher has 4 cards, so Caster can actually win on that Axis.
As it's so often with mid-range Shadowcraft, infinite fuel, never running out of gas.
And here there's a proposition. Do you want to board lock yourself? Do you want to leave that slot for Hector? I would definitely board lock myself, because if Shadow isn't removing my board, I'm probably going to win when I connect for 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 damage.
You're ahead on hand, you're ahead on board, you're ahead on health. Might as well. But there's another Hector though.
Oh, look at
Pot
Washer.
was like, oh, now this kind of, I have to rethink my entire strategy now.
And Caster was not looking at Pot Washer, but if he was looking at Pot Washer, I think he would get that information of, oh, there's something spicy off the top.
So you think that's really important, like when you're in the actual environment, taking a look at your opponent's physical cues?
Before I press the in-turn button, I'm already getting ready to check out what the reactions is. And playing against decks like Dirt Rune, where they can get an Oz, or the Oz pools from the Dirt Rune can be crucial. So when I ended my turn, I would pay attention to their reactions. Japanese players can be very very emotional, as well as Korean players actually.
That's a lot of fun though. That kind of shows the difference between like these online and offline stuff. Like Hector does come out. Third Hector of the game.
And it was smart by Caster, even though you can predict Pot Washer didn't have Hector, you never know what's coming off the top. So keeping that Hector, this Hector in Caster's hand, means that he can actually deal with Pot Washer's Hector. So we see the Hector wars coming here.
Kind of awkward with that Disciple of Silence blocking the zombie rushes.
So no Hector then.
Looks like it, yet again.
Oh, I see.
More value.
I see. Very, very, very well played too, because we can't forget, zombies have rush, which means he actually needed that 2 damage before a zombie connects with the 1/2, the Disciple of Silence. So I expect to enter here.
There he comes.
Has to make sure the zombie has to trade or he loses an attack. I'm sure he knows this interaction. He himself practice a lot with it. Yo, we see the first ever interaction with competitive.
Disciple of Silence coming into play. It's so interesting that card sees no play whatsoever in rotation. It's so impactful in Unlimited because of cards like Hector, like Aggro Dragon's cards.
It's mostly that rotation doesn't have a lot of Storm, and the Storm that exists is so big.
It's way huge,
It's
right?
so big that a 1/4 isn't going to save you for too long.
So for Pot, he looks at Best Breath.
I am Belinus the Shining.
Trying to be aggressive. Interesting not going for Demon Eater just yet. Very interesting. Because he wants to make this a 0-1 and have to trade, not give him a lot of value.
Also, he's just trying to push here.
I think he understood that the value game will not be on his side, and he has to be more aggressive. But at this point, it's very hard to kill your opponent or from 18 health.
He's also seen a lot of Caster's reactive tools played over the past couple turns. He saw 2 Hectors, like 2 or more zombie parties already.
Yeah, so both players actually have played 2 Hectors, so there's only 1 Hector left. Caster still has 1 Thane and 1 Aisha. Pot Washer, more importantly, does not have the Aisha.
But here comes that Usher of Sticks getting another Hector.
I like it, not revealing most of his hand, just playing the Usher, playing the Hector, keeping cards like Cerberus and Lurching Corpse to himself, and just trying to end the game with the 5/6s.
I'm so enamored by that Usher of Sticks tech now. Getting that 3rd Hector is huge.
Definitely mirror matches is where that card shines, and Caster here being rewarded for that tech.
Probably expected the mirror matches to be a pretty big part of this tournament as well, considering the field.
See here going for the Demon Eater this turn. Ooh, not getting Lurching Corpse before the Demon Eater, but Fran can be used to remove one of the Hectors.
Trying to establish Lurching Corpse? I think Fran kind of has to be played this turn.
Ooh, Pot Washer exhaling there, sighing a bit, understanding that I played my Aisha, I played my 2 Hectors, my deck is running out of value. I don't have anything else off the top that can help me. Also, that's the 2nd Death Spread. If Caster is able to kill that, the pressure that Pot Washer can put on the field is almost non-existent. The threats are very limited, and only having 2 Cerberus and 1 Hector at this point.
The more value-oriented deck build that Caster has brought really shines in these grindy mirror matches. I think that's why he built the deck the way he built it. Like, he just expected this to happen all throughout the tournament.
I think the axis could be, and I'm not even joking, the Reaper. I mean, Caster has 8 cards left. If he's not careful with his resources and keeps playing for the value, not ending this game or getting a window to end the game, we could come into a situation where drawing cards could actually be fatal.
He has to tilt into a more aggressive style of play pretty soon here. He's running out of cards.
That's why the stat spread is very annoying to deal with. Very frustrating to have to connect 5-6 with the 2-3s. Is he actually going?
He was gonna Demon Eater and
Wow.
Ector. He was
Not even the Lurching
it.
Corpse Demon Eater. Interesting.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, that could be very risky.
And he's running out of cards, like you said. What's he looking for?
Aisha.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
The way to seal the game in his eyes is to play Aisha. So I actually understand that and respect that. It's better to Demon Eater now that you still have 6 cards than to Demon Eater when Aisha is the last card in your deck.
Right,
Then you
yeah.
just look silly, right? To hold the Demon Eater so long. Ooh, Fran Lurching Corpse. That still keeps Spot Washer in the game.
That's not bad. And with the wards up, the Lurching Corpse can actually take down a follower as well. Just try and survive until the Reaper win condition. Although that seems like a tenuous way to win. I'm not sure if he can hold out that long.
I think the best card off the top could have been the Cerberus, perhaps, because that would allow him to also develop Cerberus if you want, if you wish. But this is a very good answer. It's a very effective answer to that one.
Good guy. 5 goes most of the board here on the other side.
Well, very well played, increasing its chances to actually get a relevant follower out of the deal instead of trading first.
I think all these little micro decisions really show the scale here.
I mean, with a hand so empty as Spot Washer has, he has to maximize the value of every single card, but I think he's expecting this game to not go too much in his favor. And once again, Caster being rewarded for playing cards like Orthrus, the one-off Orthrus in these grindy games, it's a very, very good way to remove your opponent.
Although using all your shadows here now makes the Aisha a little less valuable come turn 10 when you get it off the top. But you know, I think the board pressure is also just so huge that it's not a big deal either way.
Yeah, also, it is technically 8 shadows that he has available because his board constitutes has 5 followers, or translating into 5 shadows. And he also understands that this board is capable of winning because Spot Washer has 2 cards in his hand. I think Caster is very close from winning this first round, and he just has to make sure that he keeps control of the board and nothing surprising happens. And eventually, he'll just outplay Spot Washer in this late game because he plays more cards in the future, essentially.
Trading 2 followers into this full trading here.
Yep.
And then go face and then establish a disciple.
Yeah, just ward up as much as possible. Even though there's no more Aisha, you never know, right? There's still an Ector possibility. There's still something that's...
And I think that's it. Out of gas. Finally, at the bottom end of the deck here. Caster, there's more... and still has got a Thane, still has an Aisha in the deck.
Yeah, that's what we mentioned on the pregame. I mean, getting rewarded for playing the more value-oriented deck has paid off for Caster. Unfortunately for Spot Washer, that would be an 0-1. But remember, I also started 0-2, and I made it to day 2 in second place. So
that's right. There's still plenty of opportunities. Plenty of opportunities. And again, if you don't do so well on Unlimited, you still got Take 2, you still got rotation to go for.
Yep. I do have to say, both players played really well. Did not see a single mistake. Execution was flawless. Gameplay, their playstyle was very clear to us. Casters even. So I think they're prepared, they're focused, and they played really well.
What I really liked about those games that you could see the differences in playstyle between regions as well, between Caster and Pot Washer.
Yeah, impressed by Caster flexibility and adaptability. The way he piloted that Aven deck, he was able to understand that I'm not going to win with Seraph, so I need to play Arya, I need to play the Holy Sentinel a turn earlier than we expected, and that actually sealed the deal for his side.
Yeah, who'd have thunk it, you know, like Seraph Havencraft winning with just Tigers and the whole zoo instead of the actual Seraph itself.
And homage to Bottles, another player that used to play Seraph. He loved Seraph, and he told us plenty of times that I win a lot of games with Aryas instead of Seraph.
Arya, I miss that card so much. That card is so powerful. I mean, I feel the same way about, it's not seen in this tournament, but I feel the same way about Holy Mage Havencraft, right? Like, a lot of the times I don't even win with the Holy Mage. I just send all the birds to face and win that way.
Yeah, Tigers, Holy Sentinels, a 4-5 very hard to deal with for a Shadow deck. And the Mirror, it was just all about value. It's honestly the style that I like to go for. Usually being aggressive doesn't pay off a lot because zombie party. Ector is such a fantastic card to be defensive with rather than be aggressive. Rush is much stronger when you're in the defensive side than the offensive side, so I think it was very well played, but unfortunately the deck choices for Caster rewarded him in this particular matchup, but perhaps Potwasher will get different matchups and be a bit more rewarded on those.
Yeah, sadly, our boy Pot going down one game here. You think he can bring it back? Got it in him?
Absolutely. I think Potwasher is one of those players that is used to having to play from behind, having to play with a negative score, but you are not at the World.
I know.
Yeah, I was gonna say you won't be at the World Grand Prix if you're only used to winning, right?
Absolutely.
Because you have to understand that in some tournaments you're just going to fall to the losers bracket. You're just gonna start with an 0-2, 0-3, and then you just have to recuperate and get all the way there. So interesting to know how our players did in the first round. I hope they all did well. Potwasher played really well. I think he has to be proud of the way he played, and I think the future will hold better games for Potwasher.
We also have an official update on Kocha Watch, how he's doing. Just beat 1-2, 1-2, 2-0.
And we have to say 1-2, 1-2-2-1 or 1-2-1-2, one of those two names.
Yeah, one of those. Yeah.
He was dominating when he played in his championship, and to be destroyed in that regard, 2-0 against Kocha, that is a very, very good way to start for Kocha. It's a very dominant performance.
Well, Kocha's proving why he's here, right? He won last year. He's trying to go for a double.
Yeah, and he had Dimension Shift.
Yeah, Dimension Shift. I think Dimension Shift is really an interesting tech here against this field because there's so much Seraph Havencraft. It's actually, while may not be super effective on ladder, ends up being really good against this field.
And Kocha is one of those players that builds his lineups very well and understands the meta and tries to beat it a bit. His lineup was very creative last year. It was unique. 3 different decks, 3 very control healing decks, and the meta was a lot of aggro, so he had a lot more fun than I did. For instance, I had to fight a little bit with Vengeance Blood, having to be at least very nervous with low health. Kocha was just 20 health most of the game, just healing back up and being able to control the boards. So I think he has a good lineup there. Dimension Shift is definitely rare in the field, and it's gonna have fun against all those Haven decks.
That's the thing. I think he even mentioned in his player video, when the field is all these powerful players, it's going to be down to your deck, not the choices you make in the game, because a lot of the time the players will make the optimal line of play every time.
Yep, and I can't wait to see what the scores look like, but I think that Kocha and Essia, and I'm going to make a bit of a prediction, Kocha, Essia, I think got the first wins, but it's a bit of a bold one. I want my horse to do well.
You are voting for Essia, so I was just going to say.
I got to win my packs.
Yeah, you gotta win your packs. I saw Essia tweet a pretty funny tweet, like, the votes are not fair. Coach is in the top left. A lot of Shadowverse players have that muscle memory of clicking top left already.
Not only is he the leading, the champion, right, the champion holder, is also on the top left side.
Yeah,
so
right.
Most people have voted for Kocha. I got a lot of love from the Japanese audience too. They were like, "Oh, we can't vote for Akamaru Red. He's not on the World Championship." I was thanking them for that because it's a lot of respect to still remember our Western players after a year of Shadowverse, right?
Yeah,
so,
you got a lot of fans back last year.
They're very passionate about the game, something that I love, and the venue. I can't wait to see the venue, how it packs up, how it fills up, and it's definitely a one in a lifetime experience to be in Japan and to be in a Shadowverse tournament.
It's a heck of an event, that's for sure.
Yep.
That's for sure. Like, the energy in that room is so hype when you're there. I mean, you would know, obviously, because you were, playing.
And speaking of the venue and how some players like to be aggressive, some players like to hold on to their resources. We saw here Potwasher being very proactive, right? His lineup was very aggressive, aggro dragon, and then mid shadow with a little less value than other players, and Caster being on the other side of the fence with a lot more reserve, a lot more slower play style, holding on to my cards, and kind of reminds me of the style of Japanese players, and very interesting to see how it fares against the field.
I think this past competitive year, a lot of the regions are doing a lot of playing across regions to practice for this event, so maybe a lot of the playstyles bled over across regions as well. It's interesting to see how these hybridized playstyles collide with each other now in the grand stage.
Yep, and the Coliseum showed us the Coliseum showed us the first game. Very excited to play myself on it, see what you can click on, see what the choices you have.
Yeah, that's a new stage completely just for this event.
Just fully animated deck in a Coliseum, and what a way to show at the World Grand Prix. Also, jackets were all combining, all players looking with the same uniform.
Yeah.
So very cool to see, and I hope they get to keep those jackets too, because they look really good.
Yeah, surely they can, right? Has their name on them.
Yep. So out there, if you're watching the World Grand Prix, don't forget to root for your own player, and make sure you get your packs, get your vote online, and I can't wait to see more games. I'm just excited to see how our players will fare against all the other regions.
I'm excited to see how my SEAO boy does. All right, Chaldio, wild card out of nowhere, won the Contenders Cup, making it to the World Grand Prix, and so young too. I wonder how he's handling the nerves. Hopefully he's doing well.
Yep, and Fag 2, another curiosity that I have.
That's
how does he
right.
deal with the World Grand Prix? Coach and Fag already being at the World Grand Prix, already being in a venue, understanding how the rounds go, how you get the information, how you choose your decks, and I think that may pay off for both players. And I have to see how they fare, how they do. Also very interested in Karage-san and Karakuri. Both players, they're very strong. Hearn as well, dominating the last rage. I think those players are fantastic. Flawless. Me and Pot Washer had the opportunity to cast that finals, and we both were scrutinizing their play, and it was just incredible to see them not making a single mistake throughout a 10-hour tournament.
It's gonna be interesting how the new blood competitors face up against the old guard, right? Because some of the competitors qualified through very, very recent tournaments, like the Rage Omen of the 10 tournament, while some are all the way from Chronogenesis as well. So how these interact and how they go into this tournament, maybe they have different mindsets from the different eras they played from.
Yeah, in rotation, the last 4 rounds will be rotation, and Omen of the 10 will be the format we are in, which
Right.
means those players, Hearn and Karakuri, are more experienced,
the most
having
used to it.
played in Rage, so that obviously has an advantage, but they have to survive the Unlimited and take 2 rounds.
Yeah, and it's the Unlimited and Take 2 rounds, I think, are the killer app for this kind of tournament, because you have to figure out all the Shadowverse formats, and while a lot of players might be most used to rotation, Unlimited and Take 2 adds a completely new wrench to that kind of plan. Like, how do you find the time to be so dominant in all formats? And I think that comes down to just putting in the practice every day.
And it's interesting to understand what your strategy is in Take 2 or in Limited, what your pick orders could be, what your class pick could be. Delving into those formats is very interesting, and I hope that all the formats get represented well, and I can't wait to see Masters of Take 2 go into it, and I can't wait to take notes and actually go back home and try what they do, and understanding how to draft some classes, the pick rate, the order of your priority classes and all that. So it's going to be very, very exciting to watch. So don't miss it.
Yeah, Take 2 is a format that I kind of have some trouble wrapping my head around sometimes, because there are cards that are completely unplayable and constructed, but absolute monsters in Limited. So that you have to sort of change your thinking when you're going into Take 2.
It's a format that I'm very familiar with, a big fan of. I think that most players will be familiar now that they have to practice, but it is a tricky format, considered by most to be very dependent on luck, the way you draft, but Side Games has changed the game in a way where it is a lot more controlled, and sometimes even a rotation. Take 2, the way you draft, the picks you get, the order of the silvers, the golds, the legendaries could be a decisive factor, and it's very controlled nowadays.
It's going to be interesting now with the mini expansion also just out, how that affects Take 2 in particular. Like, there's a lot of really impactful cards in the mini expansion.
Yeah, and all of them are gold or legendary, which means they might not impact at all, or when you see them, they have a
They
bigger
might make a
impact.
huge impact, exactly. Like with Pure Voice Dragoon and Masamune, it seemed like absolute beasts in Take 2 as well.
Yeah, it's incredible. So it's interesting to see how Unlimited also develops, how rotation develops, how Take 2 develops. Speaking more about Unlimited, so we saw Aggro Dragon, we saw Seraph Haven, expect a lot of that, expect a lot of Mid Shadow. I kind of want to see how Roach Forest does, particular interest in that deck, one of my favorite decks to play, and very cool additions. The new Fina, for instance, I've seen some decks play it, I've seen some decks some decks tech with it, and I want to see how decks are built for that and how they are piloted.
So you have your eyes on the Roach Forest list, right? The lineups there.
Always have my eyes on Forest.
That's why you vote for SCR, right?
You're gonna have a lot of fun too with a lot of Ramp Dragon in rotation, but
I'm gonna have fun.
I have to say Unlimited, and it's where we get to have our fun. Forest Aggro Dragon, Mid Shadow. Oh, Mid Shadow is beautiful. I cannot wait to see more Mid Shadow action.
Actually, I was talking to a couple other competitive players online, like Riri Pone, and he was talking to me about how his favorite lineup out of the entire field is actually Salt's lineup. And I know Twitch chat, a lot of y'all cheering for Salt just because of his name. I know you can relate, but Salt brought Giant Chimera in rotation and D-Shift in Unlimited. That's kind of wild.
It's weird to see Chimera in rotation, and it's also very unique to all the other players in all the field, and it's hard to see where it can actually shine, what kind of matchups it can have. It's going to be interesting to see how Salt performs in the rotation rounds, but it's not like Dimension Shift where it has fun with Haven, right? There's those decks that Dimension Shift can prey upon, but Chimera Rune's a bit more tricky with Sword, Forest, Shadow, Blood in the meta.
It is a little bit tricky, especially since if you aggress enough, you can't get your combo on time. But I do actually kind of prefer Chimera Rune to Mysteria because it is one turn earlier at the end of the day. Alright guys, we are trying to get the standings and the next match ready for you guys, but for now, I'm going to take a quick esports break. We'll be back with more Shadowverse World Grand Prix right after this.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying your time here watching these matches at the World Grand Prix. Unlimited as the first match was pretty exciting, and Akmar and Ignitius did a great job basically exploring what you can be doing in Unlimited right now. Of course, guys, we just got a chance to take a look at the pairings that's going to be happening next round, as well as the rankings. A lot of players we expected to be up on the first round are Potwasher. Definitely not one of the people that we thought was going to sink in round one, but you know, every once in a while you play against a matchup that, like you guys were talking about, the deck was just more built for a late game.
That's the thing, like when all the players are this great, it really comes down to the deck first and foremost.
Yeah, deck choices. In Coach's interview, that's what he mentioned. Deck choice, knowing the field. When the best players in the world, as he said, the strongest players are there, you have to go into a deck choice. And as we mentioned, he has the Dimension Shift, which is faring very well against all the other decks.
Oh yeah, 2-0 in first round for Kocha.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy to be the one guy who's like, you know what? Everybody's bringing Seraph Haven. Let me bring the deck that used to prey on Seraph Haven way back when, D-Shift. If you guys have played way back when, you guys know that D-Shift was your terror. You queue up, you're playing Havencraft, and you see that Runecraft leader, and you're just like, okay. All right. I guess I just scoop it up.
It's over. They play Insight on one, you're like, all right, top left.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, the only option being like an Aria play or the Holy Sentinels, but against D-Shift, those are so slow. Right?
Yeah.
It's not like you're playing against Mid-Shadow. So, again, homage to Bottles, once with the Arias, was able to beat a D-Shift, but that doesn't happen a lot of the times.
Yeah, absolutely. And next match, we actually get to see another one of our guys. We get to see Sprayquaza versus Nine Voice. So again, Space Station Gaming Sprayquaza, who again qualified through the Pan American Contenders Cup, out here to play against Nine Voice. So I'm ready to see if Sprayquaza has what it takes to push through his competition.
It's going to be tough. Nine Voice, very known name in the scene. Played so many tournaments so consistently well, going up against one of North America's finest.
And it looks like we've got a, not necessarily team kill, but our region team kill of Crumsian versus Mensu in the following round as well. So like we talked about, friends are going to have to start battling against friends. You know, we gotta break through the entire bracket. If you want to get to day 2, will be one of the final top 8.
This is traditionally where we also started playing against each other. It was very tough playing against Fantasy, Vito, Pain, Jay-Z. There were a lot of in-between community matches. But all you hope for is that when it comes down to it, you'll win against the other regions, and between your regions you're just sharing wins, which necessarily isn't a bad thing. But obviously you always want our regions to qualify for day 2.
We're voting for, we're cheering for our boys, obviously.
Absolutely, absolutely. And these are the types of matches as well, when you're playing against your friends or people that you know, after the games are over, I mean, you see our players give each other hugs. I mean, I remember at the Contenders Cup when it was friends, you know, eliminating friends from the Contenders Cup to actually get to the World Grand Prix, and it was a sad sight to see, right? Like, you would see both the players in tears hugging each other because neither of them wanted to eliminate the other player from going.
Yeah, and even though games can be hard, even though you can get unlucky sometimes, it's never good to blame it on your friend. Obviously, it's not his fault. He's there to win the game as well as you are. So it's about learning from the experience, going back home and improving and thinking of the 2019 season. And I think Grumjan touched that point very well. Good mentality of, even if I don't win the $1 million,
at least I'll learn a lot.
I get a lot of experience, and I'll go back home and transition that experience into the 2019 season.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, if you're wanting to think about the 2019 season already, you're looking at this competition, you're thinking, how do I get up there? Shadowverseopen.com. It's coming.
That's absolutely right. So again, guys, Shadowverseopen.com for following years. If you guys do want to get in, it will be starting up as early as January next year, so make sure you guys are checking that out. But before then, let's take a look at the deck list here from Sprayquaza. We've got ourselves another Havencraft list. Looks like Seraph as well. It looks very similar to the list that we just saw in the last match. Only one City of Gold, but I don't think that's a big issue in these decks.
Again, 3 of Holy Sentinel with this kind of list. That's interesting. I didn't expect that Holy Sentinel would be seeing so much play this tournament. And I actually kind of disagree with you on that City of Gold thing. I think more than one City of Gold is actually pretty important because there are a lot of amulets that have more than one countdown that you kind of want to get off a lot of the time. And it's not really to do with consistency because you can always have it with the invocation, but it is a consideration.
For me, it's more just board space. As we saw, board space was very hard to come by in the last Haven match that we saw, and he even did draw into his second City of Gold with multiple 2-countdown amulets in his hand. Never really had the space or time to play it. So, yes, it can be important, absolutely. It's just not one of those things that's going to make or break, I believe, your entire tournament, something like that. What did seem very powerful, though, were the Star Torrents, very specifically.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize in the deck how powerful they could be when you combine them with all of your 2s that get reduced to 1 by City of Gold, on top of wiping, you know, the small part of the board, while also allowing your big, you know, procs off of your removal amulets to actually get the bigger followers.
Especially up against mid-range Shadowcraft with all the skeletons and all the 1 defense stuff. Star Torrent cleans up.
Yeah, traditionally, Seraph Haven used to be a combo deck, right? A lot of fetch, a lot of draw, a lot of ways to reduce the countdown. Now it transitioned into a more of a control deck, and instead you're trying to survive as well as develop. Survive against, for instance, mid-range Shadow, which is another big player on the field. And we see here that Sprayquaza is not cutting down on the board resilience, understanding that Bone Chimera is important, Prince Catacomb. So it is a completely different style of deck, and trying to stall the board enough, make it survive until he plays Ector or Death's Breath behind it, and then Tyrant to end the game.
This is why I love Unlimited. Everybody has their own thought process behind what they want to bring. It's absolutely incredible just to see everybody tailoring their decks to their own style. And as we move on to the next Shadow list here, we even see Arcus being added in for just additional endgame. You know, no Bone Chimeras here, but back with the Disciple of Silence. Just a lot of different avenues for all of our players.
I was going to say, like, every single mid-range Shadowcraft deck we've seen so far in this tournament have been so widely divergent despite being in the same archetype. We saw Sprayquaza's list ran Deathly Tyrant. This one runs Arcus. Like, there's so many ways to build.
That's the merit of a big collection. You can definitely add your own playstyle to your list, and that's why Unlimited is such a cool format, loved by a lot of the audience, and I love that it gets represented at the World Grand Prix, so that player that at home only plays Unlimited can see his favorite players actually delve into that format.
Absolutely, and especially if you want to get into variants on what to play, we're going to see a lot of decks. As we see, this is a brand new deck we haven't seen so far. Ooh. This is the unlimited version of Bloodcraft, and if you look at the list, there's not too many cards in this list that are outside of rotation, but we see, is that Bloody Mary?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Bloody Mary.
The one-off Bloody Mary.
Dire Bond combo?
Opens up a new, different win condition outside of Dark Feast bat. So Bloody Mary with Dire Bond, with there's a lot of cards that self-damage you, and that damage represents more and more pings to your opponent, and you might not even need Dark Feast bat because Wings of Lust triggers at the end of the turn.
True. Restless
Perish is a zero-cost, deal 1 damage to your opponent with Bloody Mary, so there's a lot of combos you can do with it. I
am beside myself by the inclusion of a Bloody Mary, even if it is just a one of an Unlimited. It's just a crazy, crazy card that I did not expect to see in this tournament, but outside of that, and Dire Bond, this is pretty much a rotation deck. I guess Ambling Wraith as well. Ambling Wraith is just one of those.
Bloodfed Flowerbed is
all
also
the one
huge.
drops. All the one drops, yeah.
This is kind of even more of a unicorn deck than we think, because Nine Voice is the only person to have brought this deck into this format. The only one out of all 24 competitors to bring Dark Feast Bat Blood.
Absolutely, and I think I'm beside myself because there are a lot of not rotation cards in here. Spiderweb Imp is obviously there as well. You got the one of Bloodwolf. If you're playing Unlimited, I don't care what Bloodcraft deck you're playing. You're probably playing the one of Bloodwolf because it's just a very strong card in the archetype. But yeah, very straightforward deck. Definitely want to hedge yourself when you're playing against maybe a more aggressive deck like Shadowcraft. But against Havencraft, you can kind of go all out.
I am just hoping that Bloody Mary sees play in this next set. I want to see it slam down.
A very important interaction with Bloody Mary is that it actually stacks damage in multiples of 3 or 2 or 1, which is very effective against Alexiel. Outside of against Seraph Haven, the Dark Feast Bat could perhaps not be good enough because of damage reduction, but Bloody Mary with Razor Claw adds 6 damage, or 5 damage rather, and then Dire Bond is 6 more, or 4 against Alexiel, so it is incremental damage rather than the burst damage.
Right, so while the Alexiel might become a factor against the Dark Feast Bat, it doesn't end up becoming a factor overall for your game plan.
And here we go, guys. Match number 2. We've got Sprayquaza from Space Station Gaming and Nine Voice ready to go. Take it away, boys.
And here we go. Nine Voice queuing up the Dark Feast Bat first against Sprayquaza's mid-range Shadowcraft. What are you thinking about this matchup going into it here, Aka?
Actually, it might struggle a bit because Sprayquaza's version is the resilient board version, and seeing only 2 Evil Eye Demons, only 2 Virus, we can get into a situation where Nine Voice just doesn't have enough board clear for how many bodies Shadow actually presents.
Might be a race, right? Like how fast can Nine Voice get Sprayquaza down? And you know, both these players are kinda in a tough spot right now. They both lost their first round, so they're really hungry for that win right now.
And this is a fantastic hand by Nine Voice. One of the reasons to play Blood in Unlimited is precisely the Flower Bed. It enables your deck. It adds 4 counters to your own deck. It enables Bloody Mary. It activates Floro's Invocation, and all those things you can do with Volneric as well.
Who would have thought that this one innocent little card from way back in the day would suddenly become such a powerhouse with the addition of Omen of the 10?
Yep. For Sprayquaza's side, the scent doesn't look particularly good. You'd like to see the Bone Chimeras and Prince Catacombs, obviously, because you want to present resilient boards against Bloodcraft. But then again, Andrialphus and Demon Eater keeps your hand big enough so that you can sustain blood removal.
I'm curious to see if this Deathly Tyrant is ever going to become a factor in this game. It seems a bit too slow when Nine Voice's Dark Fleece Bat is just going to win the game essentially far, far earlier.
I do like that it's a bit better than Aisha. So for Sprayquaza's side, it is a better option than Aisha, not needing to wait until turn 10. You can actually play it as a 3-3 Storm or a 5-5 Revolve. That could be reminiscent of how Phantom Owl was effective. And I remember particularly playing a Grand Prix in Unlimited where I was very successful with Mid-Shadow with Phantom Owl because of Haven, Tenko decks, and Blood decks relying so much on cards like Black Mask or Tenko and De La File and all those things. It actually adds damage to your game plan without needing to wait until turn 10.
Absolutely. And we just saw that our first Floros out of the gate already on turn 3. The earliest you can possibly get it now after the adjustment. And like that's what you were saying, like that Blood-Fed Flower Bed does so much for the deck. It works with every facet of it.
Yep, and unfortunately here, the Chimera, Bone Chimera, comes a bit late for Sprayquaza. It is a very good follower, and for Nine Voices fans and side, the Diabond, a very important card, together with the Flower Bed, keeps your hand big enough so that you can activate your combos, your Volnerics. You're very close to actually having Volneric online. That's the crazy thing about Unlimited. You can get a Volneric on turn 5 or 4 even if you're really drawing like crazy.
It's an expanded card set. It's just there's so many good tools. You don't have to suffer through, you know, subpar picks. You just pick the best out of every set in the history of the game.
And it's active. That Flower Bed and Diabond. Turn 4.
Turn 4 Volneric. Wow. Okay. I mean, that's pretty good.
That is a very powerful play into a Lady Grey, particularly the 2-4 stat line. Not only that, he might even hold them because time is on his side if he wants. Hold the Volnerics to deal with Ectors or more powerful followers. But
I like
2-4
here.
here.
Yeah, I like slamming it down. That's hard to deal with, especially since it's going to get buffed up as well with the Ambling Wraith proc and the Blood-Fed Flower Bed. Oh boy.
And Lady Grey would not be able to remove that board, so it is a very good option for Nine Voice.
Seeing the power of this deck here, and I'm starting to question why he's the only one who brought it.
Yeah, and it's capable of doing crazy things if it curves really well. Very strong deck on the play in particular. Drawing all those floors. The less cards you draw, the more likely it is that you invocate multiple floors. And getting Flower Bed and Diabond is perfect to refill your hand. So we see here Sprayquaza struggling a bit. Trying to find a way to actually deal with that Volneric. Fran is a fantastic card off the top, and that means that the Fran's Curse as well as the Skull Beast will most likely be the development that he goes for.
Feel like killing yet? You finally did it.
See, even opting for the Evolve so it doesn't fall too far behind, obviously wanting to keep the pressure. And this is where cards like Phantom Owl or the old servers could actually be important in this matchup.
Man, that Diabond's just getting so much value across this entire game.
Yeah,
Just one card draws you so many cards.
And more Volnerics too. Razory Claws, very close from actually lethal here. Nine Voice doesn't even need our Feast Bat. Bloody Mary off the top on turn 7. Could be what it
yeah, Bloody Mary off the top. If the game ends that way, I'm going to be so happy.
And the 4-6 no Soul Squasher. That's the first thing I went to watch on Sprayquaza's list,
Yeah,
there's
you're right.
no Soul Squasher, which means Vira, Vulnerary, Evil Eye Demon are all cards that are very hard to deal with.
So far, only one mid-range Shadowcraft deck list throughout this entire tournament has only run one of a Soul Squasher.
Very surprising, right? We all thought Soul Squasher was one of the strongest cards we ever had in the format she was played, but now players understanding that there are more powerful tools, and they just want to be ahead throughout the whole game.
This is looking pretty rough for Spray, though. Oh!
Let's see if he actually goes for it. It doesn't need to, but
Yeah.
it doesn't go for it. Let's see. Oh.
That's kind of sad. I was kind of hoping for it, but, you know.
I mean, this
You're
is the
here,
world stage.
You want to win, right?
Of course.
Wow, pretty convincing win on Nine Voices' side there. Really just taking the game home with that Bloodcraft deck out of nowhere.
Yeah, and this matchup is a bit hard. Again, as I mentioned, I played a Grand Prix in Unlimited, whereas the Bat was very popular there in Unlimited. Before Florus was nerfed even, because he could be invocated very early on the game. And Shadow struggled a bit to end the game, because we saw it there. Even if Sprayquaza came to the board and dealt with Nine Voices board, it still had to struggle to actually win the game. It'd still take 2 or 3 turns that Bloody Mary could actually be used to finish the game.
And that's insane to me that Bloody Mary could become such an integral part of your win condition. If you're, you don't even need Darkey's Bat at that point, like you said.
I think it's very smart. Thinking of Seraph Haven, thinking of Dimension Shift, the more damage you add to your deck from your hand, the better your options are. So I really like it. I think it's a very good addition. In a format where everything's so wide, tech cards are extremely important. I think it's what we're getting from these two first rounds, is that in Unlimited, if you're at home and you want to play Unlimited, make sure your deck is very, very thin and has multiple choices.
That's true. Like, so far we've seen all these lists, a lot of 1-ofs, lots of 2-ofs, just to try and get the edge, especially in a tournament like this, where you're adding more decision fatigue to your opponent because they have to think, do you have this 1-of that you got in your deck for some reason?
Absolutely, and with such a big collection, all of your cards are so powerful that actually making a 40-card list could be very difficult. Some players mentioned in their interview how difficult it is to build a 40-card. You're restrained by the 40-card limit, and Limited is becoming harder and harder, and Master of Unlimited is becoming a very important asset for your Shadowverse career.
There's too many good cards. You can't put them all in.
Yep, and not only building a deck, but also playing against multiple decks, right? If you're in Sprayquaza's shoes, I've never seen Bloody Mary being summoned. How do I play against it?
Like
what do I expect? How much damage?
I wonder if the stage is going to be made available to everybody, or if it's just for this event. If it's just for this event, because it says World Grand Prix on it, that'd be kind of cool.
That would be even more special for players, because they would be the only ones that played in this particular field. But here, Sprayquaza opting to go for the Aven first, dodging the Shadow Mirror, similar to what we saw Caster do last round.
And in the Shadow Mirror, I think that Nine Voice has maybe a little... No, actually, I think Sprayquaza might have a little bit more value there with the Osiris. So the Shadow Mirror, I feel like Sprayquaza might have it. Because like we saw last set, we saw that that the more value-oriented deck won there.
Yeah, also Catacombs and Osiris. Obviously, Catacombs very hard to deal with when your Shadow gives a lot of shadows and multiple followers that you can enhance with Gremory and Ector. But speaking more about this matchup, this hand for Sprayquaza doesn't look very good, but the City of Gold can definitely fix it.
Yeah, it'll fix it, because you can get it. You don't even have to have it in hand, right? You just pop it out of your deck. Interestingly, he did just toss away the Seraph. He does have a lot of time to draw into it. Although I have had games where, you know, I toss away the Seraph and the Mulligan, and then I just never get it. I'm like, oh, okay. That's what I'm going to go through today.
The idea is it's more important to survive than actually draw Seraph.
Absolutely.
And here we see, obviously, the 1-up City of Gold. One of the problems you can run into by playing one is that if you actually draw one, it's very risky. It's why most players play 2 or 3 if they don't want to risk that, having to play to essentially lose a card from your hand by playing it on turn 2.
So again, when you're playing Seraphhaven against Shadowcraft, you always got to ask the question, when am I going to draw my Forbidden Ritual? And that's basically the most important card, as we've said before.
Very interesting, opting to go for Lady Grey instead of Andrealphus. That might tell me, or Belenus rather, but might tell me that he's interested in evolving that Andrealphus down the line, perhaps.
For more value.
Because even if Sprayquaza here played Black Conscriptor on your Andrealphus, it's not the best target, and they're spending 2 play points to do that.
It's a pretty interesting line of play, considering his deck isn't super value-oriented like we've seen. Is he trying to get into his 1-of Arcus, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, that option is good, once again, and similar effect to Phantom, right? You're just adding more damage from your hand. I think definitely Nine Voice has prepared very well for this format, in particular in Limited, and I would be surprised to see him not being rewarded for it, as we saw in Game 1.
So do you want to play it out another one of these? It kind of plays into the Forbidden really hard if you do.
So actually, we see that both players are ranked 13th, which implies that they've lost round 1.
That's right.
Otherwise, they would be on the first place, rather, because everyone's at 1-0, right?
That is
so
true.
The
They both have lost the first
implies
round.
that they've lost the first round. So Nine Voice wasn't rewarded on round 1, but is being rewarded so far. And he goes with the line that I mentioned before, involving the entry office.
That's why I'm saying like these players are so hungry for the W now. You know, you lose round 1, you definitely don't want to get stuck in that rut.
Yeah, and not having Forbidden Ritual here kind of pains a bit of Rayquaza, because you definitely want to banish those followers that give a lot of value to Nine Voice, and the Arcus is already on the hand. Death's Breath is on the hand. It's going to force a Themis Decree, and then you can develop an Arcus behind it.
Wow, the one of Arcus in the hand already. Pretty fortunate. You know, unfortunately for Havencraft, you can only run 3 Forbidden Rituals. So you can't have it all the time, but maybe he used it a bit too early, you think, in the last turn?
Yeah, I was thinking that because the Endrialphus was on the board, right? Or rather, the Endrialphus was not played, but there's also that possibility of Endrialphus or Catacombs, which Nine Voice actually doesn't run, so maybe Rayquaza used it earlier because he thought there's not a lot of ways that he can buff his board. Perhaps an oversight on Endrialphus.
At the same time, though, it's kind of like on the Havencraft, they just want to survive, basically. And facing down 2 Balanises with no good way to answer it on that turn, maybe that was too much to ask.
Interesting. Nine Voice not even caring about Themis Decree, not trying to bait Themis Decree with Death's Breath, and instead going for an Echo Assassin. Perhaps he thinks this will be good enough and force the Themis Decree by Rayquaza.
That is a lot of damage. I mean, you just keep putting the pressure on. Maybe you can, again, base Rayquaza to spend all its removal, and then you still have gas in the tank after the fact.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nine Voice, this is not good enough of a Themis Decree, unless Rayquaza does go for that. But there were answers in his hand for this particular board. But then again, the Lurching Corpse is a bit of annoying if he wants to deal with it. You could go for a Star Torrent and Black Inscripture if he didn't want to use the Themis Decree, which would give him an Aria board already against no Evo for the Arcus.
He just goes for the Themis, though. And out comes Arcus, which is going to be interesting. This is the first Arcus we've seen in this tournament, the first deck to actually just run one.
Yep. I think Rayquaza being a bit punished there for not going for the Themis, but because already having a 4-4 on the board could put a bit more pressure on Shadow, but instead going for the Themis, which is also valuable since he had 2 already. So Marwin is also an effective way to deal with the Arcus if he wants to.
But Rayquaza is also already on 12 defense only. It doesn't take a whole lot for Nine Voice here to assemble the damage he needs.
That's true. Preemptively setting up Amoria, yeah, obviously not as effective against the Ghosts of Arcus, but understanding that he cannot win with Seraph, not anymore, so he has to be aggressive.
Even if he could, doesn't even have it in hand yet.
And I think this is one of the, I think this was big merit for Nine Voice, understanding that I can put pressure before Arcus, and now Arcus puts Rayquaza in such an awkward situation that he has to be aggressive and spending his evils like that. So Nine Voice now is dictating the tempo, which is interesting. If you're a new player to Shadowverse and you see this board, you might think, oh, Rayquaza is clearly ahead on tempo, is dictating what's happening, but actually it is Nine Voice that is commanding the pace of this game with cards like Arcus.
And now comes the Fran here. Probably for Curse. The Attendant does not work once the Arcus is played, just so you know at home.
Interesting that he chose not to Soul Convert first to see more options. Traditionally, you want to draw first and see what's going on. This tells me that he perhaps is not even going to play the Soul Conversion this turn.
Maybe he wants to play the Disciple of Silence then. Oh, no, looks like he is going to do it. He's just so confident in his own line of play. Oh, that's really good.
And I would be extremely surprised to see him not go face with all the ghosts. You have to keep in mind Alexiel and De La File are cards that are played by these players. So the Aven players are all playing De La File and Alexiel, so you have to keep in mind you need to stack up the damage, even through wards.
And this Arcus is doing so much work. That one-of tech, like we were talking about in Unlimited, just having those crazy picks that end up winning you the entire game.
If I was playing in this format, I would definitely had something like Phantom Owl or even the old Cerberus, just because you need ways to end the game. And yes, grindy matches will happen, but you also have to keep in mind that you're giving away wins to Haven decks or perhaps control decks that you otherwise didn't have to.
Is this it? Is there a way for Sprayquaza to get out of this?
Fortunately for Sprayquaza, I don't see an effect on 9 Voices a hand that can sacrifice a ghost. So that means that 6 health could still be good enough. And he also has the Marwyn.
He's actually playing a second one.
Yep. I would have liked to see the Marwyn being evolved as well. Ooh. Interesting.
Oh, this went well, I think, for Spray. Nice board. Got a ward up. And not a whole lot.
There's a fairy there. There's a lot of math to be done.
There's a Necro as well. Can the Necro Assassin snipe the ward?
Very unlikely.
Yeah.
Still, probably a good play. Again, the longer the game goes, the better it is for you, right? But trading with the ghosts feels really bad, so maybe a Nectar is actually the play it goes for. One of the reasons why evolving the 6/7 instead of the Marwyn is that Ector doesn't make a lot of difference to an Ector math. So Sprayquaza here was trying to dodge the ghost damage by evolving the ward, which makes sense. But then again, against Ector in particular, it doesn't make a lot of difference between a 4/5 and a 6/7.
You just run 2 zombies into it regardless.
And I think here it might actually be very hard for Sprayquaza to come back from this situation. I mean, the Ector completely removing the ward, as well as playing Ghost to set up his health total below 5.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be tough next turn. I mean, it's just infinite damage again and again and again, turn after turn, because of this Arcus.
Yeah, so evolving Marwyn there would have made it so 2 followers needed to be traded by 2 zombies, which would be very awkward, and it would mean you'd have a 4/4 and a 4/3. And I don't know how much health. Oh, 9 Voice had more than 8 health, but still, it would help Sprayquaza's situation, I feel.
Every little bit, hey.
Can he actually survive? Can he find a way to survive? Alexiel here is the only ward he has available.
That's right.
Has Inquiry to deal with a 5/6, so I think that's a must this turn.
So you think it's Alexiel Inquiry? I quite like that play.
Most likely.
Is there? I don't think there's any other way to live through this turn otherwise.
Very important one-off to have in this situation. I mean, Holy Sentinel would be too late. The only wards he has available is actually Alexiel and Holy Sentinel. So that was exactly what he needed in this situation to come back in this game. But the problem is, 14 health is still a lot of turns for you to win.
A lot of turns where you're just going to keep drawing ghosts turn after turn.
And your opponent is going to get Grimoires, is going to get more
Yeah,
Ectors, so it's just going to get worse. And this is one of the reasons why Seraph might struggle, is that if it doesn't control the rhythm of the game, it falls too far behind.
Oh, okay.
We have not seen this interaction a lot, but this is a fantastic way to use Arcus with Lurching Corpse.
I think that's it, right?
Yep.
There you go.
With Necro Assassin, that should be lethal.
And there you have it, 9 Voice. Gonna take this game.
Yep, and now we can play the 2 drops, and then that would be enough. So I don't expect him to miss. All right. Showing some BM here.
A little bit.
Or respect for Sprayquaza, showing, look, I had all these tools, even if you defended properly, I still had enough damage.
It's a thin line between the two, isn't it? Respect and BM. And that's gonna be it for our boy Sprayquaza. Unfortunately, 9 Voice taking that game.
Impressive show of skill and deck list and deck choice.
All right, guys, that was it. 9 Voice beating out Sprayquaza in unbelievable fashion. I mean, that was a quick 2-0. I mean, just beat him up. Our boy Sprayquaza, my friend, pull yourself together. It's okay. as we talked about, Akmar Red, you even talked about a little bit earlier, sometimes you just have to go to the loser's bracket. You have to take your knocks on the chin early in the tournament and kind of find your way back, through the loser's end. So 0-2 does not mean you're out of this tournament. It does mean that you do most likely have to win the rest of the games on the day. But yeah, rough start.
Yeah, I started 0-2 on my own World Grand Prix, and I still made it to day 2 in second place. So take 2 was actually where I got my chance to come back in the tournament, kind of like a phoenix, and I was rebirthed from the ashes. So I hope Strayquaza gets that feeling and gets that Aka energy to come back and take 2. I hope he played well in practice take 2. As we mentioned earlier, if he's not mastering that format, he could be out of the tournament before he actually gets to rotation.
Yeah, that's the rough stuff that we were talking about. The fact that you have to play through Unlimited and take 2 before you even get a chance to play what most of these players are probably the most comfortable with in rotation. And it can be pretty rough for these players. You know what I mean? But take 2 can be that level playing field against all of these players. I don't know if take 2 is necessarily any of their specialty. So I think it's the most level playing field out of any of the formats that all of these players are going to be playing, to where you don't necessarily know which 3 decks you're going to get, maybe not even your favorite one. These are best of 1 matches, meaning you don't get a chance to redraft or do anything like that against your opponents. You draft 1 deck, you play, you win or lose.
Yeah, it's a very fun format for me because you could be playing against the best player in the world, and you could be just A rank or C rank or one of the lowest ranks in ladder. It doesn't really matter if you know all the cards in the collection, if you know how to draft, if you know how to execute. You could get them off guard, and you can actually even the field, even if you think you're a lesser player than your opponent.
I mean, it's true. I know D rank players in Discord and in different communities that just grind take 2 and just grind tournaments, and they're still really strong. They just never played ladder.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny too. I remember even back way back when we saw the Take Two style tournaments in the Shadowverse Open, we saw people who only played Take Two come out, just dominate, just show everybody that hey, Take Two is a skill-based format. You just have to know what you're doing, and a lot of it comes down to some of the preparation I actually saw from Tempo Storm and Team Disastra from the Shadowverse Open over the course of the year, in just looking through spreadsheets of all of the cards that could be potentially drafted by opponents, the average number of those cards that could potentially be in those decks, always anticipating what the best possible play, not just in a standard type format like rotation or something like that where you build your own deck, but also in Take Two. What's their best 6-drop that they could play in Bronze? What's their best 7-drop? How do I actually set up my board to best interact with what they could possibly do? And we really see that shine through with people who put in the work.
Yeah, I think that the side game's decisions to balance and control the Take-Two format were actually very good. When we got the rotation for Constructed, we also got a rotation format for Take-Two, and we get the last 4 sets, which makes it so the variance isn't very big, as well as removing some weak cards from a draft perspective from the pool, which means that players will get powerful tools. I still remember last year having to draft some Valkyrie of Orders, which were one of the worst cards you could even draft because we didn't have another option. On one side we had Valkyrie of Order, on the other side we had Mystic Ring or something that wasn't as good as Valkyrie of Order. So now it's a much more controlled format, it's more skilled, so if you put a lot of hours into Take-Two, you'll definitely come up ahead. And it's also important to note that all these players have had a round at least on our Shadowverse Open to actually practice Take-Two.
That's true. I think that format of rotating sets in Take-Two also just keeps the format fresh, and people have to constantly refresh and remind themselves how this game is played and how the meta changes and keep up with it in order to be, on this world stage and try and take it.
All right, guys. Well, there you have it for the first 2 rounds of the World Grand Prix. We will be back shortly after a break to get into Take-Two. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, and welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix, the biggest Shadowverse tournament ever. I'm Ignidius, joined here again by Akamar Red and Exodium. Going into Take 2 next. How you guys feeling?
Excited? Are you kidding me? First of all, we talked about how this could level the playing field, right? Of course, these players, probably their most unpracticed format. Of course, going into this tournament, they probably put a lot of hours in, but if we're talking about their overall performance throughout years of playing Shadowverse, Take-Two probably the one they've left under the rug for a little while, but that does mean that anybody can get 2 wins out of this round and basically cement themselves going really well into the rotation format.
Yeah, it's the opportunity they need to get back into the game, to get back into the tournament. And if some player goes 0-2, this is the moment they can breathe and think it's a new field, it's a new format, if he's experienced in that format. And it's definitely a fun format. I like seeing how important some cards can be, and when player drafts the dream deck, everyone in the lounge will talk about that.
Yeah.
I remember Jay-Z saying, "Oh, Fag had 2 Thanes? Are you kidding me?" And I'm like, "Yo, Jay-Z, I won my round with only Poison Apple as my gold."
That's right. You're flexing a little bit there.
Yeah.
So you were competing in this last year, so you know kind of the atmosphere going into Take 2. Players kind of resetting their brains, or?
Yeah, some players were very nervous because, especially from our side, they were like, I don't practice a lot of Take-Two. I don't feel comfortable. It's very RNG dependent. I was happy. I was like, just take me out of this. I lost 2 rounds. Just get me to Take-Two.
Reset.
Because he brought me back to my roots of streaming Shadowverse and playing Take-Two. For 1 year, that's all I did. I was building my collection out of Take-Two tickets and doing arena chains of infinite, getting rupees to play again. And it was just, I was comfortable. I was back in my pajamas with my tea or milk, and I was just comfortable drafting and playing. It was fun.
That's right. And if you guys out there watching right now want to get introduced to Take-Two, it's a perfect time right now. We, Akamara, Red, and I, before the cast today, actually sat down and played a bunch of All-Star Take-Two, which you can play against friends right now, and you get Grand Prix tickets for doing so, which I suppose means that the next Grand Prix will be an All-Stars Take-Two format, so you get some practice in, you get to have a little bit of fun with your friends, you get to play with all the sweet cards in Take-Two right now. But of course, that is not the format that players will be playing today. They'll be playing the more rotational format of Take-Two. But what do you think the strongest classes are? I know we talked a little bit before the cast about what we thought the players would be gravitating towards based on performance in previous events. But yeah, what are you guys' thoughts now?
I think that Forest is one of those classes that's very tricky to draft, but one of the best payoffs you can get. Elf Song is one of the strongest cards in the entire format. Also Sword, very consistent. Curving in Take-Two is predominantly the strategy you want to go for, and we all know how Sword is so good curving. Very efficient stats. Outside of that, Portalcraft, another important mechanic we don't see a lot in Constructed. The rush part of some cards can be very important, dictating some trades. So I think that for me, Forest, Portalcraft, and Sword is where I would be comfortable drafting.
I think Shadowcraft has that strength of, again, being consistent, like you said, with Swordcraft. Forestcraft has a big payoff, but like you said, it's tricky to draft. You have to balance between individually really strong cards and trying to make sure you have enough combo enablers. And then, of course, with Take-Two, it gets a bit tricky as well because you have those buckets of cards. You can't just pick the one you like. You also have to consider, do I want to take one amazing card and one card, or 2 okay cards? It's kind of a balance there, and you have to take into consideration your curve and the deck you're trying to build as well. So I think Forestcraft is a bit more tricky on that, and Swordcraft and Shadowcraft are a bit more consistent. And Portalcraft I still think is quite good, but lately with added expansions as they've expanded, they're still the smallest collection out of all the classes, but before they were so powerful because they could consistently draft all their strongest cards. Now with a bit more cards in the pool, I think their power level has decreased slightly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would have to agree with consistency. Consistency and dropping on curve in Take-Two is probably the most relevant way you can win. If you can stick a board, there are not very many good board wipes in Take-Two. So if you can stick a strong board, if you can hold on to your Evos for as long as possible, if you can maintain not only just the last big follower, but multiple followers in play that can keep spiking while you deal with your opponent's followers, I think that's a really good strategy to employ. And what we did see from the Shadowverse Open near the end of the season was that Forestcraft, even though it is kind of that dicier pick, so very strong in the hands of a capable player. I mean, we saw Forestcraft be, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 70% of the pick of people playing against each other with Forestcraft, and it did surprisingly well in almost all of its games.
Oh yeah, Forestcraft definitely rewards the skill of its pilot a lot, especially in Take-Two, where you have to really know and understand the class and all the cards it has available to it, and how to build a deck on the fly, essentially, because that's what a draft is. And with a lot of other classes, okay, this card is individually strong, but with Forest Craft, you can understand the mechanics behind all the interactions. It rewards you a lot more.
Yeah, also fairies are a traditionally good mechanic for a draft format. Creating multiple 1/1s, having a stock full of fairies can actually be something that you can use your play points effectively, not flooding play points. Another important aspect of Take-Two is maximizing your play point efficiency, making sure you're always spending the entire play points you have available, as well as keeping your hand light. As one of the players mentioned, if you can keep your hand light, that means your board presence is very strong, and you both have the same amount of cards, so that means if your hand is lighter than your opponent, you're probably ahead in the game.
I can't tell you how many times in Take-Two you're sitting there looking at your hand, you're like, man, I have like 5, 6, 7 really good cards, but my opponent has 4 or 5 really good cards in play right now, and I can't really catch up to the tempo. I know I have that feeling a lot, especially when you are like me and you favor Dragon in pretty much every format.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you just take really high-costed cards, you fill your hand with all these sweet, sweet, sweet things, but you can't ever employ them to the board because everything you're doing is just a little bit too slow, and you might just get beat down by 1/1s.
Although it's kind of the two strategies in Take-Two, right? Do you want to go with really solid, strong individual followers, or like you said, board flood? And I think one of the commonalities between the classes that we consider strong, Swordcraft, Shadowcraft, Portalcraft, Forestcraft, is that they do have that ability to just get on the board extremely quickly and go wide. And because of the lack of AoE and the lack of efficient clear, it becomes a lot harder. But that's kind of why I like Shadowcraft a lot in the format as well, because you have access to Mist of Extinction, which, while not really played and constructed in Take-Two, in Arena, it becomes one of the best AoEs in the format.
And actually something that I hope players adapt, and they have to adapt, is that usually when you practice Take-Two, unless you're screaming with someone that's interested in Take-Two for the World Grand Prix, which probably didn't happen a lot. I mean, they're competitors, they're opponents in this field. So what happens is people usually play the Arena mode of Take-Two. And in Arena, it's a lot different. You're drafting only one deck for 5 matches, which means it is better to pick 2 average cards than a bomb with a bad card, because in Arena you just want win rate. You want to win 5 games. So the bomb, if you pick a bomb and a bad card, the bomb will win you a game, right? But the bad card will lose you a game potentially, which means you won't be 5-0. In this format, it's the best of 1. If you see a bomb, pick the bomb. If you see the bomb in your hand, you're going to win the only game you have to win. That's it. That's 1 point for the World Grand Prix. We definitely saw last year a lot of Valkyrie of Orders, because together there were Thanes or Zeus with them, and obviously you want to have those important cards.
I wholeheartedly agree, and especially it's not just the fact that it's the one game, you want to pick the bombs if you can get them, and that you play them, you win. It's also the best way to beat players that you think might have an advantage against you in play skill. I actually talked about it a lot this year, just in the simple fact of, hey, you know, I'm one of these Japanese players. I really fear playing against Kocha, you know what I mean? And he might have the skill advantage on me. But if I can pick a class, not just a deck, but a class that gives me the most available bombs that I can pick to win the game just outright, maybe that's the avenue I'm going to go, because it can kind of lessen that skill gap if I need to.
It's a different set of skills as well, drafting an effective deck than it is in constructed, just knowing your field. You have to sort of really adapt and think on the fly as well in Arena and Take-Two.
Yep. Just the idea is get a lot of value, get a lot of ways to spend your play points, get into the board very quickly, very efficient, and predominantly pick the bombs, because they are very effective. They will win you the game you need to win. And it's actually one of my favorite things about Take-Two is that it's not solved. There's not a way to play. I mean, we're talking about our own preferences, but we'll see a variety of players picking multiple different classes. For instance, Essia, a very big winner in the European Shadowverse Open in Take-Two, is very strong. He keeps performing well, doing well, and topping those tournaments. He likes Forest a lot, but other players just like Portal a lot. We saw Essia draft Portal 3 times, for instance, the week that he won. But on the other hand, if he sees a Forest, he doesn't run away from it because he has that experience to back it up.
It's true. I think there was a big kind of culture shock, too, in the middle of this year with a lot of our Open Shadowverse players, and as well as a lot of the viewers out there who play Shadowverse at home, not competitively. They're like, you know, Take-Two is kind of this weird format, you know, why is it this competitive thing and all that kind of stuff. But then we started to see people come to the forefront of Take-Two and really just take things by storm. And it kind of just shoveled that idea under the rug of, you know what, you do have to be good at Take-Two. You have to have skill. You have to understand. I think one of the first things that we actually saw that kind of broke our mindset was a player called DFC Lover in, I believe he was the Pan America side. And he kind of just came in and set up board states we've never really seen people in rotation set up, just knowing exactly how to get through his opponent's class, essentially. I know every single effect you could do to possibly handle my board. I'm going to do this weird pre-evo, like, into fill up a board with, like, these followers, and you're just like, wait a minute, what? Why would he pre-evo here? Why would he fill up the board with these followers and not play his strongest follower? But then you see on the following turn, his opponent's just like, I literally can't do anything about that. So it's knowing the texture of what the opponent's deck could have in Take Two and just really pushing it forward. In rotation, you can kind of do that, but all of the cards are a little bit stronger, so so it's a little bit harder to set those boards up.
It's also about the neutral gameplay. The neutral power bombs or the neutral bombs are very highly picked, not only because every class can play them, but also they have their own slot when you draft. There's multiple slots in your deck that will be neutral cards, because you can only pick 2 neutral cards, which means you can predict a neutral card like Rakam or Altaia could be very strong or effective, or Catalina, and you can definitely play around those cards. And as Exo mentioned, sometimes the pre-evo is very important to dodge those effects. Really Rakam dealing 3 damage, or Altaia.
I actually think of all time, one of the strongest points of Shadowverse, we hear a lot of players talk about it even in their interviews, is how unique the evolution mechanic is in this game. It's not just about powering through when you're aggressive. It's not just about defending yourself when you're behind. It's knowing exact textures to know when you can just throw an Evo out there and it will just take over a game. I remember it used to be a huge thing when we used to see Dragon matchups back in the day because of Sybil specifically. That big turn 5 Evo turn. You could sometimes in the mirror match pre-Evo the Sybil. Your opponent only has a Sybil on 5. They couldn't Evo over your Sybil, so you could also start spiking big damage early. I mean, we've seen it in matchups from time and time again now. Not as much as we used to see, just because there aren't as many ways to take advantage because the removal's gotten so much better than it used to be. But if you can find those really nice turns where you're just like, if I Evo here, this pre-Evo, I actually get 3, maybe 4 turns of action out of it, especially if I can start defending it with wards. If you have that option in Take Two, it gets even stronger.
Yeah, in Take Two, the evolution is so powerful as well. It's such an important decision tree. I think that's why the evolution mechanic kind of brought a lot of people to love Shadowverse the way it is, because it's just another layer of decisions that completely changes the way you play the game.
That's the way I learned how to play the game. I think that knowing how to evolve, when to evolve, one of the basic mistakes, I started the game very, very early on when it was released on Steam. One of the basic mistakes was never to evolve on 4. So people came from other backgrounds, different card games. There was no evolve mechanics, so they wouldn't evolve on 4. They would fall so far behind. I myself was in that situation where I fell so far behind that even though I had 2 evolve points, since you can only evolve once per turn, I fell too far behind and I lost the game. 20 health is almost nothing. You die very fast. And to add to that, also to mention that after the fact that you learn how to evolve, you learn that some followers are more powerful when you evolve them. So I think that's a very efficient way to learn the game, and that's why I love Take Two. That's how I learned how to use the evolve points effectively.
I think that was the first thing I think that really turned me on to Shadowverse as well, is just the simple fact that if you're behind, you can come back. If you're ahead, you can push forward. If you understand the texture of the game, you can really just cement yourself in a multitude of different ways, as well as just the simple fact that past the fact that you just get stats and you can attack with a follower, some of them actually give you sweet abilities. And sometimes you don't even need the power of the defense and the immediate attack. Sometimes, for instance, now with Haven, you can just evolve a 2-drop, and now you have an option for heal and card draw. You have a removal spell. You don't necessarily need the follower to deal any damage on board. You just give yourself more options, especially since the choose mechanic came out. So now you just have so many different things to do on your evolution turns if you really hone down and decide, you know, which direction do I want to go this game.
I think in Take Two especially, it's so important because you're playing with cards that you don't often see, and a lot of them do have these interesting evolve mechanics. So it really tests your skill and knowledge of the specific card interactions in the format, especially with evolve added in.
That's a big difference between Take Two and constructed formats is actually when to evolve, the timing of your plays too, the way to use your play points. But also, what I like about it is that the mulligan is not as impactful. What I mean by that is that if you see a 2 play point follower, you'll keep it. If you're playing constructed, if you see a Phalan or an Ayala, you can throw away one of them to find Ayalas or find those important 2-drops, as you mentioned, Lady Grey perhaps. If I had Belinus and Andrialphas, or just Andrialphas, I can kick Andrialphas to see a Belinus or a Lady Grey. In Take Two, you don't have that. No, you see a 2-drop, you keep your 2-drop, which means the most important thing is timing and play decision rather than mulligan. And I think that most people think there's a lot of variance in Take Two. I am of the opposite opinion. I actually think you have more control in Take Two because the mulligan is not dictating the game from the start.
That's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I think, honestly, it's just what you said, too. Because you have to keep the drops in your hands, sometimes you even have to make that hard decision of, my opponent just did this. Maybe I can't play my 2-drop anymore. I'm going second. They played a 2-drop. I have a very crucial 2-drop to my strategy. If I play it and then they just trade, yeah, I didn't take the 2 damage, but I also don't have options going into turn 3 or 4 that I would like to have with this 2-drop, or maybe I could wait with this 2-drop to play it with the other 2-drop in my hand to have a better turn 4 if I don't have a 4-drop, and you have to kind of just use your life as a resource in the early game and not trade away a lot of your good options. So, I mean, the decisions to make in Take-Two, like you said, you have full control over, but it makes it that much more difficult.
Yep. So the big variance is on drafting portion, and knowing how to draft is very important. Filling your curve, very important. Understanding that sometimes picking 2-2-drops is more important than a bomb if your curve doesn't look too good. One of the flaws, you mentioned the all-stars. One of my flaws in Take-Two is that I see an all-star, I have to pick it. I mean,
yeah, I mean, obviously, right? It's the all-stars format.
Of course, I miss Bahamut. I miss Olivia.
When Olivia comes up, I just
I gotta pick them all.
Surely.
So here, the same thing could happen. If you see too many bombs, you might pick too many 5-drops.
But that's actually a good decision point, and that can happen in regular Take-Two as well. But like, I mean, I'm not going to go into what our record was. Okay, our record. But let's just say that it wasn't favoring Akamara Red. But I think it was because of that whole decision-making process. It's like, I want to play with all these good cards. I have nostalgia, whatever. Of course, if you're playing in a competitive environment, maybe it's not as weighing. Yeah. But you're still thinking, man, if I take that Albert, if I take that Zeus, if I take all these good cards, my deck's going to be insane. And then all of a sudden, you're left with a hand where you have 5, 6, 10 drops in your hand. You don't have 2, 3, 4 drops. Your opponent just gets so far ahead. All of your good cards can't really do anything. And to kind of bring that back into regular Take-Two, if you just take all of the strong cards pound for pound, you're not building a deck. You're building cards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're just, I have cards that can do things, but do they gel well together? Can I play them on curve with each other? Do they make sense? Can I build a winning strategy with this? And that's something that you have to be really careful of when you're drafting a deck.
Mm-hmm. And next up, we're going to actually finally see these Take-Two matches in the World Tournament. So that's going to come up next, but we're still trying to find a match. So until then, we're going to go to a quick break, but right when we get back, Take-Two after this. Thank you all for staying tuned in. We are back now with the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2018. I'm Ignidius here again with Akamara Red and, of course, Exodium. About to jump into our first Take 2 round, and we have the pairing now, Chaldea versus Mingy God. What do you think?
Right. So I think we just learned that he's had a tough strength of schedule so far.
Oh, yeah.
Chaldea had to play against Kocha last round. Didn't end up falling to him, but now he has to play against Mingy God. And again, being the wild card from SCAO, you know, we don't really know a lot about him yet. So Take 2, definitely not something we've seen him play before. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, and his opponent on round 1 was 9 Voice, which we just saw defeat Sprayquaza. So, I mean, that's a tough schedule expected to be at the World Grand Prix, and I'm very curious to see what Chaldea does in this round, and I can't wait to see how he approaches this format.
Yeah, Chaldea, my boy, of course, from Southeast Asia, Oceania, coming out of nowhere with that wildcard tournament and really proving his strength, that wasn't just a fluke that he's here. He's on the world stage, and he's really proving that he can go toe-to-toe with these world-class competitors from all these regions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you earned your slot here, you're ready to go. You know what I mean? Like, and especially when you get told that the prize pool is up to $1 million, you're going to put in the work. I mean, even if you didn't do any homework getting here, you just kind of lucked your spot in. I would be hard-pressed to identify with somebody who didn't want to at least put in some effort to try to win the $1 million. Yeah.
Yeah, he said that he wanted to grab the $1 million, also wanted to shake hands with Kimura-san.
That's right.
2 noble goals.
Yeah, 2 noble goals. And it's also interesting to see how happy he is, probably very happy at the moment. He played against Kocha. How many players can actually say that I played against Kocha, right? It's a privilege at this point.
Okay, Mr. Brags a lot over here.
I had to. So someone was falsely accusing me of having a poor record in All Stars Take 2 against Exodium.
Enough of you bragging. Let's take a look at some of the standings right now, okay?
Moving into the actual standings, Coach going 2-0 here, proving his dominance as the defending champion.
And my dark horse is Shiro, also 2-0 right now, ZenX, along with Yuzu, Rio. Wait, Igni, you had a pretty good impression of Rio.
Yeah, he seems like he's into it.
What was your voice line for Rio?
You want me to do it?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Kono Ryoga.
See, that's amazing. That's so perfect. All right, yes.
It's pretty good. He's intense, and he's showing his strength here.
And then people that we did not expect to start 0-2, we've got Crumsian down there, we've got Potwasher, Sprayquaza, even Masuze and Karaga-san. A lot of players we expected from the East and the West to be very strong right now. But of course, that's the way it goes, right? This is the first 2 rounds, or these are the first 2 rounds. These are the basically make or break for the start of your tournament, but not the make or break for the entire tournament. So as long as you pull yourself out of this, you're going to be good to go.
Ooh, we start to see interesting matches develop. The 2-0 players will play against each other. So we got Ishiro versus Ryoga. And then we have Kocha versus Karakuri. The player I said I am paying attention to his performance because he is my player to watch, in my opinion. I didn't vote for him, but I casted the Rage that he played on, and I think he was flawless in that tournament, only struggling in the grand finals against Hearn.
And now he's up against the defending champion, Kocha here. We'll see if he can carry that dominance through. The nerves kind of getting to you at this point, especially in this format that a lot of people maybe not be as comfortable with.
Absolutely. It's also amazing to me to see, and we've talked about this numerous times, and we'll continue to talk about this over the weekend, but people bring in their own styles to win in formats that just don't seem, correct. Correct is the wrong word. Don't seem, normal, I guess would be the more correct term, in the fact that somebody like Kocha just bringing D-Shift into a D-Shift-less environment and just like crushing with it, you know what I mean? Or just like all the different forms and variations of the different havens, shadows, I mean, you name it, that people brought and just like their own styles and winning with them. It's crazy stuff.
So some of these pairings here, we're seeing a lot of Japanese players go up against Japanese players, but still a lot of cross-region play still. I think it's kind of showing that a lot of the regions are pretty evenly matched at this point.
Wow, Karage-san also 0-2. He's paired against Crumsian as well as Forest, one of the players that we said was one of the strongest coming into this tournament. And it's very interesting to see how the world is actually making Japan struggle a bit here with a couple of Japanese players in the bottom of the ladder standing so far.
Here's the
competition is.
Yeah, here's the other negative too about it, in the fact that if Crumsian and Potwasher remain at the same record along with Sprayquaza, they will eventually have to start playing against each other too. And it could be in the do or die matches where they will have to knock one or each other out of the tournament, and that's not going to feel good.
Well, that's going to be emotional when that happens, especially since we've been following their journeys this entire time up to this point.
I think it is crucial that this is where they have to step up. They have to win this match because even if they face against each other at 1-2, at least you're still in that 3 zone where you can still make it. But if you go 0-3, you're most likely going to eliminate each other.
That's right.
Because it's 5 rounds you have to dodge, which is almost impossible in a 24
I mean, it's not even just that, too. Tiebreakers get better and better in the rounds where you lose or the later you lose in the rounds, simply because the opponents that you lost to will have better records. Now, I believe, actually, that now that I remember correctly, the tiebreakers are only going to be on your own match win percentage, so maybe the strength of schedule doesn't matter. So in that case, maybe it doesn't matter, you know, if you lose early or later in the tournament. But like you said, it's much harder to spike 5 wins in a row than giving yourself at least some leeway to win, because as you do better in the tournament, you're going to be playing against the better and better opponents.
Absolutely.
Yeah, important to Potwasher that we actually saw him lose 2-1. So the tiebreakers are dependent on match win rather than game win, or the other way around, game win rather than match win. So if Potwasher lost 2-1, for instance, in Crimson, they're good to go. Unfortunately, in watching on the standings, watching the standings, there were a lot of players that were above them, which means those players that probably lost 2-1 instead of them.
So going into this take 2 here, as a refresher for the audience, like, what are your picks for best class?
So I think, as you mentioned before, Forest.
I think Forest is the best.
I think Swordcraft is also very strong, and Portalcraft would be my 3 priority picks.
Yeah. I'm still rooting for Shadow, and I think Swordcraft is really strong as well. But I think Shadow, very underrated, with Orthrus being an insanely good card as well. So we'll have to see going into this match how Chaldea and Mingy God picks. It's also going to be interesting because, like we said, we've never seen Chaldea play Take 2.
We have not.
And Mingy God as well, not a whole lot of exposure to his play in Take 2. So in this completely different format, how are these players going to match up?
That's right, and it's going to be very interesting to see the actual rankings after this round, right? Because we talked about this being the first round where it starts to matter. Your third loss is huge, because it means you can't afford to lose anymore, and you might already be out depending on how well you do for the rest of the day. Not every single X and 3 is going to make it. So
I believe you're only safe if you're 6-2 and up.
I think that's the only way you are absolutely safe.
Absolutely. And it's tough to go 0-3, not only because of that, but also the way the tournament is structured. 4 rounds of rotation are extremely hard
to going to be the hardest.
spike.
Yeah.
Because all these players made it this far because they were extremely strong in the rotation format. Otherwise, they would not be here. All the Rages are played in rotation format. All the JCGs, all the Opens in EU, in PAM, all of that is played in rotation mostly. So
this is why I'm scared for a lot of our Western players that did start out 0-2, or even, you know, 1-1's not too bad right now. But if you don't get a lot of cushion out of these, you know, unlimited and take 2 rounds, like you said, rotation's going to be that much harder to break through because everybody knows what's up in take 2.
They're all very comfortable in rotation, so it's going to be really stiff competition. Like, it's already stiff competition in unlimited and take 2 as it is. But once it comes to rotation, the format that everyone's the most comfortable with, the format that everyone's the most practiced with, it's going to be difficult.
Yep. 100%. So both players getting seated down right now, getting hooked in with their, I would imagine, soundproof headphones, making sure everything's okay.
The headphones have white noise in them, right, Aka? You were there last year.
Yeah, so the small ones are the ones with actually the game sound, the music, the character voice lines and all that. And the ones that they're putting on now, the iPhones, are actually the white noise ones. It's very loud. You can't even listen to the staff. That's why the staff is actually carrying papers to tell you, give you information of what decks do you want to pick, what order you want to go in, and they'll give you the ready to go and all that. So it's a very important moment. This is where players will focus on what they have learned, what they want to bring to the table, and are probably going through their minds which classes to pick, actually.
That's right. And this is one of those situations where I know from a person who's not going to be up on the big stage, you know, somebody who just goes into take 2, my initial thought is, man, I didn't get the class I wanted. These players can't think that way because any negative thoughts going into their picks, I mean, could affect the way they draft, could affect the way they play, anything like that. So they really just have to be ready for any 3 decks to pop up and have a solid game plan for whatever.
Yeah, I think the right mentality to play in a tournament or World Grand Prix is to actually forget tier lists. Just think of, if I get X class, what do I draft? If I get Y class, what do I draft? Instead of, these are my 3 favorite classes, then you get none of them, and you're like already hindering your skill before even playing the game. So,
in other words, the tilt is real, and you have to not let it affect you.
Absolutely. It's not just tilt, though, too. It's just overriding mindset. Like, you know, even thinking something similar to, oh, I don't have as good a chance as I could have if I had these other classes. Any thoughts like that going into your head when you're running through rounds where you need to be ultra focused to beat your opponents? Like, these are players that you cannot make mistakes against, right? If you do, for whatever reason, putting yourself at a disadvantage. So just a tough spot to be in, and I think it really gives credence to if you have practiced with all of the classes. Obviously, you're not going to need to play all of the classes when you come time to, but like say for instance, you never want to play Runecraft, but there are 2 other classes that pop up with it, like say Bloodcraft and Dragoncraft. You're like, man, I really, really don't like those classes. If you don't have practice with any of them, you're going to be dead in the water.
That means that for this format, you need to put in a lot of time to prepare. So for people who think that Take-Two isn't a competitive format, I actually really disagree, like Akamaru Red was saying.
Yep, it's important to play a lot of Take-Two and also be diverse in your picks. Sometimes there's the 2 powerful tiered classes, but let me just try and figure out if this could be playable. Another class we didn't mention, Runecraft, actually spiked some tournaments this year. The addition of Abyss Summoner and the cards with the effect of if you have 20 cards or less in your deck, you get an extra effect. Those cards are actually very powerful, and it shows me that Cygames is paying attention to Take-Two and is actually creating cards or designing cards that help the Take-Two format, which makes me excited when a developer is interested in not only giving the format to the World Grand Prix, but also supporting it.
And I mean, what further proof than the World Grand Prix, right? That they're supporting all 3 formats at once.
That's right, and this is a brutal one, like we've been talking about. You have 1 chance. So it looks like we're getting started here, and I believe we're going to be watching Mingigod draft, and he's going to start with Portalcraft.
All right, take it away, Aka, Exo. Here we go.
Oh, very fast pick. That was the Lloyd card, Heartless Battle, a very powerful, value-oriented card. Both players actually drafting very quickly.
Yeah, that's right. Looked like Basilius got picked up there. Very good card. Again, board sweeps, very hard to come by in Take-Two, so when you get a chance to take one, you definitely do. Is that second Basilius? Do you take the second one?
Basilius is a very powerful card. Yeah, immediately. Removal also very important. Would be surprised to not pick the 3-drop Automaton Knight and Rocket Knuckles. Very flexible card depending on if you want the 6 damage or not. You can control it.
It's true. I mean, both of those options were pretty good as well. I mean, Puppet Room, it just gives you repeated removal effects turn after turn. Pitfall. Again, so one thing that we should make mention of in Take-Two is if you can pick big, hard removal, and what I mean by that is it can destroy any follower on the board, post-Evo, pre-Evo, whatever, you generally want to take it up, and Pitfall is one of those neutral cards in the bronze slot that you can really get multiple copies of in your deck, and you probably want to take as many as you can.
Yeah, also Altaia was in that pick, and he didn't choose it because Treasure Map is not necessarily the card you want to go for. So is Mingigod here showing me that is much giving priority to average cards or strong cards rather than the powerful bombs.
Absolutely. I do think that that Treasure Map is very underrated, but I won't go into that tirade again. I think if people have been watching me long enough, they know what I think about Treasure Map.
Ooh, Altaia now with Happy Pig. Good 2-drop, but just fizzling out in the late game.
That's true. Unless you're playing Forestcraft, then you really want your curve to be heavy like this. So if you do notice in Take-Two, it looks like Mingigod had a big reaction there on this one. He's looking at his last pick, and he's just like, man, I didn't get one of the ones I wanted. I think this is a pretty easy choice, though. You've got 2 pretty good cards on the right.
The turn,
at the end of the
you
turn,
will draw cards according to the attack, the highest attack of your followers.
So it could be that you deck yourself with the card too. So it's a very, very weird card to play with. Let's see if he actually did take the Chronos.
There we go. You see here. See, very low curve, very low impactful cards. He has very good mid-range, but the way to end the game is through board control.
It's true. Yeah, and it does look like he went with the Lococo option and the Bad Cat. The Bad Cat that can be a finisher if you fill up the board. I think this deck looks like a Forest deck would. You have very good aggressive early curve. You have really good removal. I think if he can stick a board, he'll do very well here against Chaldea. So we'll see.
Yeah, very impressed by his 2-drops in particular. Very strong. One of the best 2-drops for Portalcraft he had access to. Both the Paracelsus as well as the Lococo are very important. Very valuable cards too. It's hard removal back with puppets, which can also be very important in the format. As well as Heartless Battle. That's a very flexible card that he had access to in the first pick.
We talked about if you can protect your boards with wards, it's a very effective strategy, and that's one of the hardest wards to actually get around in Take-Two, is the fact that on 7, you could just play this massive ward that you have to A, target first, B, run into. It could have Bane, you know what I mean? It's just, it might be too much of a mountain to climb in some cases.
And Pitfall is one of those cards that actually lost a bit of value because players have learned how to adapt and play around it. But this is where experience comes into play. Let's see if players actually know Pitfall is in the format. They have to be careful. They have to be careful with their evolve targets. Sometimes you don't want to evolve a very big follower and instead want to evolve one of the smaller ones because of that effect.
Yeah, I do think that Pitfall will be in most players' decks, but if you try to play around it too much, you could hurt yourself. So, it's that again. That's one of those double-edged sword decisions that you have to make. But you know, these players, they know what's going on. So maybe on a turn where they're like, you know what, Pitfall could be the best possible thing against me. They will play around.
Yeah, and I think
effectively.
Mingy got drafted really well. I mean, from the options that I saw, drafted very fast. Showed a lot of experience in it, but from the options he had, he clearly told me what his play style or draft style was. Rather than going for a bomb, potentially he just goes for the average. And we see here that every card in his deck is not bad. It's just very valuable.
Absolutely. So it looks like we're taking a look maybe at Chaldea's draft here.
Ooh.
So we're getting a playback of his draft. So it looks like he went with Runecraft. Very interesting choice for this. All right.
Tough choice at start. Mysteria is a very synergistic archetype, usually what you don't want to go for in draft formats. Synergistic cards are very bad, you probably don't have enough. But there I see Burgeoning Genius together with Sleep Incantation, which isn't very good, but it's still an option.
That's right. So Runecraft, one of the lesser played classes. It, like you said, it has come up in popularity because you do have cards like Abyss Summoner that can play around the 20 card rule. But it is one of the hardest classes to make good use of in Take-Two because it is split. So Runecraft is built in such a way where it has an Earthright side to it, where you play a very specific strategy with your cards, and it has a spell boost side of things. So you're either trying to build up with artifacts, or you're trying to build up with spells to get to your end game. And it's really hard, especially when they start mixing the two together in your picks. So very, very advanced class to play Take-Two with.
And I was going to add, it actually lost a bit of value on Omen of the Ten because the Mysteria cards have been added not only within the Omen of the Ten set, as well as the mini expansion, Greya, for instance. So it actually loses because it adds another archetype to the ones you mentioned. Mysteria is a whole together synergistic. Problem with Rune is that it's highly synergistic, which means in a draft format, it could be very clunky.
Yeah, it's funny, too, when you say that. It's like, usually you're like, man, if this class is super synergistic, then it should be amazing. But it's the fact that the synergies don't work with each other. They're very static in the fact that they only work with specific types of cards.
Unfortunately, Abyss Summoner and Burgeoning Genius are not on the same side, but Abyss Summoner is the reason why you draft Runecraft, so I would be very surprised if it didn't pick it.
Absolutely. I remember basically, as soon as Abyss Summoner came out, people did start playing Runecraft because you could get like 2-3 Abyss Summoners in a deck, and they were good enough by themselves to win games.
See, another second Owen now. A lot of 2-drops of Rune were already very poorly statted. Owen is not where you want to be, playing a 1-2 that sometimes doesn't even draw cards.
And Astral Divination can be somewhat good in situations. Getting Pollux, for instance. I really like Pollux for free evolutions. Expel Soul can be okay. It's very slow, and if you're not playing a lot of spells before it, it's a fine removal effect, but it's usually going to take up your whole turn.
Tough choice. Ooh.
Gilnelise.
Very underwhelming choices here.
Yeah. This is, yeah. I mean, honestly, you could be okay with drafting either of these. Neither of these picks are gonna be putting you over the top here.
This is the second problem with Runecraft. The gold legendary slot isn't very powerful, which means you're already entering your draft necessarily. What you want to be is definitely the silver cards. Unfortunately for Chaldea, you only had 2 Burgeoning Genius and 1 Abyss Summoner. So usually how I rate this deck is the more Abyss Summoners you have, the stronger your game plan will be. This deck doesn't feel very strong.
Yeah, it's true. And his early game doesn't seem to match up very well against what Migigod had put together. So I think Migigod does have the edge going into this. But of course, edges don't mean much. It all comes down to draw and play, especially when we have competitors of this standing.
Yeah, also with our information, that Divine Retribution doesn't pair very well against Mingigod's deck because he has very low followers, or he goes very wide, which means Divine Retribution isn't necessarily a good payoff card.
Absolutely. So, both players look very focused, ready to get into their match. You know, not sweating the fact that they had to choose a specific class, knew exactly what they were doing. And it's interesting to me to note that Chaldea, while he might be one of the newer players, still chooses to go with one of the harder classes to play in Take-Two. So definitely did his homework and is ready to play in this tournament.
Both players are overviewing their decks. Obviously, you cannot have access to your deck list, so it's very important that you have a good mental image of your deck before you play the game, so you know what you can potentially top deck or something like that.
Absolutely. So here we go, getting into the game.
Activate.
Let's take a look at our draws.
Going second is actually very relevant for Runecraft. The more access to Evo points you have, the better your 2-drops can be, for instance, because they're not very strong by themselves. And I would be surprised if he didn't actually keep that Abyss Summoner with a 2-drop in particular.
That's right. So it looks like you're right on the money with Chaldea. Miggy God really just, he is playing an early game deck, so really wanted to hit that 2-drop there. So hard mulled for it, and he did get there. So both players basically have exactly what they wanted with their deck, so we'll see who comes out on top here.
How do you do?
Ooh, that's a very good hand by Chaldea. Has a good curve. Not only that, he has powerful cards, the cards that made him pick this class in particular.
That's right. So we'll be able to answer back. Again, we saw that he didn't have a lot of early drops, but again, all that matters is this draw in this game, and he did have early answers for the draw that we see from Miggy God, so good stuff.
Let's see here. The obvious 3-drop is a consideration. The other thing is how does your future turns look like? And wind up with Paracelsus on turn 4 doesn't feel very strong. So Miggy God is just going through his options, even though he has already selected Fervent Machine Soldier. He's still going over the turn 4.
I think there are a couple decent choices here. You could wind up and just keep pressuring with the Happy Pig, get that early advantage. I think with his style of deck, I don't mind it. Looking at his hand, I really like it actually because he has the Basilius and the Divine Retribution on curve. He could put his opponent into such a situation where he's just attacking and removing, attacking and removing. And I don't really see another outlet in his hand. He's gonna have to top deck something here. I don't really like the context of his hand at the moment.
Important for, I was going to say important for Chaldea that he actually gets a follower that he can evolve. Otherwise, he can fall very far behind if he has nothing to evolve. He can even be forced to play the Burgeoning Genius just to have a body. And, the Astral was not very good.
That's true. And Miggy God did draw into a nice 4-drop there. Bear Puppeteer on the play here.
And I like the Retribution in Miggy God's deck a lot more than Chaldea's because Chaldea is the one playing Abyss Summoner, and that could be a very strong card and gives him extra damage, extra reach, and can remove that powerful board.
I like the play here. Chaldea finding some use out of that Magic Missile there, being able to take down the bigger follower here.
See if he goes for the tempo play. Ooh, very good one. I would have liked to see even an evolve phase if possible. This is so much pressure that Miggy God is putting. A 3-6 and a 4-5 are very hard to deal by Runecraft.
Yeah, I really think the Evo is going to come down here. Oh, maybe not. He's looking to attack immediately. Nope. Reconsidering. Taking his hand off the mouse.
I like it. I mean, it feels good, but you do have Paracelsus and Basileus, 2 followers that require that Evo point. So this is a decision you have to make. This turn will decide how you play this game, and I think he's going to hold on to those Evos.
I don't know. With that last Evo turn being on a Scrap Iron Smelter with a Magic Missile just to take down a 3-defense follower, I think I would have pressured here. Dealing with a 3-6, probably not that likely. No, never mind. He saw the Astral Divination. You do get to see when your opponent plays that card what cards they put into their hand, or no? You do.
I think I don't think so. I don't think you do.
Okay.
I don't think you do. I'm not sure, but I don't think you do. On the other hand, though, even if there was a good follower out of the Astral Divination, you still have a 4-5. The ward is protecting the 4-5. That's why I was interested in going for that evolve. As you mentioned a couple of times on previous casts, if you can evolve for 4 damage, if it guarantees another hit, you should probably do it.
It's absolutely great, especially in Take 2, because damage is actually the hardest thing to come by in Take 2. You're trying to trade for the board every single turn. You're trying to squeak in damage when you possibly can. A lot of Take 2 games come down to the fact that both players are sitting around 10, and they're kind of just in top deck mode, and you kind of got to squeeze what you can out of it even in the end game. If you can get a ton of early damage in, you can kind of play reckless in the end game and just throw damage at your opponent's face and not really worry about them killing you.
And I don't like the decision by Chaldea, evolving a 4-4 instead of the 4-5 Venus, because of substitution and Basileus are silver cards that your opponent has access to. So you always try and play around silver cards, not necessarily golds or legendaries, but the silvers are very likely to be in the deck.
Could just be the consideration he really wanted something like a Magic Missile into his hand, you know, or a Mysterious Missile into his hand, just so we could have something to do on a follow-up turn. And it's a good thing he does, because this is, again, another tough board to deal with.
So Miggy God already committed to holding that Evo point probably for Basileus. So I'm surprised to see how this Basileus can be, the impact it will have, because against Rune doesn't seem like necessarily the best option.
No. And in saying all the things that we've been saying, look at the value now left over for Miggy God. Not a lot of options here. some powerful effects, but I mean, how do you get those last 12 points of damage in? Chaldea, on the other hand, has a ton of good cards in his hand.
Also important that Gilnelis can actually be healing that he requires at this point. Important top deck by Mingigod. This Miriam gives him more gas after playing the 2-2 that creates more amulets, artifacts, and also this analyzing will refill his hand a bit.
Give him a little bit more pressure as well. This is basically the end game for Mingigod. He needs this board pressure to work. Otherwise, he's going to be in top deck mode.
Abyss Summoner seems to the play to me. Turn 7. This is why you pick this class. This is why you draft this deck. Very powerful tempo play. The body of it is very, very strong, which that Divine Retribution plays really well into it. I was going to say, this Evo is quite risky because you have Gilnelis, and the evolve on the Gilnelis is so important in my opinion.
It's true. He just wants to take away as much of this damage as possible. Ooh, and the Pitfall is drawn off the top. Very effective card in this situation.
Chaldea getting a bit punished here for not respecting a silver and a bronze neutral in the format. But sometimes that's what you got to do. Yeah, sometimes you are in the situation you have to be defensive. You only have 10 health. Not evolving would cost you a lot of health.
That's right. I don't mind it at all. Again, looking at the hand right now, I've got to give the favor to Chaldea. He's got all of the endgame here. Even if this board gets wiped away, all the play points are used for Mingigod. He's only left over with a 2-1. Chaldea has plenty of ways to force himself back into this game.
So it's very close. Divine Retribution and Evolving gives him 7 damage, so he's 3 off lethal. So it's very close, but his deck doesn't have any reach. There's no Storm option, so he does have to stick a board in this situation.
Now there is a chance that the Swordsman did put a 4-3 into his deck, but not 100% sure if it did or not. I did not see when he played the card, but it could have given him some reach. Yeah, like I said, he's going to use all of his play points, both removal, keep attacking with the 2-1. In that sense, I might have considered evoing for face here if you are planning this to be your endgame. Otherwise, what are you really saving the evo for? Basilius is good, but against this late of a turn, I'm not too sure if Basilius is where you need to be.
It just feels like Mingigod, something that I actually learned from playing a lot against Osav in our own Shadowverse Open is that when he was on a play being first, he was much more aggressive with his evolve points, always evolving to go face, because that pressure is something that I actually learned from him, how to adapt. I like value, so I like going second, but going first, I still played for the value game, and I would end up sometimes losing a lot of games because of that.
Sure. And here we go. Pollux, the card I was talking about. Free evolution on this card if you have a non-Swordcraft follower in play. Of course, you're playing Runecraft. That's pretty easy.
And beautifully navigated by Chaldea. He just stopped the bleeding, stemmed the bleeding, and now, as we see, Mingigod, I mentioned in the draft, there's not a lot of ways to end the game in his deck, which means that if Chaldea keeps trading, keeps controlling the board, his health won't drop from 8.
Yeah, this is it. This is exactly what I was talking about. Getting the damage in is important. We saw Mingigod especially still have an evo point. He could have used that evo point as early as turn 5 to force through a ton of damage this game, and he chose not to, and this might come back to bite him.
And this is where experience comes into play. The more Take-Two you play, the more you'll see these situations, and I always keep in mind, how am I going to use this Basileus? He kept the evo for the Basileus, and look, he didn't even use the evolve, because Runecraft doesn't give you a lot of targets for it.
It's absolutely true, and you know, an old adage that we like to say is you can't save your evolutions for the next game, so if you don't find the proper use for them in your game, it could have been the biggest mistake of the game for you.
Very difficult position to be in. Mingigod, Rocket Knuckles is a very good card, but against an 8-7 there, he's going to have to expend his entire hand and can't even deal with it.
And I like the restraint from Chaldea not to get the Gilnelis down on the board this turn to force through some more damage, maybe even get some healing in, because that would allow Mingigod to kind of come back into this game, as it allows both players to draw 5 cards.
Yep, at this point, with Divine Expel Soul, and Gilnelis, he has a very good control of this game. He just has to keep himself just chip damage eventually, and then Gilnelis would definitely end this game for him if everything goes according to his plan.
That's right. So here we go. Mingigod feeling out any which way he can get through this board. I mean, you can't even take down the 8-7 right now, so the decision is, do I want to use one of the evos to clear out more of this board? Do I care about this 8-7? Can I wait? Honestly, we already know he's used his Pitfall and his Divine Retribution, so the 8-7's not dying outside of... Oh, I think he's just throwing in the towel. He's not doing anything about it.
Look at his reaction. Gilneas is a very good card. Yeah. And Chaldea got into that situation, as you mentioned, on the draft. He drafted Gilneas knowing that if I can control the board, if I can establish my own Abyss Summoner, I can win the game with Gilneas.
What? What? My boy Chaldea taking home the Take-Two game with Rune out of nowhere over Mingy God, who's one of the super strong competitors from Korea. I'm actually pretty happy for Southeast Asia Oceania right now, as you can probably imagine. Chaldea, I see you. I see you. With that Rune game. When you first picked Rune, I was like, I'm not so sure about this actually, but it ended up working out.
He's here, and that was it, right? I mean, one win and in. That's all he had to do. He drafted Runecraft. He beat up on his opponent by doing exactly what Runecraft wanted to do. He got there.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, you play that deck for the Abyss Summoner. He understood that. He kept it in his opening hand. Very, very telling and showing of experience in the format. It's not a lot of players that would keep a 7-drop because he understands the importance. The reason why he picked Runecraft was because of Abyss Summoner, so why would he not keep it?
And this is actually a good lesson that we have opportunity to teach our viewers out there. If you're newer to Shadowverse or if you're trying to look for an edge against your opponent, things like that, this is something that I actually had to have a transformation about in the game as well. I was always one of those players who was like, you always have to be curve conscious with Shadowverse because you have to play a drop on every single turn to maintain tempo, to make sure you're staying ahead in the game, things like that. But once you get into the game and you start fine-tuning the appropriate ways to win the game, sometimes it's not just about having the perfect curve, it's about having the perfect card on curve. And sometimes you can miss a 3-drop if it means you're going to have that 7-drop that you need to win the game. And in Take-Two, of course, that's a lot more of a necessity because it is that much more powerful of a card than anything your opponent can be doing.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited to see the journey of Chaldea now. After taking a game over 9 Voice, taking a game over Mingy God now, maybe on Unlimited he dropped the game against Kocha, but now showing his mettle in Take-Two in rotation. Let's see how he brings his stuff.
Yeah, 2-1 is a very good score looking into rotation. Something that Chaldea qualified was on rotation, so perhaps he's also comfortable there. And I really question or wonder Mingy God's decision. We talked about it a bit. The fact that he chose not to evolve there. We obviously have perfect information. We can deduce how the game is going to progress, but you have to keep in mind out there at your home that these players don't even know what they're going to play against.
Right.
Like Mingy God has no idea if Chaldea has an aggressive deck or a control deck or a Chimera deck. You have no idea what's going on there.
You absolutely
so
don't know.
It's easy for us to be here and evaluate, oh, it's hard to deal with a 4-5. It's hard to deal with a 3-6. But it all comes down to the experience in the format and knowledge, as you mentioned before. The pre-Evo can be very devastating.
It's also, I believe, to go along with what you're saying, I think a lot of it comes down to a feeling. And some players have that instinct immediately and some players don't. I think a lot of times in the previous events this year, I was kind of talking about flipping the switch. You have to know when to flip the switch from being, you know, patient and like value-centric to just going into the full-out aggro plan, because in some situations, you're playing against a Runecraft deck. You know they have a bunch of late-game cards in their hand, right? And I'm not saying he did the wrong thing. I'm just saying this is kind of something you can be looking for in your games is, okay, I've only got 4 cards left in my hand. My opponent has 7 or 8 cards left in their hand. I have board advantage now. I just supplanted a ward. I have the tempo. Let's push that tempo. Let's flip the switch. Let's turn me into the aggressive player. I know I'm going to run out of resources before my opponent, so if I can use the resources I have already in play, maybe I can squeak a win out that way.
Yeah, and on the pre-show, we mentioned how important it is to evolve and the timing of evolution, and I think he got a bit baited by his hand. I mean, he had Basileus and Paracelsus, so he was thinking ahead and thinking that I want to evolve these important followers. The problem is that if you see yourself, if you picture an image on your head of what kind of board can Rune get that I can get a good Basileus evolve, right? They play Abyss Summoner.
Yeah, especially
they play Burgeoning Genius. They play 1 follower a turn most of the times, or removal or spells. So Basileus there doesn't feel like a very powerful card. So I think the holding it instead of evolving there instead of holding could have been a stronger play there.
I agree, and a lot of it comes down to just context clues, right? So again, the only follower that Chaldea most likely had on the evolution turn was a Scrap Iron Smelter. That does not mean that he has this hand full of 2 and 3 drops that Basilius can just wipe away. So maybe not even thinking about that as an option, just playing it down on curve as a 6-drop 5/6 could have been the best bet for him, along with pre-evoing, or not necessarily pre-evoing, but evoing for face a little bit earlier as well, just to keep the tempo up. And then he could have really wrapped behind those removal spells like I was talking about in the early game, where, oh, you only play one follower a turn, where I already have 2 followers in play, destroy your follower, attack with 2 followers, destroy your follower, attack with 2 followers, and bring that into a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And just keeping pressure, keeping in mind that you're on the play, you have to be the aggressor, or you have to either you have a very valuable deck that is capable of coming from a 1-card deficit. Not only that, and 1 evolve point, we haven't stressed that enough, the 1 evo point difference for both players on the draw and on the play, I consider that an extra card. So the player that's on the draw essentially starts with 2 extra cards, because the +2/+2 could be an effect that's a card by itself that costs 0 play points, let's call it like that, and gives rush as well. So it's like you have a deficit of 2 cards, which means your mindset has to be different. I have to win the game through aggressive, through tempo and aggression, instead of just playing for value, or your deck is just so full of value that you can come back from a deficit of 2 cards.
It just shows the difference in mindset between Take-Two and the constructed formats. It comes down to game feel, intuition, and practice, and then also just completely rethinking how you see certain cards and how you see your resources that you have in terms of evolution points and the draws as well. It takes a lot of practice to be able to change your mindset when you're practicing rotation or unlimited so much. Then going into Take-Two, it's a completely different skill set.
That's right, and I do like the fact that we do get to see both the drafts here at the World Grand Prix. We're used to only seeing, the host, but now we get to see both sides. We get to see both lists. So we get to see basically the styles of both players. We saw Chaldea taking a much more defensive approach, a much more late game, I want the value style deck, and like you said, we got to see on the other side of the table a lot more aggressive approach, and kind of the approach I like to take in Take-Two. I like to be the aggressor in Take-Two. I don't like waiting until the end game to go to top deck mode, because you never know what you're going to get in Take-Two, but of course that's just a style. So it's just fun and interesting to see how these players actually draft their decks.
Yeah, and I think that at home it's a format that's very underrated. And what I love about Take-Two is that it tests your knowledge of the game, because you have to on the fly know exactly how your deck operates from just seeing it for 30 seconds. You are drafting your deck, you have 30 seconds to see your list, and you have to on the fly have so much knowledge about the game that you have to understand, am I being aggressive? How do I win the game? How do I picture myself seeing this game? And it's something that I love discussing about with new players. If you want to learn the game, Take-Two will test you so much. And I think it's better than rotation, where you can have information guides online. You can net deck a deck and learn a lot with it. You know mulligans. In Take-Two, you have a new deck, and you are forced to know how to mulligan this deck, how to play it, what to evolve, when to push tempo, when to go for value. I think that is on the fly. That is why I love Take-Two in World Grand Prix, because these players are the most knowledgeable about the game, and they're being tested, and we can see it here, and their struggles and their victories are fantastic for me.
I agree.
Right, Take-Two teaches you the fundamentals, and if you master those fundamentals, and everybody here has, it makes for some really great games. That's right. Well, there you go. That was the first round of Take-Two. We have another round of Take-Two coming up right next, but first, an esports break. We'll be back right in a bit. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix. Thank you so much for your patience. I mean, things take a while to set up at the beginning of the tournament. Earlier rounds always take a bit of time. So thank you for your comprehension. Thank you for staying with us. And guys, what matches we saw so far? We are getting into round 4, the second round of Take-Two, and I can't wait to see what it holds.
That's right. I honestly want to, I think we actually get to take a look at the standings here. I want to see how our players are doing right now. Let's see if any of them moved away from that 0-3. Looks like Potwasher did. He's in the 1-2 bracket now. Looks like Crumsian did as well. So our boys are making their way back on the comeback trail. I like this. We see Essie over here at 2-1. We see Mensu at 2-1. We see Alchialdea at 2-1. Let's see, Hishiro has also moved down to 2-1. So, yeah, very stiff competition. I think there's not going to be very many, if any, undefeated players after a few more rounds. So we'll
I'd be surprised if there were any 8-0s in this tournament, considering the field of play.
That's true. That's true. That's right. So now we get to see who is going to be matched up this round as well. A lot of high-end matchups here. Kocha versus Salt. We've got Zenex versus Rio. One more time, Igni. Come on, give it to us.
Kono Ryoga.
Thank you.
That's what he says.
Thank you.
I don't know why you enjoy that so much.
It's so good.
We got a Essia versus Ishuru. They're both at 2-1. At least they're both at 2-1. And I believe that one of them can actually get away from it in a very comfortable position. 3-1 is a very solid way to get into the 2. And we see Potwasher versus Spraykwaza. That's a scary one. Both at 1-2. It's going to be hard.
Unfortunately, a lot of our horses are kind of having to go against each other here with not ideal scores.
It's true. I think as long as you can manage a 2-2 score going into the first 4 rounds, I think you're pretty well poised to go into rotation. So as long as our players can stay above water here, I think we'll be okay.
Especially since you have to be safe at 6-2. Going 3 losses is going to be really tough going forward.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and it's I'm not surprised by our players' performance in Take-Two. I mean, we have a dedicated week for Take-Two in our SVOs. I think that's paying off very, very highly. We saw Chaldea, we saw Essia win, we saw Menso win, Potwasher, Crumsian, almost all of them are using Take-Two to their advantage, and perhaps they can have the run we had last year where me and Jay-Z did really well at the Take-Two format, and then we just snowballed from there, and we got a comfortable position.
That's right. And I really think that the Crucible helped too. You know, like the little training grounds we had before everybody left, not only did they have to play Take-Two again, they had to do it against a tougher opponent than you would see maybe in your first couple rounds of an Open, something like that. For, you know, higher stakes. You're playing for your pride going into the World Grand Prix, and a lot of our players showed very, very well or a good strategy going into the Take-Two portion of the Crucible.
I'm honestly very happily surprised at Chaldea's performance. I didn't get to see him play Take-Two until now because he qualified through rotation events, and seeing him play that Runecraft deck like that really showed me that it's no fluke. He's here on the world stage, ready to prove himself, even though he's one of the youngest competitors there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Essia won our weekly tournament for Take-Two with triple Portalcraft, actually. So he's very practiced in that format. I know that he also likes it. Potwasher practiced a lot. I saw him tweet about it. He was looking for partners to practice or even coaches to help him with that practice. So, because it's difficult, you can't play with your friends or teammates in this format because you can play against each other. So yes, you can practice together, but about knowledge about the format, you can keep that a secret or hold it a bit of information for yourself.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is actually, to talk about some other aspects of the tournament today, is going to come down to endurance and basically just mental fortitude for what these players have to go through. So it's not just us that have to wait for the rounds, folks. The players are sitting around, they're waiting. You know, if they're on a roll, if they've won their last match or 2 matches, they want to get that next game going. They want to get that next game going. Sometimes, you know, the way the tournament's organized and how they've set their rounds, sometimes it takes longer. Maybe a little bit of your steam blows off. Maybe if you've lost, you're stewing in it longer, things like that. So it's all about being able to roll with the punches throughout the entire day of the tournament, because it's going to be long for them to play out the entire day, as well as the tournament as a whole for you guys to view. So
I think it favors the players who have been in this kind of environment before, those who qualified through those long Rage qualifier days, as well as previous entrants like Kocha and Feg, who have been here last year as well, especially compared to the younger competitors who haven't really been on a stage like this before. Thinking of my boy Chaldea, of course, from Southeast Asia, Oceania, kind of out of nowhere, wild card, Contenders Cup, and then straight to the World Grand Prix, hoping that he can, you know, find his place when he's put under all this pressure that maybe he's not as used to as his competitors are.
Sure.
And you're gonna see from the body language, as long as when the game unfolds, when the day unfolds, you'll see a bit more tension with players because they know this is make it or break it, and the rounds will be more important the longer we go. So.
That's right. So pretty soon here, guys, we will get into our next match. I'm excited. I'm excited. So it looks like we've got Karakuri versus Mensu coming up next, which is going to be an exciting match. So we finally get to see some Mensu action on stream here. Especially
winner of the
Pick
World
2.
Circuit in tours.
That's right. So definitely well tested.
And important here, Karakuri is actually the one holding the most important slot, the rank 8, the so valuable slot for day 2.
That's right.
So if
True.
Menso wins here, he can step up in the ladder in the standings and get closer to the top 8.
Every one of these games is so important. They're huge money matches, but more importantly, even going into the day 2 for the opportunity to win that grand prize, it's intense. Like, I'd be sweating under these lights.
Well, let's talk about what it actually means to win every single match, right? So today, every match means you're one step closer to making the top 8. Money doesn't even enter into the factor today, right? It's all about getting to the top 8 slot, making day 2, all that good stuff. Once these players actually make it to day 2, every single match they win is 15,000, then like 30,000, then like, you know, 200,000, then an $800,000 match in the finals. Like, can you imagine, any of you watching right now, even you guys sitting here right next to me, playing a match of Shadowverse for $800,000?
Could not imagine. I'd be shaking the entire time.
Unbelievable. All right, guys, let's get into our draft here. We've got Mensu's draft coming up.
Ooh, picking Swordcraft here, and got some pretty good options right away. Proto Bahamut or Zeta and Dragon Knights, both pretty okay picks.
Absolutely. And this is one of the reasons why you go Swordcraft, right? So many good goals, so many good legendaries, and of course now you have the option for a good neutral legendary. I think he did go with the Proto Bahamut.
Proto Bahamut. Proto Bahamut is such a powerful card in this format, being able to have one huge body that can also many for one.
Absolutely. So, in Swordcraft, along with a lot of these classes, if you've noticed a trend, most players trying to spike up on the early end of the curve to always have something to do early. You see how important that is. But we can also see the downside of that. If you run out of cards going into the late game, sometimes you don't have the options you need to beat your opponent.
Especially if you're on the play and you run out of gas and your opponent just has all the resources in the world, it's really hard to come back from that.
That's right. Looking at all of these picks and how fast Mensu is picking, look at all the strong cards he has access to. Everything so far, either good removal, good mid-range cards, good value-oriented cards. His curve's looking really good so far.
That's the power of Swordcraft in this format. They're so consistently good because they have really strong individual cards that don't need a lot of work to be made really playable in this format.
That's true. And I want to say that the new mechanic, you know, from Omen here, the loot cards coming into play for a draft-style format, is huge. It's extra draw cards. You know, they're only one play point spells with, you know, small effects, but your opponent doesn't get those extra cards.
Absolutely, and any resource helps, especially since it's also things that you can really weave into your curve very easily because they do cost one. They have non-negligible effects as well.
Absolutely, and yeah, with Mensu's speed of this draft, he's on a roll here.
He's going at it.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he wants for this deck. If you look at the curve right now, the bell curve looks very nice. He's got a nice number of 2-drops leading into his mid-game. He also has a nice finisher in Proto Bahamut, so looking up right now for his draft.
And that Weathered Vanguard, a card that's extremely valuable in Take 2, because it's a bronze card, it shows up quite often, but it's one card that can flood the entire board.
That's right. So normally just a 3-play point 2/3, which is awesome, and the versatility of having that enhance effect of 7 and being able to basically, like you said, fill up the entire board. So really strong draft here for Mensu, I think. Looking good going into this match.
Gonna be interested to see how Karakuri drafts in comparison. This looks like a pretty tough deck to beat.
Yeah, this is rough. A lot of good removal, really good curve all the way up and down. Has good options for late game, early game. I mean, nothing much else can be said about this deck other than it's super solid.
I feel like it has enough bombs in the late game as well, especially that one of Proto Bahamut. That could be extremely valuable. He does also have one Lyriel to fetch it.
It's true. It's true. Lyriel to fetch is very strong in a format where tutoring doesn't happen very often.
And tutoring a board wipe in a format where it's all about value, that seems incredible.
That's right. Ton of cards that put cards into his hand when he plays them. Ton of loot card effects. I mean, yeah, everything's going aces here for Mensu with this draft. Let's see if Karakuri can draft something similar here.
Karakuri. Strong player. I think I've seen his name a lot in several different tournaments. It's going to be interesting to see how he matches up with one of our EU boys.
That's right. So Mensu, another one of these players we haven't seen a lot from. So definitely one of the strongest players from EU over this year, simply for the fact that he took down a live event already in tours. He also did very well in the Contenders Cup. He actually had one of the hardest strengths of schedule in the Contenders Cup, going into the losers bracket and winning out through, beating some of what would be considered the top players in the Western scene so far. So definitely earned his slot here. and he's looking super strong so far. Starting 2-1, like we talked about in these first 4 rounds, is very nice. If you can spike a 3-1 going into the rotation format, I think you're doing a really good job to get yourself to day 2.
Yeah, 2-1 against this field of play is actually quite impressive. If you made 3-0 as well, that would be amazing, but that doesn't feel like it's going to be quite likely because of how strong your opponents are.
That's right. And with only 24 players and 8 rounds, it means that it's very unlikely for an undefeated player to make it through. If you do make it undefeated, that's a nice, that's some good bragging rights.
You put on your Twitter bio, on the side, undefeated in the first round of...
But when it all comes down to it, as long as you're in the top 8, you have a chance for that $1 million. Doesn't matter if you were 8-0 getting there. Doesn't matter if you were 6-2. Doesn't even matter if you squeaked by like Akamaru Red said he did last year, where he was just... He got there in tiebreakers, being 5-3.
I mean, he still made second place, didn't he?
Still got second place. Took home good money. I think he took home something like $25,000 last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wild. Stakes are a little bit higher this year.
A little bit higher. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. A lot more money on the line this time, but the competition, just as stiff.
I'm kind of curious to see how Karakuri's stated playstyle is going to play into his way that he plays in Take 2. Like, he said that in Constructed, he likes to be very patient, hold out in the early and mid game, and then really get them in the late game. But in Take 2, it's harder to tailor your deck towards your playstyle.
That's true. So maybe it's in the similar fashion that Chaldea drafted, in the fact that, if you play a class like Runecraft or maybe even Havencraft, not really sure what Karakuri's, what he's experienced with, but you can take classes that are more partial to the end game.
That's right.
So I think that will play into the factor of, what classes he picks, not just how he drafts.
I think Dragoncraft is one of those classes in Take 2 that factors more into the late game
Sure.
stuff. They have a lot of bigger bodies. While they're not as good at flooding the board, if you can get to the late game, I feel like Dragoncraft can be pretty powerful. It's just a matter of getting there is the problem.
That's true. It's absolutely true. Dragoncraft is also one of those classes in Take 2 that have bigger followers for their stats, and or, for instance, Basilisk Rider, not necessarily big for its cost, but the value you get out of a card for only 4 play points, very strong going into the mid game. But Dragon, yeah, it just has really, really big followers, and if you get post evos with the deck and you're not too low on the defense total, pretty easy to kind of just spike your big followers into your opponent, and they have to have removal for all of them.
Especially if you draft the All-Stars like Poseidon or
Sure.
Frenzy Drake near the top end.
Dragon has been pretty infamous about the fact that it has cards that are just unbeatable in Take 2.
Yep.
I mean, there was Caning of the Dragons, there's Ouroboros.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
Yeah, now, I mean, Poseidon, not necessarily unbeatable, but pretty good.
Pretty close, I'd say.
Pretty close to unbeatable. Proto-Bahamut's definitely a card that can be unbeatable in this game if you don't have a hard removal for it immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Considering it wipes out the entire board, and it is an 8/8. It is a big follower.
Yeah, and with Take 2, the pool of cards is actually smaller than constructed formats. Like in constructed formats in rotation, we have to pass 5 sets. But in Take 2, it's the past 4.
That's true.
That means it's a lot less or fewer answers to these giant bomb threats, which I feel like is where Dragoncraft can edge its wins.
That's true. It's actually interesting to me that Dragon used to be one of the top picks, or at least a niche pick for a lot of players in past seasons, but we haven't really seen a lot of people taking Dragon in the current seasons.
I think Dragon for Take 2 is a bit more popular on like the ladder arena version of Take 2, maybe because people are more comfortable with it.
Sure.
Maybe because it's easier to build. Like you don't have to worry too much about synergies. You just pick big cards and try and make sure your curve is okay. But in tournaments, yeah, I think like we said, classes like Forest really favor the pilot and their ability to take advantage of the mechanics of the class, and that ends up paying dividends for them in tournaments.
Sure. If you guys are wondering, why the players are still here, I think Karakuri is just taking much longer than Mensu did to draft his deck, which there's no problem with that. It's not like they have a time limit on drafting, which is really nice. Mensu just had a really clear-cut, decision-making process when it came to all the cards that he had. Karakuri taking a little bit more time with his, maybe playing a class he's not familiar with as much, something like that, or maybe just, really weighing in on the decision of each of these picks here.
I'm kind of curious as to what that actually says about Mensu's experience in Take 2. Like, is he very practiced in this format, being able to draft so fast, or is it just he's very comfortable with Sword as a class in this format?
See, I have differing opinions on that than a lot of people, because in my opinion, I've played a ton of Take 2, right? Just, for fun, I've played it with friends. I've also played it on the ladder trying to get, those really cool flares that you can get, things like that.
Selector Supreme.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, here we go. We get into the draft. But just to finish off that statement very fast is, sometimes I just like taking my time. I don't care if I know it, backwards and front ways. I need to take my time to know how my deck is coming together.
Oh, yeah, and especially in this tournament, taking your time, there's no shame in that whatsoever.
Absolutely.
Just make sure that you know exactly what you're doing.
So it looks like Karakuri also got the option to play Swordcraft, so we're going to see a little Swordcraft mirror here, and yep, some good options to start off for him as well.
Swordcraft mirrors in Take 2 end up being really grindy matches in my experience, just because it's trade for trade, board for board, and ends up Last time, this was in the All-Stars format for the Winter Cup event, but so it's not really a direct comparison. But when I played the All-Stars event for Take-Two, I was in a Swordcraft mirror, and it went down to the Reaper, like to the very last card. We were both at the Reaper, and I just edged it out with a Dragoon Charlotte. But
to be honest, it's completely flipped, right? So Swordcraft used to be this matchup that one person just won by turn 6, 7, 8, or 9, especially when Albert was in the format. But now Swordcraft mirrors feel like old Havencraft mirrors do, where they literally go down to the last card in your hand. I mean, because the cards play so well into each other, they're very, curve focused, they're very board centric type of deal, and when you mash them up together, sometimes they just can't find an edge.
Both players are just trying to get their ahead on board, and because there's so much rush and so many reactive tools, it ends up being like just going at it over and over again, and then all the way down to the Reaper. Maybe we'll see that this game, but we'll have to see.
That's true. So it looks like at the beginning of this draft that Karakuri's draft is ending up a little bit more aggressive than Mensu's. So Mensu, more of a mid-rangey style deck where he has a good curve all the way along, but definitely could be aggro depending on the draw. We talked about that. It's not necessarily just about your deck makeup, it's about your draw. So Mensu could have an aggressive draw as well. But Karakuri here, not really going into the mid-range options here. Nothing at the top end of his curve just yet.
No Proto Bahamut, yeah, that's for sure.
No Proto Bahamut.
That could make or break it, honestly,
It's
because you think about Swordcraft's boards, like if you're playing a Weathered Vanguard, you want an answer to that, right? And Proto Bahamut it's a heck of an answer.
Absolutely true here. So this is one of those options we're talking about, right? So Weatherseed Vanguard, obviously, probably the best bronze card you can get in Swordcraft and Take-Two, but it's paired with something you don't really want in Take-Two versus the other side where there's two decent cards to play. So do you take the one bomb or do you take the two value cards? It's always a tough choice.
Oh, it looks like he goes for the right. I think maybe he might have drafted a Weathered Vanguard already, and that could have influenced that pick.
True. A lot of one-drops here for the options for Karakuri. Not really what you want to see in Take-Two.
Yeah,
one-drops.
I was just going to say, like in Constructed maybe if you're going really aggressive, but in Take-Two if you run out of gas, you're kind of a fish out of water.
Yeah, right. Especially if you open with a hand with like a couple one-drops, your opponent plays like a 2-3 ward on 3. You're just like, come on, man. That's like 2 of my cards. You didn't even have to do anything. Very interesting pick here as well. Genesis of Legend, one of the strongest cards in Take-Two, but again, paired with Fount of Angels. Not necessarily a bad card in Take-Two, but definitely not one of the premier cards.
At least it is still some draw.
True, true. And I mean, it can give you advantage, right? It can help you trade up on the curve.
Right.
Versus Paradise Vanguard and Valkyrie of Chaos, both decent cards in Take-Two.
I think generally, followers tend to be better than amulets. Of course, Genesis of Legend might be one of the exceptions.
Sure.
Just because you want to have things that you can actually do stuff with, which makes sense in a format where you can't build your deck to tailor specifically to a specific
rules to live your life by.
Yeah.
Make sure you can do stuff.
Yeah, right? Don't get stuck where you can't do anything.
That's right. Absolutely right. So yeah, these picks were very hard. Now we can kind of see why Karakuri took his time with these picks. I mean, they're not easy. Very much not straightforward, and definitely not what you'd expect to see with Swordcraft. Again, a lot of one-drop options, a lot of amulet options. Nothing really at the top end of the curve for him to try to play a late game with. So really just trying to figure out how he needs to fight through, probably viewing his deck, looking at his curve, looking at his options.
It's tough. Like Akamaru was saying before, in Take-Two drafts, there are these picks that are solely neutral cards, and the bucket is pretty big on neutral cards in Take-Two. So the variance ends up being quite... It's something you have to play around for sure. And when you get an unoptimal bucket of cards, you have to really try and make the best of what you can do with it. But
hey-oh, okay, all right. Are we gonna have a Proto Bahamut mirror match with Swordcraft
but
here?
His is alongside Sky Gladiator,
It's
which
true.
I think is a little worse than having it with
true.
Lyria or what have you.
Sky Gladiator's not terrible in Take-Two, though.
It's not
I mean,
too bad if
ambush,
you can't answer it.
Yeah, ambush can be good. Not necessarily ambush, but having your followers not be able to be attacked, that kind of deal. Dragon Knight's also very strong.
Oh, actually, especially in a Swordcraft mirror, if they can't deal with that Sky Gladiator, that's how they do a lot of the board trades. It's just by interacting follower to follower.
That's true.
They just got that Sky Gladiator out, and they don't have removal for it.
I can't see a world where you don't take Proto Bahamut and take 2. It's just a very, very good card. Dragon Knights, of course, can be overwhelming, especially in a deck like this because it is so low to the ground and not playing to the late game. That might be the only decision, that Karakuri is thinking about right now. He's like, can I really afford to wait till turn 9 to play Proto Bahamut? Day is also decent, especially if he goes on the play. So this could be the consideration, right? Karakuri's like, my deck's only good if I'm on the play and I'm being aggressive. If that is the case, then the right might be the choice. If he's like, I want to hedge my bets a little bit if I'm going second, I feel like my deck has enough value. Maybe I can get to that Proto Bahamut turn and get it in the deck. So that's, I think, the decision process right now.
It's difficult, yeah. He goes for the right here, but it's a really tough choice because I think Proto Bahamut might just be one of the best cards you could possibly pick in Take-Two, in the current format at least, with the sets available. But As we see here, Karakuri really did pick a deck that is all in on the early curve.
Yep, and I don't mind the decision here. Now that I think about it and kind of going through the thought process with you guys, basically help me understand, you know what, maybe Dragon Knights is the top end of the curve you want for this deck. So this is really going to come down to what we saw last match. Is Karakuri going to run out of cards before he can, you know, set up a lethal against Mensu here?
I think Mensu also has a lot more just gas in general, but still, like we said, had that ability to be flexible and play early game. So I'm actually kind of favoring out of the two lists here. I'm favoring Mensu's drafts a little bit more.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with you here. But again, like all of these games, it matters how you draw, it matters the options that you have here. So I think that, yeah, Mensu has a little bit more value, a little bit more removal, a little bit more endgame. However, Karakuri has the aggro. And as we all know, sometimes when you go face, that's all you need to do in this game.
Sometimes face is the place.
That's
Just
right.
send it all upstairs. If you reduce your opponent's defense to 0, you win the game.
That's right, guys. All right, here we go. We're about to get into our round 4. Again, best of 1 in a take-2 format. Mensu versus Karakuri. Loser will drop to 2-2, which is still fine. Winner goes up to 3-1 out of basically the hardest rounds of the day as far as just, you know, maybe you're just not in your comfort zone going into rotation. So winning this is very important.
Okay, here comes the mirror. Mensu versus Karakuri. Mensu on the play. Not looking super good for Karakuri's deck build then.
Yep, absolutely. So being on the play is definitely where Karakuri wanted to be, but did not get that option, so we'll see if he can play around with it. Definitely a full mulligan here for Mensu. Might keep the 2-drop. 2-drop, 3-1 on the play. Not as bad as being...
Not bad, right? If it's unanswered, that's a lot of damage that can build up over a couple turns.
That's true. Karakuri probably going to get rid of the Day. Day a little bit better on the play than the draw. Probably going to keep Servant because Servant's always good.
I think you usually keep 2 drops in take 2. You're not too picky. Because if you skip turn 2, it's kind of a disaster in take 2.
That is true, yes.
Although he does have the Altaia, which might help him get back onto the board later on in the game.
If you're going...
Oh, he full keeps, including the Day.
Wow.
So he'll play for like an infiltration to draw his cards because he runs out of gas fast.
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, Day's good for getting extra value, so there's nothing wrong with that. Now, I think his hand favors being on the play even more so now. Day, again, into Altaia would have been an amazing force on the play. Going second, it still can be useful, so we'll see if he can make it work.
You play your 3-1 here?
Oh, yeah, every time. If your opponent doesn't have that 2-drop, you might just win the game off of a 3-1 on 2. We're talking about 6, maybe 9 damage if you can back it up with some removal or a ward. Very good stuff.
And such like, though, that Oathless Knight trades really well into this, but you know,
Very
that's
well.
free damage you can still get into the face if you want.
That's definitely going face. Absolutely. You're not trading your 3-1 into a 1-1 in any universe, unless it will save you from, you know, dying.
Alloy Day is a kind of interesting card that's been added recently. In take 2, do you favor the option that does damage or the one that lets you evolve for free?
Evolve for free more often than not. I think Aloha Day is actually one of the strongest cards Swordcraft has access to in take 2. As a matter of fact, in the SVO that we saw, and even the Crucible, Aloha Day allowed Swordcraft to basically beat all of its opponents on its own back in almost all of the matches that we saw Swordcraft play.
Okay, got Goblet there. If it got Blade, that would have been kind of devastating.
That would have been devastating, absolutely. So very interesting choice to actually expend something like a Spine Blade this early on a 1-1.
Maybe he just wants to try and keep his board healthy. Maybe he was rolling for that Blade, trying to see if he can keep the 3-1 on board.
That's true. But we'll get punished a little bit for it here.
Just a tad. Like the Valse of them. Okay, he's going to do this and then Valse, I imagine?
Yeah, almost 100% Valse here. It just gives you so many options going into turn 4. You might not even have to use an Evo point, which is great.
Now, here's the kind of thing that's kind of interesting decision. He took a bit of time to think there than I think we usually would, because in take 2, you don't know like how did your opponent build your deck exactly. Most of the time, you go for the Fatal Spell Bomb, but you don't know. Maybe Mensu built a really heavy deck. It's something they have to consider.
It's true. But both players playing Swordcraft. You could probably assume your opponent's got some good on-curve plays here, and you just want to get ahead. You see Mensu kind of play around the Valse in a way, right? He's playing around the Evo turn, he's playing around the Valse, and the fact that he's just cementing something that's going to give him value over time and not really going to play into an Evo turn that well for Karakuri here.
Frontline Rampart, surprisingly good in take 2. Just a value card that keeps generating bodies over and over again. Again, value is the name of the game in take 2.
Absolutely. So Karakuri here, again, with a lot of cheap options, not really any spectacular ones to push tempo in his favor. Probably just fill up the board here a little bit more.
Probably.
I think double 2-drop here feels pretty good. Double 2-drop, free trade into the 1-2 feels pretty good.
I just wonder when the Day is going to see play and whether or not it's going to be an Infiltration or an Evan. Like, how does Karakuri want to navigate this game? Keeping the Day in the opening hand is a big curiosity.
True. I mean, definitely the thought was to play it on 4, but I don't think it's the best option this turn. But he disagrees.
With Evan, you can proactively evolve it and then run it into the dome. Looks like it. And they'll deal with the 1-2 as well, I believe.
Okay, so basically you still get 2 followers this way. I think it's a little bit weaker, though, because you're using one of your choose mechanics when you could save it for possibly a better choose turn, you know, like where there's something else that you can kind of get behind, but it's still fine. Still
right,
fill up
like
the
if
board
you're
here.
out of gas, it could have helped you with the infiltration, especially
Exactly.
since Karakuri built his deck really low in the curve. But
yeah, one of his only draw options outside of the Tycoon that he has in his hand.
Also chooses not to evolve, just getting on the board, so not as aggressive as we thought, considering his draft.
Going second, I don't know if this favors him too much. I mean, we see all the value cards Mensu has in his hand, right? He's got Frontline Cavalier, he's got Aloha Day, multiple Aloha Days, as a matter of fact. Just a lot of strong value cards right now in hand.
I wonder if he's just going to play the 5-5 on 5.
It's not bad. It's not bad, but I think he needs to deal with a wider board, so I think Frontline Cavalier or Aloha Day, both very good choices here.
The Frostwing Spear is so impactful in this format. Yeah, I totally agree now, because we keep talking about how valuable evolves are in Take 2, and just being able to get one for free, while paying 2 play points to get an evolve, not super impactful in constructed formats. This is another example of a card being basically more designed for the Take 2 format.
Absolutely. Aloha Day being an all-star here and almost not seeing any play anywhere else, and by almost I mean not.
Yeah, not at all, actually. Yeah. Like how you tried to mince your words there for a second,
Yeah.
you thought better of it.
Yeah, that's right.
You can't hurt the feelings of a digital card.
So I like the play here for Mensu, playing around the Fatal Spell Bomb here that was generated from False, known information.
Karakuri can still deal with it, though. Just trade the day and then Altaya and then evolve. Not too bad.
Not too bad at all. Gets a supplant a really big follower that is hard to deal with. Your opponent has already used one of their Evo points. Honestly, one of the best feelings in this game is when you're playing second, your opponent uses an Evo before you. You're just like, okay, now I'm really ahead in the Evo race here.
The only way to deal with it is the 5 cost, I think.
The easiest way.
That worked out really well as well.
Pretty good.
Just removal effects in Take 2, especially with a body attached, so valuable. Reminds you a bit of Tsubaki, that card.
Yeah, and it's big. It's a 5/5 for 5.
It's a big boy.
That's right.
The
Very
flowing mane of golden hair. The intimidation factor is real, you know? Every edge you can get, Exo. What are you chuckling at?
Nothing, man. You know, everything you're saying is perfectly on point here. Flowing mane. It's good stuff.
I've never been wrong in my life.
That's right. I don't doubt you. Karakuri here. So again, we talked about how his deck was built to play an aggressive line. Now that he's gone this more value line, look at his hand. It's all low cast cards.
Yeah.
He can't really play into big boards very well.
You think you favored a more aggressive line of play going into this?
I think so. I think on turn 4 instead of playing Day, I think that the double 2-drop would have been just a little bit stronger. Getting out the Servant earlier as well is going to be a lot more impactful to try to get him some loot cards to get him some more value going into the later game. Now Servant just feels like a really, really awkward play to put down.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, what could you do here? I guess you just play the Holy Bear Knight and evolve it over the 5/5.
It's not bad. Get a card draw, and Dragon Knight's one of the strongest cards in the deck, so not bad. Very good option play here from Karakuri. Says, you know what, I need some more cards. Finds a good one.
And you know, this frontline Rampart has been doing work this entire game, and Karakuri keeps getting left with 1 defense followers.
Absolutely. I mean, oh my goodness. Okay, that was pretty
Oh
strong.
boy. On curve, off the top. Old
That
mate
feels
coming
good.
out on play.
That feels good. So we talked about this being a 3-play point 2/3. When you play it for 7, which will most likely happen, you'll see what happens here in just a moment.
It summons a bunch of 1/2s.
Not shabby. So he's like, you know what? My Ramparts just ran out. Let me just make them all at once.
The Ramparts are gone, but the soldiers are still here.
That's right. He's got a backup Ramparts if he ever wants to play, you know, even a slower, you know, value game going into this end game here.
And we're talking about the decks here. Menso does have a deck that's way more favored to go into a longer game than Karakuri does with the Proto Bahamut, while Karakuri doesn't really have a huge end game outside of Dragon Knights.
That is true. So Karakuri going to have to find some way to win here. Now, here's the problem. It's not just the fact that he has to get back into the game by taking over the board. he has to find a way to deal 20 points of defense or damage to Mensu's defense here over the course of this game. I don't know how likely that is.
Right? It feels like you're just going to be spending so much time dealing with what Mensu's presenting, then you won't have anything left near the end.
That's right. So let's see what the option is here.
Goblet again.
Not bad.
Everyone's thirsty today.
The hits keep on rolling. You know what? It's fun. I haven't cast up with you in a while, Igni. It's a good time.
Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
That's right. That's right. Fun times.
Although Rackham is such a great neutral card in Take 2 as well from Brigade of the Sky here.
Yeah, there's not really a wrong answer in the hand for Mensu here. He can play another Aloha Day, get more options in his hand. Honestly, he can keep playing a value game if he wants to go Ramparts. I mean, there's no really wrong direction here.
The Flare Wing could be interesting as a removal tool.
Yep.
You already have a Frostwing in hand. I'm not sure if you need that much late game value, right?
I mean,
you might do.
Can you ever have too much late game value? I don't know.
This is pretty good though.
Yeah, this is strong.
And you know, with the Frostwing in hand, you don't have to be too conservative with your evolves here. Just go at it.
That's true, and having this type of board presence makes it really easy to kind of trade however you want to. Pushing the damage, keeping the board again. No Evos left for Karakuri. No board wipes again. Did not take the Proto Bahamut, so I don't know if there's a way to get back into this game. Everything in his hand is just a little bit too slow. I mean, Dragon Knights is the best option, but after the Dragon Knights, not a lot left.
Mm-hmm. Always putting Karakuri on the back foot while you have the more attrition-based deck. It's going to be hard for Karakuri to come back here.
That's right.
I mean, what do you do other than Dragon Knights, though?
I mean, honestly, my first inclination is to play Tycoon for 7 so I can draw some more cards in my deck because I don't like my hand right now, and you can play a Fatal Spell Bomb to take care of the 5-2.
But Tycoon only draws until you have 5 cards in hand. He already has more than 5 cards
exactly, which is what I'm saying. Like, there's not really anything else I would do with this hand, honestly. I don't think you can. Like, if you slow down and you try to play your 2-drops now, you're just going to keep taking chip damage from these 1-2s. The options are just so limited here. I mean, you could play Valkyrie plus Fatal Spell Bomb. Maybe it gets rushed and you can take care of a 1-2, try to stem the bleeding that way. But then what are you doing after?
Yeah. I think it's just got to be the DK.
The options that he chooses probably just Ward and Rush. Get the big Bane Rush follower out.
Probably.
The unfortunate part about this is he can't use the Fatal Spell Bomb on the 5-2 here, so he's going to lose some value off of this Dragon Knights. All right, looks like playing a little catch up here with the stream. No big deal here. So let's talk about the options here, right? So you could go Rush Bane. If you do that, you can take care of the 5-2. You're left over with a 5-4. Your opponent already has 3 damage that they can run right into it, right? So not too hard to take care of that. You already know your opponent played a second Aloha Day, so you don't know they didn't take the second removal spell that'll deal an extra 3 damage.
Even with Frostwing, it's an easy way to deal with a 5-4 body because we already have so many good evolves, right?
Right, absolutely. So, I mean, going into the end of this game, you know, it's pretty straightforward to us on how we feel about the game and how it's going to proceed out, but
looks like we are dealing with some technical difficulties here. Just bear with us.
Get the game back up as soon as we possibly can.
I do like this music from this new stage, by the way. It's so dramatic.
This stage is great. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but it looks like they've resized everything for it too, so everything like fits really nicely into it. The stage just looks, yeah,
it's beautiful.
It's great. So it looks like he did go with the Rush Bane option.
And the Frostwing on the Rackham is so strong here, being able to keep that 5-5 body as well.
It's gross.
It's gross.
It's gross. Getting free Evos for things like Rackham in Take 2 just feels gross.
That's pretty strong words.
Yeah, I feel very strongly about it.
I wouldn't say it's gross. I'd say it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Mensa, you're feeling pretty good.
That's the same thing, Igni.
It's just on a different side of the coin.
It's the same thing, yes.
Yeah.
All right. We don't need to get into semantics here.
Is he going to be usurping Fatal Spell Bomb on the 5-2? Got the
That's
blade at least for the Axe Princess. Just trying to deal with as much as possible. But we see Mensu's hand. He's drawn that Proto Bahamut, and I feel like Karakuri is out of answers.
The Proto Bahamut alone, from what we can see in both players' hand, will just eventually win this game.
It's a big boy.
And when you run out of cards, you know, what's the best thing you can do is draw the best card in your deck, right? That's great.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a plan.
You know what's up, man. You got the secret text in your brain.
That's what you do. That's what you tell your deck. All these players have been talking today in their intro videos and all that stuff about believing in their deck and their deck is their friend and things like that. That's exactly what you got to play for, right?
Yeah,
You're like, man, I'm going to run out of cards next turn. Ah, all right, Proto Bahamut, just in time.
You got to whisper to it in your mind space,
That's right.
you know?
In your mind space.
In your mind space.
Not my space, to be confused. Mind space. Yeah.
Give me that Proto Bahamut. And it worked out, you know? Menso knows what's up.
That's right. All right, so just damage face. Proto Bahamut feels pretty good to me.
Feels pretty good. That's what I'd do. Of course, you know, when you're actually there, you're feeling the nerves. You're going to take a little bit more time to think about it.
You don't need to Proto Bahamut here. That's the thing. Proto Bahamut could be saved, but I think it's just a very straightforward play.
Especially since Karakuri does not have a lot of fuel.
Yeah. Absolutely. So Proto Bahamut being a very good card for multiple reasons, right? It's a 9-play.88 that when it comes into play, it's just a huge body. At the end of the turn, it deals 3 to everything, including your own followers, but it deals 1 damage to your opponent. And then you can accelerate it for 7 to deal 3 damage to everything your opponent has immediately if you can't really wait till turn 9 to deal with your opponent's board. So very versatile and good endgame card here.
It's just a persistent threat, right? Like, even without, like, even still, despite it being a body, it also just keeps damaging your opponent if they can't deal with it.
Absolutely.
Feeling that yet?
Ooh, looks like he might be trading, so not playing the Proto Bahamut, potentially?
Could be.
Maybe a frontline Cavalier, frontline Ramparts kind of thing.
It's not bad. Play more value, force your opponent to overextend into your Proto Bahamut. You know,
right. I mean, Menso doesn't have perfect information like we do. We don't know if Karakuri doesn't have some kind of way to deal with the Proto Bahamut, like a giant Bane Swordsman or.
He does know that the loot cards are in hand, so there's only like 2 actual cards in Karakuri's hand, right?
Looks like he is just going to take it a little slower.
Yeah, value plan. I like this. This is an approach I've played in Take 2 and in rotation and everything like that. Both players have no cards left. What's the best way to win? Outvalue them as hard as you possibly can. Make them dump their hand, think they can get back into this game, and then you just wipe it all away.
The thing that kind of concerns me is that Karakuri does have a Tycoon in hand, so even if he dumps everything and Menso thinks he's in the clear, he can kind of refill.
But can you? When your opponent has a Proto Bahamut in play? When you're at 8 or less? I don't
true.
think you have time to play that Tycoon.
That's true, that's true. I mean, there is no Proto Bahamut in play yet, so maybe Karakuri is feeling pretty safe, though.
Yeah. We'll see here. Maybe, you know, my thought process this turn might be something to the effect of play as many cards as I can into Tycoon, but it looks like a different option here. Wants to go for board trade.
Just play the Charlotta here, maybe? And then...
And then run right into the old Proto Bahamut.
Oh, yeah. This is a board to Proto Bahamut.
Absolutely. And he's also got the Ramparts out already working with him just to have more value after the Proto Bahamut.
And Lo Wayne, also a really great card in Take 2. Just so much value in one card. Kind of like a super Kaiser, right? It gets you one with Rush and then with Storm.
I mean, if you guys watch me on the SVO a lot, you guys know the love affair I have with the Bro family.
The Bro family?
Okay? You know, they're pretty sweet, okay? They're very friendly. They're very inviting. They do a lot of work for you. You know, they lift. They teach you how to lift. They carry you.
I mean,
you
in the art, he's serving you noodles, man.
That's true. It's true.
There's no complaints. You just get great husbando.
All right, here we go. Proto Bahamut is the play.
Oh! Now that's
is that
an
the
answer.
One out? Is that the
might
one
have
out?
Been the one out against
Are you kidding
Proto
me?
Bahamut. This is the kind of Shadowverse I live for.
This is amazing. So Karakuri's like, you know what? I know my opponent's going to do something really awesome next turn, so I really need you, Rapier Master. I need you to be there for me. Okay?
He's just making sure that it is exactly how he says. He might even play the 2 treasures first and then Rapier Master, and then Tycoon gets way more cards the next turn.
That's true, but I think I don't know.
Because the extra enhanced 10 is just another 1/1 stats. You're going to run it into the Proto Baha anyway.
That's true.
Might as well just play this out.
Yeah,
play the Rapier
right.
Master, and then Tycoon and refill.
So my other thought process was because it gains ward, you can take the super gambly play and just play it for 10 and go face. Or no, you can't. Never mind. That's only with
Latham.
With Latham. That's right. I haven't seen this played without Latham. That's right. It's been too long.
You're too used to the constructed version.
Oh my goodness!
Oh!
Wow, the hits keep on coming for both of our players this game.
Ends. I think you Lowain. You do the Lowain trade now, and then Human Pyramid attack becomes devastating when you've already used their 1 Rapier Master against your Proto Bahamut. More big bodies is what you're looking for right now.
Yeah, I think the value is now coming into play for Mensu. Karakuri did find his 1 out to Proto Bahamut, but now has to face down both a Lowain and a Vanguard here. Okay, gonna start with the Vanguard.
It's the Bro family and their dad.
That's right. All right, let's see. Top deck here.
Ooh, not great.
Not great, not bad. A big follower at least. I think Tycoon is still the option.
Yeah. Interesting that he didn't play the Blade last turn. I guess saving it just in case. Maybe he thought, oh, I can play it this turn anyway with the Tycoon regardless. We'll see what happens here.
Still alive. And guys, remember, this is do or die match, right? This is, you don't get a second game in take two.
These are all best of ones, so. That's why that Rapier Master off the top, it's like a okay moment. Oh, not a bad refill either. Weathered Vanguard of his own and an Aloha die.
All right, Aloha Day. Weathered Vanguard also has a Bellring Angel now, so
even more gas.
Yeah, could draw into some good cards here.
Not a huge breadth of targets for Gilded Blade. Maybe you just play the Scathage for the, or just hold. I don't think you play the Weathered Vanguard. You might need that fuel. Oh, okay. Just wants the bodies on the board.
Needs tempo. He's feeling the pressure.
I don't blame him. Oh, that's a really good enhance too, though. I do want to see this Bro family start to come out.
Only good cards off the top for both of our players here. This is great. This is great stuff. So let's see here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 possible damage this turn. No, we can't because Luane can't actually trade itself off the board. So almost 7 damage, but not quite.
Not quite. It's close though. Although I feel like Menso is quite favored here. I mean, the defense totals are not looking pretty bright for Karakuri.
That's honestly what I was talking about at the beginning of the game. It's like, yes, you possibly, if you're Karakuri, you can find some way to get back to the board, but how do you deal 20 before your opponent can get to the final 7? Very tough.
Forgot that's the noise he made.
Oh, that was fun.
That was surprising. I enjoyed that, though. I love some of the voice lines. They're legitimately hilarious.
All right, so Valse, pretty good here. So you can Valse with Bellringer Angel. That uses up 8 of your play points. You have Blade left over, which doesn't do too much this turn. But you can trade away into the big followers. You have a 0-4 that's looking down at 3 attack in opposing followers there, so still alive.
Still alive, just barely making it. Although, I don't want to, say anything too early. Anything could happen.
Anything can happen. Absolutely. This could be the turning point. I keep talking about how Karakuri can't come back into this game, but maybe he found, the one Tycoon, he found a spot to play it after the Proto Bahamut was played. Potentially could come back into this game.
It's that Rapier Master off the top that just completely changed the landscape of this.
Rapier Master, what an insane top deck. Absolutely. The fact that you can actually, you don't have to enhance it for 10. You can play other things before it, and you still get the Rush and the Bane.
It's so flexible, that card. Oh, went for Frostwing.
Okay, going for double Evos here. You can still ward behind this. All good. I like this. Karakuri saying, you know what? If I put 10 power in play over the course of a few turns, if my opponent can't run through my ward and I get enough time, I can win the game fairly quickly here.
And then you have to play the Bellringer.
Oh, right. Never mind. Yeah, I'm thinking the other way now. I was thinking if he played Valse, he wouldn't have had to use the Aloha Day, but instead he used the Aloha Day. Okay.
No choice, though, because he's already at 2 defense. It's getting kind of rough. I mean, he could have played a play without the Aloha Day and played Valse instead, but
I think it would have been slightly better because he wouldn't have had to trade his 5-attack follower into the big follower.
I think what he's afraid of is that what if Menso has like another Proto Bahamut or some other giant bomb and he has
maybe
no other answers except for Valse.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Playing the more, again, the same way he's been playing all game, just as much value orientation as he can.
That's the thing. Like we were talking about before we jumped into this game, that Karakuri is a player that favors longer games, wants to be the guy at the end after the beginning and the mid game have already passed with the giant bombs at the end. Unfortunately, the way he drafted is kind of counter to the way he usually plays.
That's true. Now here comes the rub, right? So Mensu now is going to be able to put together a Storm Follower in his hand, which has 2 attack. Karakuri is at 2.
Right.
So if this ward doesn't hold up for too much longer and he doesn't draw any more wards for the rest of the game, that's going to be an ever-present threat, right?
Yep.
So just another really good endgame tactic here for Mensu.
So do you think just Luane and then plus cancel defender, run some stuff in, and then
that's all you got. Yeah, that's all you got. Then you've got the turn after straight ahead of you.
Looks good to me.
None of your followers take any damage.
All right, is this it? Can Karakuri actually turn this around?
Zeta was actually a pretty good draw here, for the state of the game. However, again, with no ward left over, he already knows that Luane put a Storm Follower into Mensu's hand.
It's just too much pressure that Mensu put in the early to mid game, and now he can't, even if he does get all the perfect top decks, he can't come back just because the defense total is so low.
So let's see here. Enhance, or not enhance, but using Scathage's Accelerate costs 3, I believe, correct?
Yep, correct.
So you can Zeta plus pump the Bellringer Angel. If you do that, you can take care of the 3/6 ward. You can take care of the 2/2. You can pump it back up to an X3, which is just not enough to survive.
Yeah,
That's
rough.
so close.
If only this blade can get actually some value some way.
Freeze.
Oh, this is one way.
Yeah, he can find it here. So Zeta can come down and clear. But again, you can't clear any of the other.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
This is
let's
tough.
see. If you play Vulse and remove,
Freeze.
that doesn't do anything either. I don't think there's any way out of this.
Vengeance.
Oh, it's so close though.
One defense away from possibly turning the corner here.
The timer's ticking. Spent a long time thinking about it. Got to execute.
I think we went over the options here. I don't think there's a way.
Interesting to see the Scathacia enhance use, but...
And you see Karakuri right there. He knows there's no way out of it. You see him pop back into his chair.
I mean, even if the Bellringer is one more defense, you would get the Tomoe regardless. And then it would just barrel through.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Forgot about that. Yeah, you actually get the rush follower after as well. So, yeah, no way to defend against this. And Mensu is going to go up 3-1 against Karakuri.
Bro family victory, you know? Surfs up.
Wow, what a game. I mean, so close for so many turns. Mensa was this close. It was board space. He was 1 damage off lethal here and there. He's just struggling. The Bellbringer Angel came out clutch. What a fantastic game. Congratulations to Menso. Karakuri, great job at defending himself throughout that game. And he tried. He had the Tycoon ready. He had the Bellbringer Angel. He tried. I bet he did a lot of math on that last turn. That's why Take-Two is fantastic. These are the types of games that I want to see at the World Grand Prix, and I think both players were fantastic. What do you guys think?
Yeah, really fantastic game. I just wonder if it was a matter of the deck drafted being in conflict with the way the player wants to play. Like, as we said, Karakuri is a more attrition-based player, and he drafted a more aggressive deck, and the playstyle didn't really mesh as much with the deck he built.
Well, here's the thing as well. I believe Swordcraft is one of those classes that does not play into the end game as well as some of the other classes that you can draft. So maybe it's just counterintuitive to him to be like, Swordcraft is, you know, what my team thinks is one of the best classes to play, so I'm just going to pick it, and I'm still going to try to go my style with it. But then he ended up with all these choices of 1-drops and 2-drops and things like that, and he actually did almost come back to stabilizing, but he was nowhere near winning that game pretty much the entire way through. So very, very odd way to play the early game with his hand, and really didn't lead him anywhere going into the end game.
Especially some of his picks, like he had a choice of a Proto Bahamut as well, and chose to go for a more aggressive style of deck, but then play slowly.
Yeah, that was the most interesting choice for me in that draft, especially because the 5.33 gold Swordcraft follower, that's such a great card for Take-Two.
Yeah.
You cannot deal combat damage or even fight against your followers if you play that that particular follower, and it forces Swordcraft or any other deck to use removal spells, and in Take-Two, removal spells are very expensive.
Yeah.
A Divine Retribution, Pitfall, so all your small followers can get enough damage.
And you saw that entire game, it was all decided on combat. Every single turn was board clear or board fill or trying to outvalue your opponent with stats. That simple card could have changed the entire, you know, context of the game.
I was just going to say, in a Swordcraft mirror especially, that's kind of their bread and butter is board.
Well, you're not going to know you're going to play against another Swordcraft deck at the point.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So if you had perfect information, maybe you would have automatically taken that card. But like I said, at the very just first sight of Proto Bahamut, I don't care what my deck is, honestly. I'm just slamming that thing. That's one of those cards, you know, like just like back in the day, you have a Bahamut there. You just kind of take it because, I guess it's very similar, right? Proto Bahamut, Bahamut.
No kidding.
You just take it because it can take over the game by itself, which not a lot of cards in Take-Two can.
Yeah, it forces your opponent to have an immediate answer or the game just ends. And we saw there Karakuri had the immediate answer, and the best answer is still a 1-for-1, so you're still not behind, so why not just pick the Proto Bahamut?
And he just got it off the top as well. Like, it could have easily gone the other way.
The worst thing that can happen is you're actually trading one card for one card. It's impossible for them to get ahead of you when they kill your Bahamut.
Right, plus and your Bahamut already did its effect by the time they've traded off with it.
That's right. And I think Mensu made, again, just very, very calculated plays, right? Not overextending the Proto Bahamut when he didn't need to, waiting until he could extract the most value out of it, playing all of those little value cards, inching his way through that game, finding perfect spots for his cards. I mean, he did everything he needed to in that game, as well as he started drawing some really good cards at the end of that game. So, I mean, that's what you need to do. And that's why you draft the cards that you draft, so that you can draw them, you know, late in the game to help you win.
Yeah, we saw both players having Weathered Vanguard, and actually Menso was in a position where he could play it for the enhanced cost, while Karakuri wasn't. He had to play it just for the 2-3, and we saw the difference. Having those small followers, it doesn't seem very impactful, but when damage here, when damage there, at the end of the game, we see an exact lethal with no more resources. So that frontline Rampart, as well as the Weathered Vanguard, was exactly what Menso needed, and very well used and very well spacing out of his threats and understanding his role throughout the game. He was defensive at the start of the game. Then he understood, I am now ahead, flip the switch. I have to be aggressive, so let me just hold on to my cards and space out my threats and start dealing some damage.
Absolutely, and he did have one of those decks, I mean, even being Swordcraft, where he took all the value cards you possibly could. Frontline Ramparts isn't something that you normally just take all the time, right? But in his deck, they worked very well alongside of the Vanguards to just let him go into a late game. And honestly, he had the pressure in the early game as well, going first and playing to an aggressive curve. So just all along that line, I think Mensu was just in control. Very straightforward match that he won.
I think right from the beginning of his draft, Mensu had the mentality of, I need to draft some more value cards, because in Take 2, I feel like value really is the name of the game. And Mensu really capitalized on that strength, taking those frontline Ramparts, taking those Weathered Vanguards, and then taking the Proto Bahamut at the end. Ended up really working out for him.
Yeah, very solid deck, but very solid draft. Very good pilot of it. I think he got rewarded. We saw him there at the end, fist bumping, understanding that he's close, getting close to it. 4 more rounds, essentially 3 more wins could guarantee his slot for day 2. So it's 3 out of 4 rounds. Very good position to be in, and I'm confident that he can pull it off.
It's one of those things where, again, we were talking about this cushioning, right? If you can make it through the first 4 rounds, you can have a bit of a breather and not be as intense. Of course, you're still playing for your life, but you're not so scared that you're going to drop immediately when you go into the rotation rounds, especially when all the players are more comfortable in rotation. Now Mensu has the ability to not have to win all 4 rotation games here.
Mensu might be now one of the frontrunners to actually make day 2 from the Western scene, because he did start off with a 3-1 record. Hishiro could be right alongside of him with a 3-1 record as well. We'll have to see, you know, when the next round standings come up. But, you know, I like their chances, and I can't wait to see the rotation. That's when all the bullies are going to come out. That's when all the big guns, yeah, that's when all the, you know, like when they talk pregame, you know, with their intro videos and all that kind of stuff, as much as you have to be talented to win at these formats, everybody's gunning for those rotation games. Oh, yeah. They want to prove themselves in the format that everybody's been watching all year.
Of course, like World Grand Prix Day 2 will be rotation. So if you're not good at rotation, we won't be the world champion. So anyways, guys, that was it for round 4. I'll see you guys later for round 5. And now we'll start with our rotation matches. So don't go away and stay with us.
When peace is allowed to flourish, it is quaint what humans can create. But, alas, all good things must end. You see serenity, well, it's a rather tenuous beast. After all, the time of change is upon us. Now, raise your heads in awe and witness the distortion of your plane. It will morph your white-winged saviors into willful soldiers and pull your fallen nightmares from their graves. Imbued with new magic, powers most perverse will spread throughout heaven and earth and twist until they've taken unfamiliar forms. Heed the coming change, mortal, and take charge. For the world will never be the same. Welcome to the new reality.
Welcome back, Shadowverse fans, to the 2018 Shadowverse World Grand Prix. We're done with the first half of the tournament. On day one, the first 4 rounds are done. Unlimited is done. Take 2 is done. And now we're moving into rotation. We still have a battle on our hands, folks. All right, guys. Rotation time it is. Okay? We get to see 2 of our boys actually face up with one of our boys, and one boy that we know and we like. But we want to see him. We want to see him beat down today.
Wow.
We're going to see Essia and Rio play next.
Yeah, and what a fun format to see. I get to see the Forest, maybe, that I so wanted to see. I'm very glad to see Essia doing well, of course. More importantly than Forest, it's actually his performance. Not only the player that I voted for, personal friend, and also his moment to shine, maybe. Never got that win on a tournament, so perhaps now it's his chance.
3 wins on this stage? That's a heck of a first win.
That's all. I mean, that's all you really need, right? This is the win you need, because I believe if they carry over with the same rules as last year, if you spike this tournament, not only do you get the $1 million, you get invited back next year to play again.
That's how Coach is here.
That's right. That's absolutely how he's here. But like you said, he's the only player in rotation bringing Forest Craft. The one, the only Essia. We know and love him for his Forest Craft. I really want to see him do well with it.
Oh, yeah.
And what an opponent, right? I mean, Ryoga.
His name's not actually Ryoga. It's just Rio.
Yeah, it's Rio, but I just like calling him Ryoga because his intro video was so awesome. But with an opponent, I mean, we saw that he already beat some of our Western players. I believe he beat 2 players, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, beat Prix and also Ishiro as well. So
it's true. Very tough competitor for our Western players so far. So we can see the cutoff now. This obviously doesn't mean too much until we get closer to the end of the day, but at least we can take a look at who is still up in the running. We see Essia at 3-1, Mensu at 3-1. We see Salt, we see Kocha. We see Rio is actually the undefeated player right now that Essia is going to be playing against.
Undefeated in this field, and now Essia, one of our boys, has to go up against apparently this monster of a player coming into the rotation round.
That's right. So the other important things to look at right now, guys, who is 0-4 right now? Right now it looks like Sprayquaza will be out of the running for the top 8, but of course you still want to play it out. There's no better experience than playing in a tournament like this. Of course, Karage-san, the other 0-4 player here. Everybody else still somewhat alive here. But players loose and on the edge as far as our side of the field. Crumsian, still there.
Yep, still there. If he spikes 4 rounds of rotation, he's still in contention. It all comes down to the tiebreakers, and hopefully his unlimited rounds were 2-1 for his losses.
That's right.
We have a couple of horses in this race who are looking pretty safe so far, though. We also still have Potwasher, who's 2-2 right now. Chaldia also 2-2. Hishiro 2-2 as well. So lots of good spread in terms of players from different regions being all across the leaderboard. We'll see how it turns out once rotation actually gets started here.
That's right. It'll be very interesting to look at these rankings again, of course, in just a couple of rounds as we lead up into the final round or 2, just to see who can make and who's basically fallen off the wagon, that kind of thing. But yeah, still really strong competitors here. We're going to see one of our strongest right now in Essia go against the undefeated player. So of course, if he does win this round, no undefeated players left in this tournament.
And here are the pairings. Essia against Rio, as we said. Kocha versus Zen X. Menso versus Nine Voice. Salt versus Yuzu. Again, a good mix-up of different players from different regions clashing into each other.
Also at the top 8, very interesting to see. Last year was mostly dominated by the Japanese players. I like to see the spread that it is. There's 2 Western players on top 8. There's some players from the Korean region, from Japan as well. So I like the spread that they're showing so far. It shows that the field is very even and that the Shadowverse is perhaps a world global game rather than just a Japanese one.
Absolutely. It's not just the powerful in the East. You know what I mean? We have our powerhouses. I mean, last year, you know as well as any, we had 4 of our 6 competitors make it to day 2 last year, and we got 2nd and 3rd place. You got 2nd, of course, and JZ getting 3rd against Kocha, who got 1st in that tournament. So we're a force to be reckoned with, okay? We just need to spike one of these tournaments to show them who's who.
Yeah, I got to prove ourselves, hey, in the world stage.
Our boy Ishiro against
I like that.
Right.
And Shaldi against 1-2.
That's right.
Some really nice names in these tournaments. Yeah, I was just going to say.
Potwasher against Mingy God from ESG, Hearn versus Karakuri, and we've seen Karakuri struggle a bit in the Take-Two format, but perhaps this is where he shines. One of those players that I'm really curious to see how he develops from the Rage.
That's right. And some quick notes about rotation as well. We haven't talked too much about the decks people are playing, but the most popular deck is Dragon by far, but it is split 50-50 down the line with Ramp Dragon and PDK Dragon. Even some Ramp Dragons, including cards like 1 PDK in them, just to have options like that. The second most popular deck, Dark Feast Bat Blood. Of course, we said there was one Forest deck, there were two Runecraft decks, one Mysterio, one Giant Chimera, and there was a handful of Shadow decks and two Sword decks, including Kocha playing Swordcraft. So very interesting choice from what most would say is the top competitor in the field right now.
It's interesting because Swordcraft is not really seen on ladder as much as it was, but I feel like if anybody can pilot Swordcraft to success, it'll be Kocha.
Sure.
Yeah, and recently Sword has been doing particularly well in our own community events. I remember a Sword deck being able to win the wild card for Monkey of the Week, for instance, as well as in Rage. There were a lot of top 8 players on Rage. It didn't do particularly well there, but it's still to note that it can still win some games, even though Dragon can obviously prey on it. And one of the reasons why it has been left in reserve is because Dragon, one of the top tier decks, does so well against Sword. But also to note that Shadow lost a bit of favoritism. I mean, everyone used to play Shadow in Rage. We saw a lot of that, and it's the numbers have dropped. Blood's still a very powerful contender.
Well, Blood is a very good choice for a tournament like this, especially for the same reasons we saw Seraph playing Fall from Grace in their main deck. If you know everybody's playing Dragon, Bloodcraft is probably the best deck against Dragoncraft right now, just simply because it can win before Dragon can get to its endgame. Very solid game plan against them. It's also just a really well-rounded deck against the format itself. I mean, Sword can give it a run for its money if it gets onto the board really fast, but it can still find a way around everything. It's got a ton of card draw, it's got a ton of heal, it's got a ton of damage. It does pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm.
And we see here Essia, rank 7 currently against the rank 1, the only undefeated player of the format and day. So Rio on the other side. And it's very interesting to see how these players will fare against each other. Essia has a ton of experience in rotation. It's where he's been playing the most, as well as Rio, obviously. But it will be fun to see how these players match against each other.
And here we have the deck list here. Essia's Forestcraft, the famed Forestcraft coming from Essia, the Forest main himself. Looks like aggro Forestcraft, looking pretty strong.
Wow, this is a very interesting list. So before we've seen Essia run the combo package with Legendary Fighter, Yggdrasil, and things like that to finish off. What we do notice from this list, there is no Sky Devouring Horror, there is no King Elephant. The only late game he is relying on right now is the 3 of Gilnelis with an aggro package in his deck.
I kind of like it, you know, no fancy tricks, just get on the board and get into their face.
Yeah, really good addition of Lisa and Lily. 2 powerful cards from the mini expansion allow him to go very fast, play very early game.
That's right. Now we take a look at his Bloodcraft list. A lot more players gravitating towards the Wings of Lust version, going away from the Disciple, of course, the 1-drop that used to be played in the deck just because it's not as consistent as before. Mm-hmm. You can't really do the turn 1, turn 2, summon your Floros anymore, so why really play into that strategy? And Wings of Lust, of course, helping you get to that turn 8 where you can play a Dark Feast Bat. But yeah, the rest of the list is pretty straightforward, right? It's got its card draw. It's got its combo for Floros in the mid-game. You're up to 3 Valnyrics now. We saw it even dip down to 2 for a while just because you didn't need it that much, but now you do. Just very strong list here.
It's just adapted to the adjustments very well, still becoming one of the top decks in the meta.
Yeah, potentially one of the most refined decks, actually. 3 months of Omen of the 10 had made this Blood deck very strong. And now we see Rio with his Dragon, the first appearance of PDK Dragon today in a rotation format. Only 2 Prime Dragon Keepers, so players understanding that there's a lot of Dragon on the field, so Prime Dragon Keeper not being as effective in that particular mirror.
One other interesting to note number in this deck right here is we only see 1 Masamune. We've seen players go all the way up to 3. I'm actually one of those players that likes to round it out at 2, just because I think I really like it in the end game, don't really necessarily need it in the early game. But again, with Dragon having so many good options now, it's hard to fit in everything that you want. I've actually been converted. I know I've been talking about why would you ever play 3 Pirated Singers, but this is the type of deck where you want 3 Singers, 3 Servant of Disdains. You want literally everything you can do to draw cards in Dragon right now because your options are that good.
Like you said, I feel like with Dragoncraft, there's a lot of ways you can change the distribution of your cards. 1 of, 2 of, 3 of. We even see Ramp Dragon, like you said, running only 1 Prime Dragon Keeper, while the rest of it being Ramp Dragon. It feels more like a spectrum than just a switch between one or the other.
Yeah, and here we see the differences in the Bloodcraft list that Rio is running. Only 2 Singers. Usually before you had 3. Now you don't need that much card draw because your deck is more mid-range focused. You'd rather have 3 Floras instead, 3 Evil Eye Demons, play all the Valnyrics. Because the idea now is to actually play an aggressive deck with top with top curve of Valnyrik with Wings of Lust, or Vira with Wings of Lust, and then Dark Feast Bat is just an insurance to actually finish those games that you haven't drawn where you didn't draw as many cards as the other games.
That's right. It looks like the regions are kind of on the same page here. This looks like the exact same list card for card that we just saw here from Essia. And like you said, the big differences come in just the style of the deck. Before we used to see Scorpios, we used to see a Disciple of Lust, we used to see this earlier try to block Floros thing as early as you possibly can. Now you got to do more card draw, more value, more of your heavy hitters, so you can play into that mid to late game. But honestly, from playing Bloodcraft my own self on the ladder, still pretty much does the same thing. You get your bat on 8, you've done a ton of damage, and you just finish out the game.
Can I just say the addition of Wings of Lust to this list is something I also just really like. It feels like it fits so well with the deck. It continues with your procs, it gives you sustain, and it buffs your followers so you can have more chip damage, so your bat has to do less work. I feel like it's a card that I'm so glad it's added into the list, and it makes it feel a lot better. With me, as a pilot, I feel like the Wings of Lust just makes me a lot more comfortable with that deck as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the style changed completely out of the beginning of Omen of the 10, and now the mirrors are actually even more interesting because the enhance on Wings of Lust prolongs the game to a point where you can actually lose control of the board, and it actually is relevant. Instead of racing for the Dark Feast bat, we are now controlling our health total to then swing the board in our favor.
All right, here we go, guys. Rio versus Essia in round 5, the first round of rotation. Let's see who can get it done. Take it away, boys.
Starting off with the Bloodcraft mirror here, with the exact same list, it's going to be pretty tough to see who comes out on top. It's just going to be down to, you know, the players and whether or not they make any mistakes, and I don't think they will, considering the field of play here and who's actually playing.
And what a way to start. I was just talking about how the Bloodcraft mirror has changed, and both players perhaps listen to me, and let's show Akamaru what we're made of.
That's
and this is the complete 40-card mirror, so the better player traditionally tends to win, and I want to see those key moments, those key decisions, and how players adapt to it. Both players with Alexandrite Demon, fantastic card to start with game plan with, and then it all depends on your timing with Flores and the Amulet. Everything is very important there.
Essia does get Flores, oh, they both get Flores in the opening hand here. Typically not something that players who are newer to the deck are very happy with, but Flores on its own isn't that bad as well.
Yep, and this matchup is very hard to predict outside of the opening hands, because it all comes down to timings on your Wings of Lust. On you're going to draw so many cards in the early game that your hands are going to completely morph from the beginning of the game.
The deck runs so much card draw just because it wants to assemble all of its pieces as fast as possible and then get that bat out on 8.
Yeah, so both players just assembling their own hands, assembling their combos. I expect both players to play the Alexandrite Demon and then time out the Blazing Sapphire to make sure that they get more Flores Invocation than their opponent.
Exactly what's happening here.
And what's interesting about this is that Vyra is a key card, and Rio doesn't have Vyra available yet, even though he's on the draw. But also Evolve points play a big role in this game. The better use of Evolve points traditionally brings victory to the player.
Oh, absolutely. Like, if you can evolve a Vera and get a bunch of those self-damage pings off without actually hurting yourself, while drawing cards, while dealing damage, while dealing with the opponent's board, it's devastating. And that's 2 Florosos in Essia's hand now. It's getting kind of dicey if he draws the third one.
Yeah, very hard to predict who's going to get ahead from this opening start. Both players have fantastic ways to activate their Flores. On the other hand, Essia already drawing 2 Flores is in a dangerous position if he draws a third one.
A second one on Rio's side as well, though. This really does look like a mirror, 40-card mirror, right down to the draws here.
So let's see if he decides to go for the trade or to go for face damage. Yeah, trading is more relevant here in this position, having already taken 2 damage. If you fall too far behind, it makes your combos a lot worse.
It's like you said, right? Like the way this deck is played has changed a little bit ever since the adjustments. Now, being on board actually does matter.
Yep. This is an interesting point. Can play one of the Flores, very strong follower for the Evo turn, forces the Vyra to not trade cleanly into it, always taking that damage. And also, they're very slow. You want them to be killed, you want them to be destroyed as fast as possible so that you get their health back.
So in Rio's hand here, he could just play the Snarling Chains out. I don't really like playing Flores out here, so I imagine this just happens.
Yeah, he's very close from summoning Flores. If he wishes, he can get actually a Flores. So I believe that's what he's going for. He was shaking his head a bit, perhaps because there's not a good target to evolve. Evolving a Flores, yes, it's very good. You heal a lot, but it's not a viral or an evil line.
Right. It's like Vera is one of the most important cards in this matchup.
Yeah, very hard to deal with outside of Valeric timings. Valeric is only the only clean answer to it, as well as an evolved Flores, which never feels too good.
Now Essia has to deal with that Flores on the other side, and no way to get rid of it without, you know, proccing that restoration on Rio's side. This game might go on quite a while here, a lot longer than we're used to with Dark Beast Bad before the adjustments.
And unfortunately for Essia, he did not deal enough damage to himself to get that Evil Eye Demon big enough.
0 times, actually.
Yep. He didn't have time. He played Singers, so he didn't have time to play the Blazing Sapphire yet. He hasn't played any removal spells because he's on the play. Sometimes that can be a problem. If you don't set up your Blazing Sapphires in the right timing, you can struggle a bit. Interesting to go for the Singer, which is essentially the same effect, but the Amulet is a bit slower.
So he's just going to have to play the Evil Eye as the accelerated effect, because, as we said, evolving that would do literally nothing. Not a great option.
And I think that Rio, with that sequence that Patterner plays, is actually in command of this game now. That invocation on Flores has given tempo to his side, and now he's in full control of how this game is going to progress from here.
I feel like he's gotten more pings for his potential Valeric proc coming soon as well.
Yep, already having invocated a Flores means that at least 4 pings to himself, and I believe that's the damage that he has done.
So it's not too far off before this Valeric comes online. Meanwhile, in SES hand, no Valeric yet, but he does have the Veer. That might be enough to turn it around, especially with 2 Blood Packs. He might draw into something way better as the game progresses here.
Yeah, Rio's hand looks fantastic. I mean, Wings of Lust, Vulnerary, Blood Pack if he needs more cards. Already has the Dark Beast Bat. Meanwhile, Essia still has to get his card draw. And the longer the game goes, the more awkward it is to actually play Blazing Sapphire or Blood Pack, because you're struggling against powerful board states.
I really like that pre-evo and that Flores there. We saw last turn, Essia didn't have a really clean solution to the last one. Let's just go again.
Yeah, Essia used a lot of resources, Evil Eye Demon, Rage Claw. So it's going to be hard. Rio navigating this game very well. Is on the draw and putting pressure on Essia, believe it or not.
So on turn 6 here, he does have the Vera Wings of Lust, but it's not great. That Flores is a huge body to have to contend with. He could go into it.
It all comes down to the Blazing Sapphire not being established. I kind of wonder that if that decision isn't hurting Essia's game plan, because everything is slowed down now. The invocation on Flores, there's a chance that he draws the 3rd Flores, and then from then on, his plan is no longer active.
Floros into Floros. Lots of Floros played this game thus far.
My word is my bond.
He still has Vera evolved though. He still has a chance to draw quite a few cards. Got so many Blood Packs in hand.
And I think Rio will want to activate his Valeric as fast as possible, so I assume Blood Pack will be the start of this turn, and then get all the effects to allow him to get a Vera. So you can't have any more Flores, having drawn all 3 obviously, or invocated 1 and draw 2 Flores, but he still can play his cards to make sure that the Valeric is enabled. With the Wings of Lust, that's a very powerful swing on tempo, as well as keeping a strong follower.
I don't think Essia's, if he had a Valeric, I don't think Essia's Valeric would be active at this point. So you think just playing another Floros here is a viable option? Like, he had quite a bit of difficulty dealing with it the past couple times as well.
Yeah, I would have liked for a combination of self-damage cards to be used here. It's bad to use a Rage Claw to target your opponent's leader, but then again, you want to make sure the Valeric is active, so I'm not sure how many pings he has done. He's very close to 7, and I believe by this play, he's telling us that the Perish would be enough to activate the Valeric.
See, I really like this, playing the Floros out here. Again, we saw Essia have so much difficulty clear the last 2, so I think Rio's just trying to capitalize on what he knows and try and lean hard into it.
Yeah, I think Rio's just trying to gain some time, making sure that Essia actually plays something to the board. In this game, he hasn't been able to do so. He's been very reactive, because Rio is struggling. It's that point where you have Valerics active, but your opponent is actually not playing anything. And having 2 Dark Beast Bats, that means he has enough to actually end this game very quickly.
That's true. Like, in his hand, we already see the 2 boys right there. Meanwhile, Essia hasn't had as good of a draw. Although with all these blood packs in hand, maybe he can try and find something now?
Yeah, I think this is where SE is going to invocate his Flores.
Ooh, that's not so bad. Although I think his counter is probably quite a bit lower than Ryo's is at the moment.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't see a way for him to invocate Flores, which is something that he definitely wanted to.
Yeah, not quite, hey? Like, the timing on the Blazing Sapphire is just off for this.
Just one play point off of being able to play Snarling Chains, Wings of Lust, and the Gift for Pluckin. The bat is there, but it's not enough. And this matchup has changed a lot over the months of Omen at the 10. It used to be the one that got the Dark Feast bat first would be in the major lead, but now Wings of Lust gives you so much help together with the Flores that you're actually going to be able to. Oh, I forgot about one of the cards that he played earlier.
Is my bond.
Oh, that's right, he had a Perish in hand.
Yep, I missed that one. Because he drew into the Perish during the turn. I missed that one. I was talking about how Flores and Wings of Lust
ended up getting it through the Blood Pact. Not bad.
Let's see, the Volneric is definitely active. So he played the Restless Perish last turn, so he's at 7 self-damage. Let's see, he can pair it with Razor Reclaw and Wings of Lust still, even though he doesn't get the drain. He has a very comfortable health total to go for.
I like this. Easy way to deal with the Vera. Easy way to deal with the Floros. I feel like Ryo has a pretty commanding lead at the moment.
Yeah, and it's a lot of damage. Volneric by itself would be a 4 damage with the Wings of Lust. If you pair it with Razor Claw, that would be extra damage for your Dark Feast bat as well. So it's very close with that evil point as well from getting lethal, or at least set up lethal with your Dark Feast bat. So we can do 4, 6 with the Evo can do 8 damage, put Essie down to 10, but Essie is going to heal from this Flores, which means that Dark Feast bat would not be the end of the game so far.
See how this turns out. Trade a bat.
Might even develop. Alexan Right Demon would be a fantastic choice. If Wings of Lust is not helping you win the game necessarily, you don't need to go for it.
Trading the Valneric and just running the bats into face, and then if you develop the Alexandrite here, we've already seen no more Evolve points on Essia's side, and he's already played an Evil Eye Demon.
Really good understanding of the limitations of Bloodcraft. The more bodies you play, the more they struggle without Evo points. That important Evil Eye Demon cannot be evolved anymore, which means every spell they use to remove your followers will deal damage to themselves, and essentially that means you are evolving and dealing damage to your opponent's leader when they have to remove your threats with self-damage.
This is when it comes down to it. In the mirrors, it's all about who has a really clear understanding of the deck and the limitations and benefits of them. And of course, both these players do, so it ends up going down to who has the better lines of play, who has the better draw. Ends up becoming really intense matches for these kinds of things.
Yeah, I think the big difference here was how Ryo was capable of invocating Flores very early on, which slowed down Essia's development, and it made it so Ryo was in control of the game, controlled the tempo and the initiative in this particular matchup.
Oh, Valneric's active now, though, and got it off that Blood Pack. Not bad.
This is tough. Do you trade? Do you respect the bat? Do you respect Wings of Lust as well? Or do you just self-damage more for your own bat? Or do you have to go face to set up your own win condition and lethal?
Lots of options in these kinds of matchups.
It's a very difficult game. One of the hardest matchups to play currently in rotation.
Valneric's such a good card. I feel like he can turn boards around just by itself.
And I believe that would be game for Ryo. He has the Evolve point, has access to Dark Feast Bat. I believe Dark Feast Bat is at 9 with the Gift for Pluckin. Yep.
That is a lot of damage on a bat.
Great execution by Ryo. Perfect understanding of how this matchup is supposed to go. He was on the draw and was still able to command this game.
I feel like if Essia had just slightly better timing, slightly better draw in the beginning, he might have been able to survive long enough to get his own bat online, but unfortunately I think Ryo's hand was a little bit better, the timings were a little bit better on his side, and end up in his favor at the end of the day.
Yeah, perhaps the Singers actually slowed him down a bit. Having option to play Blazing Sapphire, maybe that would have been
it slowed down a Flores Invocation, right? Without that Blazing Sapphire, that Flores Invocation became a lot harder.
Ryo on turn 3 was able to play the Blazing Sapphire while Essia developed the Singer. Yes, the body is more relevant than the Amulet, but you also have to keep in mind the self-damage pings later on. It's essentially a 0 play point self-damage for that turn.
So going into this next game here, Ryo is going to queue up his Dragoncraft. Would you choose Forestcraft against Dragoncraft or stick with Blood?
I think I'd stick with Blood. I mean, I just want this in this tournament. It is very important to have a good win rate, not only to win your rounds, but to actually win matches. And Blood seems to have a better matchup against Dragon, be in a better position than Forest.
True. I'm really impressed with Dragoncraft in the current meta. It feels like it has very few bad matchups, which is why we see a lot of the field bringing it right now. I'm pretty excited to see our first game of it in rotation format against kind of a wild card lineup from SEA here, the only one who brought Forestcraft. I wonder how it's going to progress throughout the rotation rounds here.
Yeah, and SEA deciding to go for Blood first, predicting a possible Dragon from Ryo's side, and Ryo accepting the mirror. Both players understanding that the Bloodcraft deck is the important part of this particular matchup.
It's going to be interesting as we get into this next game here. Both players really focusing. You can see the clenching of the fists.
There we go.
It's intense. Now we're getting to near the end of the first day. Both players are probably feeling the heat at this point. You see the tension in their arms and everything. When you were there, you felt it as well, right? That kind of energy.
Yeah, especially because at this point in the tournament, I was playing for my tournament life, so
yeah.
Every game was that important. If I lose, I'm off. 3 rounds in a row that I had to win against all the Japanese players, actually. I played against 3 Japanese players, so SEA in a similar position, much more comfortable, obviously, at 3-1, but now starting to play with the top of the field.
Well, you call it here. He's queuing up the Bloodcraft again against Dragoncraft here. I still think Dragoncraft has game against this, but the Evil Eye Demon might be the factor that kind of turns it over. Like, if you can get a good Evil Eye Demon evolve on an established Dragoncraft board and run them out of gas, that could just be it. And so he's keeping the Evil Eye Demon in hand as well with 2 parishes.
Yeah, essentially in this matchup, you just want to stall for time. You just want to gain time. And when you activate Valnaric, Dragon struggles so much to deal with that tempo swing on your side. You can force them to use the Whisper on Phalan, on your Florus. They sometimes have to do that. Galmio doesn't trade very well into Vyra, so Blood has a lot of annoying followers for Dragon to deal with.
It's one of those things where Ryo's Dragoncraft list is quite firmly in the PDK plan, but in a ramp list, a Frenzied Drake could really help out with these kinds of boards.
Yeah, and also we see Serpent Drake on Ryo's hand, a card that's not very effective against Bloodcraft. All their spells can deal 3 damage.
And there was a spot right there where the Florus adjustment actually mattered. He could have gotten a Florus on turn 2 if it wasn't for the recent nerf to that card, but here we go. Things are going a little bit slower now, but turn 3, pretty easy Floros here.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. I mean, it's into Dragon's turn 3. The best thing they can do is Servant of Disdain and Disdainful Rending. Yes, they are killing your Floras, but you're still gaining time because they're not developing their Serpent Drake or something that's a bit more powerful than just a 2-2 or a 2-1 with a Rending.
You're gaining time, and with this Restless Parish Floros, you get cards, you build up your counter with the Dark Beast Bat that's already in your hand. It's really solid all around. It looks like this is going to be it.
Yeah, the only better hand or better draw for SEA would have been to get a Lexenrite Demon. That would be just the perfect scenario against Dragoncraft. The ways they can do 1 damage are not necessarily in the format at the moment. So having to establish this Florus on turn 3 is going to be very powerful. Ryo has the answer with the Rending, but then again, it's just a simple Phalan or a simple Ayala, which he obviously will save for the evolve turn.
Oh, here we go. Looks like it does have to be the Rending, hey? Kind of a shame. You kind of want to save your Rending with the Serpent Drake sometimes because that's a lot of value as well, but with that Florus out on the board, you kind of have to deal with it.
And Ryo hovering over Serpent Drake, actually, that's very surprising if he chooses to go for that one. Very risky to take 5 damage, but I think he'll reconsider. Yeah, that's what he was just going through his options, and it was very risky to go for the 3-2. Any removal spell from Blood would be capable of dealing with it.
So it looks like he's now hovering over Phylean. Phylean plus the Disdainful Rending seems like the best play here.
Yeah, setting up the Whisper helps you deal with possible future threats like Valnaric, Wings of Lust, or Vyra, all those things. It's getting close. I mean, this game is getting close. There's a lot of tools for Dragoncraft there. SEA, on the meanwhile, has a lot of damage.
I like not trading there.
Understanding that he's actually the aggressive player in this matchup, understanding that the clock is on him to put pressure. If SEA has enough time, he can completely dominate with Valnaric and Dark Beast Bat.
Looks like SEA's checking up on his Dark Beast Bat there for a second, just hover over him a little bit. What's it at? You know, is it done cooking?
counting damage. I mean, when I draw 2 Razor Claws, I am immediately counting how much damage I can do from this hand. Because his hand doesn't have a lot of longevity. It has stalling potential with Evil Eye Demon, but after that, nothing's there.
He's trying to think a couple turns ahead, right? Like, how do I want to play out my next couple turns so that my Dark Beast Bat can end this game come turn 8?
So let's see, he got 2 self-damage this turn. He invocated Flores the last turn, so 4. Blood Pack adds another one, so it's a 5, 7, 8, I believe. So it's very close. 10 with double Razor Claw, 16. That's lethal, if my math checks out.
Could this end with a straight-up on-curve Dark Beast Bat from the player on the play?
If it's going to happen, this is the hand that it is capable of doing so.
If it happens, that's some pretty convincing Dark Beast Bat wins. We saw Ryo do it on his turn 8. Now if SEA does it on his turn 8, I feel like Dark Beast Bat Bloodcraft is one of those decks that, in terms on ladder, a lot of players see the statistics and they get kind of discouraged from playing it. But I think that's just because the pilots aren't as experienced. I feel like if you're a good pilot with Dark Beast Bat Bloodcraft, like you were saying, such a complicated deck to navigate a lot of the time, then the deck can really perform once you understand the nuances of it.
And Ryo here evolving his Ayala, wanting to get the ramp, wanting to get the... Ooh, interesting choice now.
Singer got a bit more fuel now.
He can actually evolve the Singer if he wants to, get 2 extra cards, and can start dumping those Razor Claws. I mean, that Evil Eye Demon is the safe reset button. I think he's in a very comfortable position here. SEA is commanding this game, is piloting it very well, and he's the one that decides how this game will progress.
I have to agree. And you know, dumping the Razor Claw, not a bad play, because you're trying to just get them down low enough so that your Dark Beast Bat can carry the rest of the work. It looks like he's going to play the Evil Eye Demon, not keeping it as sort of an eject button. I'm not sure how I feel about that exactly.
Interesting, not evolving the Singer to get an extra card, using the Evil Eye Demon, which would be the Evo target if he was to keep the Evo points, but I think he has a different plan. I mean, I think he sees lethal with a double Razor Claw into Dark Beast Bat, so perhaps he thinks that if I evolve this Florus, I'll get more time than necessarily Evil Eye Demon.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Because double Razor Claw will get you very low as well, so you have to keep that in mind. That
the
Haka could be a possibility
exactly.
on turn 8 too.
An Ozzy the Haka out of nowhere would ruin your day.
So SEA just spacing out his threats. I really like it. Probably evolve the Florus with the Razor Claw is what he's thinking at this point.
Not a bad line. Just do that on 6, then on 7, Razor Claw plus something else again, and then finish it up on curve.
See how Ryo tries to stop that plan and tries to enact on it. Very good usage, very good punish on the Evil Eye Demon.
Ooh, and not a bad draw also. Just getting the Servant of this day in as well. If you want the more draw, you have it now. Not running out of fuel anytime soon.
Yeah, he was trying. You saw him there posturing to think of which 2-drop to play. Could be very important. The 2 damage compared to the 1 damage on Valen could be essential for his win this game.
It's pretty interesting that Ryo's deck only does run 2 Prime Dragon Keepers, and now in this game we're seeing that it hasn't been coming out yet. Is it really all that important to have Prime Dragon Keeper when you really do need it? Because it feels like with only 2, your consistency is kind of suffering.
Yeah, I think the idea behind that is that Prime Dragon Keeper is a tech card now rather than the main focus of the deck. It's just there to deal with Shadow, Forest, and potentially Sword. So it's more of a different style of winning the game through the Haka and Poseidon rather than Prime Dragon Keeper. And Prime Dragon Keeper is just that removal that you have access to.
Speaking of Dahaka, off the top here, still at 10 though. If only we could have reduced the cost of that a little bit, it could have come down far earlier. And then it would be a problem for SEA, but...
He's going to invocate another Florus.
Oh, looks like it.
Strong. And I think this bat it was at 10, now it's at 15, I think. So it's still looking very good. He didn't even have to Razor Claw face. He took perfect understanding of how much damage is needed to actually win.
We saw that too. He Razor Clawed one of the threats there. And Ryo can't really capitalize. His Dahakas are too expensive.
Look at Ryo's reaction. He's like, I'm so close. I just need 2 turns to end this game.
So it looks like he's gonna maybe run the 1-1s into the 4-2 and the 7-2 and then just play Galneo. I mean, what else can you do, right?
And Ryo reacted there because he was so close from winning the game. If SEA had a different follower than a 4-2 and a 7-2, he could actually trade and get that 3 extra damage. This is kind of crazy.
It's so close.
SEA, whoo.
I like SEA played this really well. You know, he made his board so that if a Galneo does come down, he's not suffering from a potential lethal here.
I'm actually trying to think, is there a possibility that Ryo just goes face and holds the Galmio to end the game, and not even suicide, not even trade with the Florist, there's very risky. There's a chance that SE can actually win the game though. So ooh, this is a tough position to be in. Difficult turn.
If Ryo can navigate this and win with a Galmio, that'd be really impressive. Because he's also facing down a lot of damage. He's not dealing with this board.
Yeah,
I think he's just going to do for the Galmio play.
Deal 1 damage to all followers.
And that Evolve Florist is going to buy Essia a lot of time. And he's even got another one in hand.
I think that's what he needed. Now he can evolve the Florist, can even Snarling Change just to add damage to Dark Feast Bat. I believe that Dark Feast Bat is at... so it's definitely at least 12. So I don't know if it's at what Essia needs. From his reaction, I'm a bit hesitant here.
Yeah, otherwise he would kind of just slam it pretty confidently.
Or the Razor Claw could have been phased in that, if that was the case.
Let's see how it is. If it's not quite enough, maybe we'll see a Snarling Chains here.
I see him doing the math. See, this is at the moments, as I mentioned at the beginning of the cast. These are the moments as a viewer that's very stressful, very tense, because we don't know, we don't have perfect information as Essia does, and we don't know what he could get off the top. And this is a very tense moment. From his body language, I am very unsure that the bat will be enough. Otherwise, he would just slam the Snarling Chains here.
Again, it's one of those things that, as a competitor, like you were saying, if you're in that space, you can actually watch your opponent as well, and maybe you can get some cues off of that.
I'm very curious. So, 2 Floras were invocated. Blood Pack was played, so that would be at least 9. 2 Razor Claws were played as well. But that was on the turn Florist was invocated, so perhaps that Razor Claw was needed to go face there.
Yeah, maybe. But maybe he was feeling too much pressure from the board as well. I feel like you can't let Dragon snowball you, because you don't know how discounted the Azidahakas are, so you can't really super tell. Of course, we know that Ryo kind of got them off the top.
You can deduce from the amount of Evo points used, so
right.
It would be at 8 at most, which Dragon didn't even have access to it yet.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Perhaps he was safe there to go for it. Or even he used the way he used Evil Eye Demon, perhaps he could have evolved the Evil Eye Demon instead.
Yeah, instead of using the Razor Claws for the board. Lots of little decisions that could have changed the course of this game here.
Oh, he's not slamming it.
I don't think that this bat is lethal. It's just not enough, potentially.
Oh, I'm getting nervous now. I'm getting nervous.
And it's going to be a little weird, because coming into the next few turns here, it's going to be Daka into Daka, right into the dome piece. It's the name of my mixtape. And then it's going to be hard to deal with the Serpent Drake on its own. You just have to evolve. Oh, you can't even evolve. There's no evolves left.
And yeah, there's no way to remove the 7/6, so all he can do is play Elvira and perhaps Snarling Chains, set up a bat lethal with Gift maybe. I don't know. I think he has to calculate odds out of his deck to out for the win here.
So you think this bat is around 12 potentially?
It's definitely at minimum 10.
Minimum 10.
Minimum is 10. I have confirmation from my memory that
it's
it's
12.
10,
Yeah,
12.
it's exactly 12.
Yeah, it's 12.
Here we go. He's just going to go for it and hope that his deck carries him to at least next couple turns.
Oh.
I think it's going to be close.
So oh no. So if he had Snarling Chains the previous turn, it would be 1 off, which means Razor Claw. Oh no.
Yeah, Razor Claw would have done it. Well, let's see here. Can Ryo actually capitalize on the fact that he's not destroyed yet? We have the 2 Dakas in hand.
Maybe Essia still has some time with his 5/5. Ryo is forced to remove it, obviously. Vulnerate off the top with the Snarling Chains. Razor Claw. Gift is not an out, though.
Because Ryo only has 15 right now, I believe.
So 2 Dark Feast Bats, 3 Vulnerics, 1 Razor Claw. That's a couple of outs out of 21 cards. So good odds for Essia.
Pretty good chances. And you have to remove the 5/5, so you can't set it up in a way so that the self-harm would have won him the game.
Really love the usage then of Dark Feast Bat. Just opens up more freedom for the play points. Opens up a lot of outs. If he had not played it, then he would be in a much more difficult situation.
The early invocated Floras for Essia ended up swinging this game really his way, because then he could put so much pressure on. Then now,
no.
Ooh, I was gonna say now the onus is on Essia's draws and on Ryo's play.
And that would be it. Unfortunately for Essia, I don't see a way for him to remove the board, and he admits it. Worthy performance. Very well played by Ryo, keeping his undefeated score 2-0. Oh, look at him reacting to the camera.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that.
That was rough. Although Essia did play to his outs, I think he played very well in this deck in both games. And at the end of the day, just not enough to overcome the Dragon Menace.
That's right, guys. And that'll do it for round 5. Essia getting swept onto the rug 2-0 here by Rio. One more time, maybe. Give it to me.
Kono Ryoga.
There we go. Taking down Essia. Now, I've got to talk to you guys about this. Essia did not look like his usual Essia self in this game. It looked like a lot of misplays from his side of the board when he was playing specifically this last game, Blood versus Dragon, in a matchup where he had a clear outlet to victory, and he kind of just gave it away. Talk to me about that.
It's about calculating damage, right? I was talking to Igni about that myself. I just got into that habit, even though I'm casting now. My player brain was just acting all weird there, just doing all the math. How do I set up lethal? When you play Blood, I've been playing Blood for almost 2 years now. I know that that class requires you to calculate demon, to calculate lethal, even from turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and I think Essia had a window there to Razor Claw, perhaps save the Evil Eye Demon, set up a way to use his play points efficiently, and just one Razor Claw face would have done it.
I mean, realistically, there were two big things that I noticed about that match. One, like you said, not saving the Evil Eye Demon for the turn where he actually had to use his Razor Claws because he felt pressured by the board. Simply holding on, if he would have just, ordered those differently, used one Razor Claw that turn as opposed to the Evil Eye Demon, had the Evil Eye Demon for the turn after, and then had the Razor Claw face after that, he would have won. Had he played the exact same way, except didn't use the second Razor Claw on a follower and just, said, I'm going to accept that damage because you can't, get to lethal from it, he would have won that game. But he essentially went down the perfect avenue to not win that game unless he got a top deck on that final turn.
He's feeling a little sheepish, maybe. Didn't know how much damage the Dragon had out of hand, but at the end of the day, being that safe and using all that potential damage on removal and not using it as efficiently as you could have been cost him the game, I think.
That's right. And Bloodcraft, like you said, is one of those decks. You have to calculate lethal every single turn. If that one Razor Claw is the only way you have potential lethal in your hand, you cannot use it to remove something. It has to go face. So I feel like just that simple play of one of those Razor Claws not hitting face, a road you do not want to travel.
I was so confident on Essia's skill, knowing him as a player, a very strong player, that once he played that Evil Eye Demon or the Razor Claw to remove a follower, I was pretty sure the bat was at 14. Because I would doubt a player of Essia's skill would not be prepared for that situation of not being able to finish the game with Dark Beast bat. I was almost convinced. That's why I said it's like 12 or 13. But it was actually lower than that, and it just wasn't enough. He was just 1 damage off lethal from the setup that he could have done.
Sure.
You think it's just not used to the environment?
I think that has more to play with it. I don't think Essia is any less of a player than he ever has been. I think a lot of it has to go into the fact that it's a long day. He's playing against the undefeated player. Maybe he's a little bit unsure about the matchup in general. I mean, there's a lot of factors that can play into these games outside of just your skill level. I mean, things can get to you. Maybe he's on tilt from, a game that maybe he messed up the previous. You have no idea what's going on in his head right now. But yeah, that suffice it to say, this is one of those days where you make a single mistake and an entire round is lost because of it. This doesn't knock Essia out of the tournament by any means. This is only his second loss, but Rio will move on to be the only undefeated player still going in after round 5.
Almost locking up his slot for the day 2. Not only does he have a 5-0 score at the moment, but also his tiebreakers are looking fantastic. A 2-0 against Essia, that's two matches, 0 losses. All of that matters for the tiebreak situations.
Absolutely. And
plus, it's less decision fatigue over time, right? If you can just get those 2-0s, it's a lot less hassle on your brain as the day goes on, and it's a long day as well.
That's right, exactly. You go to a place where you're essentially just, okay, now I can go eat some food, because they don't get breaks. Just like us, we have to work with the breaks that the tournament has. I mean, we need to eat too, folks. You know what I mean? So we don't get all the time in the world. We have to kind of do it as we do. And if you can get your rounds over earlier, you get more time to relax. You get more times to even talk about your matches with your friends afterwards, things like that, and just kind of center yourself for the next round going forward. If you have to go to game 3 every single round, you have to make all those decisions every single round. It takes up the entire single round. You don't get a lot of free time to just, center yourself, refocus, and get back into your next match.
Yeah, rushing through your food and going right into the next match doesn't put you into a great mental state going into the next round, which you really should be, because if you're letting the pressure get to you, it can cost you the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, and I am curious to see how other players did. I mean, Kremzhin and Potwasher were very on the bottom of the standings, still have a chance, but have to be focused, have to pull from their their badges, right? They have to pull from their badges. I mean, they've been dominating the NA. The PAM side of our Western community, and they've been on the top of rotation tournament throughout the whole year. So I think this is their format. This is where they're comfortable. I can't wait to see the results.
It's true, and one of the things that we can't understate is the importance of these matches and this tournament, right? So we know a lot of our Western players to be players who get really down on themselves when they make mistakes. If something doesn't go their way, for instance, maybe it tilts them a little bit, something like that. And that's just honestly being newer to a big tournament scene. Of course, Crumsian being a player who he took down World Circuit event. I mean, he's one of the better players out there. He has taken down live events. He knows what's going on, but he's still one of those players, as nice as he is, will beat himself up over and over and over again when he makes misplays. He's one of the hardest critics of himself. Potwasher is his teammate and very much along the same ilk. So, I really hope they can get past that in a tournament like this, because we talked about it being an endurance test. We talked about being, decision fatigue going throughout the day, trying to avoid tilt the entire day. There's a lot of factors that go into your mental stability going through a tournament like this.
Yeah, also the pressure. I mean, the entire West community is upon your shoulders. They're all rooting for you. Having signed for a professional team puts that much pressure on you. Last year, we were unknown to the scene. We had no pressure. Everything we did was an accomplishment. We only had things to win. Now they have everything to lose. If they don't perform well, they'll feel bad with themselves, having all that pressure behind them. And we have something to prove now. We want to do better than last year. But we just have to accept that sometimes the performances are not there, but we still are the same strong player, and we haven't changed that. We haven't changed.
Some days just don't work out as great as other days do, obviously. And
That's
it feels
right.
it's a bit harder as well this year compared to last year's, because the stakes are also just so much higher. Again, $1 million for first place.
$1 million frickin' dollars.
And it's not only us that got professional teams. Japanese players are also signed to professional teams.
right.
So Shadowverse has evolved to a stage where myself is not competing at the World Grand Prix. I wasn't skilled enough to get there. I didn't get the results that I needed. So that means that the runner-up of the World Grand Prix last year was not able to get there, which means that everything they're doing now is better than what we did last year, because the stakes are higher, and honestly the field is just that much stronger.
That's true, guys. All right, well, we've gotten through our first 5 rounds, everybody. We've got 3 rounds left. The tensions are rising. Players are getting closer and closer to elimination, as well as getting to the top 8. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss any of the action. We'll be right back.
Through us, your realm will reach a new apex. Defile this world until all creation has been unwritten. Pass beneath the earth and confront untold destruction. Survive our quest and know true power. Tremble not. Only the feeble will perish. One thing alone will ensure your triumph. Resolve. Now we begin the trials. For you face, O mortal, the omen of the Ten.
Just how far do these skies stretch? And what could be waiting for us on the other side? Back when we first asked those questions, we had no idea where the wind would carry us. But now, we're ready to soar, onward across the great blue skies to that fabled island. We each have powers hidden deep inside, powers that we'll use to stand against fate. Some battles we won't be able to avoid. We've seen how hard it is to run from conflict. But we've got a promise to keep, so we won't give up now or ever. Throughout our adventure, we've made so many friends. Bonds we share have given us strength to overcome the darkest times. If evil should ever try to take over the sky, then we'll be there to protect it, to provide hope for the future. O child of darkness and flames, grant us a path forward, past the grand blue beyond.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2018. We just got done with our first rotation round, about to jump into our next round of rotation gameplay. I'm Ignidius, and again, joined by Akamar Red and Exodium. How you feeling so far about the rotation games that have just been happening?
It's good. I'm losing a little bit of faith in our boys, but not too much. Not too much. I know it's a little rough. Essie is one of my boys, though. We'll talk about it afterwards, but honestly speaking, I think rotation, everybody still has a chance, right? Essie only dropped down to 3-2. A lot of our guys still have really good chances to win out. That's what everybody needs to do now. We're in the position where if you don't win out, you're in trouble. So you got to win every round. We can do it.
You think they have that underdog fire inside them? I mean, Akamara, you know about that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's also getting to a position, as you mentioned, I think they need to win now, because if you lose this round, not only do you get on that weird 3-loss slot, but you're also going to play against each other, because we have to keep in mind scores will be playing against each other. So if our players have the 3-3 score, as we see here, there's a lot of 3-3s there. Ishuru 3-2, Essia 3-2, Potwasher 3-2, obviously. And if they lose this round, there's a big chance they'll play against each other for that 4th loss possibility.
That's right. It looks like Crumzian has joined Sprayquaza in the 4 last categories, so Crumzian is out now, so he can't win out to make the top 8. Essie is still alive, 3-2. Potwasher, like you said, 3-2. Chaldea, the underdog from the SEO, still there.
He's showing us how it's done for this region, that's for sure. Out of nowhere, and getting a 3-2 score, not too shabby.
And Menso, 4th place. Our European companion, they're fighting the good fight, and then there were 3. Potwasher, Ishuru, and Essia. Chaldea 2 leading the pack.
That's right. That's right. They're one. They're only 1 game behind most of these players, and in a lot of cases, they're not even 1 game behind. They're just tiebreakers behind right now. So very easily can win out and get there. And yeah, I like our chances here. We still have a lot of the top slots. Any of these players can lose up in the top register here. Rio's not locked yet, but if he wins one more round, he's probably locked. And he could already be locked depending on tiebreakers.
Really impressive record so far, too. It's 5-0, not a single loss. And looks like we have our pairings here. And we are going to be spectating the Chaldea versus Feg game. Wow. Feg kind of down there in the rankings. His whole goal was to try and get it. Kocha already in the top 8. Feg is going to have to try and fight pretty hard to get there at this point.
That's right. So we actually get to follow our horse again in Chaldea. We saw him play in Take 2. Now we get a chance to see him in rotation, see if he's got the stuff against Feg. Again, last year's World Grand Prix competitor. So if anything, his strength of schedule has been tough as heck today, too.
It's been really tough. Kocha already, 9 voice, and now Feg as well.
Absolutely. So definitely has his work cut out for him. If he can make it into top 8 with the players he had to play against today, very well deserved into the top 8 slot for tomorrow. But he's still got to get there. And of course, I'm hoping that we don't have to, team kill or region kill off our own guys here too much this round, so I'm hoping for some good pairings. I'm crossing my fingers for the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, so far so good. Menso, Chaldea, and Essia dodging each other. Potwasher, Ishiro. Ooh.
Yeah.
At least it's at this round. I mean, one of them will lose, obviously, and they'll have 3 losses, but they're still in contention for day 2. But more interesting here is that Menso, 4-1 score. Who would have thought? One of the players that is underrated by many in the community. Me, personally, after this Contenders Cup performance, it has been one of the strongest players that I've seen. Only playing in 2 main tournaments and actually qualifying and winning them, that has to show that he has a lot of skill.
I've been telling people, you guys didn't believe me. During the Crucible, I'm like, Mensu and Hishiro are the 2 players that I'm actually looking forward to the most, and they're showing up today. And yeah, now we get to see the rest of the playoffs here. Crumzian and Sprayquaza just going to do one another dirty this round and send them to the 1-5 bracket here. That's unfortunate, but that's what happens when you're both down in the lower register of the tournament. Then we've got Masuze versus We've got Karage-san versus Forest, and Caster versus Karakuri.
Yeah, and they're also playing for the 9/12th placement, because that also means that they'll win $1,000 more.
The prize splits down here as well. Like, these games are for money as well. Like, all of these are so even if you're down there, you got to keep playing. Just try and score above as well.
And for pride, right? I mean, you have a lot of fans back at home. They want to see you do well. If you go 1-4 and then you make it 4-4, that shows a lot of resilience and a lot of power and mental strength, right?
And I don't know 100%, but maybe a 4-4 could make it 9 through 12.
No,
maybe, maybe.
Oh
not.
Yeah, potentially for 9 through 12th spot. Yeah, but for top.
Yeah,
8,
we're depending on if Rio goes 8-0. There's a possibility that maybe a 4-4 gets there, but most likely there'd be a lot of 5-3s because they all lost to Rio. So
that's right. So that's what we're rooting for now. We're rooting for our guys to win, and we're rooting for Rio to just storm up the field and 8-0 everybody to knock everybody down a few pegs with their losses.
And Rio's been on a tear so far, but if he keeps the momentum going, he might just do that. He's proven wins in all 3 formats at this point.
That's right. Now, I'm almost of the mind, and I know I don't think I say this out loud, but I don't know if I would actually do this in the tournament. If I started 6-0, I might just concede my last 2 matches just to conserve energy for the next day. You know what I mean? Why play out those matches? Why give away my you know, the way I play to my opponents going into day 2?
See, this is where my inside information is very valuable, and you gotta thank me for being next to you, because I can tell you that if you do that, you will be disqualified by Sari.
Okay.
So there was a scenario last year where Chichin played against Sari, and they were good friends. They were very close friends, and if Chichin won, it would be into day 2 and I would be disqualified. So the admins gathered all the players, and they said that if we see suspectful play on any game, we will disqualify you for the entire season.
All right, so forget that. All right, let's take a look at the list here. We've got Chaldea's Dragoncraft list here. Looks like a standard Ramp Dragon list. As a matter of fact, this list looks very close to a list I'd be playing right now. I mean, he's got everything you'd expect it to have, right? He's got the Masamunes. He's got the Frenzied Drakes. He's playing a couple tech cards in the 5-drop slot, though, to help him ramp up a little bit faster as well. So very good options here and lots of card draw.
Chaldea is a man after my own heart, and he's endearing himself to me more and more. This is a deck that I basically run on ladder every day. And I even include the 2 of Scathacha as well. So clearly we're on the same wavelength or something.
Yeah, I think there's 2 main things you want to build in this deck is card draw and ramp, because I actually look at this as a dragon deck that instead of being control-y, it actually has that combo potential of Masamune Poseidon. So the faster you get to 10 and the more cards you draw, the more likely you are to see it. So it's such a powerful play. Either Frenzy Drake, Poseidon on turn 6 or 7, or Poseidon Masamune is devastating.
That's true. And what's very interesting to me is generally in the slot that we see this new 5 play point 5/5 here is we generally see Roy. And Roy would be very fantastic going into a day like this because almost everyone is bringing Dragon. So very interesting choice. Maybe he just wants a bigger follower. He likes the tempo play as much as the ramp play, so he can actually play a different way going up the curve. But very interesting list.
Perhaps it looks at Roy as a 3 play point that's played on turn 5 with the ramp spell, so we'd rather have a 5/3 instead.
That makes sense.
Looks like Chaldea's Bloodcraft list is up here, and it seems exactly like the exact 40 we've been seeing. Very optimized list, like you said, Alka. Walk me through, why is this list the ideal Bloodcraft list and not any other?
So this deck is 3 months old now, but it has seen some variations, and players came to the conclusion after the nerfs that Cygames has created, things have changed to a point where you actually... This is the best package you can play. The Servant of Lust, very powerful. The Disciple of Lust got a bit out of control because Flores was not able to be invocated earlier in the game. So players instead decided to cut it. And when you cut an aggro card like that, you have to be a bit more mid-range, you have to be a bit more value, but you still have the core self-damage, which means Wings of Lust goes well with Vulnerake. So 3 Vulnerakes there, 2 Wings of Lust. 3 was a bit too much, very clunky card, and 1 is... we almost never see it.
Yeah, the one interesting choice in this list that I've noticed as a difference from before is that the 3rd Pure-Hearted Singer has been cut for the 2nd Wings of Lust. So people really valuing the drain in the deck and figuring that's a really good push for the late game and into the mid game just to get you there. But Pure-Hearted Singer, along with Alexandrite Demon, along with Restless Parish, along with Blood Pact, it used to just be a 3-of package all the way up and down so you could get to all of your cards.
Yeah, and the fact that Dark Feast Bat is now an 8 play point follower means that Vulnerake with Wings of Lust is actually a very strong play to curve into it, which means Wings of Lust is a stronger card. It has essentially, we've discussed a lot about Wings of Lust in our community tournaments, in our player practice sessions. It's a card that wasn't very strong before, but now it actually has a slot to be played. And that's why the nerfs that Cygames has done currently are very, very good.
All right, so let's take a look at Feg's list here. Looks like he is playing a version of Dragon himself. This is more of the Prime Dragon Keeper version. And very straightforward list. He's got the Waters of the Orca, he's got the Roys, the Serpent Drakes, the Prime Dragon Keepers, and everything else you'd expect in the deck. And if you guys have noticed, not much difference between Ramp Dragon and PDK Dragon other than the fact that you see Waters of the Orca, you see Prime Dragon Keeper, and Serpent Drake. Everything else pretty much looks the same.
A lot more 1s and 2-ofs in this kind of list. This seems more like a kind of a hybrid list of Prime Dragon Keeper and Ramp rather than going one way or the other. Still running the 2 Pure Voice Dragoons, which is a card I really favor right now. So much flexibility in terms of self-heal as well as just getting more Storm at the top end of your curve. But playing that and Prime Dragon Keeper, it's kind of an interesting build.
Yeah, I think Feg here is trying to get one step ahead of the meta, is understanding that people are transitioning into Ramp Dragon, Prime Dragon Keeper. Maybe he understood that this hybrid possibility will catch everyone off guard, and he's keeping himself so flexible. And I think Omen of the 10, especially the rotation format, it's all about flexibility. I've been stressing this idea a lot, and having your deck very flexible, having multiple win conditions, multiple game plans, being aggressive, being defensive, being reactive, being proactive is where you want to be, and I think this list is fantastic for that.
That's right, and it's much different than ladder play. This is tournament play against the best players in the world. You have to do something a little bit more outside the box, otherwise your opponent can just calculate every single play you're going to make every single turn.
Speaking of outside the box, though, looks like this Bloodcraft
Sure.
list is exactly the same.
So there's a difference, all right? So Bloodcraft, I would say, is more of a machine. It does one thing, and it does it very well, and you need it to be the most optimized version of the list in order to execute. This is as close to a non-combo combo deck as you can get. Like, you're not really doing a whole lot of things to get to your combo. You're just playing your cards, you're self-damaging, that kind of thing. But it is like a Giant Chimera spell boost deck, right? It's just a little bit different. You don't have to have the Giant Chimera in your hand. You can draw a lot of cards, and you are doing yourself self-damage along the way. But being a combo deck, you still need to hit all of the right resources on the right turns. You need to self-damage yourself to the maximum amount. You need to be able to heal. You can't really fudge on this list very much.
No, I mean, I agree with you. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Oh, I know. I know.
And it's not like Ramp Dragon, which is trying to do multiple things. They have access to so many play points. They can go get away with playing Poseidons or Azida Haka's, Frenzy Drakes, Prime Dragon Keeper with all the 2-drops, all the 3-drops. So they can go all over the place because their play point structure is so well designed.
Here we go, going into the game. Feg versus Chaldea. Take it away, boys.
All right, so let's take a look at our mulligans. Looks like here that Chaldea has chosen to play Dragon first into a possible Blood matchup. So this is one of those things we talk about in the Shadowverse Open a lot, and a lot of competitive play in general, is the fact of deck selection when you go into your matchup. When you do this, essentially because what we've talked about is that Bloodcraft has a positive win rate against Dragoncraft, you're kind of putting yourself at a disadvantage by playing Dragoncraft first, but Chaldea being newer to the professional scene, maybe doesn't see that as a downside, or maybe just doesn't even realize it, or it could just be part of his plan.
Or perhaps he wants to dodge the SE situation of the Blood Mirror dictating the pace of the matchup in particular. So I think that Chaldea here is going to try his best, but so far his hand doesn't seem very good. Yes, he has card draw, but the ramp is still not there.
That's right, and early Servant of Lust that get to stay in play for multiple turns potentially can be really rough for any deck to deal with, because not only do you get the early self-damage, you get the heal as well, just turn after turn after turn, which makes your plays just so much easier.
Yeah, and here Feg is deciding between the 3 spell options that he has. Which one does he want to keep? Which one does he want to use? Razor Claw is more flexible. Evil Eye Demon can be used to destroy a powerful Poseidon board. So I think Snarling Chains being the less flexible of the cards is the option.
Very easy choice here in my opinion, and he is going to throw down the Restless Parish just for some extra card draw. Doesn't want to save it for a possible proc later. Makes sense to me. Doesn't really have a play for next turn if he doesn't, so...
Yeah, he's very far from invocating Florus, which means keeping the Parish is not important here. And Chaldea actually got the window to play the Singer because Feg was reacting to the first Masamune and not even developing.
That's right. But, again, allowing the Servant of Lust to keep hacking away at your defense total doesn't feel good. I can tell you that from first-hand experience. When you can't deal with Blood's early followers, you're feeling really bad.
Yeah, and here it's just going to keep on the pressure, keep on the gas. Fortunately for Chaldea, it's his Evo turn, which means he can actually finally kill the Servant of Lust. And not only that, he has Pure Voice Dragoon if he wants, but you definitely want to be an overflow for that one.
Absolutely. I think the best draw here from Chaldea would be something like an Ayala, so he can ramp. Without ramp, his hand is a little bit too slow to combat anything that Blood's doing, really, especially from what we can see in Feg's hands. So without an Ayala next turn, he's going to have to Evo something for not too much value into this Servant. He's not going to be able to produce a board, and Blood's going to have free reign over this mid-game.
It's actually very interesting. I've noticed this pattern last year too, watching Feg's VODs, that he overs over all the options he has, and he probably is discussing with himself which ones to go for. But I love this because we are here seeing exactly what he's thinking about. So he's trying to decide the follower or the removal spell. The removal spell will give Chaldea an extra card, while the follower applies even more pressure.
Absolutely. So it looks like he will basically keep his options the most wide open by using one of the Evil Eye Demons, saving the Razor Claw for now. And look at that heal. This is what I'm talking about. Feg has already done a bunch of self-damage, but still at 19.
Yeah, the most important thing for Feg now is to actually get card draw, get a Singer, get an Alexandrite Demon, Blood Pack, because that hand, yes, it was very powerful in the early game, but Chaldea was able to stem the lead.
That's right, and while Ayala might have been one of the best draws, Rending probably the second best draw, if not even better. In this scenario because of the second Servant that came down.
You saw the reaction immediately. Feng, understanding, I was talking about this, he knows as good as I do that he needed that turn to be very strong, otherwise he was in a very precarious situation.
That's right, Alexandrite Demon perfect for him, as you can see even nodding in approval of his deck. He's like, deck, thank you very much, this is what I needed. Here we go.
This is what we talked about. This 5 play point option puts a lot of pressure. Obviously, the 3 health stat isn't very good, but compared to a Roy, it's a similar play, but for more stats than Roy.
Absolutely. Now, of course, in the Dragon Mirror, maybe not as potent because the, of course, Dragon Strife Blade can do a lot of work against Prime Dragon Keepers, even Azitahakas and Poseidons. I mean, it can get you the finishing blow on them. But Feg was in trouble for a second there. Alexandrite Demon pulled him right out of it, so now has plenty of options to deal a bunch of damage. Has Bat already in hand as well.
Yeah, so here is seeing how much damage Bat can actually do. So he's counting, as I mentioned on the previous match, counting, making sure the damage stacks up correctly, making sure that if I use a Razor Claw here, I have enough damage. Look at the difference between this play on Feg and Essie's last game.
Absolutely. And just a ton of damage, proccing the Floros all on turn 6. This is such a rough game here now for Chaldea, and Feg, even if he wants to, has options for Vera next turn with an Evo if he wants to protect himself if he needs to.
Yeah, and Chaldea here will have to rely on the new card, Pure Voice Dragoon. He definitely needs that healing.
100%.
Dark Feast Bet is very close from lethal here.
And let me tell you guys something, all right? As soon as this card came out, I jumped for joy. You know why? Because healing for 6 is insanely good. 6 is a huge number. That's 2 Razor Claws just healed right away, 1 card. Yep. And it was a free card you got off of a follower.
And 2 play 0.66 just compared to Monastic Holy Water. That 2 play point heal 2, or the card from Lorena, 1 play point heal 2. This is burst healing, something that Dragon didn't have access. It reminds me of the old school Sybil plays that felt so good late game.
Absolutely. Now, of course, Feg has done a lot of self-damage this game. It might be over 14. You know, it might even be higher than that, especially now with what he's been drawing. Just Blood Pact into Blood Pact. Now he has Gift. Valnarek was insane.
Doing the math.
It's at 12 right now. So if Valnarek is played, putting his opponent to 6, the heal for 6 puts him at 12. That is lethal. And even with an Evo with Valnarek, you can put him even lower if you want to. But you know that heal for 6 is about as much as you're getting. Oh, unless there's a second Dragoon.
Dragoon, yeah. So Chaldea at this point is needing that desperately. I mean, he has 3 in his deck, so it's a good chance. But Feg, you notice him doing the math. He's going to heal 6. How much damage can I do? Having that gift for Blood King means 14 damage next turn. So I think it's very hard for Chaldea to recover from that.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible anymore. Even going up to 16, I think the lethal's still there now with the Evo on the Valnarek.
And Valnarek will still stay in the board, even if you have 2 Dragoons. So this is a very hard situation for Chaldea.
Yeah, I think this is just over, unfortunately. I say unfortunately, only unfortunately for Chaldea, not unfortunately for Feg. Taking a quick win here with Bloodcraft against Dragoncraft.
And we mentioned this earlier. I mean, this matchup is very hard. Some players even went to the extreme of saying if a Valnarek is active and played, Dragon cannot win that game. Valnarek is such a massive tempo swing. You can't play your Dahakas, you can't play your Poseidons because you're living that 5-7 up, and that 5-7 can do a lot more damage.
Absolutely. And we see Chaldea doing everything he can. As a matter of fact, just no way to get rid of the Valnarek, so he's just going to get straight up bombed here by the bat.
Boom.
And that's going to do it.
An MVP of this match, Alexandrite Demon.
Absolutely.
Without that top deck, there was no way for Feg to actually get those powerful cards, those Blood Packs, those Virus, those Valnareks, and get enough time to develop the deck.
And as you can see, that's really the power of the deck, right? It could have been a Blood Pact. Alexandrite Demon was there. I mean, a Pure-Hearted Singer not as good, but could have gotten him to a similar situation. So just the power of Bloodcraft is its ability to top deck and draw so many cards.
Without losing the tempo. Because usually, traditionally, card draw is to a cost of tempo on the board development.
Sure.
But cards like Alexandrite Demon, Singer, and Evil Eye Demon is the reset button. You can recover all the tempo that you lost earlier by drawing cards.
I will say this out loud and on a public forum. You ready for this? Evil Eye Demon was a mistake. Okay, Evil Eye Demon, I think, is possibly the best card that I've ever seen in Shadowverse, period.
Wow, bold statement.
It's a bold statement, and the reason I say this is because, A, it's the best board clear we've ever seen. It's the cheapest, widest board clear that you can build up to. It has a choose mechanic built into it, and it is statted appropriately. You know what I mean?
What if I told you that for 7 play points, for no evil point, you could still remove powerful boards and still have a 5/6?
Okay, sure. But one costs 5 and has a choose option.
That's true.
Okay? I'm just saying, especially in Bloodcraft, a class that didn't really need another board wipe, right? They already saw Revelation. They already saw Demonic Storm. Not heavily played, but still played in certain decks. You know, they just have so many good options. And now, in one of the most aggressive decks we've ever seen from Bloodcraft, across Unlimited and Rotation now, to have a clean board wipe that gives you tempo, right? So all the other board wipes, Themis' Decree, Themis' Purge, you have to play all of your play points or use most of your play points, and you don't get anything out of it. Bloodcraft, you get a follow.
Yeah, most players or new players to Shadowverse don't understand how powerful it is to remove as well as develop. That's why Vulneric is an insane card. When you look at it, just a 1/3 that has this combo self-damage, but when you see it in action, and you saw last game what it was capable of doing, it's like a Dance of Death on a 3 play point follower.
Sure.
It's doing 2 damage. It's developing a strong body that just grows and sticks to the board. That's when you play cards like Dance of Death for 5 play points back in the day, you understand how powerful Vulneric is for 3 play points.
Yeah, sorry, we're just gushing about Bloodcraft cards right now. You know, Bloodcraft, it's been a while since it's been good, so we're gonna give it its due. But yeah, very powerful cards in the deck, and now we get to our Dragon Mirror matchup here. Not quite Mirror, because PDK a little bit different than a ramp, but as we talked about before, most of the cards very similar. Looks like from both players' hands, a little bit of ramp on the side of Chaldea. At least an Ayala and Roy options here for ramp for Fig.
Interesting choice. So Chaldea had that Dragon Oracle. Instead, opting to go for the Ayala, perhaps understanding that since he's on the play, he needs to be a bit proactive instead of just ramping.
Sure. Now, that being the case, it's interesting that he chose to go with the Ayala instead of the Masamune. Now, in my mind, that's because he has the Oracle and he feels like he doesn't need a double ramp to win this game. And we know that in this matchup, because we've talked about this many times, if you can play Poseidon with Masamune in this matchup, you're probably winning the game.
Yeah, even before, Poseidon itself on an open board was devastating. You would get so far ahead in the Dragon Mirror. But now, even if you're behind on board, you can couple it with Masamune to recover that board state and just dominate from there on.
Absolutely, and we see here Feg with already having ramp options in his hand, going for the Dragon Strife Blade. Great in this mirror matchup, of course.
This is a very good singer off the top last turn. Ooh, very good hand for Chaldea now. Unfortunately, not having the Ayala might cost him a bit, but obviously didn't know that Masamune would be a draw.
That's right, but he did know he had a Poseidon and a Masamune in his hand, so getting rid of one of his ramp spells when he didn't have much card draw, you know, could hurt him in the long run. Now he doesn't really have much to do over the course of the next few turns. Not holding on to that Poseidon in favor of trying to go for a wider board here. Not sure if it is the smartest play because it's not doing anything here, right? Your opponent's already going to evo that Ayala. The 1/3 is not really going to put any damage on anything that matters. So very interesting choice here from Chaldea.
Yeah, in my opinion, this matchup comes down a lot to the powerful late turns. Not necessarily late game, because we see how fast these decks can ramp, but the powerful bombs you can play on the later turns, or the later play point turns. So Fag understanding that is going to ramp really hard, and Chaldea can come into a problem of getting to turn 8 slower, being slower than Fag getting to turn 8.
That's right, and we were talking about having one of the most powerful combos in hand. Not getting to it fast enough could also be a problem. And here we go. We see Fag with a lot more options now. The ramp, like we said, available to him. He's really deciding hard now if he wants to Oracle this turn versus playing something else. I think Oracle will eventually be the choice.
So he was thinking, do I want to ramp necessarily? Because do I want my Galmio to be enhanced, or do I want to evolve my Galmio instead? Since he has access to 3 evo points, that's a consideration. But having that, the Haka, enhancing that Galmio feels very good for next turn.
Absolutely. Now, interesting choice here. Now, why does this decision matter? 1-1 versus 1-2. Well, you're playing against Dragon with Rendings and Apostle of Disdain and things that can draw cards off the top. I'm sorry, not Apostle, but Disciple. And you need to be able to self-damage. So in actuality, trading could have been worse, but in this case, not mattering too much.
Yeah, I think Feg here is looking very good, having that Poseidon ready for next turn. If he wants enhancing the Galmio, yes, it's not getting a lot of value, not a lot of damage, but the 5-4 can actually force Chaldea to spend a lot of play points for land maybe, or just 4 play point play that he uses to remove the Galmio. So putting your dragon opponent into a position where it's hard to remove could be what he wants to set up this Poseidon, or instead maybe drawing for more Poseidons and Masamune.
Now, as a Dragon player, I can tell you when I'm looking at a hand, and if I'm Feg right now, I have one Aussie Dahaka, I have a Poseidon. That's good, but it's not necessarily good enough to win the mirror. You need that second Aussie Dahaka, you need the second Poseidon, things like that. So that's why he's opting for some card draw. Getting the Whisper into your hand early also means you can play your more expensive spells and have removal as backup if you need it on a turn. So really good option play here from Feg, and Chaldea really just living off the top now, but is drawing into some good cards here, and is getting that ramp that he needs to sustain himself.
I really like how Feg is maneuvering this game, also understanding that this is Chaldea's turn 7, which means Poseidon is not there. I can slow down, can play a very low tempo impactful play with this Singer, but to make sure that my next turn is powerful, I have the options I need.
That's right. So talking about how we did about the mid-game, about Chaldea getting a little bit behind with his plays, with the amount of card draw in Dragon, and this is why you play those Pure-Hearted Singers and these Servant of Disdains. Got himself right back into this game. He's one Aussie Dahaka. Oh, no, actually, yeah, now he is, no. I'm just talking over myself now. They're both even on endgame effects now, except for he is up on the Masamune effect.
And there's actually a very interesting play this turn. You could either go for Poseidon, which is the obvious one, or you could go for Rending Galmio. Make sure he clears the board and makes the opponent's Poseidon a bit more awkward. If he has to evolve, if Chaldea has to evolve Poseidon into the Galmio, that's already 5 damage that's being connected to that Poseidon, and you can clean it up with either Dragon Strike Blade or Whisper.
Absolutely. One of the other things to consider, too, is if you think your opponent's about to play a Poseidon, you kind of get a feeling about it. Galmio plus Whisper is a very effective turn against that, because you play your Galmio, you can Whisper down the big Poseidon, and then you can just eat the wards with the Galmio. So really, really, really option play at the end of this Dragon game. You have to really know when to use your cards in order to gain an advantage here, because both players have such big, heavy hitters.
Yeah, and I like the Poseidon evolve on the ward potentially to remove the 4-3 even, protecting the 5-7 from a Whisper effect. But if Feg is really thinking of Chaldea playing the Poseidon, that's why he's going for that evolve.
Yep, and I like this play a lot. This also blocks Poseidon in a way, because if Poseidon is played just to come back to the board, this allows Feg the opportunity to play the first Aussie Dahaka, which is the most important Aussie Dahaka in the match, because it sets the tone for the rest of it.
Yeah, both players are very high on health, but we all know how that comes down very fast.
And we're one turn away from the combo we were talking about here for Chaldea. The combo not available for Feg here, so that could also decide the game. We'll see.
You won't even believe this tremble.
Yeah, and this is where Feg's decision kind of punishes him a bit, allowing the Finland very clean answer. Chaldea doesn't even have to spend the Poseidon here, which means he can keep it for the combo on turn 10. Very powerful turn by Chaldea, developing his powerful board, not even needing to use his resources. Has the Dahaka, has a very strong presence on the board. I assume he's going to evolve too, making sure that the Dahaka cannot be played, because there's a lot of damage in there.
Absolutely correct. So yeah, just playing around. This is kind of like what we were talking about in Unlimited when you're playing against Seraph Haven. Force your opponent to not be able to play that endgame effect, such as an Aussie Dahaka.
And interesting, also evolving, so both players are not respecting Phalanx and Whispers.
That's true. They don't care. Or maybe in this circumstance, Chaldea is saying, please use your Whisper now so that I can have this Poseidon that's going to be protected for the rest of the game.
It's very next level play, actually. Sometimes you can, I cannot stress that enough. Some players are like, why are you extending into their removal? That's exactly what I want them. I want them to spend play points instead of playing Poseidon or the Haka. If they're using Whisper, they're not playing something that is very hard for me to deal with.
And honestly, I think if Feg doesn't draw something equivalent to Masamune over the course of the next turn, he might just be out of this game immediately. I mean, this is a strong turn coming from Chaldea next turn. He doesn't even necessarily need to go with it. If Feg needs to play a reactive turn here, he can just play an Aussie Dahaka and then go into a Poseidon Masamune turn.
Yeah, Poseidon Masamune, it's your safe button. If you're falling far behind, that will get you back into the game, clear boards. Kind of like Ector, how Caster earlier in the tournament kept his Ectors to make sure that that was the defensive option that he had to seal the deal.
Absolutely. So yeah, looks like Whisper will get used. So if this is Chaldea's plan, all going according to the plan.
I expect both players to pick the Dragon's Command here. Yeah, they both picked, actually picked the healing, in fact. Interesting.
Feels like he's getting a little behind here. Wants the heal option. That's always the hardest choice to make, I feel like, with that card is just, man, both options are so good. Do I need more endgame? Do I need the heal?
Oh, and Feg, the circle got to him, and he did not have the Ring of Doom, got to him, did not have time to trade, which means that Chaldea now can get one more damage there, and that could be it, the difference between lethal or not.
Unbelievable stuff. You can see him slapping himself in the face here. This could be fatigue. This could be just an endurance test for him. I mean, this could be anything. Could just honestly be a mistake, too.
Yeah, and Chaldea played that Azidahaka too fast. I think he's getting antsy there, but he knows that he's very far ahead. He saw a mistake. When you see that, you get a lot more confident. But still, just make sure your plan is still there. I like this. Keeping the Masamune, keeping the Poseidon.
Absolutely.
Very safe.
And like we talked about, first Azidahaka sets the tone for the rest of the game. And right now, Feg is going to have to play catch-up for the rest of it. And it feels really bad when you're in this position as Dragon because essentially you need to find a turn to play your own Azidahaka, but when you're always behind every single turn, it gets very, very difficult.
Yeah, Galmio here with Dragon Strife Blade seems like a very powerful combo. It'll allow him to remove most of this board and keep a strong board for himself. But Chaldea, keeping that combo, can guarantee that is still in this game very strongly ahead in this game.
Absolutely, and with the damage on board if you count it, right? So let's talk about this after the turn is over, after everything has happened. We'll count if it's possible for Feg to lethal. If it's not possible, he doesn't even necessarily need to go down that route again. He can just play his dragons and get some more damage to face. And now he's top decked a Galmu, so that's guaranteed damage over 2 turns with those 2 cards.
He's very close. Actually, he has 2 Masamune, so Masamune Galmio seems, with the Disciple of Disdain, seems like a very powerful, aggressive play for Chaldea. But the Poseidon is so hard for a Dragon deck to deal with the Poseidon on an empty board.
Ooh, okay, here we go. This looks like all face then.
Careful with the ring, Feg. Second turn in a row. This is tense. Miss your attacks.
Gotta kill that so an Azidahaka isn't lethal. Needs to present lethal here so you can't slow down. Yep, and here we go. Poseidon Masamune. The play we were talking about all game, we can see how devastating it is. Not only does it lock up the entire board, it also gives you 2 wards to prevent possible Azidahakas being played against you.
Yep, and Feg not very happy in this position. I mean, look at this board. 2, 2, 5, 7, 1-3 ward, 1-3 ward. And without Evos, those wards will stay there for a really long time. I mean, having to spend a rending for a 1-3 ward is not where you want to be.
Nope, and I think Feg's just going to play the cards in his hand. I don't think any of it's going to be good enough. Even if this is not a lethal attack from Chaldea coming back into this game, pretty impossible.
Yep, in fact, accepting, slapping himself, knowing that this game has gotten out of control.
Yep. I think that's more of a, hey, Feg, it's wake-up time. Come on, wake up, buddy. We can't be making these mistakes. Honestly, I don't think that was going to win him the game, but any mistakes like that is a clear indicator that maybe you're getting tired. You need to wake yourself up so you don't make any more.
Yeah, and Chaldea went off lethal here, but still, it's if you're not going to win this turn, you're cementing yourself to be winning in the next turn. You saw your opponent play a Prime Dragon Keeper with a certain disdain. Their hand is very empty, so you don't mind. I mean, it's very hard. Even if they had Poseidon and Masamune themselves, you're so close from lethal here.
Oh, I didn't even notice, but Chaldea actually went the heal option as well, so didn't even get the dragon, so playing very safe.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, he's the ramp dragon of the 2. He's the more controlling type of deck. So.
Absolutely. And here we go. Just heal up. Make sure that he can't lose here. And as we can see, all these big cards now in Feg's hand, but the tempo not in his favor.
Yep. And having 5 followers means that even Poseidon Masamune would not be able to clear the entire board, so there's still a possibility for this Frenzy Drake even to rub the wound.
And here we go. Now, we talked about it at the very beginning of the match and the fact that Chaldea walked up against this really, really rough Blood versus Dragon game. Now he's got the edge. He's got Blood into Dragon for the deciding game here. Very good stuff.
Maybe that's what that's why he brought this lineup for rotation. Maybe he expected a lot of Dragon and he was comfortable. Frenzy Drake can be an important card for that matchup. Also having access to more ramp sources means that his Poseidon Masamune could be guaranteed with all the singers that he's playing as well.
Absolutely. So yeah, I definitely favor Ramp Dragon in the PDK matchup. I think PDK is better against the other decks out there, such as Blood, and if people were going to play Sword, things like that. But I think Ramp Dragon in the mirror definitely has an edge.
Yeah, just has more threats, right? More Frenzy Drakes. They can play more Frenzy Drakes. Some play more Pure Voice Dragoons, which means that they have access to the 10 play point enhanced spell that creates even more threats with the dragons. So there's a lot of value on that deck.
The funny thing, too, is that Feg was the player playing 3 Masamunes and Chaldea only playing 2. Chaldea drew both of his, and Feg did not see his. So sometimes, the name of the game is draw the cards in your deck. If you can't draw them, sometimes you can't win.
Yeah, and it's just about who gets to 10 faster, who gets that potential combo. And we saw here, if you're out there at home trying to think how to beat Dragon, just make sure you apply enough pressure. Or if you're playing Dragon yourself, just make sure you get comfortably to turn 10 and are able to pull off that. Yeah. Chaldea got so far ahead from it.
The 2 best things you can do against Dragoncraft as a whole is, number 1, play around Galmu the best you can if they're on 7 play points or more. Second, don't let them play Ozzy to Hot. If you can accomplish those 2 goals, you're in a pretty good spot.
Try and pressure as much as possible for the turn 8 Poseidon too. It's one of the ways they use to stall or come back in the game. So if you have a powerful 2 mid-range followers, for instance, if you're playing Forest, a Matera perhaps can be very awkward for them to play Poseidon into.
Absolutely. All right, so taking a look at the mulligans, it looks like Feg, we've been seeing Dragon go second in this matchup quite often, which is definitely not what you want to be doing when you're playing Dragon. We see Chaldea hold on to the Restless Parish instead of getting some card draw for turn 2 without having a 2-drop, so very interesting play there.
Let's see if, I think that with Phalan, you don't need to play the Disciple. I was going to say you don't need to play the Disciple of Disdain because you already have a good follower to trade into the Alexandrite Demon possibility. But we saw earlier how Feg used and pressured Dragon by keeping the follower alive with removal spells.
That's true. So actually in the same position, I do pretty much what Feg does, and this is simply because of Alexandrite Demon. You want to be able to answer it without taking any damage if you can. Honestly, this matchup comes down to prevent the damage. This is the old adage of control versus aggro. Stop every point of damage you possibly can, because if that bat doesn't get big enough to one-shot you, you're probably going to win the game.
Yeah, there's 2 playstyles you can adopt. You can even be very aggressive, put a lot of pressure on Blood. But since this Dragon deck is not an aggro deck, it's more of a mid-range deck into a ramp deck, it's very slow off the gate, which means that you still have to stall enough. The first Dark Beast bat cannot be lethal. That's the only way you can actually win.
That's right. So Chaldea making a few different plays than you would normally see. First, the Restless Parish wasn't played on 1 to draw an extra card for a possible 2-drop. 2, Restless Parish wasn't played on 2 for possible end-of-turn 1/1s for extra damage. So holding on to it so that he can probably get a Floros proc with it later in the game. But as you noticed, very slow start from Blood. Probably the slowest start we've seen all day.
Yep. And it's very nervous. On the other hand, Volneric is one of those cards that Dragon struggles so much to deal with. Also, Vira can be important. Having access to Vira, Wings of Lust could be a very strong development for turn 5 if he wants to. But I think Chaldea actually would have liked to go second, even though first can be good. With this hand, doesn't look very good to be able to play with it.
So this is another time that we've seen a player, a Japanese player, not full trade with 1/1s against Bloodcraft. And this is very weird to me because Bloodcraft is never going to trade into you. It's always going to deal the damage to you. And as a matter of fact, when Rio did it, we talked about it after the match. Had Essia played perfectly that game, Rio not trading with the 1/1 was actually the biggest mistake of the game, outside of Essia not getting to lethal, because it was exact lethal if that 1-drop got the damage
so
in.
Essia was 1 damage off lethal, so that bat could have connected face and gotten him the lethal, and Rio had way over lethal when he was able to win, connecting with the Haka and Poseidon. So yeah, it's all about those small edges, and it's very interesting to know that this is a racing matchup, and allowing Blood to get that extra damage means that the first bat could be enough to win.
And it's very interesting just in playstyle, right? If you're the type of player who plays a turn 1 Disciple for a possible trade into an Alexandrite Demon, how are you still not the same type of player to remove that Pure-Hearted Singer when you can?
Yeah, also, Evil Eye Demon is an option for Bloodcraft, which means that if you don't remove their followers when you can, if you lose your followers to an Evil Eye Demon, you're not only giving more value for 1 for 3 or 1 for 4 for Evil Eye Demon, but you also will have to still deal with a Pure-Hearted Singer in the future.
It's very interesting to me. It's kind of, I wouldn't call it indecisive play. He definitely has a mind to what he's doing. It's just, it feels like opposing forces in the same type of play style.
Maybe it's similar to what I experienced last year, where players were expecting me as Vengeance Bot to be more aggressive, not trade, and I was very defensive, trading a lot with my Vengeance Bot, and they were very surprised. They were like questioning, they were doing interrogation faces and all that, questioning my play style.
So we're going to see if that 1 damage actually comes back to haunt Feg. At the moment, doesn't look like it. He's got a very straightforward hand here of just pressuring the board. A lot of small followers, none of the big ones. But Chaldea does have decent plays here.
I think that here it's important for Chaldea to control damage, so Evolving Vira is essential in my opinion, because he's falling too low to be comfortable, and he can get into a situation where just the Nazi Dahaka is enough to end the game, and definitely wants to draw cards because he wants to see Evil Eye Demon or activate Flores and Vulnerate. Here I just question the order of this play, but
sure.
I don't know what you could have top decked that's better than Vira in that situation.
So the option now becomes playing the Vira because he can activate Flores. When he played the Blood Pact, he turned into the second gift, which allowed him access to proc the Flores. But yeah, still, if your plan was to Blood Pact and you know that's an option, maybe you still want to play the Vira first because it opens you up. Now, the second thing you can think about this too is if the Blood Pact does not hit you into something that can proc the Floros, you can save the Vira next turn for a guaranteed proc on Floros and prevent even more damage. So a lot of different decisions to make in Blood. That's why it's one of the hardest decks to play right now.
Yeah, and his curve looks fantastic. I mean, having a Flores already established, can evolve a Flores next turn. I would have liked to see this Vulnerate being kept for turn 7, most likely because Feg will play a Poseidon, and that's the only way effective that you can to deal with Poseidon. So I'm curious to see what Chaldea decides to go for the next turn. If he decides, I saw him over the Vulnerate, so I'm a bit hesitant on that decision if he goes for it, because you have to keep in mind Poseidon could be something that it's hard to deal with, and it can put a very fast clock on you.
But you're on the play. You've got 2 Dark Feast bats. You're feeling pretty good here.
Did you like it?
He was behind on the board, but a quick 1-2 punch from Vira and proc Floros means full board, and you're good to go.
And Fag is reacting. He's feeling it. The top of his deck is not being very nice. That Singer is not what he wants from this situation. This board is very strong for Chaldea. He was hoping for maybe a Galmio or something that he could combine with the Whisper or Pure Voice Dragon.
Anything that costs more than 3 in his deck, please, is what he's hoping for right now.
A Vira and a Flores are one of the most powerful combinations you can have. It keeps you safe from damage to 2-face. It keeps you with 2 powerful followers that essentially have a lot of stats.
Absolutely. So Bane will take care of the Vira, one of the best ways to do it. Alright, now he's trading. He's like, no more. Okay, okay.
So let's see if Chaldea actually decides to go for it. Nice. I was going to say if he decides to go for the Vulnerate. Perfectly played and managed by Chaldea, developing the slower floors instead of the Vulnerate that's faster.
Not even a thought. That was
I love
the play.
it. I love it.
And man, another 2-drop drawn from Feg here. Okay, some healing now.
But I think Chaldea is so close. I think he managed the board situation to his position where he's comfortably. He has a lot of healing sources. He has a lot of time to play double Dark Feast Bat. This Vulnerate will put so much pressure on Feg that he might be forced to play Phalan, and that's just a tad too slow, and allows Chaldea to play the first bat into the second bat.
Absolutely. Very good ordering here from Chaldea this game. I like it.
I'm getting excited. I mean, our boys 3-2, no bias, but I'm getting excited.
Nobody expected Chaldea, you know what I mean? Again, last chance wild card qualifier in the SEAO region. Relative unknown coming to this tournament and putting in work.
Oh, choosing not to go for the Pure Voice Dragoon. So Feg might get into a situation where he has to Phalan spell and then Dragoon heal, and that might be too costly.
That's his whole turn, yeah.
I really like if he plays Phalan here. If not, it just costs 4 play points to deal with the Vulnerate, which could be very hard.
Like, what are you trying to draw here? You already have the heal in your hand. It's what you need.
The Hakas, perhaps, because yes, he can heal, but he's not winning the game with that hand.
Sure, absolutely. And now a Restless Parish to go on top of everything else. This opens up basically any play here that Chaldea wants to make. The 5-3 stayed alive, which means Feg did not evolve into his 5-3 for some reason.
Oh, this is very close from lethal, actually. So we had 4 7. Wow, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, I don't know about this. No Evo into a 5-3 when you're already behind.
Also no vulnerate. I'm actually very surprised by Chaldea's play there.
Why? You're at 20. Who cares?
But even if he evolves the Flores, why not play the vulnerate and instead of the snarling change? Just play the vulnerate, push more damage.
You've already got lethal with bat in your hand, my bro. Too easy. Feg, what's going on, brother?
Now I'm getting scared though because this Vulneric is very slow and he doesn't have Wings of Lust to go with it. That's
but his opponent's at 6. He's got
that's
2
true.
bats.
That's true. That's
He's
true.
at 19.
That's true. That's true.
His opponent has to kill this.
So the bat, how much is the bat? 7. It was 5, so now it's 7.
My songs are hardened.
Oh, if he gets another Pure Voice Dragoon. Oh, this is very stressful. Because I think Chaldea had. Okay. Oh, that's not even gifting for it. Yeah, it doesn't need to gift. Yeah. Counting damage 3, 4, 7, 6 is the Haka is 13. I mean, you have to go for bat here. I mean, you don't have to. You can still go for Vulnerate.
You're going for bat here.
It's so slow if you don't play double bat.
You're going for bat here, yeah.
I don't know. Like, I don't understand the snarling change though. I know he's getting into a comfortable position still, but
this is too slow. Don't care, bro. Like I'm going.
So even Pure Voice Dragoon. Oh my god, that was close. That was really close.
6,
That's 13
9,
damage.
10, 13.
That's so close. I don't think he has it now. Not even Pure Voice Dragoon would be enough because there's a gift there. I think Chaldea got this.
Chaldea gonna be
got this.
A World Grand Prix 2-time player here. And Feg, I believe, made 2 mistakes this game, or 2 mistakes this match. We saw him miss an attack, not a game-ending mistake, but leading into this game where he just left a Floros in play.
What? I don't know what happened here. Both players on that particular turn did very confusing plays. I wasn't very sure what they were doing there. It's like they had a very clear plan, but I just completely missed it.
Fake knows he's praying that there's no bat here. Unfortunately for him, prayers will not be answered today. Darkfeast bat number 2 is going to come down and end this one.
Fake knows. I mean, this is the 3-3 position that's very nervous to be in.
That's my boy, Chaldea, bringing it home out of nowhere. People didn't really expect a whole lot from Chaldea. You know, wild card, not very practiced, doesn't play in a lot of tournaments until this point, and beating Feg, who, like you said, 2-time World Grand Prix contender here. That is wild.
Yeah, I mean, few players have beaten Feg like Chaldea did.
Yeah.
That was a very good management of resources. That Dragon versus Dragon matchup, it's one of the hardest mirrors to play, and he navigated that so beautifully.
He did. He made a lot of plays that weren't so apparent to us, but I mean, it felt so comfortable for him to win both of those games, you know, back to back. And you saw the speed, the quickness in which he was playing that Bloodcraft matchup. He's just like, yeah, I'm already home.
That's his signature. Back in the Contenders Cup, as well as the Wildcard Tournament, he just knew exactly what play that he was going to make. Imagine that he has to have thought it through several turns before. And Dragoncraft especially is his specialty, because he brought that to every tournament he's played so far, and it's the deck he's most comfortable with. And as we saw here, just cleaned up with it.
And it's impressive. To me, the most impressive turn was the Florist turn, how quick he played that Florist. Because you see Vulneric yellow, it's so tempting to play it. You had Wings of Lust too to go with the Vulneric, but it's like, nope, I'll save this Vulneric. If my opponent plays Poseidon, I have the Vulneric to deal with that 5-7 body. Give me enough time to play double bat. He saw that plan and went for it, and really well played.
And that Florist connecting for 9 to the dome.
How? Why is that Floro still in play?
I was so shocked. I was like, this is great. I mean, I was happy, obviously.
Sure.
As the Southeast Asia Oceania contender made it through, but
so 2 factors here for Chaldea he's got going for him. 1, no pressure, right? Other than the fact that he's a competitor in this tournament, he wants to win. He doesn't have a big team. He doesn't have like this huge like expectation on him or anything like that. If you noticed from his video before the tournament, I'm just here to play it. You know, as long as I have a chance, I'm gonna play, and even if I have no chance, I'm still gonna give it my best shot. You know what I mean? He's great. Plus, he prayed to the altar of the Shadowverse god. You know, he just wants to shake his hand.
That's actually kind of a running theme now. He's all smiles, even when he's done not a full job. He's still all smiles. He gets through it, and he ends up, you know, playing to his out, and his deck rewards him almost every time. He played it that way as well in the Contenders Cup, played that way in the Wildcard Tournament, and things have worked out for him so far.
Yeah, also impressed by his lineup. I mean, he seemed prepared to do it with Dragon. Manhandled that Dragon deck. I mean, 2-0 sweep against Fag's Dragon.
Against PDK Dragon.
Yeah.
That's a tall order to 2-0 against Dragon.
Yeah.
I think he's prepared for this particular meta in rotation, and I cannot. He seems so comfortable that I'm willing to bet that the next 2 rounds will be very favorable for him.
Sure.
From what I saw here.
Absolutely.
I was pretty happy when I saw his Dragon list. When I saw it, I'm like, this seems exactly like the list that I would expect him to play after seeing his performance before, and I had full confidence that he would be able to win with that. I was a little less confident in his Bloodcraft play, but I think from the Contenders Cup to here, of course, he's trained a lot, surely, and I think he's really shaped up, and now he's proving himself on the stage.
I don't even have any much more to say about it. He just had some clean games against Feg. He just swept him under the rug. That was a really nice match.
And I think Feg wasn't really expecting it. You know, the story coming into this, Feg wanted to go against Coach, a rematch from the last World Grand Prix. Now we've got this whole new field of contenders in the way that he've never even seen before. You
Absolutely.
know, and Chaldea coming out from nowhere. Not even his own region really knew about him until very recently, and now he's showing us all how it's done.
And you can see the pressure, right? We were just talking about this. Chaldea having none on him, realistically, other than, again, being an individual in the tournament, versus Feg, who's like, I need to prove to everybody that I can win this thing, that I can beat Kocha, that I'm the best in Japan, and starting to make mistakes against, you know, a rookie to the World Grand Prix.
That's right. And Feg actually, from last year as well, now he's part of a competitive team now with Yokohama Liba Len, so even more pressure there.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, being on a professional team, you're not only playing for yourself, but for your brand and your teammates. I mean, Feg has 2 teammates that are at home watching the games, and probably they'll talk about it too. But the thing is that not having that pressure, as you mentioned, for Chaldea is actually a good factor. I've been in that position, and you're just here to win everything you can win, and everything that you win will be very satisfactory. While the other players, whenever they lose, they feel very bad. They feel like they have a very heavy weight on their shoulders, and Chaldea is just having fun. It's just smiling. It's just chilling. It's just I was smiling, finger gunning cameras, smiling to all the cameramen that were there, because I was just enjoying the time I was having in Japan.
You should have seen Chaldea in the Contenders Cup. After every game, he'd look to the camera and go like, yeah, we did.
At the end of either today or tomorrow, we're going to have to get you to give a nice little pose with your finger guns. I'm sure our audience has missed that from last year.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, there you go. It just paid off right now. Right away.
We're gonna get a good one, though, before the end.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Right into the camera. Stare right into the camera and do it.
You got to do the whole centered.
Yeah, he's got to build.
You got to be standing for that, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like last year.
Okay, when Asia wins and I get all my packs, I'll do it.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
good.
When Asia wins and gets, not Chaldea. You know.
Not Chaldea.
Wow.
Asia.
Wow. Okay. No faith. I'm rooting for my boy all the way. I have this thing going on with the production team called Chaldea Watch. After every round, I'm like, how's Chaldea doing? I'm just checking up on him and seeing him carry through. I'm like, okay, I'm feeling pretty vindicated right now.
I'm glad we're 6 rounds deep. We've only got 2 left to go. I'm excited.
All right. Well, you know what? Rotation, another round, over. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more rotation right after this break.
Out more. Woo! Clear the way!
It won't be long now.
The time has come. Witness the world's refabrication. Winds of change sweep across eons, beckoning heroes forth, while wings of valor sunder the heavens, leaving naught but flame. Shining under this fiery torrent, a beacon of blessed justice brings hope to the land. However, lest we forget, beneath the facade of creation lies destruction. To suppress the knowledge of antiquity, higher beings will set in motion the cogs of war. And thus, divine retaliation begets world-ending conflict. At the far side of this inevitable flux, born of chaos and order, lies the genesis of a new era. So, won't you join me and behold revelation?
Is this the beginning, or is it the end? When the light meets the dark, fate is sure to rear its head.
The path ahead will soon become two. Will you follow hope, or will despair fall into you?
Even howling winds will bend and break. One gust will be fair, and the other dim and drear.
A kindly smile, a devious stare. These two opposing wills will tear apart and declare, war is upon us. You must make your choice.
Beyond the day and night, in this realm of timeless twilight, fate awaits your choice.
And then there were two. We are back at the Shadowverse World Grand Prix, and these are the final rounds. These are where our players have to make it or break it. So we're very close to the end. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for being with us till the end, and you definitely do not want to miss these 2 rounds, as well as we got right, guys. We do not want to miss the action here.
Oh yeah, these are the 2 final rounds of the day. It's like you said, make it or break it, day 2 or not, and that's huge difference in both pride and prize.
Absolutely. I mean, these players, again, are vying for $1 million top prize. Once they make it to top 8, they make at least 5K, and it just goes up every round after that. So let's take a look at the standings right now, see where our players are at. Looks like Mensu is still alive at 4-2. Potwasher has made it back up to the top end of the bracket, 4-2. Of course, we just saw Chaldea make it up to 4-2 as well. And then we see all of our X and 3 players right now. Ishiro has dropped down. Essia is 3-3 as well. And it looks like that's it. All of our other players, Crumsy and Sprayquaza, down at the bottom register. And I say all, but they're all kind of split across the way here.
Kocha, 3-3.
Yeah.
So he's fighting for his tournament life this round and next round, and he still is up to tiebreakers. The defending world champion, seeing that the field is not as easy as he thought. He actually had a blazing fast start with a 2-0 strong opening, but then he just seems to be struggling a bit now.
That's the thing, right? Like, it's crazy too, because Kocha is the player to beat to a lot of these people. In their intro videos, they're like, Kocha, I'm gunning for you. But now he's down here with a 3-3 score, and Ryo killing it with a 6-0.
The new SOS.
Yeah, just absolutely destroying everybody, and that's great for all of the players in the tournament. The better he does, the more of a chance all of these 5 and 3s have a chance to make it. So good stuff there. So let's take a look at the matchups here. Salt versus Potwasher, which is actually going to be the matchup that we see next. We see Yuzu versus Mensu. We see Ryo versus ZenX. See if he can keep that undefeated record going. Chaldea playing against Nine Voice. Here we go. Kocha playing against Essia here. Wow. So that's a really impactful round right there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we've got Ishiro versus Hearn, Feg versus Karakuri, Kasago versus Mingigod. So a lot of good matchups here going on. But yeah, one that we're definitely looking out for here is Kocha versus Essia. That's a very important matchup.
We got Chaldea watch and we got Kocha watch. That's my 2. I'm keeping tabs on them.
That's right. And of course, filling out the rest here, we've got versus Forest. We've got Sprayquaza versus 1-2-1-2. Caster versus Masuze. Karage-san versus Crumsian. Basically, right now, Karage-san, Crumsian, all the people down at the bottom of the bracket playing for Pride right now.
And here we go. Salt versus Potwasher.
Bring it, Potwasher. I love that pose.
That's right. So Potwasher, remind me, did he start 0-2 on the day?
Yep.
I think he did, yeah. Now he's up to 4-2.
Yep. Similar path that I did. 0-2, now 4-2. Very strong performance on take 2. Now 2 wins on rotation, and now it just has to close it with 2 more strong performances.
And this is absolutely the power we were talking about. Sometimes you have to go to the losers bracket. You have to muster up the courage to go ahead and play out the rest of the day and get those wins in. And if you win out like Potwasher has been doing so far, you can make it to day 2. So getting your losses in, but make sure you don't lose too many.
Yeah, don't lose too many, but it's also the fact that Potwasher is more comfortable in the rotation format.
Absolutely, right? And take 2, as we saw, and as you said last year, Akamaru Red, take 2 can save you.
Yep, can give you the confidence boost. And let's take a look at Salt's list here. The traditional Ramp Dragon that we've seen pop up a bit. 3 Roys there, 3 Singers, very important. 3 Pure Voice Dragoons, of course, and then the 3 Dahakas with the 3 Masamunes.
Very interesting to see Serpent Drake in a non-PDK list here. Just extra value, really feeling like if he's playing against Shadow decks, pretty good. And as a matter of fact, he will be playing against Shadow. I know that Potwasher is definitely favored or favors the Shadow deck. So Serpent Drake, a nice little utility card there. And along the same lines as all of our other ramp decks, draw, ramp, big spells.
Interesting, a slight divergence with the other decks we've seen so far. This one's running 3 Roys, whereas, like we saw with Chaldea, he's running no Roys at all. But maybe Salt realized that he's going to go up against a lot of Dragon in this field, and Roy with that Dragon Strife Blade is extremely great in the mirror.
Yeah, and 2 Servants of Disdain, a card that we see be very popular. But what I really want to talk about is this Chimera Rune deck for rotation.
The one of in the entire tournament Chimera Rune, and this looks like a sweet deck. Okay, guys. So one of the cards that basically we don't really get to see in any other decks, or at least a couple cards. Nova Flare, a really early board wipe, which is very different than a lot of the decks that we see in play today. Plus that sweet 6-drop spell boost card, okay? Adjudication. I mean, that's a card that can really turn a game in your favor from absolutely nowhere. I know I've played this Chimera deck and won solely off the back of 3 of those cards before. Sometimes you don't even need to play the Chimera.
Oh, yeah. One time on ladder, some guy did a 17 damage education on me, and I was sweating.
Oh, yeah.
From 20 to 3.
It feels good, man.
My God.
And here we have a Potwasher's Shadowcraft list. The inclusion of Sarcophagus is a very interesting option, as well as only running 2 Gilnelis and 2 Arcus. Before, traditionally, when you use 3 Gilnelises and 2 Arcus, or the other way around. Trot's Curse can be a card that's very important against Shrewd Education, for instance. It's the only way they have to deal with that powerful follower.
That's right, and we see the up in numbers of Big Soul Hunter. So that card's been dropped to 1. It's been dropped out of the deck in recent past, but knowing you're going against a lot of Dragon, where Poseidon is one of those big cards you have to be able to answer. It's one of the only ways outside of Trot's Curse. And now moving on to his Dragon deck, he is playing the more formal PDK deck. But again, we've seen a lot of our players kind of skim down on PDKs, either playing 2 or 1 along with the ramp spells.
I think there's a lot of options for Dragoncraft now that are so powerful and flexible that it's hard to fit in the 3 of PDK. Especially, I think, Pure Voice Dragoon, one of my favorite cards from the mini expansion, really showing its strength in these past couple of games here. We saw it's good for command, it's good for meditation. Especially with meditation, that 2 play point, heal 6, it's huge.
Absolutely. I think it's one of the strongest effects that got added to the game, period. Whenever Heal gets added to the game, you got to take notice, right? And Heal 6 is a lot. Dragon, actually, since Fervor has been gone, hasn't really had good options of gaining a lot of defense back, right? I mean, they had Sybil for a while. They had Fervor for a while. Those are only Heal 3s. Now we've got a Heal 6.
For 2 play points.
For 2 play points. It's very strong. Definitely something I'd want in a Runecraft list side games.
That's exactly why they shouldn't get it.
Ah, yes.
2 play point spell that heals 6?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, for Runecraft, I don't think so.
I mean, Truth's Education is a 6 play point spell that's very impactful as well. And let's take it to the game, boys.
All right. Salt coming up with his Dragoncraft first. Salt having the more ramp-focused list against Potwasher's mid-range Shadowcraft.
Come on!
Absolutely. So here we go. Getting into our first game, we see Salt bringing his Dragon list against Potwasher's Shadow. So I'd have to give the edge to Dragon here. I think Dragon's a little bit stronger against Shadow than most decks here.
I think that Dragoncraft right now has very few bad matchups, actually. I would feel pretty confident playing Ramp Dragoncraft against a whole field of decks, but maybe that's also my own personal comfort as a Ramp Dragon.
Well, I agree with you. So I mostly only play Ramp Dragon on the ladder these days because it's the deck I'm most comfortable with. But yeah, Blood being probably the best deck against it, and the numbers that have shown today that Blood can do a lot of work against Dragon, as well as it's one of the most popular decks, at least in this top 24. So Dragon just being probably the second best deck, and that's kind of why people are bringing it. You got to get in with those decks. But Shadow definitely being an option for Potwasher, and he's been doing very well with it so far. 2-0 with his lineup.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the one of text that Potwasher's running in his Shadowcraft deck. That one sarcophagus, do you think it's going to play a huge role in trying to control the board against Dragoncraft?
Yeah, so honestly speaking, it's not one of the cards you would expect to see in this top 24 just because it's at its best against other aggro decks, against other board tradies type of decks. Dragon's not one of those decks. However, Sarcophagus can also do a dual role and play kind of like a Prince Catacomb against Dragon, where Prince Catacomb was one of the best cards against Dragon in times past, in the fact that it's a threat that just recovers a threat when it gets destroyed. So not a bad option.
Not a bad option. It's interesting that one of tech. Again, we've been talking about this before, and we've kind of been talking about this for the past several years. You know, in a tournament, you got to bring some of spiciness. Otherwise, the players will know how to play against you exactly.
Absolutely. And this is actually one of the routes I took with Shadow at the beginning of the expansion was just try to play board fill Shadow. Not try to play super versatile, super utility Shadow. Just try to stick followers on the board, try to build up to a nice Gilnelis or a Gremory, especially when Gremory costs 6 and on enhanced instead of 7. You really wanted to fill up a board as early as you could, and Sarcophagus is definitely a new addition that can help you get there.
I kind of like that on the first turn when Potwasher was thinking through his entire first turn. Salt just emoted, "What?" And then immediately on his turn, Dragon Oracle pass, slam the button.
So what's funny is a lot of our Western players are players that will take up their entire turn on the early turns. I think it's all adopted from, if you players do watch the SVO, Onion Sheep.
Oh yeah.
Very much popularized the take all of your time on turn 1 and turn 2, even if you don't have any plays, just so you can set up the rest of your game properly in your mind, get your focus right and things like that. And honestly, it can be used as a weapon in these matchups. If you see Salt already throwing his hands up in the air like, why are you taking all this time in the early turns?
Right.
Maybe putting him on tilt early. That's a utility, a weapon, a tool that you can use in a tournament like this.
Absolutely, especially when you can see their reactions in live action across the table. Salt's looking like, come on, man, just pass
living up to his name.
There you go. And you know his name is the reason why so many of us in Twitch chat like him.
Sure, why not? Salt's a great name.
It is a pretty good name. I don't know if it's as good as
That's a
though.
pretty good one.
Yeah.
That is a pretty good one.
My personal favorite.
Absolutely.
I gotta cheer for my boys, Chaldia, and all the NA and EU guys as well. But come on.
I mean, what can we say? I mean, Potwasher is probably one of the greatest names in Shadowverse as well.
That's
that's
true.
just a great name. Humble, right? Pot.
Right.
I'm just a simple Potwasher.
I think he named it after his dishwasher, if I'm not mistaken, on the story behind that name.
I don't remember the exact story. I do remember that, yeah, something about his dishwasher. Yeah.
I like that,
Yeah.
I just saw my dishwasher, it said Potwasher, and I'm like, that's good enough.
That's good enough. That's my name from now on. Perfect.
Oh, Roy off the top. Pretty good. Can start ramping pretty early. Although not a whole lot of things to ramp into in his hand right now.
Yeah, so the one thing, and this is why you play a maximum number of ramp and draw in this deck, is you want both. And right now he's got the ramp but not the draw, which means he'll be able to get to the high play points quick, but without the draw, doesn't have the Poseidons and then the Azirahakas to back it up.
That's the thing. Like, that's why even in Dragoncraft lists, like, even if it doesn't work with PDK, you still run 3 singers, right? You want that draw.
Yeah, that was the weirdest interaction that I had to get over too. That was my second one. So the first one was definitely how to mulligan properly and keeping cards that you wouldn't otherwise think to keep in your hand because they're off curve. The second was playing 3 Pure-Hearted Singers. It took me a long time to get over that hump. I was just like, nah, man, 3-drop 1/2s. I don't care if it draws you 2 cards. You lose tempo, yada, yada, yada. In certain decks, specifically this one, you definitely want 3.
And come Alter Sphere, Pure-Hearted Singer is going to rotate out. It's going to be a pretty big loss for all of us.
Good. Get out of here, Pure-Hearted Singer. I think it's a crutch. Okay, everybody's just like, we got to jam this card that draws us cards. It's like, yeah, no, get out of here. You should play fair, okay? You don't need to draw extra cards.
That's true. Like, I've seen some people on communities go like, what am I going to do with that Pure-Hearted Singer? And I'm just
play
like,
for real,
did you forget how you played this game
Right.
before that card came out? Like,
Right.
That card isn't that old.
You just had to play the cards, as that you had in your hand. You didn't get to draw a bunch of cards every game, That's just what you had to do.
Well, on your topic of keeping cards you wouldn't normally keep, some games I just was like, I realized that I just want to keep Azirahaka in my opening hand, and it ended up working out. Like, I just had that storm to finish the game.
If you have a very specific hand, I can see that. And I remember playing a version of Dragon, because I played all the versions of Dragon, because I love Dragon. But I played all-in Dragon with Apostle of Disdain and, just a bunch of any which way you can put Whiplash Dragons in your hand, Craving Splendor. And that was definitely a deck where if you had the right draw, you can keep an Azirahaka, and it felt good. You're just like, on curve, I'm going to beat you. You can't do anything about it.
Going to this game here, Potwasher playing the Fairy early, just trying to get on the board and make sure that he has some presence going into the next few turns here. No Cerberus in his hand right now, and 2 Gilnelisas despite already drawing his Lyria. Not the greatest hand he could be assembling right now.
That's right. Definitely looking to top deck something like a Cerberus, absolutely. Okay, but a Troth's Curse. So a lot of options to play into Dragon, and honestly, with the amount of cards that Salt has in his hand, Potwasher can't be feeling too bad about it.
Yeah, it's only 3 cards.
Yes.
Not getting a lot of that draw like we were talking about. A lot of ramp, but with nothing to ramp into. Again, like we said, you can't make use of all those play points anyway.
Right, so Potwasher, you see him exhale a little bit here, and realistically, that's just an exhale of, if he has an Azirahaka or Poseidon here, my board isn't going to be too strong. However, if he had the same information we had, he'd be not doing that right now. He'd be feeling pretty confident in this game. I mean, he's got a pretty easy, clear way up to these Gilnelis here, and Salt has no way to really apply pressure. But again, that could all change with a top deck.
I think with Dragoncraft, it's kind of scary, especially because there's so many quality single cards in the deck that you can draw. Pure Voice Dragoon, of course Poseidon, of course Azirahaka, that any draw, a lot of the time, has a pretty good chance of turning things around.
Absolutely. So now right here, Potwasher's thinking, how do I best want to utilize this turn? He can play the Spirit here. He can use a Troth's Curse. He can play the Orthrus to remove the Follower. He can play out the Lyrial as well just to set up a big forward. I don't mind any of the options here. I think Orthrus is the most straightforward plan. Looks like that's what he's going to go with here.
And the rest just go upstairs.
Oh, and
evolving as well.
Your opponent has 3 cards.
I like it.
Apply the pressure.
All right, Salt is doing a little bit of praying here.
Yeah, he's like, please, please, please.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. It's not. Well, actually, you know what? With the rending, not too bad. Oh, Ayala.
It won't be long now.
He's going to ramp even further into 10. He's really hoping for that Daka off the top, I suppose.
Okay. I mean, this is a...
Oh, he gets him. Oh, that's right. Masamune is now active because he ramped into 10.
Okay.
And this play becomes active.
Okay.
That's cool. A little bit of an interaction with the new mini expansion card there.
All right. All right. Now I see it. Okay.
He's kind of out of gas now, unfortunately. With just the Galmeo, but again, any top that can turn this around.
That's right, and served off the top for Potwasher on turn 6. Really good top deck here. Sets him up for a Gilnelis quite nicely when your opponent has 1 card in their hand.
Yeah, absolutely, right?
Now, of course, you have to deal with a Bane and a 4/4. Pretty tough to deal with just the Cerberus alone.
And with the new Galmu adjustment, evolving a Cerberus into a Galmu isn't super bad like it used to be.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world. Before the adjustments, if you guys didn't know, Galmu used to proc every single time on one turn that it got delta damage and wasn't killed. Now, only once per turn.
Only once.
Yeah, now it got tuned down a little bit too strong before.
Lots of time to think through this. I do think that the Cerberus is a pretty okay play, but it's kind of a hassle to have to deal with that 2-2 Bane. Again, a 2-2 with Bane, already super powerful card, and then an additional effect on top of it. One of Dragon's greatest tools right now, I think.
Okay, so interesting choice here. I would have thought maybe playing the Cerberus while the Ghost was out so that when you Evo the Cerberus, you get the extra ping. But maybe that doesn't happen because it gets banished.
Yeah, it gets banished, and it's a last words effect.
That's right, you're right.
Ooh.
Honor.
This is still a Galmu play, of course.
This is pretty nice.
Yeah. Straight board clear, extra 3 damage going in. Of course the heal for 2 is going to come out.
Comes a 5-1.
Man, so many things just happening right now in sequence.
Pew, pew, pew.
All right.
Just slam the Gilnleys for the next turn?
You don't necessarily need Gilnleys this turn, but I don't mind it. I mean, again, your opponent only has 1 card in their hand. You're not expecting it to be anything you haven't seen right now. Poseidon was definitely not on the radar.
Oh!
Wow!
Oh, these top decks, exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah?
I think the card quality in Dragoncraft is really scary. Everything is kind of a big boy that goes face a lot of the time.
Those are some pretty nice top decks over the last couple turns. Galmu into Poseidon into Ozzy to Haka. I can't really ask for much better.
Yeah. Pretty much exactly what you wanted. Next up is going to be Pure Voice Dragoon. Just watch it.
Calm down. All right, so Troth's Curse looking like the play right here to take care of the Poseidon.
He also has an Orthrus, so he can deal with the biggest cards here.
Yep, he's got the big Soul Hunter also to finish up both of the big followers here. And honestly, he can freely attack this Gilnleys into a 1-3. Heal a little bit. He's got the second Gilnleys for turn 9.
So he's going to do it.
Yeah, so even with all these top decks, Salt isn't necessarily in a winning position just yet.
Do you want to Ozzy into the Gilnleys at this point?
I mean, yeah, you kind of have to, right?
It never feels good to play Ozzy and not have it go to the dome, right?
Yeah, but it's still protected. You've got a ward there. Of course, Orthrus can fix that in a jiffy, so can Gilnleys.
And another Gilnleys. I think he just played the second Gilnleys.
Oh, 100%. You're going into turn 10. This is your lethal setup turn.
Plus, you get more cards this way come next turn.
That's right. So Gilnleys out there, for folks that don't know, is a card that looks really good on the surface, right? 7 play, 0.35, ambush, and pump your entire board +2/+0. Has an alternate effect. If it is turn 10 or later, both players draw 5 cards at the beginning of your turn. And with cards that Shadow plays, like Fairy, can set up lethal all on its own.
This is kind of rough for Salt. Not the most impactful cards to have gotten here. He had a good string of them, you know. Galmu into Poseidon, Ozzy to Haka. Starting to slow down here. You can see he's like leaning back a little bit, resigning to his fate. But you know, still in it.
7 damage already in play. You're looking for a Fairy. You're looking for a Gremory. Looks like Gremory was drawn here, and that's going to do it.
That's going to be it. There you go. Potwasher with that Gilnleys into Gilnleys play, and Salt, despite having some pretty beefy Dragon followers, not being able to take it home.
Yeah, says, you know what, Dragon? You're going down.
Yeah. That's what he said.
That's what he said. That's what he said. He
I'm
said,
sure
I'm playing
mentally.
Shadow. Yeah, it's great. He's very used to playing that matchup, and yeah, just took it home. I mean, you have to be, right? He's 2-0 against a field of Dragon playing Shadow, and he played Shadow first, knowing his opponent was probably bringing Dragon. So very comfortable in that matchup.
I think part of why Salt lost that is because, like we said in the beginning, right from the start of the game, he didn't have enough draw. Then he couldn't activate his board clears. He couldn't activate or enable the use of his ramped play points. So at the end of the day, he kind of ran out of gas, even though he ramped so hard.
That's true, and this is actually one of the downsides of playing the PDK version instead of the ramp version, and it's this matchup specifically. When you don't have Frenzy Drakes, you don't have clear answers to the Gilnleys, which means sometimes you just lose because they have Gilnleys on 9. It's as simple as that.
Speaking of, now going into the Dragoncraft mirror, Potwasher, of course, playing the Prime Dragon Keeper variant, while Salt back at it again with the ramp variant. You think these are kind of evenly matched?
They're kind of evenly matched, and I guess Salt is playing the Ramp Dragon, but he elected not to play Frenzy Drakes. So
he just didn't draw it. Like, he didn't have enough fuel. At the end of the day, he was just running.
Well, yeah, he wouldn't have been able to deal with it
yeah,
either anyway. But yeah, yeah, just...
Oh, it's rough.
It is rough. Gilnelise is one of those powerful cards in the game, and when you can set it up with Shadow, I mean, it's at its best in Shadow. When you can set it up properly, it's very hard to win against.
And we can see how Potwasher was kind of confident with those plays as well. Just Gilnelise on that turn, and then turn after Gilnelise again, and ended up working out for him.
All right, so looking at the opening hands, Potwasher here has exactly what you want, ramp and card draw. On the other side of the field, Salt has a little bit of ramp and a little bit of card draw. So, looking good.
Looking okay for both players here. Potwasher, though, is a Dragon Oracle gamer, so he's got what he needs.
That's right.
Turn 2, slam that Oracle.
This is the old meme. If you're a good Dragoncraft player, you play Oracle on 2.
Old meme?
Okay.
It's eternal.
You're right. It's an immortal, eternal meme. That's right. As a matter of fact, that we still say it. So when me and one of my testing partners, Aya, we played all the time. Every single time, Oracle on turn 2, it's like, oh man, you're the better Dragoncraft player.
Yeah.
That's just what you do.
Dragon Oracle gamer. Potwasher's making sure to think through his turns, though. No harm in doing so.
So now, when you're on the play in the mirror, when you have specifically the Servant and the Disciple, I actually really like playing the Servant here. Very few ways, if any, for Dragon to actually deal with this Servant, and then you can Disciple it the next turn, draw a bunch, and still ramp next turn.
That's right. On turn 3, you just play the Disciple plus a Dragon Oracle, and you're feeling pretty okay. I feel like Dragoncraft got a bevy of really great 2-drops lately, which makes it the Dragon Oracle meme may be a little less relevant than usual.
Yeah, it's specifically this 2-card combo. When you have the Servants or the Disdain package in your hand, I think you just go for it. You can't do it as reliably when you're going second because your opponent can just, rending it or something like that. But in this situation, very hard to do so for Salt here. He'd have to draw a Disciple, use it and a rending just to deal with a 2-2 to get out of this bind.
Pot's thinking it over. Took a sip of water there, making sure that he has all the information. Thinking it through. So you think you just want to play the Servant here?
I think you always play the Servant here. Now, of course, Oracle's not the worst thing. It's not like you can't play Servant plus Disciple on the following turn. You're just not using your play points as effectively.
Looks like he's going to go for it.
Know that.
Yeah, really like it here. And this beats the answer back, right? So if you answer back with Servant, it's not going to do anything because you can just trade right into it if you're Potwasher. So this might be an Ayala turn. Kind of like, no, he is going to play the Servant. Wow.
Know that.
Maybe saving the Ayala for ramp? It's weird, though, because you already have the Roy in hand.
Yeah,
Potentially trying to save Roy for Dragon Strike?
He just gave away card draw here. On turn 3, he could have played the Servant with a Rending. Now he doesn't have that option. Maybe he feels like he wants to play the Roy or the Singer over it anyway.
Interesting. Or maybe he just drew the Singer off the top and he was like, okay, I've got enough. It is kind of a consideration.
Bow your head.
That's a lot of draw.
Wow.
Ooh, that's pretty
And
good.
Poseidon.
And now with the Poseidon in hand, you're feeling pretty good about being a Dragon Oracle gamer.
Absolutely. So now you have to trade with the opposing Servant here, so it can't trade into your 1-1.
Of course.
Potwasher just taking his time.
You are powerful. There is no meaning.
Good turns for Pot here.
The actual best opener against the mirror here, I believe.
Rescuing people's a hobby of mine.
Roy's really an interesting pick. I guess, again, in the Dragon Mirror, it's really good, but overall, I've kind of been convinced by the other players in this tournament that maybe Roy isn't really necessary in Dragoncraft anymore.
I think it's a great one-of. I think because Dragon has so many good options, I think it's a great one-of. It's just that one extra ramp spell, that one extra removal spell, that one extra 3-drop if you're playing PDK. There's a lot of good things it does do. I don't think you need 3 of it in your deck. But, people who favor having those options, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it either.
I think it's because Salt's lineup is very predictive. Running Giant Chimera, and then in his unlimited lineup as well, running D-Shift and all, I feel like he wanted to counterplay what he felt the field was going to be, and he kind of went hard in on that option.
Sure,
Running
sure.
lots
Yeah,
of
if
Roys
everybody's
because
playing Dragon, I'm playing Roy's. Yeah,
exactly.
Nothing wrong with it. All right, so now the options open up for Potwasher. Does he want to go for some more card draw here? Does he want to go for, I mean, honestly, that's really the only play here is you just go, you go for the card draw.
You went into that statement pretty hard.
Yeah,
and you just kind of fizzle out like, yeah, this is what you
just
do.
Go for more card draw here.
I'll show you, did you think?
He's playing the Rending as well. Just going through.
Yep, and IL is going to perfectly ramp him to Poseidon with 8 play points over the course of the next 2 turns.
Oh, 2 Dragon Oracles drawn in a row. Well, that IL. Lots of ramp going on now. Although, Potwasher has 2 Poseidons and Salt has 0. So that doesn't seem fair, to be honest.
That does not seem fair at all.
And a Daka.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Potwasher's got the end game. Salt does not. looking really up for Potwasher right now. Potwasher also one of the players who does what I like to do, play one Force of the Dragon Nuke, because it's a sweet card that you can again, in Dragoncraft, you can play a lot of these different options.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of players have been cutting Force of the Dragon Nuke entirely from their deck now, thinking that, you know, with Galmiu it's good enough, or in ramp list, Frenzy Drake is good enough. But, you know, having that one of, like we said, in tournaments, can really get you out of tight binds.
Absolutely.
Still no match for Mr. Dragon.
So again,
more ramp.
Yeah, we see him doing this a couple games in a row, just forcing himself to 10. Does not want to be behind in play points ever.
Did you rank it?
I mean, you can't blame a guy, I suppose.
course.
If you're behind in play points against Dragoncraft, that means they Azidahaka you way earlier.
Absolutely. So now, option for Potwasher if he wants to play one of these Poseidons. I think he will. He's got a backup Poseidon with the Masamune in hand. So easy play here. Maybe he's considering playing the Galmiu after going face for one just to get a bunch of damage in and cementing a Galmiu in play. Both options really good here.
Talk about a crazy two-card combo. Both cards introduced in different mini expansions, but Poseidon and Masamune are just insane with each other.
They're so good. Poseidon has got to be hands down the best Dragoncraft card. I mean, the card is just absolutely bonkers, right? All of these choose cards, if we've been kind of following the conversation we've been having today, all these choose cards are just so freaking powerful.
Oh, he's thinking of Force of the Dragon. Oh wow! I kind of like the Poseidon play there.
Says he wants to save it.
Burning flames will freeze.
Now, the one downside to this play is that he is opening his opponent up to playing an Azidahaka here for basically free.
Oh, yeah.
But he has Masamune plus Poseidon, but it's not open to him next turn. This might have been the first misstep we've seen from Potwasher this game. Might not lose him the game, but I don't think it was the most powerful thing he could be doing.
So far, we've seen Pure Voice Dragoon mainly for Dragon's Meditation. I'd be interested to see if we're going to see a command in this game or sometime during this tournament. Because that is, again, a really powerful choose card, like you were saying, yet again. But in this situation, you think the heal is just way more valuable because of Azidahaka's and
I think it
Poseidon's.
can be. Well, if you don't have an endgame in plan, it can help you get to an endgame. I do think there's a lot of good options for Salt here. I was thinking more along the lines of, yeah, Serpent Drake, fill up the entire board here, make it really hard for Poseidons and Azidahakas. I like this.
I like this. And that command is going to come out next turn as well, and you still have your Azidahaka in hand. Lots of fuel for the end game.
And you got to remember, Potwasher allowed this. Potwasher said, I don't want to play a Poseidon last turn. I'm going to let you take the board, and then I'm going to follow up.
Yeah, it's really strange, especially with the second Poseidon in hand. There wasn't really any threat of running out of gas, so interesting line of play to not play the Poseidon that last turn. And now Salt is sort of capitalizing on Potwasher's line of play here.
That's right. And with the cards in hand here, Galmiu plus Whisper, very strong against this board. As a matter of fact, I believe it clears it up quite nicely. And I think that will be the play. And then he's got the Poseidon plus Masamune to back up next turn. With cards in hand, I've got to say Potwasher is a clear, easy route to victory this game. But Salt, again, as we've talked about, can top deck out of this if he draws the right cards.
Let's see if he makes that play. I do think that you're right. Yeah, the Galmiu, Eileen, White Frost Whisper. Oh! Is he looking for draw?
I don't know what else he needs to draw. He's got everything he needs.
Interesting.
And now this isn't an easy clear? Question mark?
Maybe he thinks that because he already has the, a good hit. He thinks because he has the Poseidon Masamune next turn, he can clear more.
Sure, and he wants to save the Whisper for a bigger follower.
And he's got 20 defense, so maybe he can leverage that.
It's true. So what we might see as a weird Potwasher see is very cautious play.
So you can run the 2-1 into the Galmiu and then just command. I quite like that.
You have to play something like a Dahaka or a Dragon here, because if you don't, you're just always going to be playing from behind. Potwasher has now given you 2 opportunities to play to the board. You have to take them.
It looks like he is going to go for it. Dragoon's command, out it comes. I love that card.
It's very good.
It feels good too, doesn't it?
It's very good.
Yeah, this looks like a Poseidon Masamune play.
Not a necessity, but definitely a good play. I mean, again, Potwasher's been playing very cautious this game. He might not exert it on just 2 5/5s here.
True. Could also play Serpent Drake Masamune as an option since there's only 2 threats on the board.
That's true.
But I do like just generating all those bodies from the Poseidon. Maybe Potwasher's a bit wary of the AoE that that Salt may have. I mean, he's not even running Frenzy Drakes now they look at his list.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah,
wow.
Frenzy Drake not on a lot of our players' lists. Chaldea definitely playing it, though. My man.
That's why he's exactly. That's why he's my man. I'm just saying.
That's right.
He knows what it's all about. But yeah, okay. Poseidon Masamune is the plan that Potwasher's hovering over right now. I do like that. Again, we were talking about this 2-card combo.
I mean, it is just these needs, right? I mean, what does it not do?
Yeah, right. I mean, even without the effect, I think that Masamune is already a pretty solid card. But with it, Dragon Craft just has an insane.
It's the most efficient Bane card in the game right now.
And it's tough. Like, how does Salt come back from this now?
I love this too. Potwasher taking every second, even all of his play points, all of his options are gone. Just taking up his time. He's like, what am I going to do over the next turn? What am I going to do over the next 2 turns? How do I win this game? How do I make sure I do not lose?
And we were just talking about this too, right? Like, Salt's resting his hand on his hand.
He already looks like he feels defeated. Absolutely.
It's not a clean clear.
Almost a clean clear.
We had the Strife Blade at least.
Yep, but that'll take care of the Poseidon.
If this doesn't clear the Masamune, it'd be kind of unfortunate though.
I think that's okay.
Alright. Where does it go? Nice.
Always good hits. Always a good
nice.
hit. Alright, so now this is, I think, pretty clear easy to Ozzy to Haka. Again, you don't need to, but I don't see why not. Ozzy to Haka just feels so good here. You have a ward to back it up. You have an Evo point. You can even Evo it if you want to.
So just play the Whisper and then Azidahaka to the dome.
Yeah, feels fine.
Oh,
you can set up a Poseidon here too. All options are good. All options lead to gold.
Yeah, not too bad, especially considering Salt only has 3 cards left, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and evolving a Poseidon's guard?
Why not? Again, at this point, it doesn't really matter.
You're so laissez-faire about it now.
Yeah, at this point, it's just you have all the options. Your opponent's out of cards. It's going to be very hard to come back. However, no, not even a Poseidon plus Masamune can help Salt here because he's got 3 wards.
Oof. And you know that Dragon Strife Blade does not line up very well against the Poseidon. You might have to evolve the Phylene to ping the Poseidon and play White Frost Whisper on it.
Looks like the only out to it. I mean, I guess you could ping it and then Roy and then Strife Blade and keep the Whisper for another big follower.
Might have to for, you know, the upcoming Azudahaka as well.
Sure. But then how do you get the damage on it? There's 3 wards you're staring down. Yeah, this is rough.
This is pretty rough for Salt. Potwasher looking pretty convincing. Although, you know, Potwasher's list so far has run pretty much like a Ramp Dragon deck. Not seeing the Prime Dragon Keeper whatsoever.
That's why you only play 2. You don't need it all the time, and when you don't draw it, cool. Who cares?
I like this. I like this new archetype of dragon. Chill Dragon.
Chill Dragon. Just, you know, play whatever. They're all good.
That's fine.
Yeah. This 8 drop, this 10 drop, this whatever drop. Just beat your opponent up. It's awesome.
This is a pretty clean clear, actually. You can evolve the Phylene into the Poseidon. The 130 still sticks, but it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah. Again, Chill Dragon.
Chill Dragon.
Fine.
Yeah. Whatever. It'll work out, probably.
Time to say goodbye.
Now Salt is
Never wake again.
so few cards in hand now. While Pot still has a lot of fuel and a Singer.
He plays the Whisper and not the Strife Blade.
That is interesting.
I guess he does have the Bane. Ooh. Galmew. What a draw.
That's pretty nice. That's clean.
Very clean. Yeah, Galmew gets 3 damage in. I believe Potwasher still has an Evo point left over as well. Get his opponent down to 9, and then have an Ozzy to Haka to basically put him within 1 damage of lethal here.
If he really wants to drag out, he still has a Pure Voice Dragoon in hand as well. Looks like Potwasher has all the tools in the world to take any line of play that he wants.
Yep, absolutely. I think I'm going to go home and rename my deck Chill Dragon. That's dope.
It's pretty nice, right?
Yeah, that's sweet.
Let's put a couple of everything in it.
Just one of everything. Just 1 PDK, 1 Frenzy Drake.
I think we've just described Highlander Dragon.
Yeah, it's great.
I think about it.
And then we just morph it into a Mira Bane deck, and then it's just awesome.
Interesting. Going face with that 1/1 instead of making sure that you clear the.
It won't be long now.
Oh yeah, you can do this as well. Like you said, he still had an Evolve left.
1 to give.
And that's a big board.
That's it for now.
And damage pushed through.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a comeback from what we can see in Salt's hand. I think this is it.
Oh yeah, I think that's it. What can you do against this?
Let's teach you how power.
He's zigging.
He's zagging.
Nah.
I mean, he's technically still alive. He zigged and zagged the appropriate amount of times. Of course, we know Ozzy to Haka is waiting for him in the hand, so Potwasher is going to win and go up to 5 and 2.
5-2 from a 0-2 start.
From a 0-2 start, almost there. One more win guaranteed, one more loss, maybe in. We'll see. But Potwasher doing a good job.
And a 2-0 sweep against Salt as well, who's a 3-time Rage finalist.
And a chill dragon for a chill player. I really like the way he was very controlled, very calculated, the way he played. Yes, playing Poseidon was an option there, but how do you lose the game if you just keep your Poseidons, have your Masamunes? Also, keeping it very controlled. His opponent could also play Poseidon Masamune. We had that information, but he didn't. So, anyways, guys, that was fantastic. He's one game away from making it to day 2, or potentially getting it with tiebreakers. A 5-3 could be the record that gets him there. I mean, fantastic performance by Potwasher from 0-2 to 5-2, living the dream.
That's what you got to do. I mean, and of course, at the beginning of the day, I think even through maybe some social media or something like that, Potwasher was showing frustrations and things like that, but he really pulled it together, and he's making it work for him on day 1 here.
That's right. It's easy to fall into sort of a rut, but then you pull yourself together, collect yourself, then you can come back from even a really bad start into something that's a really great record against this field of players.
Absolutely.
And it's take 2 or Guardian Angel.
That's right. That's what you were saying
maybe
from the beginning.
It boosted his confidence enough. He started thinking, oh, maybe I'm actually a very good player. I can make it to day 2. Getting those wins boosts your confidence at that stage, and from then on, you get into rotation, you get in the mindset of winning. It is actually the more you win, the more you will win because you're that much confident.
Of course. And I've got to say, with his lineup, being one of the front-running Shadowcraft players, just bringing it to a field of Dragon and Blood, and like to me, I don't know. I know all of you guys are gonna hate me for this, but I don't like Shadowcraft in the current format right now. I think it's too slow. I think it's a little too clunky. You have to get specific draws at the right time. It doesn't feel great against Dragon. It doesn't feel good against Blood. But what do I know? Potwasher's there, and he's doing work with it. So.
And we never even got to see the Giant Chimera play, now that I think about it. So we can't even see Salt's huge deck tech lineup in this tournament.
That's true.
Potwasher just edging him out of it.
And I think Salt there perhaps missing the point of the Dragon Mirror, which is very important to draw a lot of cards. And you pointed out that the Servant, the way he played the Servant of Disdain, very contrary to Potwasher. And we saw the result, right? His hand was very empty. Both games, not prioritizing on drawing cards for that mirror could be catastrophic. I mean, the deck now relies on the plan of having multiple cards. That's why 3 Singers are a thing, because Poseidon Masamune is a thing. It's kind of like Ector. In mid-shadow mirrors, you have a lot of card draw because you just want those options late game. You just want to get back into the board with Ector, and Poseidon Masamune, and honestly Masamune with anything else is a fantastic way to get back into the board.
And I think you summed it up perfectly. We saw at the end of both of those games, his options just ran out. Didn't have a lot of cards left in his hand. And in my opinion, I can say this because I'm not there, you know what I mean? A very easy decision between playing a Servant or one of his 2 Ayelas on turn 2 to match the opposing Servant. And in all intents and purposes, you don't really need to match the card because your opponent could just have a Rending, and then you're losing your follower anyway, and like you don't really need to battle for the first couple points of damage in the game. You really just want card draw going into the late game. So it just felt like he was defeated after game 2, maybe even midway through game 2. We even saw him raise his hands up when Potwasher was taking time on the early turns, so maybe just not feeling it right now.
Yeah, and interesting too because we kept seeing him top-decking very powerful cards, but imagine he had those cards 1 turn earlier, right?
Sure.
There's a chance he actually made a Masamune played, and then he got Poseidon, and I was like, wait, if you didn't play Masamune, or if you drew 1 card earlier, you'd actually have Poseidon Masamune, which is insane.
True. And he had the option, right? He had a Rending, he had the Servant. All he needed to do was wait 1 turn. He would have had 1 extra card draw that game, could have decided the game for
And we
him.
saw Potwasher actually do that. Waited 1 turn, played the Servant first, and waited for the Oracle for the next turn so he could combine with all the card draw that he could get, and he got rewarded for that because you see more Singers, you see more Poseidons, you see more Galmios. Potwasher just played more cards than his opponent because, yes, you're ramping to a lot of play points, 10 play points, maximum play point, and you can play a lot of cards, but Potwasher just played 5 or 6 more cards than Salt, and you can definitely see him flooding a lot more play points on Salt's side.
That's right. And after we get back from our next break, we get to see the rankings, the final rankings before the last round, to where we get to see if our players make it in. If they're this close, we get to sweat it all for them.
And then there was one.
And then there was 1 round left. That's right.
And everyone, stay tuned for the last round, the exciting round. All the scores will be updated after this small break, and I'll see you guys soon.
open wide!
All together now!
I gotta work out more. Woo! Clear the way!
It won't be long now.
Mortal, seek you glory, or is it prosperity you desire? Very well. Endure your trials and prove your worth. We are the Omen, and through us, your realm will reach a new apex. Defile this world until all creation has been unwritten. Pass beneath the earth and confront untold destruction. Survive our quest and know true power. Tremble not, only the feeble will perish. One thing alone will ensure your triumph. Resolve. Now we begin the trials. For you face, O mortal, the Omen of the Ten.
When peace is allowed to flourish, it is quite what humans can create. But, alas, all good things must end. You see serenity, well, it's a rather tenuous beast. After all, the time of change is upon us. Now, raise your heads in awe and witness the distortion of your plane. It will morph your white-winged saviors into willful soldiers and pull your fallen nightmares from their graves. Imbued with new magic, powers most perverse will spread throughout heaven and earth and twist until they've taken unfamiliar forms. Heed the coming change, mortal, and take charge. For the world will never be the same. Welcome to the new reality.
Welcome back, Shadowverse fans, and again, thank you if you've stuck with us through the entire broadcast today. We know it's been a long one, but it's been worth it. We've been through a ton of amazing games today, and we've got one round left, and then after that round, we'll be going into our final player ceremony so we can see who goes to day 2. What an awesome day of Shadowverse, guys. What a pleasure to watch and be a part of this event.
Oh, yeah. All these games are so intense. Highest level of competition. It's always a pleasure to watch the World Grand Prix.
What an emotional ride. I mean, so many stories to tell. Feg, Kocha are still in there to survive. Obviously, our boys doing very well, almost getting through. Potwasher, very successful 5-2. We can't wait. I can't wait to see the standings on all the other ones and see what they need to do to progress to day 2.
Absolutely. And our next match, we were dreading this.
Yep.
But it's down to the wire. It's one of the last rounds of the day. We're going to be seeing Mensu versus Hishiro, both from Team Revelation, both from France, both friends and compatriots. One of them will knock the other one out, and the winner has a chance to make day 2 with a 5-3 record.
And both players we were kind of rooting for our regions here. Mensu, of course, getting through there with the World Circuit win in Tours, and Hishiro, one of the strongest players in Europe as well.
Yeah, and two guys that know each other very well. I mean, they practice together. They're from the same team, the same community, and they're both getting ready for this match. I can't wait. I cannot. I believe that they probably talked in between this round and said, just do your best, just go out with a bang and give me your best shot.
Yep, and this is all the cards on the table, right? I mean, this is why you're here. Again, there can only be one winner anyway, so eventually you're going to have to beat up on your teammate if you're both doing well. But let's take a look at the matchups for the rest of the round. So Potwasher is going to have to get through Rio. Not sure if he's still undefeated at this point. Hopefully good to see. Zenex versus Nine Voice, Yuzu versus Feg, Kasago versus Chaldea. Chaldea, our boy, one of them, still in the race. So if he can win this one, probably in for day 2.
I believe.
And then we've seen Kocha versus Salt now. Mensu, of course, versus Hishiro, the match we're going to see. Forest versus Karakuri. I'll continue to say that as long as I can. Versus Hearn. So a lot of good matchups here. And again, after this round, we'll get to see the standings after a break, of course, to see who made day 2. Of course, we'll see the player announcement and the players walk on stage. We get to see Essia versus 1212, Minky God versus Crumsy, and Misuze versus Sprayquaza, Caster versus Karage-san.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see Essia's positioning. So, according to last year's round structure, they usually put top players first as the first game, and then they would go to the bottom of the players. So I see Essia there, and I'm a bit nervous of how could he be scoring at the moment.
Sure, absolutely. And if you see the ranks there, rank 11 and 12, it means a win will most likely get them there. A loss most likely out of there. So we'll get into that soon, guys. And again, heartbreaking for one of these players, but again, one of the most amazing feelings for the other. So
it's kind of melancholy, right? Yeah. You're knocking your teammate out as well. The emotions are definitely going to run high. And here we have the rankings. Rio still undefeated with a 7-0 record.
He's actually the only one with less than 1 loss even as well. So everybody else at least X and 2. Him being the only 7-0 player, the only undefeated player. Chaldea moving down to 4-3. But again, 5-3 looking pretty good right now. A lot of these 5-2s could lose. A lot of the 4-3s could win.
And actually, Rio is making it so almost every 5-3 will make it, and all the other ones will be 6-2. Maybe 2 players will be 6-2.
This is what we were talking about.
If Rio beats Potwasher, that's another 5-3 that is creating. So Rio just taking the field and just... It's the new SOS. SOS is 7-0 and then only lost at the last round versus Meow. So
that's what we were talking about. Even if you're 8-0 on day 1, making day 2, it's still single elimination. You still have to win every single game. So definitely a big vote of confidence for Rio going into day 2. He's definitely in there now. But let's take a look at the decks here from our 2 competitors this round. Mensu starting off with his Dragon deck.
Again, it's a Prime Dragon Keeper deck, but still having some ramp tools in there with the Pure Voice Dragoon as well. Really loving that card. And as we talked about, the one of Roy that Exo favors.
That's right. Now taking a look at his Shadowcraft deck. Very straightforward Shadow deck. Mid-range Shadow, 2 Arcus, 2 Gilnelis. Playing up the curve right alongside Potwasher's list. This looks very similar.
And very interesting to see Osiris and Seraphic Blade. Seraphic Blade being very good against Bloodcraft. And obviously Osiris, the new addition, adding in more sustain, more card draw. It's what he wants to be doing to guarantee the Gilnelis and the Arcus.
That's right. The biggest difference I see from this list and Potwasher's list is no inclusion of Big Soul Hunter. So maybe a little bit less prepared for Dragoncraft. But you know what? Still works. Looks like Hashiro's playing the same list.
The exact same list. I mean, they are on the same team after all. They probably prepared and talked it over and thought this was the best build.
That's right. And both of them were playing a one-of Seraphic Blade all the way back into the Contenders Cup as well to fight against Blood, because it's very good against Evolved Vera. It's very good against dealing with what we saw be a very good boon for Bloodcraft in the fact that if you get a Servant down and you're going first, it's very hard to deal with that follower. It can do a lot of work. Play something that can remove it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's very interesting to see if it's a complete mirror and if both players know exactly what the other is going to be doing, which means we'll probably get a very interesting out-of-the-box Shadowverse game, because you don't want to fall into a predictable pattern. And it is. It is a mirror game for both players.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The Dragoncraft deck is exactly the same as well. I mean, they're both teammates, they're both friends, and they both have the same record even throughout this tournament.
Same record, same decks, playing against each other in the final round.
Maybe this encounter was inevitable.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what a story, right? What a good story. What a way to end the day. And one of these players might be able to make it to day 2, and he'll carry the hope and torch of his teammate. If I sent you home, at least you'll be able to cheer for me, and I'll carry the torch for both of us.
I mean, you were there last year. You know how the emotions can run high at this stage in the game. It's so late, and going into day 2 is such a huge honor as well.
Yeah, I remember Vito and Payne didn't make it to day 2, but they were still there in the audience cheering for us, watching our games, and obviously vibrating and getting emotional with it.
That's right. So, I mean, it's all great, right? We're all teammates, essentially. We're the Western players going into the East, into unknown territories, playing against all the giants that are over there. We want one of our boys to win, of course, and if you're not there, you're going to be there cheering your friends on. I mean, you're there, right? You're not going home. You're not just leaving. So, might as well stay around, cheer on your friends, of course, give them emotional support as they win or lose, things like that. But before we get to that, we've got a match ahead of us. These two Titans.
Representing Team Revelation with that shirt. I can see Shiro's shirt is also both players wearing glasses. They're ready to play. They're the Team Revelation shirt representing their.
That's right. So we're going to get into that match soon, guys. Again, we can't really tell the story better than it's already been told. One of these players will go home. Now, the interesting thing about this, playing the same decks, mirror matchups, really going to be interesting to see which decks they bring first into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how the individual playstyles of each player, like we know that they're running the same decks, they're in the same team, but how do the playstyles of each person differ?
And if it changes, because you don't want to be predicted by your opponent. Are you baiting a card? Are you bluffing a card? Are you not playing a card so your opponent thinks you don't have it? I mean, you have to assume they have discussed during the play, or they have seen each other's footage while practicing and scrimming. So
going to the mind games now.
Absolutely. I mean, when you know a player down pat, right? You've practiced with them a bunch. You've played hundreds of games with these decks against each other and all of that. Again, the baiting can happen. It's like, oh, he played this on 5. That means he's going into this on 6, but you can kind of bait him and not do something like that in following turns. Also, it could be they discuss their matchups like they know they're playing against Dragon and Blood more often than not. What do they play first? What do they play second? So I imagine they've been playing very similarly across the whole day. Very excited to see if someone brings, or if we're going to get a mirror match to start with, or if somebody decides to pop out their dragon versus the shadow, and how that's going to play out. Maybe it's a mind game. Maybe we might see 2 dragons first because they don't want the shadow versus dragon matchup.
Yeah, we have to assume one of the decks will be stronger against the other deck. Obviously, it can't be a perfect 50-50.
Of course.
So will they go for the favorite of the 2 and get the mirror match, or will they try and dodge that and go with the unlucky matchup or with the weaker matchup?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, guys, we have to let you know that there are a lot of 5 and 3 players going to happen after this match. So tiebreakers will be in effect. But again, before that, we're getting into our final round. Hishiro from Team Revelation versus Mensu from Team Revelation. Make or break round, guys. Take it away.
I want to see that hype in chat, by the way. You've been following these players across the entire competitive year. Tensions are high. Kind of a bittersweet moment here for these 2 players, hey?
And what a moment to get a Dragon Mirror, one of the most interesting matchups we've seen throughout the whole day. Both players are prepared for it. They know each other's lists to a T. They're both playing the same 40-card list, and I cannot wait to see the small decisions being a big factor here.
Absolutely. That's why it's so intense in these mirror matches, right? Deck's the same. The play style is what it comes down to, and the decisions that each player makes, and that's what makes the competition so fun.
In my opinion, Potwasher's last game was one of the best Dragoncraft games that I've seen today. So I want to see how these 2 players adapt to the new Ramp Dragons. It's the new boy in the playground. So I want to see how they play it, and I want to see good games.
Hishiro so far has become a Dragon Oracle gamer, so he's starting off pretty strong here.
Yep, unfortunately not ramping into anything interesting so far, so still ramping into Pure Heart Singer isn't the best thing you can do.
Although he
but
does
again,
have the PK now.
yeah, connecting those card draws is the most important thing you want to do in the early game. You want to make sure your hand is big, you have all the options, and we saw Salt struggle in that regard.
Absolutely. It's interesting that they both chose to pick Dragoncraft. I mean, I would say that Dragoncraft probably is favored over Shadowcraft in this field right now, so they both opted for the more favored deck. It would be weird if one of them went Dragoncraft and the other tried to gamble for Shadowcraft and ended up unfavorable in the first game.
Even if it's not favored, it is most likely what both players think. Otherwise, they would not have started with this. You obviously want to start with a 1-0 lead instead of the being on the back swing of it.
Alright, going into the turn 4 here. We do have the Serpent Drake plus Disdainful Rending, which is pretty powerful.
Another option would be Ayala to ramp with a Galmio with the Rending, but that's not as effective as it once used to be. Galmio on turn 6 with Rending was devastating, but not anymore, which means you can definitely hold your Rendings for more important targets, like you mentioned.
Right, ever since the adjustment, you can now have more room to run Serpent Drakes because those Rendings can now be used on different targets, as you say.
Be gone!
Interesting, evolving in place that Valen, making sure that the board is clear, and allowing that trade with the Pure Heart and Singer, as well as getting an extra Drake. This is a very menacing board. With the new Galmio, it's very hard to move this.
I really like this, and Hirschir doesn't have a whole lot of options to really clear efficiently here. If he just had one more play point, then that Galmio would be great, but no such luck.
Yeah, and Menso knowing that, absolutely pressuring. Getting ahead on this game, and this matchup is one of the most important matchups you need to have experience on, because this teaches you what initiative is and how to retain it, how to recuperate it. And initiative is to have control of the board, dictate the trades throughout the game, and the Dragon Mirror is the matchup where initiative is the most important axis of the game.
In this situation, Hishiro has ramped a lot more than Menso has, and has the PDK in hand. Do you think that PDK is going to be a huge deciding factor in this mirror right now?
Absolutely. With no Roy in sight, with no way to remove that Prime Dragon Keeper outside of Whisper activation, it could be very awkward for Menso. But the most important thing is that Prime Dragon Keeper can kill your opponent's board while establishing your own. And that's why we see some players play that version of the deck.
Again, all about initiative, right?
Absolutely. It could be awkward sometimes when you're playing Dragon to remove the board and develop at the same time, so Prime Dragon Keeper gives you that option.
And so it's drawing into quite a great late game now, so I think now he's going to try and start ramping a little faster, trying to play catch up with Hishiro now. Hishiro about to go into 9 play points already.
Yeah, and both players are holding their resources. Those two Masamunis would be surprised to see them being played. I mean, turn 10, even if you play a single Masamuni on turn 10, is so much better than any other part of the game. Just giving Rush to a 2-2 reminds us of Kuhulin surviving that trade and being a hard removal. Scyther was also another important card to play. So I'd be very surprised to play it here, but it's definitely a possibility.
Oh yeah, and plus Masamune with literally any other follower is also just so strong once you get to 10 play points.
I think in this matchup, yes, initiative is very important, but we have to remind ourselves that turn 10, having an answer to a turn 10 Poseidon Masamune or turn 10 Galmio Masamune, basically expecting your opponent to have Masamune and being prepared for that.
I feel like chip damage in against Dragon right now is a bit less impactful than usual. Also, because of the new Pure Voice Dragoon with the Dragoon's Meditation, you get to heal back up a lot with just a few resources.
And Menso even going further and not even saving Poseidon for later in the game and just protecting his board as best as he can and understanding that the Galmio trades are a bit awkward in this situation.
Yeah, that's a really cool play. I think a lot of players would want to save that Poseidon here, but Menso taking a bit of a more unorthodox line.
Also blocking the Ishiro's Poseidon. One of the things that I stress the most when I play or stream is to tell opponents, if I tell my viewers or whoever is watching the game, if you can block Arcus, Poseidon, Gilnelis, you should try to go for that as much as you can.
Just think about what's the best thing your opponent could possibly play on that turn and try and play around it.
Yeah, decks nowadays have a clear win condition or game plan, so you can predict those and avoid that game plan.
Which is why this matchup is really interesting. Like, we've been talking about the importance in a tournament to run spicy one-off text to catch your opponent off guard, but these players are running the exact same deck, the exact same team. They know exactly what's going on. So these more niche lines of play are kind of what's going to differentiate a win and a loss here.
And this is where we see why players are shaving the numbers of Prime Dragon Keeper. In the meta filled with Dragon, she doesn't have a lot of impact because every Dragon follower is so healthy that the pings, longer the days where Forest was predominant, Shadow was predominant, those classes have a lot less health in their followers.
This world
Double
took you are powerful.
Double draw, very effective use of play points and hand size.
Hit the Ayla.
But it's not bad. I mean, Ishiro does have a hand that's as big as Menso at this point. That play was very good. It was his last evil point, but at least the board is neutralized. And Menso cannot play this Dahaka yet, which means that Ishiro has a bit of time to get into turn 10 and start playing his big combos.
It's kind of awkward with Menso's turn right now. There's a lot of options, but nothing really stands out to me as the ideal play here.
Yeah, Galmio would have given an extra card draw. Doesn't trade very favorably. Philan doesn't use play points as effectively as he could. I mean, it could evolve a Philan, try and deal with that board, but still not a great trade. And you definitely don't want to be using White Frost Whisper this earlier in the game. You want to save it for later in the game. But this is where playing that Poseidon last turn could hurt Menso, not having that powerful option late game.
I feel like Hishiro really navigated this well. After seeing that Poseidon accelerated, maybe thinking, okay, he doesn't have the other one. I can play this turn in such a way that this next turn becomes really awkward for Menso here.
And this accomplishes what Ishiro wants. Stabilizing the evo points is very important. Forcing your opponent to evolve as well as you makes it so that the evolve advantage Menso had in the early game is not there.
I really like this line. Being able to full clear here and then push another 4 to face.
Yep. This game is very close to end, and with double Dahaka, you're forcing your opponent to play Poseidon into a board that's not very effective, but this is what we've been stressing the whole day.
There he is.
Get used to this because you're going to see this a lot throughout the tournament.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I mean, maybe that's just me as a Dragon main. Maybe if I wasn't a Dragon main, I wouldn't say it's pretty great, but I think it's pretty great.
Yeah, this is one of the most powerful combos out of the mini expansion, and Menso not having 10 play points, as you mentioned before. The ramp was just not there, and now he's going to struggle and fall a bit behind.
I mean, it's pretty tough. Hishiro had so many Ailas and double Oracle in the opening hand. Menso kind of has to play catch-up, and with Dragoncraft, if you have the draw and you have the ramp, you get to do way more powerful stuff than your opponent. Because I feel like your power level scales exponentially with the amount of play points you have, not linearly.
Yeah, and this Philan just devastates that Azi Dahaka. I think Ishiro is firmly ahead now. I've been seeing a pattern play here. The player that gets the combo, gets the Poseidon Masamune. If the other player doesn't have Poseidon Masamune, starts falling a bit behind. Similar to what we've seen earlier with the Ector mirrors.
Oh, yeah.
If a player does not get Ector online, this is more difficult because it's a 2-card combo, but it is very similar in that regard.
And that's what I was talking about. Like, all that damage that Menso is assembling in the early to mid game, a lot of it got neutralized by that Pure Voice Dragoon into Dragoon's Meditation as well.
Yeah, and we have the information that for Chaldea to make it to day 2, he has to win, but has to win 2-0 for tiebreakers. So a very, very difficult spot to be in, but at least he still has a chance there.
That's a quick update on Chaldea Watch.
Yeah,
I'm still keeping tabs.
This chance to prevail.
And this Masamune is not as impactful.
Still can clear quite a bit here, but it's getting pretty rough. No Daka in Hishiro's hand, unfortunately, to close this.
Yep, and now this Prime Dragon Keeper, though, seems very good. It has a lot of 3 drops, a lot of gas in that hand, so if he chooses, he can clear the board, establish his own board, and force Mensa to be on the backseat and keep having to remove wards constantly. And we all know how difficult it is without Frenzy Drakes.
It's really weird how so few players brought Frenzy Drake here. I actually quite like Frenzy Drake in Dragoncraft. Like, why do you think a lot of players opted not to bring it?
Most of the Prime Dragon Keepers don't play Frenzy Drake. It's very anti-synergistic, which means that if you go for a Prime Dragon Keeper style, you cannot allow you don't have space to play that Frenzy Drake.
Right.
Freeze.
I mean, even without Azi Dahaka, it looks like Hishiro has quite the board presence already. I don't know if Menso has anything can come back from this.
There's no one else I'd rather lose
Menso admits defeat and understands that he can't get back from it.
There you go. The first game, Menso versus Hishiro there. Intense Dragon Mirror. Like, that, it looked like it was really in Menso's favor at the beginning there, but Hishiro just brought it back like that.
And we are seeing a pattern being developed here. Menso, similar to Salt, had the tempo, earlier tempo, had such a strong board on turn 6, turn 7. Ishiro was able to recuperate with the very good Galmio play, together with Dragon Strife Blade, Whispers, Phalan. I think in this position, Dragon has so good tools to recuperate that it actually are expecting games to go long, and you need to keep your hand size big. I think Ishiro was able to keep it, had a big hand size together with Menso, but he ramped into those powerful plays.
We saw that with the Poseidon and the Masamune as well, and the Pure Voice Dragoon healing 6 for 2. It's insane.
Yeah, and cards like Singer, cards like Servant of Disdain, the Disciple of Disdain, it is very important that you keep those cards to be synergistic. Long are the days where you play your Disciple on one just because you want to pressure or you want to stop blood, for instance, from having a Disciple of Lust.
I kind of dig it, you know, these games going longer. It reminds me back of, you know, the Dragon games that I really like to play, going way into late game and playing those storms out at the tail end of the game.
Yeah, and Menso now is in a tough spot because he has to win 2 games against Shadow, and one of them is a mirror, complete Shadow mirror, which is definitely a 50-50 now. Usually we say it's not a 50-50 because some tech cards exist,
but now it's definitely
a 50-50.
The good news for Menso is that I do believe that Dragoncraft is favored against Shadowcraft, so if he can bring this out, maybe he still has a chance.
It depends though. Cerberus can be quite a difficult card to deal with if you don't ramp or you don't accelerate. And also, not having Frenzy Drake, there's no answer to Gilnalese, and you can set up a potential lethal through that.
Do you just play the Servant here? Yep. On the play, and then next turn you can do the Disciple. We were talking about this before.
Yeah, only Seraphic Blade would be able to punish this, and you know that there's only one in the deck, which means it's very safe to go for the Disciple. And if he gets an Oracle or another 2-drop, that could be very important.
Going for it now.
Like this play could have gone for the Singer, but instead guaranteeing the card draw is much more important than actually going for it.
Yeah, I think so. Plus you also draw 2, like right away, and develop a 1-1 body, and you can play another 2-drop on top of this.
Yeah, and Singer will always draw your card, right? So
no matter what, yeah. He's actually considering playing one of the Poseidons as well here.
Yeah, he just wants to keep tempo on his side. This matchup is a bit different. I do agree that you have to be aggressive earlier. You have to establish your own board position and then be very strong at it so that Shadow is comfortably staying chill. Just chill Shadow.
Right.
Just wait for
chill
the
Shadow? No, chill is the Dragon thing.
Everything chill.
Nah. Only chill Dragon.
I don't think Dragon can be chilled in this matchup, though.
Yeah, you gotta go hot?
Now it's a Storm Dragon. It's not more. No more chill. Hot.
No more chill. Hot Dragon.
Hot Dragon.
that's the name. I feel a lot better about the Poseidon play as well because there's another one in hand regardless.
Now going for the very important draw. Obviously, you want Pure Voice Dragoon when you're not in control. You have the Ayala to go with the Oracle next turn, even draw more cards. So I really like how this hand is positioned.
I really like that Menso has the Prime Dragon Keeper in hand as well. We were just talking about this in the Dragon Mirror. Maybe not super valuable, but against Shadowcraft, their followers are a lot less healthy, and the pings can end up doing quite a lot of work, especially because they run so many 2/2.
Yep, and Ishiro here looking for a Cerberus. There was an option to evolve the Endry Alphas, but obviously evolving a Lady Grey gives you such a better board position.
And if Menso's game plan, like you said, was supposed to be on the board and pressure as much as possible, a Lady Grey kind of sets that game plan back a lot.
Yep, and even going aggressive with the Servant going face instead of trading and avoiding the other followers' death or destruction.
Kind of forcing Menso to be more reactive as well. So do you think you want to evolve the Ayla here, Shirley?
Absolutely. So drawing first, obviously seeing the options he has. Ooh, that's interesting. I could change his mind on the Ayala. Ayala does feel very good. Training Ayala into Lady Grey, getting into that important 8-play point Poseidon play.
Oh yeah. Plus with the Prime Dragon Keeper and the Pure Voice Dragoon in hand, this seems like a really good play.
I'll be home
Kept holding the Disciple for the Prime Dragon Keeper, giving himself more flexibility. Also can go Drake Prime Dragon Keeper and Disciple of Disdain. That's such a powerful combo.
That's a really good turn.
6 damage to the board and 3 damage to his opponent's leader. So very, very strong setup by
does have the opportunity to evolve the Andrealphus now, though. So any kind of concerns about running out of fuel kind of by the wayside now.
Menso very happy that that was not a Cerberus, and this board is very, very annoying. But that Prime Dragon Keeper will be able to stick.
Yeah. I think this is the turn, man.
Immediately went for it. That's what he set up last turn. I think he's playing very well, knows exactly what he's supposed to do in this matchup, and I would be surprised to not see the Serpent with the Disciple following.
That's so beautiful, and it lines up so well. This is why Prime Dragon Keeper performs so admirably in this matchup.
Yep. Because Ishuru still needs an answer to it. We don't see on the hand currently. There's no Orthrus. There's no Fran yet, so I can't wait to see it.
That's off the top.
Oh, that Valenus ping could have killed the Serpent Drake and deny this ping, but it was a very would be a very unfortunate payoff. A very unfortunate situation. Not only did he have to kill the Valenus, but also ping your own Drake. But that was the Orthrus.
But yeah, off the top, he got the Orthrus just to answer this Prime Dragon Keeper. I think you might have Caster's cursed him a little bit there, Aka.
But I like it because that means this game is more intense now. And as the music is ramping up in this new stage, so is the game. Both players are very into the game, and you can see from their body language, Menso getting closer and closer to the screen. He knows that he's down 1-0, so he has to win this game. He has to have that Prime Dragon Keeper survive. And I love Ishuru not going for the Orthrus immediately, just looking through his options.
Again, this is the fight for their competitive careers for this year, at the very least. So making sure to take your time, think through everything. Super important.
Also use your time. How do I set up this Arcus? When can I play this Cerberus? What do I go for? Do I go for Lirio, or do I need to save it for Gilnelis? Do I play Fairy? I probably need Fairy because it's the second one, so very hard to be in this situation.
Ooh, another Andrealphus, really nice.
Choosing not to draw first there, interesting.
And now he has plenty of fuel. He can just do Arcus next turn. Got a lot of cards in hand. Can pull a Gilnelis with that Lirio if he really wants to.
This is tough. I mean, there's no effective way to stop an Arcus. Your development isn't strong enough to stop the Arcus. I wonder if he's going to use Masamune. I doubt it. But there's an option to use Masamune there and block an Arcus play. But obviously, next turn you have that powerful combo you keep talking about. And these Shadow lists, contrary to Potwasher, don't run Trott's Curse or Big Soul Hunter. So they actually don't have a good way to reach that Poseidon once it's established.
That's true, yeah. These little changes in the list end up really affecting how this game is played. The Poseidon feels like a lot more powerful now.
Ooh, that Whisper is important. The Arcus now. Mishiru much more comfortable in playing it. Insta slams it. Change his playstyle from the Contenders Cup, where he mentioned, if I play Arcus, I die. This time around is not playing around. This is for the Day 2 qualification, and Ishiro is not saving the Arcus.
But now we know that Menso just has the Poseidon Masamune if he really wants to. He just slams that down.
Devastating.
It's back and forth, isn't it?
This is giving me Hector PTSD. This is no matter how far ahead you are, there's always a Poseidon Masamune there to just get back the board position.
Oh yeah.
And Ishiro is comfortable developing Arcus. Now his body language is telling us that this is more difficult now, because the Haka is a lot of damage. You don't have a way to reach that Poseidon.
And he also has the meditation as well, so he has some time still as well. This is going to be interesting, especially with the Poseidon blocking a lot of these ghosts.
Now we see how important it is, Potwasher's tech choice, reaching that 5-7.
Alright, out comes the Gilnelis.
Trying to set up as best as he can, but this is so much damage. This is 8 damage plus the Haka 14 damage. Could even be lethal though. 2 off lethal there.
This land. All to the dome.
Soaring honor.
I assume he's gonna heal perhaps? Try and stop burst. Actually, you can count how much damage Shadow can do. It's very predictable. He knows the deck list. So 4 ghosts, 3 ghosts and a Gilnalese could be the most amount he could do. That would be 3, 6, and then 8 on the Gilnalese. So that would be 14, which would actually be lethal.
And there you go. He did the math. As you were doing the math, he also did the math, and he ended up playing the Dragoon's Meditation there.
Could cost him, though, because this is slowing his clock a bit.
It's not setting up that lethal now. I wonder if you just play the, you just play the Galileo. As much threats as possible.
Try to make your board as annoying as possible for Shadow to deal with. I mean, we see an Orthrus there. We see Gremory. There's a very hard to kill the 5/7.
Yeah, especially with that, again, that Big Soul Hunter. Kind of interesting exclusion from the list here. Wonder what the reasoning behind it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that they have chosen to go for Seraphic instead, trying to make the Blood matchup a bit stronger. But Dragon is very popular in the field. I guess Blood is also very popular, so it just comes down to what you're more comfortable playing against. Perhaps they were more comfortable against Dragon and not against Blood. So.
He's going to have to trade here, giving Menso a bit more time.
And this is where Shadow starts struggling a bit. It's when Dragon establishes very big, healthy followers, and you just struggle a lot with your Ghosts, not having enough attack to deal with it. So I think Ishiro here is hoping for a fairy combo to end the game.
It's like it. Although it's coming up now, too, with that fairy Gilnalese.
And Menso not playing the Hazidahaka the last turn has not got enough damage to kill him, and I believe that would be it. That is lethal, absolutely, because he has Gremory, he has Ghost, has Fairy too. That's definitely lethal here.
Out of the clutches of defeat. Well, we know how powerful the Gremory Gilnalese combo can be, but Menso was kind of between a rock and a hard place there, right? Like, if he didn't Dragoon's Meditation, he also could have just lost to Arcus Ghost plus Gilnalese that turn.
I think Menso had a chance to win this game, chose to not go for the Haka. I mean, I did the math. Yes, it was lethal, but you're in a situation where you have to think, if I don't set up my own lethal, I'm just giving one more turn for Gilnalese to end me.
Oof.
Detestable.
You're a solid fighter.
Position to possibly make it today too.
And 2-0 is very important. Tiebreakers is all about the win rate, how many wins you get versus your defeat. So.
That's right. So we've actually gotten an update on the tiebreakers as well. So early in the day, we let you guys know that tiebreakers were very important on your own match win percentage, but second tiebreakers, if it goes to it, will go down to your opponent's match win percentage. So every single match that you played today will be important, but what we know, Hishiro could be in, Mensu out.
It's rough. Definitely a bittersweet moment for both players there. Both teammates, like we said, and one having to knock out the other. It's got to be a moment of elation and happiness for your friend, but also kind of disappointment.
That's right. And I will now unveil the fact that I picked Hishiro to win the World Grand Prix. So my horse still in the race.
You're feeling pretty good, hey?
Feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, my horse, unfortunately, Essia was 3-4 coming into this round, so it's not his time to shine yet. But I still believe next season he's coming back strong, and I can't wait to face him again on the fields of Shadowverse.
I gotta keep an eye out on Chaldea Watch later after this as well,
Absolutely,
just so I can pitch in with my horse here.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I hope Chaldea is up there. I need more of our guys to be in there. You know what I mean? Hishiro being in there is a really good step, but I want at least 2, 3, 4 of our guys in there if we can muster it. So we'll see. It was definitely a rough going, but it was a rough going for everybody today. As you notice, only one undefeated player. Everybody X2 or worse. So everybody finding the competition fierce today.
Except for Ryo, somehow, apparently.
Except for Ryo. Yeah.
Kono Ryoga, as we know.
It's because we gave him the plot armor.
Yeah, and I think Kocha was also 4-3 or 5-2, so also fighting for his tournament life. The world champion, one of the strongest players in the field. Fag 2, very close from elimination. So it's a broad, wide field, and the new talent has come to conquer the World Grand Prix.
That's right, and it's about time. You know what I mean? This is the second big World Grand Prix that Shadowverse has held. Competition's fierce last year, competition fierce this year. It's all new players, essentially. Maybe one of the competitors last year make it in the top 8, maybe not.
And I think that our regions all have something to prove, on this world stage. Like, we're here, we can play Shadowverse as well as the best of them.
That's right. That's right. I can't wait to see it. So, guys, Not right now, but we will go to a short break pretty soon here. After we come back from the break, we'll have our final 8-player ceremony where everyone, including the people in the room, will find out who's actually in the top 8. The players don't know yet. They will find out when we know. When we come back after the break, you don't want to go anywhere.
Out more. Woo! Clear the way!
It won't be long now.
Is this the beginning, or is it the end? When the light meets the dark, fate is sure to rear its head.
The path ahead will soon become two. Will you follow hope, or will despair fall into you?
Even howling winds will bend and break. One gust will be fair, and the other dim and drear.
A kindly smile, a devious stare. These two opposing wills will tear apart and declare, war is upon us. You must make your choice.
Beyond the day and night, in this realm of timeless twilight, fate awaits your choice.
When peace is allowed to flourish, it is quaint what humans can create. But, alas, all good things must end. You see serenity, well, it's a rather tenuous beast. After all, the time of change is upon us. Now, raise your heads in awe and witness the distortion of your plane. It will morph your white-winged saviors into willful soldiers and pull your fallen nightmares from their graves. Imbued with new magic, powers most perverse will spread throughout heaven and earth and twist until they've taken unfamiliar forms. Heed the coming change, mortal, and take charge. For the world will never be the same. Welcome to the new reality.
Welcome back, everybody. The time you've all been waiting for. We're finding out right now the top 8 of the World Grand Prix going into day 2. I know we probably got a little bit of a spoiler there, but we'll be going to the player announcement right now. We'll see who officially made it to the top 8. They're going to be walking up on stage under their names. We're going to see their matchups going into day 2 as well. So let's take a look.
それではその8名の選手をご紹介しましょ
う。Rio, of course, we know.
Kono Ryoga with that insane win-loss in the first day.
See here, Kasago made it, Feg made it, Hishiro's in there, Nine Voice, Salt Potwasher's in there, and Zenex.
Some huge upsets here. Like Feg, it's day 2, and Kocha didn't make it as well. So Feg must be feeling pretty good about himself right now.
Yeah, and he was looking very frustrated when he lost. He had his 3rd loss to a Western player, actually, but he still made it all the way to 5-3 and qualified.
That's right. My two players, my 2 picks, Hishiro and Potwasher, the only 2 Western players to actually make it into the top 8. Very hard-fought day, as you saw. Like 5-3, and you were. I mean, that was the record to beat today, apparently.
And Potwasher from 0-2 to 6-2, incredible performance.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a bit frustrated on social media, a bit disappointed with his choices, but I'm very happy to see him recuperate and get the result that he wanted.
Absolutely. I didn't see the rankings right before we went live, but I'm not sure if Rio went completely undefeated on the day, but either way, firmly in first place here.
And here he comes, the only returning player to make it into day 2, Feg. From Yoshimoto Libaland.
Does not get a chance to play against Kocha, but gets a chance to overthrow him.
I tell you this much. I'm pretty sure most of these players are happy they don't have to play against Kocha in day 2. So.
Yeah.
There
he is. He's looking so happy.
Give it up in chat. Here we go. Ishiro.
That full smile.
So excited.
Absolutely.
Nine Voice, a name that a lot of the community is pretty familiar with, showing up in a lot of tournaments. Must be really happy. Culmination of his efforts here, going into day 2 of the World Grand Prix.
Also, similar story. He started very poorly, 0-2, I believe, and then he made it all the way to 5-3.
And there he is, coming up now. Salt beating Kocha in that last round. Look how triumphant he looks with that.
Having to beat the world champion to even make it to top 8 is an insane ride.
That's right, and we actually saw a post by Kocha after the round saying something to the effect of Sword really let him down.
And there we have it. It was so fast. Potwasher is in top 8, and he's going to play against Zenex.
That's right, guys. Chat, hype it up for Potwasher as well. Your 2nd Western player, the top 8. Let's go.
And Rio actually 7-1, so he's the new SOS.
That's right. No undefeated players on day 1. That's okay.
And I like to see the distribution. I mean, all regions, all the championships are being represented here. So very cool.
Lots of 5-3s it looks like in the top 8 here. Really stiff competition.
That's right. 1-7-1, 2-6 and 2s. The rest 5 and 3.
It's crazy. Very different from last year, where only 2 or 5-3s made it.
Competition was super stiff this year. I mean, only 1 player with a super positive record, a couple with some okay records. 6 and 2 is definitely not a bad record against this field. 5 and 3 though, I mean, kind of middling. You know, a little bit above middling, but good enough in this tournament with the competition. So.
Yeah, this is a consequence of the format. I mean, having to spread yourself through 3 formats is very difficult, very taxing. And we saw a player like Potwasher struggling in the limited, but recovering from the other 2 formats.
Absolutely.
Curious to see what our boys are going to say come the interview. Here we go.
I'm very happy that I made it to day 2. I will do my best to see how far I can go. And thanks to everyone who supported me.
You can tell the nerves are already on
a little
him.
bit. I mean, you're on the stage, you're excited, the adrenaline's pumping through you, you're so happy.
He said the dream and goal is to make it top 4.
That's right.
So everything that he gets from there is
halfway there.
Yeah, halfway there.
He's still keeping humble in his interview as well, you know. Really nice guy.
Good stuff. Even the serious faces now after the tournament's over, just striking the pose.
Yeah, he still has not. Players are still not realizing that they made it to top 2. They're this one step closer to the $1 million prize pool.
Oh, we got the translation for some of these interviews here. Ryo saying, I'm the one who only dropped one match. I'm going to win.
You talking over Potwasher right now? Hold on.
I'm so glad I won, and I'll do my best tomorrow.
Oh, short and sweet, though.
There he goes. He's back. He's back to it. He's got the good attitude back.
Happy again.
All right, now, Igni, now you can talk.
I was just going to say, Ryo's, these Western players like Potwasher and Hishiro, they're all very humble, very nice. Ryo is like, I'm going to win. I'm going to win.
Of course. That's what he was like on his pre-match interview.
Very different. Not the new SOS. Very different from SOS. Yeah. SOS 7-1, very humble still. He said he still had a lot to learn, and he hoped to get as good as day 2 as the day 1. But Ryo is like, I'm the only one that dropped the game. Everyone else needs to step up to my level.
That's right. So let's go over what some of the other players have said in their interviews. Sagu, go ahead, guys.
I almost gave up, but happy and will do my best tomorrow. I mean, I hope you wouldn't give up. You're this far already along.
A lot of players with the same storyline. I almost gave up. I was very down, but I made it. So Feg forgot the trophy last year, so he's going to bring it home this year.
I like that.
I forgot it.
I like that.
I did it on purpose.
Salt, I will win also for the sake of Kocha, who of course he beat to get to the day 2.
Yeah, Salt was the player that in his interview said, if I win, you can say that you lost to the world champion. So
that's right.
He's carrying Coach's torch now.
That's right. And Zen X, our last competitor.
I'm very happy. I don't know where I'll end up tomorrow, but I'll do my best. That's very wholesome.
It is very wholesome. So, guys, that's the end of day 1. We've got 2 of our boys in the race, like you said, all regions being represented in the top 8. This is a World Grand Prix after all. The world is represented here. So, very stiff competition in day 1. A lot of players we expected to make it, such as Crumsian and the like. Just not getting there. Essie, of course. A lot of our horses. But you know what? We're still there. We still got a chance to take the whole thing home. And what you guys have to remember at home, one of these players is taking home $1 million tomorrow when we come back. You guys aren't going to miss any of that action.
Yeah, and I mean, 2 players out of 7 from our region, from the West, is definitely a good achievement. Not as good as a dream 4 out of 6, sure. But I'm just extremely happy to see at least 1 player represented there. We have 2, double the chance, and I think the competition was very tough, and I think our players learned a lot, got a lot of experience, and I can't wait to see what's up tomorrow.
So let's get some closing thoughts here. Igni, favorite moment of the day or just favorite match?
Favorite moment of the day is just Chaldia bringing my favorite deck and making it pretty far, but unfortunately losing with a 4-4. I'm glad that you were out here, man, representing the Southeast Asia Oceania region. You did your best.
That's right. What about you, Aka?
So my favorite moment has to be Potwasher's story, how he came back from a 0-2. Very similar situation. I know how difficult it can be, the struggle it can be. I definitely felt his emotion on social media, but I'm very happy that he made it to a 6-2 blazing start. And I think that Dragon matchup in particular, where he played against Salt, it was an absolutely stunning exhibition by Potwasher.
Absolutely. I've got to say, as a summation of the entire day, this was an incredible day of Shadowverse. We saw some incredible play today. We saw some people falter. We saw nerves get to people. We saw the spotlight get to people. We also saw people get extremely focused and hone in on that, like they even said in the pre-interviews. You know, I thrive on endurance. I thrive on making these games take a long time. But all in all, wrapping it up, what an incredible day. We've got our final 8. We're about to get into our day 2. Again, one of these players taking home $1 million. And just to remind you guys about the prize money, every match is a huge dollar amount. From top 8 to top 4 is a switch from $5,000 to $20,000.
Yeah, that's not small change.
That's right. To third place, $50,000. To second place, $200,000. And then that finals match for an extra $800,000 to make it to $1 million tomorrow is going to be a stiff competitive day, as well as probably the best Shadowverse we've seen all year.
Let's hope our players are not tired of being, or are tired of being a millionaire, and can definitely change their lives. I mean, they're already changing their lives. They flew all the way to Japan. This definitely has an impact on their lives as well as it did with mine. Being top 8 is something to be proud of. Meow, Fantasy, Jay-Z, they'll always keep that in mind. They'll always have that for their lives. And obviously getting top 2, a pleasure. Top 1, insane. You not only get the $1 million, you have the chance of possibly getting to another World Grand Prix, having another experience like Kocha, and definitely change Kocha's life as well as and anyone that gets that $1 million.
Absolutely, guys. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and get to our closing out of the show. I want to remind all of you for next year, as we've stated earlier in the broadcast, that if you want to get involved with the Shadowverse Open, if you want to try your hat in the ring with all of these amazing competitors, shadowverseopen.com. You'll be able to register for new tournaments at the start of next year, so make sure you keep an eye on that, bookmark that page, as well as make sure you tune in tomorrow to see one of our players take home $1 million. And this is when you can tune in right here. Stream start time for the second day, 9 a.m. JST, 4 p.m. PST, 1 a.m. CEST, again tomorrow. So I hope you guys enjoyed the day. For those of you out there who stuck with us from the beginning of the stream until now, we thank you. And you know what? Thank you to everybody else as well. You guys are all appreciated. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. We can't wait to see the action tomorrow. Make sure you tune in.
The time has come. Witness the world's refabrication. Winds of change sweep across eons, beckoning heroes forth, while wings of valor sunder the heavens, leaving naught but flame. Shining under this fiery torrent, a beacon of blessed justice brings hope to the land. However, lest we forget, beneath the facade of creation lies destruction. To suppress the knowledge of antiquity, higher beings will set in motion the cogs of war. And thus, divine retaliation begets world-ending conflict. At the far side of this inevitable flux, born of chaos and order, lies the genesis of a new era. So, won't you join me and behold Revelation?
Is this the beginning, or is it the end? When the light meets the dark, fate is sure to rear its head.
The path ahead will soon become two. Will you follow hope, or will despair fall into you?
Even howling winds will bend and break. One gust will be fair, and the other dim and drear.
A kindly smile, a devious stare. These two opposing wills will tear apart and declare, war is upon us. You must make your choice.
Beyond the day and night, in this realm of timeless twilight, fate awaits your choice.
Mortal, seek you glory, or is it prosperity you desire? Very well. Endure your trials and prove your worth. We are the Omen, and through us, your realm will reach a new apex. Defile this world until all creation has been unwritten. Pass beneath the earth and confront untold destruction. Survive our quest and know true power. Tremble not, only the feeble will perish. One thing alone will ensure your triumph. Resolve. Now we begin the trials. For you face, O mortal, the omen of the Ten.
When peace is allowed to flourish, it is quaint what humans can create. But, alas, all good things must end. You see serenity, well, it's a rather tenuous beast. After all, the time of change is upon us. Now, raise your heads in awe and witness the distortion of your plane. It will morph your white-winged saviors into willful soldiers and pull your fallen nightmares from their graves. Imbued with new magic, powers most perverse will spread throughout heaven and earth and twist until they've taken unfamiliar forms. Heed the coming change, mortal, and take charge. For the world will never be the same. Welcome to the new reality.
Just how far do these skies stretch? And what could be waiting for us on the other side? Back when we first asked those questions, we had no idea where the wind would carry us. But now, we're ready to soar, onward across the great blue skies to that fabled island. We each have powers hidden deep inside. that we'll use to stand against fate. Some battles we won't be able to avoid. We've seen how hard it is to run from conflict. But we've got a promise to keep, so we won't give up now or ever. Throughout our adventure, we've made so many friends. Bonds we share have given us strength to overcome the darkest times. If evil should ever try to take over the sky, then we'll be there to protect it, to provide hope for the future. O child of darkness and flames, grant us a path forward, past the grand blue beyond.